Hello and welcome to the Nintendo Network, and thankfully I am done explaining every Super Smash Bros. Ultimate Spirit Battle. It has been a multi-year journey, and here we are. A compilation video of every video I've done, all together in proper series order. So all the Marios are together, the larger video, the Origami King video, then the final video. This will be over 70 videos combined. Now, some are very quick, like Banjo-Kazooie is about 5 minutes long, but others, like the Pokemon Spirit Battle, is like 40 minutes in itself. So I don't know what the final runtime is as I'm writing and recording this. So there's a good chance this might be my longest video to date. Something to note though, as I mentioned before, this has been a multi-year project to complete. I've had different microphones and equipment in that time. Some parts may not sound as better than others. Some video quality may not be up to snuff as my recent videos. Please excuse all that and take it as I am constantly evolving my craft, as I always want to do. Beyond that, this is the perfect put on the background kind of work video. Long form seems popular these days, so sit back and enjoy how each of these spirits were crafted and finally understand them, because the game itself does not tell us. And one more thing, thank you all for your continued support of this channel.
The Superstar Spirit has you battling Rosalina and Luma, as Luma is a star itself. She will randomly become invincible at times, as the Superstar item will also appear, a nod to how Superstar will make you invincible in games. This also takes place on Peach's Castle from the first Smash, and the ground theme to Mario 64 plays. The Metal Mario Spirit has you fighting a Metal Mario on the Battlefield version of the Great Cave Offensive. He is also hard to launch, and the music playing is Metal Battle from Super Smash Bros. For the Nintendo 64. This is all a reference to the Metal Mario Battle in the original Smash Bros. Classic mode, down to the stage having some similarities to the battlefield you fought on back then. The Boo Spirit has you fighting Mario on Dracula's Castle. Mario turns invisible, harkening back to how Boo Mario can turn invisible in Super Mario Galaxy, and the gravity is messed up to give Mario that floaty feel. This all works up to help represent a spooky spirit. The Rock Mario Spirit has you fighting a Metal Jigglypuff on the Mario Galaxy stage, with Galaxy being the game where Rock Mario suit was in. Jigglypuff was used because of her neutral special rollout, which works like Rock Mario rolling around. The Fox Luigi Spirit has you battling Luigi, shockingly enough, with the Super Leaf equipped to give him a look of the Fox Luigi. Heavy winds plague Mushroom Kingdom U as you battle it out as Fox Luigi flies around, and the ground theme to New Super Mario Bros. U plays. The Flying Squirrel Toad Spirit has you fighting a Mii Sword Fighter with the Toad outfit, and a Super Leaf equipped to represent the Flying Squirrel suit. He also has increased jump ability to replicate the boost in the air that the suit provides in-game. You battle it out on Mushroom Kingdom U as the ground theme from that game plays. The Baby Peach Spirit is represented by Tiny Isabelle and Mario helping her out on Peach's Castle from Smash 64. Baby Peach has increased speed, mirroring how she is normally a speed-type character in the Mario Kart games. The ground theme for Mario Bros. From Melee plays in the background. The Wedding Peach Spirit is represented by Peach in a white outfit and Mario in his wedding suit outfit on New Donk City. Peach will avoid conflict as Mario tries to stop you. You win the battle by finally taking out Peach as you are flowery, appropriately so as the wedding has flowers and constantly takes small amounts of damage. Break Free, Lead the Way plays during the battle. The Wedding Bowser Spirit has you facing off against Bowser as you have a Peach ally. If Bowser knocks out Peach, you lose. You fight it out on New Donk City Hall while Bowser has an increased power and prefers dash attacks to the tunes of Underground Moon Caverns. The Toad Spirit is represented by a Mii Brawler wearing the Toad outfit, battling out on Peach's Castle. He favors side special attacks as mushroom items litter the field. The Toadette Spirit has a female villager and Mii Brawler dressed up as a Toad fighting you on the Great Cave Offensive, a nod to the Captain Toad series as the two will travel for treasure. On that note, they get distracted by items as they would treasure. The Captain Toad theme plays. The Toadsworth Spirit is represented by Mario on Peach's Castle. You have an all-out battle while Rico Harbor plays from Mario Sunshine. The game Toadsworth is known for playing a larger role than normal, and pretty large is still pretty small, and even more considering as nowadays you don't even know Toadsworth existed. The Waluigi Spirit has Luigi in the Doppelganger's outfit on Peach's Castle. The Waluigi Assist Trophy will spawn right away to give them an edge in battle, all while Waluigi's pinball plays. The Goomba spirit is represented by 5 tiny Donkey Kong to Mushroom Kingdom. Much like the Goombas of the Mario games, they are easy to defeat, but a lot of them can cause you trouble. The ground theme from New Super Mario Bros. U plays. The Koopa Troopa spirit is represented by fellow turtle Squirtle. Squirtle's defense is high, and green shells will appear across the battlefield as ground theme from Mario U plays. The Hammer Brothers spirit has you playing against Yoshi, who will favor his up special, which his egg throw simulates the arching throw the Hammer Brothers use with their hammers. You battle it out on the Golden Plains as the Hammer Bro Assist Trophy joins the battle at the start to assist Yoshi, much like how there seems to always be 2 Hammer Brothers. The ground theme from Mario U plays. The Lakitu and Spiny spirit is represented by Iggy with the Clown Koopa car as Lakitu, and 8 tiny red Bowsers as the Spinies. You battle it out on Mushroom Kingdom with the original Super Mario Bros. Music plays. Ah, that nostalgic feel. The Blooper Spirit battle has you facing 3 tiny Inklings, so they are squids, not kids. In this time battle, you are on Delfino Plaza from Mario Sunshine, a game where they were used quite a bit, and the underwater theme from Mario Bros. Plays. To add to the spirit battle, gravity is reduced to give the Inklings a feel of floating around, as the bloopers do. The Bullet Bill spirit has you facing 4 Captain Falcons who will race along in Mushroom Kingdom to grab a Bullet Bill items that will come in waves and launch right at you. The airship theme from Mario Bros. 3 play, making you feel like you're being bombarded back on the airship all those years ago. The Shy Guy spirit is a Mii fighter in the Shy Guy outfit. You battle it out on Mushroom Kingdom 2 from the American Super Mario Bros. 2, the game Shy Guy had its debut. The Mii fighter favors the throwing items that scatter the battlefield, nodding to the many things Shy Guy has thrown at Mario and Luigi throughout the years. This battle has the ground theme from Mario 2 playing. The Pidget spirit has you facing Peach with a rocket belt, and her jumping abilities increased on Mushroom Kingdom 2. Pidget made his debut in the American Super Mario Bros. 2 while riding a magic carpet, hence the rocket belt for jumping abilities. A Whole New World isn't playing. Get it? Magic carpet, Aladdin, early 90s? Never mind. The ground theme to Mario 2 plays as you battle it out in the sky. The Mouser spirit has you facing off against the mouse Pokemon Pikachu, all while fighting on Mushroom Kingdom 2, its debut game from Mario Bros. 2. Pikachu starts with a bomb, and they will spawn all over the stage, and not to Mouser itself, as it loved to throw bombs at you in its boss battle. The ground theme from Mario Bros. 2 plays. The Ward spirit is represented by King K. Rool in Sky World, and a slumber floor is in place, making you fall asleep if you set foot on it. These represent the fact that Mario 2 was a dream, and Skyworld could be like the dream bubble over Mario's head at the end credits. The ground theme from Mario Bros. 2 plays while you try to recreate the final battle. The Boo Spirit is Kirby, both round. He'll turn invisible at times, and his shield is powered up. You are in Mushroom Kingdom's used Spike Tower part, potentially to represent ghost houses, and Luigi's Mansion spooky theme plays. The Bob-omb Spirit has you facing 3 Kirbys on Mushroom Kingdom, as the field will be littered with Bob-omb items. The Kirbys will be faster at grabbing them, and the power of thrown items are upped. The airship theme to Mario 3 plays in this explosive battle, and no, I am not sorry for that joke. The Chain Chomp Spirit has you facing the spherical metal Pac-Man, while the Chain Chomp Assist Trophy attacks you on Yoshi's Island. Pac-Man favors his side special Power Pellet, where he starts to resemble a Chain Chomp just a little bit more. The main theme to Super Mario 64 plays, a nod to the giant Chain Chomp in the game's first world. The Nipper Plant Spirit has you facing off against 8 tiny Pac-Man who love to jump just like the little plant does. Ground theme from Mario Bros. 3 plays. The game where the Nipper Plant made its debut. The Boom Boom Spirit has you fighting a giant Squirtle in the Unova Pokemon League. The stage is probably used because it does sort of look like a castle boss stage in a way. The Squirtle also has super armor, making it hard to knock back, and favors dash attacks, Boom Boom's signature move, and really its only move. The Fortress theme from Mario Bros. 3, the game Boom Boom made his debut plays. The Tatanga Spirit is represented by Morton Koopa, looking a little bit like Tatanga, and being in the Koopa Clown Car helps represent Tatanga's ship. Shooting items appear on the Mario Galaxy stage, representing Tatanga's shooting ship and being from space. The underground theme from Super Mario Land plays, a nod to Tatanga's first game. The Hothead Spirit has you battling Pac-Man, who starts with Curry as he is breathing fire throughout the battle. Being round and spurting fire pretty much brings the spirit together. You play on Mushroom Kingdom U and the Fortress theme from Super Mario World, as you would most commonly meet them as you traveled your way through the Koopa fortresses in that game. The Charge and Chuck spirit is represented by 4 Warios, who, like the Charge and Chucks, favor dashing back and forth to smash against their enemies. You battle these Gridiron Warios on the Super Mario World portion of Super Mario Maker, as it was their first game, all accompanied by the ground theme for Mario World. The Wiggler spirit has you facing a Yoshi on Yoshi's Island. Yoshi's attack power will increase with damage, much like Wiggler when he gets mad. Lipsticks will appear to give Yoshi a flower on its head to help with the aesthetic of it all. The Super Mario World ground theme plays, representing its first game. The Kamek spirit has you facing off against 4 Inklings in Mushroom Kingdom U. Once you defeat one, another appears, perhaps a nod to Super Mario World's fortress areas, where he would teleport around and always come back, it seems. Star Rods, to represent Kamek's magic wand, appear on the stage as well. The fortress theme to Mario World plays that makes you feel like you're truly dealing with the malicious magician. The Mecha Koopa spirit has you battling 4 tiny Bowsers, as the tiny mech was crafted after him, holding bombs, representing how they will blow up at you. You fight on Mushroom Kingdom U with the new King Bowser remix playing. The Dry Bowser spirit has you fighting with none other than Bowser in the Reset Bomb Forest. He starts off with Curry, representing his fire breath, and the floor is lava, a nod to how in New Super Mario Bros. When Bowser hit the lava, he became Dry Bowser. His defense is also upped. The new King Bowser remix plays during the battle. The Big Urchin spirit has you facing the giant Jigglypuff with Urenas thrown into the mix to represent the big puffish with spikes. You're battling on Mushroom Kingdom U with the ground underwater theme from Mario 3D Land playing. The spirit of King Bob-omb is represented by a giant Kirby with the Bob-omb items littering the field. To help represent King Bob-omb further, you battle it out on top of Princess Peach's castle, and the theme to Super Mario 64 plays, his first game. The Shine spirit is represented by Rosalina and Luma, who get invincibility randomly and sudden final smashes. Her final smash, Grand Star, could represent the Shine statue in the back of Delfino Plaza as you battle on it. As you do battle, 3 different colored Kirbys appear, looking like the different colored Pintas, the citizens of Isle Delfino. As you can imagine, Delfino Plaza plays during the battle. The Pinta spirit has you facing off a bunch of different colored Yoshis, as the Pintas are all different colored themselves. Mushroom items litter the field to make them bigger, I guess, as you battle it out and you listen to Delfino Plaza. The Shadow Mario spirit is represented by Bowser Jr. as he was Shadow Mario in Sunshine. The floors are sticky, harkening back to the paint that would slow you down and catch you in the game, and his final smash, Shadow Mario Paint, will also summon randomly. Delfino Plaza stage and theme is playing. The Luma spirit is represented by an army of Kirbys, all colored different colors like the Lumas are in Mario Galaxy. You battle it out on Mario Galaxy stage while Rosalina and the Observatory Luma's theme plays. The Hungry Luma spirit has you facing Rosalina and Luma and a Kirby representing the Hungry Luma. Mario Galaxy is the stage you fight in while the epic Egg Planet is playing. The Honey Queen spirit is represented by a giant Pikachu. This is a time stamina battle on Mario Galaxy, the game where she made her first appearance. Also, the Beehive item appears in waves. Gusty Garden Galaxy plays as you try to topple the Queen spirit. The Lubba spirit has you fighting a giant Kirby with low gravity to help emulate the way he hovers. He starts with a Super Launch Star, which is appropriate for a Luma. Champion Road plays as you battle on Mario Galaxy. The Starship Mario has you fighting a giant Mario to represent the giant ship shaped like his head. Low gravity gives him a floaty feel as the theme for the ship, and the Starship Sail plays on the Mario Galaxy stage. The Plessy spirit is represented by a giant Yoshi on Great Bay stage. Great Bay represents the water slide area where Plessy is found in Mario 3D World. The slide music is playing to help emulate the feeling of riding Plessy. The Cappy spirit is represented by Mario fighting on the Rainbow Cruise level, which is meant to represent the Odyssey flying high above the clouds. Boomerang items are around everywhere in this battle to help simulate throwing Cappy and him coming back at you. Jump Up Superstar from Odyssey plays. The Pauline spirit has Peach as Pauline running away from conflict as Donkey Kong and Mario are there to fight you on 75M, as it was there that these three made their first appearance in the original Donkey Kong game. Jump Up Superstar plays, making you remember the amazing festival in New Donk City as you're crying trying to do this battle over and over and over and over and over and over again. The Odyssey spirit is fighting a giant Jigglypuff on Rainbow Cruise, much like the Cappy battle. The Fossil Fall spirit plays as you try to battle this hard-to-launch Jigglypuff. The Goo Goo Buggy spirit, yes, that's the name of this cart, has you fighting off against Mario and Luigi as their baby forms are in the picture. Their speed is increased like the cart, and the Chain Chomp Assist Trophy is summoned, representing the Baby Duo's special item in Mario Kart Double Dash, where the cart originated. You're fighting on Mario Circuit with Mushroom Gorge playing. The Barrel Train Spirit has you battling Donkey Kong and Diddy Kong, as it was Diddy Kong's cart in Mario Kart Double Dash. The pair has increased speed and attack, and they do damage when they dash, as the car would as it would hit you. Bullet Bill items are also present. The battle takes place on Spirit Tracks, which fits with the car being a train. You battle it out with the theme of Rainbow Road from Mario Kart 7. The B Dasher Spirit has you fighting 3 Marios with uncontrollable speed, making it hard to stop, but they cover ground quickly on the Figure 8 circuit stage. Being the cart from the front cover with Mario from Mario Kart DS makes the plumber perfect for this battle. They become more dangerous with damage as they dash back and forth like cars do in Mario Circuit with Mario Kart 8 playing. The standard cart spirit has you fighting off against 4 Squirtles, perhaps representing the Koopa Troopa from the picture, and the triple green shell it seems to be holding. Green shells appear on the Figure 8 circuit, while the Squirtles replicate the action of throwing shells by favoring their side specials. The Mario Circuit theme from Super Mario Kart plays while you battle it out. The standard bike spirit has you facing 4 Warios who favor their side special, Wario Bike, to hit you. With his increased speed as well, on Figure Circuit 8 and Mario Kart Stadium from Mario Kart 8 playing, this spirit is perfectly represented. The Cheap Charger spirit has Peach battling it out on Mario Circuit with Mushroom Gorge playing. Her speed is increased like the kart itself. The Mach 8 spirit has Luigi driving with his deadly stare from that famous meme. With his ability to hurt you with dashing across the screen and your jumping abilities nerfed, the Mario Circuit stage becomes a hazard to battle on. Mario Kart themed items litter the stage as themed from Mario Kart Stadium from Mario Kart 8 plays. The Biddy Buggy spirit has you fighting Rosalina and Luma as her baby form is in the picture. Their speed is buffed up as it is a speed class car, and you battle it out on Mario Circuit with Cloud Top Cruise playing. The Bad Wagon Spirit has a Metal Peach representing Pink Gold Peach from Mario Kart. You fight it out on Mario Circuit with the Mario Circuit music playing. The Paper Bowser Spirit has you battling Bowser on top of Peach's castle from Smash 64. A nod to how in the first Paper Mario game, Bowser lifts Peach's castle into the air. He'll be granted invincibility from time to time and a Star Rod as he steals the Star Rod in Paper Mario and makes himself invincible with it. This is a stamina battle representing the RPG aspect of the game as well. The Paper Mario music appropriately plays. The Kami Spirit is represented by a Bayonetta on the Paper Mario stage. She will have the Star Rod as she helped Paper Bowser steal it. She becomes invisible while the airship from Mario 3 plays. The Vivian Spirit is represented by an invisible Mr. Game & Watch as she is a ghost herself. The battle takes place on Luigi's Mansion, which is meant to represent Creepy Steeple in Paper Mario and the Thousand Year Door. The Paper Mario medley plays during the battle. The mysterious Mr. L Spirit is for some reason represented by Luigi on Luigi's Mansion. No one knows why. The battlefield is shrouded in fog to help represent his mysterious secret identity, with his final smash meter filling up fast, and special moves are favored. The grand finale plays in this epic battle. The Dementio Spirit is represented by a giant Meta Knight, and Luigi as an ally as Mr. L work with him, and they fuse together to become the final boss of Super Paper Mario. Meta Knight seems to be chosen for Dementio, as Dementio teleports at times, and Meta Knight's down special, Dimensional Cape, could represent that. The battle takes place on the Paper Mario stage. Their attack power is up on this timed battle as Battle, Paper Mario Color Splash plays. The Huey Spirit is represented by 4 different colored Inklings, both working with ink. They're on Moray Towers as you battle them as they favor their ink type moves as Battle, Paper Mario Color Splash plays during the fight. The Mallow Spirit is represented by 3 Robins. Mallow uses Thunder type magic moves in Mario RPG, and Robin favors his neutral special Thunder. Magic attacks are buffed and a Lightning Bolt item appears on the stage. The stage is Magicant, which represents Mallow's home world of Nimbus Land, and having 3 Robins could represent Mallow reuniting with his estranged parents. And yes, that's a spoiler from the game, but the game's like 20 something years old, so don't really complain. Time's Running Out is playing. The Geno Spirit is represented by Sheik as Geno, and Mario, Peach, Bowser, and a white Kirby as they represent the playable characters in Super Mario RPG. This gauntlet battle is timed and their final smash meters will fill quickly. You fight it out on Mario Galaxy with the Rainbow Road medley playing as Geno is from the Star Road in Super Mario RPG. The Prince Peasley Spirit is represented by Marth, both royalty and using swords. His melee attack is increased while you battle on 3D Land, and This Is Minion Turf is playing. The Fawful Spirit has Iggy Koopa and Rob fighting on Prism Tower. Iggy Koopa hovers a bit off the ground, much like Fawful, and the Rob represents his constant use of technology to battle with and with his schemes. Iggy will also start with a rocket belt. The grand finale plays in the background. The Princess Shroob Spirit is represented with Peach at Peach's Castle. As the stamina battle goes on, Peach will grow giant and her attack power will go up, representing the Elder Princess Shroob at the end of Mario and Luigi Partners in Time. Being the final enemies in that game, I say the grand finale is appropriate for this spirit battle. The Starlo Spirit is represented by Pac-Man, round and yellow perfect, with Mario and Luigi as its allies, as Starlo was their companion starting in Bowser's Inside Story. Their sizes fluctuate during the battle, representing how they would change size to go inside and out of Bowser's stomach and what have you. You battle it out in Brinstar, a dark, derelict place much like Inside Bowser, and Tough Guy Alert plays. The Brochure Monsieur Spirit is represented by Pac-Man, both being yellow, and yes, I probably mispronounced that. It shields often, is more powerful, and has its defense up over time. You battle it out on Mario Bros. Stage with Tough Guy Alert playing. The Dreambird Spirit is represented by Luigi, who is a guide to the Dream World and Pillow Portal and Mario and Luigi Dream Team. You battle it out on Magic Camp, looking very dreamlike and serene, with slumber floors. Try Again plays during the battle. The Phantasma Spirit is represented by Robin. You fight it out on Peach's Castle. The slumber floor is activated as Phantasma and Mario and Luigi Dream Team. Food items will appear a lot, and when Robin eats them, Robin becomes more powerful. Much like in the fight against Phantasm, he will summon these little bat-like things and eat them to grow in power. The grand finale is a fitting theme to battle it out to. The Sidestepper Spirit has you battling 12 Mr. Game & Watches as they scuttle around the Mario Bros. Stage. Their speed is increased as well as damaging as they dash, much like how you are hurt when Sidesteppers run into you. The original Mario Bros. Music plays. The Freezy Spirit has you battling the Captains of Cold, the Ice Climbers. Man, that sounded forced. Anyways, the Freezy items appear commonly, and the Ice Climbers start the battle with it in the Mario Bros. Stage, where the item first appeared many years ago. The music is, of course, Mario Bros. The Eggplant Man is represented by a team of 6 Warios on the Wrecking Crew stage. The Eggplant Man originated from the Wrecking Crew series and was part of a minigame in WarioWare Twisted. The Golden Hammer, also originating from the Wrecking Crew, are common as the Wrecking Crew medley plays. The Virus Spirit is represented by 3 Kirbys, each the color of the 3 viruses from Dr. Mario, on the Mario Bros. Stage with Fever, music from Dr. Mario, playing. The Flies and Hand Spirit is represented by a giant Donkey Kong who uses his hands for battle, and 4 dark pits to represent the flies in the living room stage. Your goal is to survive until time runs out as the Flies and Hands assist trophy spawns to make life much more difficult while the Mario Paint music plays, the game that the Flies and Hands originated from. The Wanda Spirit is represented by a tiny Palutena along with Yoshi, Peach, and Mario. Wanda originates from a Japanese-only Super Famicom game, Mario & Wario, where Mario, Peach, and Yoshi have buckets and other objects stuck to their head from Wario, and Wanda must safely navigate them around with the SNES mouse. To win, you must defeat the tiny Palutena, a close look to a fairy, on green greens with the Mario Paint medley playing. The Kid Spirit is represented by 4 Marios. Kid is a golfer who originated from the Mario Golf series. You battle it out on Golden Plains, looking somewhat like a golf course, with the Beast Ball item being common. High winds plague the battlefield as World Tour on Mario Sports Song is playing. The Poltergust 5000 Spirit has you battling 4 Luigis on Luigi's Mansion, as they favor their new grab move, which includes the Poltergust. Their throws have increased power, and the Luigi Mansion series medley is playing. The Polterpup is represented by Duck Hunt on Luigi's Mansion, his home game. Much like in the Dark Moon game, Duck Hunt will be invisible to help him hide from you. On the Hunt, Gloomy Manor is playing, a song from Dark Moon, the game Polterpup made his debut. The Perry Spirit is represented by its companion from Super Princess Peach, Peach. On the Golden Plains stage, Peach will favor her up special, Peach Parasol, to represent Perry. This up special has more power even, and Peach will float down towards the stage even slower. The ground theme from Super Mario Bros. And Melee plays. The Waluigi from Super Mario Strikers Spirit is represented by Luigi on Woohoo Island in the arena area to represent the soccer arena in Strikers. Soccer balls flood the area as Country Field Away Team plays, a Mario Sports music track. The Petey Piranha from Super Mario Striker Spirit is represented by a giant Ivysaur to represent the giant plant. Keep in mind this was in place before Piranha Plant was in the game. Ivysaur is a good choice here. Again, you're on Woohoo Island with soccer balls being commonplace and the country field away team playing. The Mick Ballyhoo and Big Top, okay, who named him, Spirit is represented with a battle on Figure 8 circuit and Mario, Peach, Luigi, and Yoshi, representing a 4-player Mario Party game, as Mick Ballyhoo came from Mario Party 8. A tidal wave of items will appear during the battle as Pandemonium plays, a Mario Party music track. The Rabid Peach Spirit is represented by a peach and a bunny hood. You fight it out on 3D lands, so you're always moving like in Mario and Rabbids Kingdom Battle. To add more to the likeness of Kingdom Battle, Peach starts off with a Super Scope, avoids conflict, and heals in this time battle. The arcade bunny theme plays. The Rabid Mario Spirit has you battling Mario in a bunny hood as he starts the battle with a ray gun, much like how he uses weapons in Kingdom Battle. Again, in 3D land to make you feel like you have to keep moving, and the arcade bunny theme plays because bunnies are close to rabbits. The Rabid Kong Spirit is represented by Donkey Kong with, you guessed it, a bunny hood, and you guessed it, on 3D land, and you guessed it, the arcade bunny theme playing. We can see the pattern. Rabid Kong gets up close and personal in the game, so Donkey Kong punches have increased power. The Mario from Mario Tennis Aces Spirit has you battling Mario and Peach in what is meant to feel like a doubles event on Woohoo Island's stadium portion. They favor smash attacks with the Color TV Game 15 is summoned, representing tennis even further. This chaotic battle is accompanied by the stadium theme from Mario Tennis Aces. The Luigi from Mario Tennis Aces Spirit is represented by Luigi and Daisy in Pokemon Stadium 2, representing a tennis stadium. They favor smash attacks while the stadium theme from Mario Tennis Aces plays. The Dice Block Spirit is represented by Mario and Peach on Peach's Castle. Much like how the Dice Block provides items, the tidal wave of items will appear during the battle as Pandemonium plays. The River Survival Spirit is represented by the characters from the picture, Bowser, Rosalina, Yoshi, and Kirby as Goomba. You fight it out on Congo Falls to represent the River Adventure, and a Bob-omb Festival will start randomly to represent the random minigames you encounter during your water trip. The slide music plays to add to the chaos and fun. The Gold Dash Mushroom Spirit is represented by a Golden Mii Fighter. This Mii Fighter also has increased attack and a speed. The speed represents the constant boost you get with the Golden Dash Mushroom. The Mario Circuit theme from Mario Kart 8 plays. The Peachette Spirit is represented by Peach, Mario, Luigi, and a Mii Brawler to look like Toad, the 4 playable characters from New Super Mario Bros. U Deluxe, well, 4 of the 5. Nabbit is a stage hazard in this stage of Mushroom Kingdom U, so that counts. This time battle has low gravity to give Peach the floaty feel that Peachette has, and all fighters are easier to launch. The ground theme from New Super Mario Bros. U plays. The Peach, Paper Mario the Origami King Spirit, is represented by Peach while on Peach's Castle 64. Peach was used because, if you don't understand why, I might just give up. Peach's Castle represents her castle and the Origami King. The hammer item will commonly spawn, a nod to the fact that Mario uses hammer as one of his main attacks. The Chain Chomp Assist Trophy will also spawn. I believe it is meant to represent the Paper Macho Chain Chomp that hunts you down relentlessly while on the Shangri Spa. The Paper Mario medley appropriately plays. The Olivia Spirit is represented by Pikachu, as its ears and yellow fur gives it the feel of looking like Olivia, Paper Mario's partner during their journey to defeat her brother King Ollie. A Mario and Tiny Bowser will also appear in the battle, a nod to Paper Mario himself and Paper Bowser. Paper Bowser is tiny at the start of the battle because he is folded at the start of the game and can do little more but hobble around to his feet till he is freed. Pikachu will favor aerial attacks, nodding to Olivia's floating ability. Its attacks and defense will increase over time as it takes more damage, possibly a nod to as you progress in Origami King, Mario does grow in power through hearts and such. Bob-ombs will appear in the battle commonly, nodding to Bobby the Bob-omb, your first partner you meet in the game. Paper Mario Color Splash's battle theme plays as you fight it out. The King Ollie Spirit is represented by Toon Link, donning his purple garb for the Royal Folded Fiend, and a giant metal Pac-Man representing the Fang Fastener the Stapler, the boss you fight right before the final bout with Ollie. Pac-Man will favor his dash attacks, a nod to the Stapler acting like a guard dog name. I know it kind of feels like I made that sentence up, but I really didn't. In fact, all the Legion of Stationery has wacky yet stereotypical personalities. Toon Link will favor his aerial attacks, much like Pikachu does, because King Ollie floats around. You fight out on Peach's Castle, a nod to King Ollie not only taking it over at the start of the game, but later transforming it into his own origami castle. Attack and Run, a track from Mario & Luigi Paper Jam, which was used during Papercraft battles, so it works pretty well.
The Fury Bowser spirit is represented by a giant metal Bowser. Fury Bowser is from Bowser's Fury, where he is a giant black and very imposing creature. Bowser will gain sudden final smashes into Giga Bowser to further showcase the moments when Fury Bowser looms over Lake Flapcat. Additionally, Bowser will be Curryfield to showcase Fury Bowser's firepower, literally. You fight it out on Find Me to act like the dark stormy aura that Lake Flapcat gets when Fury Bowser comes out. King Bowser from Super Mario Bros. 3 plays. The Giga Cat Mario Spirit is represented by a giant Mii Brawler in a cat suit as well, alongside a Bowser Jr., who Mario teams up with in Bowser's Fury. In the game, Mario can grab the Giga Bell to grow in size and battle Fury Bowser in a full kaiju battle. Again, you fight it out on Find Me for the aforementioned reasons. The Great Tower Showdown 2 plays, the final boss music from Super Mario 3D World, which the Switch port has Bowser's Fury with it. So it's a perfect option. The Kitten Spirit is represented by a team of 5 Kirbys, all representing the different colors of the kittens in the game. They also have the Super Leaf active for them to get them little cute tails. You fight it out on Delfina Plaza to represent Lake Flapcat when it's a bit more peaceful and a giant looming kaiju battle isn't happening. Ball type items will commonly spot and onto the kittens being easily distracted by baseballs in the game. The main theme remix from Super Mario 64 plays, another 3D Mario title. The Mario Golf Super Rush Spirit is represented by, shockingly enough, Mario. Although the giant Mario 2 Spirit's back wasn't, so maybe not as shocking. Anywho, you battle it out on Yoshi's Island from Melee to represent the stage in Super Rush Bonnie Greens. Mario will gain temporary invincibility, a nod to Mario's special shot in the game, Superstar Strike. Ball type items commonly spawn as well to be golf balls. Mario will start with an ore club to be a golf club. I haven't played a Mario Golf game since the N64 version, so if that's an option, maybe I need to try it out. World Tour plays, a song from Mario Golf World Tour for the 3DS. The Luigi Mario Golf Super Rush Spirit is represented by 10 Luigis. You battle it out on Woohoo Island, most likely to represent the golf course in Super Rush Ridge Rock Lake, which is a mountainous terrain course. The Luigis will have increased speed, a nod to his special dash, a technique in Super Rush, which gives the golfers a small burst of speed. Luigi will also get a fire bar to act like a golf club, and ball type items will spawn as well. The Mario Tennis Mario Golf theme plays. The Peach Mario Golf Super Rush Spirit is represented by Peach and Daisy, both playable in Super Rush. Both will favor their side smash attacks, which the duo can utilize different items, including golf clubs. The stage will have heavy winds, a nod to the wind being a hazard in golf. I guess. I honestly don't really play. And I've barely touched even a Mario Golf game, so yeah. But Mario Golf has wind hazards, so there you are. Additionally, Mario Kart items will commonly spawn, a nod to the battle mode in Super Rush, which uses similar type items to make golf more crazy. You battle it out on Delfina Plaza as title-themed Wii Sports Resort plays. The Peach and Stella Spirit is represented by Peach and a tiny yellow Kirby as Stella, Peach's companion in Princess Peach Showtime. You fight it out on Luigi's Mansion, meant to be the Sparkle Theater as it is taken over by the Sour Bunch. The Lin, the Chef Kowalski, and Akira Yuki assist trophies will summon to be a nod to the different transformations in Princess Peach Showtime. Peach will favor her up special, Peach Parasol, to act like Peach twirling sparkle ability from Showtime. You battle it out to Fossil Falls because Odyssey and Showtime are both on the Switch. The Elephant Mario is represented by a Giant Mario. Mario will have super armor but move slower, a nod to the elephant power-up from Super Mario Bros. Wonder. You battle it out on the Fountain of Dreams, which is meant to represent the first level, Welcome to the Flower Kingdom. The Mario will also favor his down special Flood, a nod to the elephant power-up utilized in its trunk in a similar fashion. Ricco Harbor plays, a track from Super Mario Sunshine, which is where Flood comes from, so it works perfectly. The Sword Fighter Peach is represented by Lucina. Lucina is a sword fighter herself, making this a perfect match. You battle it out on Hyrule Castle to represent the first stage in Princess Peach Showtime, the Castle of Thorns. This stamina battle is a nod to the health system in the game, and shockingly enough, sword-type items will commonly spawn. Kingdom Stadium Night plays, a track from a Mario Sports title. Fencing is a sport, so we'll go with that. The Wonder Flower and Talking Flower Spirit is represented by a tiny blue Kirby to be the Wonder Flower, and 20 tiny yellow Kirbys to be the mini Talking Flower scattered throughout the Super Mario Bros. Wonder. You battle it out on Mushroom Kingdom U, another 2D Mario game. The Skull Kid Assist Trophy will spawn to cause chaos onto the battle, much like how the Wonder Flower causes unknown chaos into the stages. Pandemonium Plays, a chaotic track from Mario Party 9, which fits well when a Wonder Flower is activated.
The Donkey Kong and Lady Spirit is represented by DK and an ally Peach on 77M, where the spirit originated from. It is a time stamina battle where DK has super armor, and if Peach loses, you lose, representing your failure to save her in the original Donkey Kong arcade game. The Donkey Kong Jr. medley plays during the fight. The Donkey Kong Jr. Spirit is represented by a tiny Donkey Kong as Donkey Kong Jr. and a giant Donkey Kong as the original Donkey Kong. You battle it out on Congo Falls, and you win if the tiny Donkey Kong is taken out. Their throws have increased power though. The Donkey Kong Jr. medley plays during this battle. The Stanley Spirit is represented by Villager. Stanley was the protagonist from Donkey Kong 3, and like Stanley, the Villager has a gust blower as the weapon, as Stanley has a bug spray gun. You battle it out on 77M with the Donkey Kong Jr. medley playing. The Cranky Kong Spirit is represented by Donkey Kong by battling out on Jungle Japes. Slumber 4 is activated, nodding to how Donkey Kong would slip into a nap while listening to Cranky. The opening to Donkey Kong Country plays. The Funky Spirit is represented by Captain Falcon, with DK and Diddy as his allies. On Captain Falcon works due to Funky and he wearing glasses, or, well, helmet for Falcon in this case. Bullet bills litter the battlefield to emulate funky flights while Funky Fugue is playing. Fugue? I think that's how you pronounce it. The Candy Kong Spirit is represented by Bayonetta because... obvious reasons. You battle it out on Congo Falls while banana peels appear, and Bayonetta has a banana gun to start. Her speed has also been upped while Mangrove Cove plays. The Swanky Kong Spirit is represented by Donkey Kong on Beast Balls Appear as a nod to Swanky's Sideshow in Donkey Kong Country 3, a minigame where you would do a break the target competition with Cranky. Funky's Funge plays. I'm not going to pronounce that right at all, am I? The Wrinkly Kong Spirit, literally, is represented by an invisible Donkey Kong on Luigi's Mansion, a nod to how Wrinkly passed away between the events of Donkey Kong Country 3 and Donkey Kong 64. The gravity is messed up to make it feel like DK is floating like a ghost. The Map Page bonus level track plays. The Dixie Kong Spirit is represented with Isabelle and a Diddy, nodding to the pair's adventure in Donkey Kong Country 2. You battle it out on Jungle Japes with banana pails everywhere. The Lanky Kong Spirit is represented by 6 Diddy Kongs and banana items en masse. The battle takes place on Congo Falls while the Butcher DK Rap plays. A nod because the DK Rap and Lanky Kong both premiered on Donkey Kong 64. The Tiny Kong Spirit has a tiny Diddy Kong for you to battle on Jungle Japes. It's timed with heavy winds and lower gravity to help showcase some of Tiny's abilities from Donkey Kong 64. The unlistenable version of the DK Rap plays in the background. The Chunky Kong Spirit is represented by Donkey Kong on Jungle Japes. Your punches and elbow strikes are increased, showcasing Chunky's raw strength from the game. In the version of the DK Rap, I have obvious hatred towards plays in the background. The Rambi Spirit is represented by Donkey Kong on Congo Falls. As DK dashes, he will hit you and do damage, mirroring Rambi's ability to run through enemies in the Donkey Kong games. You battle it out with the jungle level music from Brawl. The On Guard Spirit has you facing down Corinne, who uses dash attacks that he favors, which is meant to represent the end of the Swordfish itself. You battle it out on Great Bay, and your ability to swim is decreased significantly. You will also get damaged by Corinne's dash as well. The Ice Cave chant plays as you parry during the battles. The Squawk Spirit is represented by Duck Hunt in the Great Cave Offensive. The Great Cave is much like the mining levels in Donkey Kong Country 2, where Squawks appears. The battlefield is fogged up, also nodding to Squawk's appearance in the first Donkey Kong Country game in the level Torchlight Trouble, where he guided your way in the dark with a lamp. The timed battle has Ice Cave chant playing. The Espresso Spirit has you fighting Falco, a fellow bird on Green Hill Zone, a nod to Espresso's speed. The stage is slippery, as was Espresso's controls a bit, and Falco will favor his up special and descend slowly as Espresso used to do with flapping his wings in Donkey Kong Country. The Map Page bonus level music plays. The Winky Spirit is represented by fellow frog Greninja. You battle it out on Mushroom Kingdom U, as his jumps are higher like Winky's, and if Greninja falls on you, you take damage. A nod to how Winky would hop on his enemies. The Hop music from Jungle Level and Brawl plays. The Squitter Spirit is represented by Diddy as he debuted in Diddy's first headline game in Diddy's Conquest. You battle it out on Jungle Japes with your speed reduced. Ice Cave Chant plays in the background. The Radley Spirit is represented by Yoshi on Congo Jungle. Yoshi will love to jump as Radley does constantly, and his jumping is increased. The Snaky Chanty is appropriately playing. The Ellie Spirit is represented by 4 Squirtles. The Squirtles favor their neutral special Water Gun, which Ellie uses a similar ability in Donkey Kong Country 3. You battle it out on Jungle Japes as Snaky Chanty plays. The Professor Chop Spirit is being represented by Donkey Kong on Congo Falls. DK is immune to any sort of disabling items, and banana peels are littering the field. Jungle Hijinks is playing during the battle. The Critter Spirit is represented by fellow Kremling King K. Rool. King K. Rool's defense is up, and like the critter from Bongo Blast as pictured, has a rocket belt to represent the racing game. The jungle level music playing. The Zinger Spirit is represented by a Pikachu in the Great Cave Offensive. The Great Cave could represent the caves and caverns you explore where Zingers occupy in the Donkey Kong Country games. The arena item appears to represent the stinging action of the Zingers, and the ability to throw items are increased. You battle it out on Stickerbush Symphony, a nod to the Bramble levels where Zingers also tend to live. The Claptrap Spirit is represented by a tiny King K. Rool and the Claptrap Assist Trophy being summoned at the start of the battle. You battle it out on Congo Jungle while Crocodile Cacophony plays. The Captain K. Rool Spirit is represented by King K. Rool, as Captain is one of his many cosplays. You battle it out on the Halberd, which represents Captain K. Rool's flying ship from Donkey Kong Country 2, the Flying Croc. He favors his neutral special, the Blunderbuss, a move Captain uses in the final battle in the game. This stamina battle has Crocodile Cacophony playing. The Tiki Tech Tribe is represented by a team of 4 Diddy Kongs, potentially nodding to each Diddy representing a member of that tribe. This is a no-frills battle on Congo Falls as Jungle Hijinks plays. The Lord Frederick Spirit is represented by fellow Donkey Kong antagonist King K. Rool. The ice floors on the summit work well to represent the final battle with the Snow-Mad leader. Swinger Flinger is playing. The Kip Spirit is represented by 4 Yoshis with rocket belts, a nod to Bongo Blast, the game where Kip made his first appearance. You battle it out on Yoshi's Story as Boss 2 DK Jungle Climbers is playing. The Calypso Spirit is represented by 4 Windy Koopas with rocket belts, a nod to Bongo Blast, the game where Calypso first and only appeared if I'm not mistaken. Her speed is also increased, possibly a nod to her stats in Bongo Blast, where she has top boost and great speed. You battle it out on Congo Falls with Boss 2 DK Jungle Climber playing. The Karate Kong Spirit is represented by Ryu on Congo Falls. You have limited jump abilities, and Ryu's up attack is increased, and it is a stamina battle. The Battle for Storm Hill plays, a song from Donkey Kong Jungle Beat, where Karate Kong made his first and only appearance. The Ninja Kong Spirit is represented by fellow Kong Donkey on the Distant Planet stage, a nod to the battle with Ninja Kong in Jungle Beat as you battle him on top of a mountain while it's raining on the Durain Kingdom. DK's knees and kicks are upped in power, and the Battle of Storm Hill plays. The Link from the first Legend of Zelda Spirit is represented by young Link on the Find Me stage, which could be a reference to the promotional art for the game with Link linking over a red sky, sunrise, or set over the mountains. Looks pretty similar. His attack power is up and the final smash meter will go up quicker. Young Link has a red tunic, which could also be a reference to the red ring in game that changes Link's tunic color. The overworld theme from The Legend of Zelda plays. The Octorok Spirit is represented by 4 Diddy Kongs who favor their neutral special, Peanut Pop Gun, which represents the rocks the Octorok shoots, and the attacks have up damage. You battle it out on Great Bay while Termina Field plays. The Moblin Spirit is represented by King Dedede and Skyloft. Dedede's speed is slower, as Moblins do move slow, and Dedede will favor his down special Jet Hammer, which could be a reference to the Moblins' weapons. The overworld of the Legend of Zelda theme plays. The Tectite Spirit is represented by Ivysaur, who loves to jump, as the Tectite's signature move is to jump up and down as it tries to get Link. You battle it out on Hyrule Castle while the overworld theme to The Legend of Zelda plays. The Like Spirit is represented by Yoshi on Great Bay, as likes, well, like to be in water temples a lot. The floor is sticky to hold you down, you take sudden damage, and Yoshi loves to grab and throw you, which all harken to how likes will grab Link, hurt him, and toss him aside. The overworld and underworld theme plays. The Dark Knight spirit is represented with fellow swordsman Link on Bridge of Eldin, as the Spirit Art and Bridge of Eldin are both from Twilight Princess. His melee damage is up, and as he takes damage, his speed and stats will go up. Much like how you take out the Dark Knight's armor, his speed will increase. The main theme from Twilight Princess plays during the battle. The Fairy Bottle Spirit is represented by young Link at the Fountain of Dreams, which resembles a fairy fountain from the Zelda games. Its defense is up, and you will also take sudden damage. Ciria's song plays during the fight. The Aghanim Spirit is represented by two Robins, a nod to how he will split off into two shadow versions of himself in his second battle. He has a reflect ability as well, making him immune to projectiles, much like how he was immune to your sword in A Link to the Past. Robin will favor his magic attacks, as Aghanim's main form of attacking is magic, as you battle it out on Temple, and the Dark World theme from Brawl plays. The Kuko Spirit is represented by 5 tiny falcons that favor aerial attacks, as they were meant to simulate when you strike a Kuko too many times in the Zelda game, a horde of them comes flying in to attack you. You battle it on Skyloft with the Kuko item being common to add to the chaos. The Marin Spirit is represented by Zelda as Marin and Link by her side. You battle it out on Tortimer Island, which is a reference to Koholint Island. The floor is a slumber floor, referencing how Link's awakening was just a dream. Or was it? You battle it out to Tall Tall Heights, music from the same game. The Windfish Spirit is represented by a giant Jigglypuff, as she can go to sleep and the Windfish is in constant slumber throughout most of Link's awakening. The floor itself is a slumber-inducing on the temple stage. Tall Tall Heights plays, the area where the egg of the Windfish resides. The Young Zelda Spirit is represented by a tiny Zelda and a young Link by her side. You battle it out on Hyrule Castle, where the two first met, and young Link defends the princess while the Ocarina of Time medley plays. The Saria Spirit is represented by Isabelle with a young Link companion. You are in a fog-induced Garden of Hope, meant to represent the Lost Woods. Their final smash meters fill up quicker as you battle it out to Saria's theme. The Impa Spirit is represented by fellow Sheik and Sheik. You battle it out on Temple with her having increased defense and starting with a Deku Nut. The flash of the Deku Nut makes it similar how Impa will strike something into the ground, a flash will appear, and she ninja vanishes basically. Gerudo Valley plays while you fight. The Kaepora Gaebora Spirit is represented by young Link. Much like how the owl will move its neck around and even upside down, the screen will flip around side to side. You battle it out on Distant Planet, potentially meant to represent Hyrule Field, as the Ocarina of Time medley plays. The Malon Spirit is represented by Zelda on Smashville. Smashville seems to have been chosen as Malon lives and works on a farm, and well, nearly everyone is an animal in Smashville. The Kuko item is more common, a reference to the minigame you play with Talon, Malon's father. Also, item tidal waves will happen, all being milk items, a nod to Lon Lon Milk. The Ocarina of Time medley plays. The Goron Spirit is represented by Donkey Kong, as Gorons love to roll, and DK does as well. The Bob-omb items appear in reference to the Goron special crop, the Bomb Flower in Ocarina of Time. You fight it out on Great Cave Offensive, a reference to Gorons mostly living in mountains, and DK will favor his dash attack, his roll, much like Gorons love to roll. Hidden Mountain and Forest plays. The Darunia Spirit is represented by Donkey Kong as Darunia, and 8 Jigglypuffs that will constantly use rollout like Gorons do. Donkey Kong gets a hammer at the start of battle, nodding to the Megaton hammer found in the Fire Temple, and what Darunia wields as his weapon in Hyrule Warriors. The floor is lava, as to Goron's heat's pretty much nothing. Hidden Mountain and Forest plays. The Zora Spirit is represented by Greninja in Great Bay, the area in Majora's Mask where the Zoras live. Greninja will favor his neutral special, the Water Shuriken. The Ocarina of Time medley plays during the fight. The Great Fairy Spirit is represented by Giant Zelda in the Fountain of Dreams, which represents the Fairy Fountain. Zelda's specials are up, she heals as time goes on, and add to the intimidation, her final smash meter will fill quicker. The Ocarina of Time medley plays. The Kome and Kotaki Spirit is represented by 2 Bayonettas, a reference to when the 2 witches do the fusion dance and become Twin Rova. One starts with a Freezy, and the other starts with a Fire Flower, referencing that the 2 sisters wield those powers individually. You battle it out in Gerudo Valley, where they are stage hazards, as the theme for the area also plays. The Redead Spirit is represented by 4 Mewtwo's. Mewtwo's will favor their down special Disable, which dazes the opponents temporarily, much like the stare of the Redeads do to Link. You battle it out on Hyrule Castle, as it is the first place you run into them in Ocarina of Time once you become Adult Link, and the Song of Storms is playing. The Skull Kid spirit is represented by Mii Brawler in the Skull Kid with Majora's Mask outfit, and 2 Meta Knights that represents the Skull Kid's 2 fairy friends, Tatali and Tal. I don't think that's how you pronounce their names, but you know who I'm talking about. You must defeat the main fighter to win while it is foggy on Distant Planet, a nod to Link's first encounter with the trio in the opening of Majora's Mask. The Skull Kid with Majora's Mask assist trophy spawns to add more chaos to the battle as Saria's Song Middle Boss Battle is playing. The Deku Link spirit is represented by Diddy, who will favor his neutral special, the Peanut Pop Gun, which represents stones and bubbles that Dekus shoot out of their mouth. He'll start with a lipstick to add to the flower aesthetic as well. While fighting on Distant Planet, Saria's Songs plays. The Fierce Deity Link spirit is represented by Link on Great Bay, as the stage represents Majora's Mask, the only game in the main series where Fierce Deity has been in. To showcase the overwhelming one-sided power of this version of Link, your defense is down, you're easier to launch, and Link's attack is upped. The Calamity Ganon battle second form music plays. The Tingle spirit is represented by 3 villagers and a young Link. The villagers will love the taunt, much like the reincarnated fairy does. Villagers also move uncontrollably, much like how Tingle will dash away after talking to Link in Majora's Mask. You fight it out on Great Bay, where Tingle is part of the stage. Termina Field plays during the fight. The Happy Mask Salesman spirit is represented by young Link while on Umbra Clock Tower, a reference to how the Happy Mask Salesman can be found in the Clock Tower in the middle of Clock Town in Majora's Mask. And it's a timed battle. Get it? A little on the nose, but it works. His speed and jump is also boosted while the Song of Storms plays. The Kaffy spirit is represented by young Link and Skyloft, meant to represent Clocktown. Young Link has a bunny hood in this time battle as Kaffy avoids conflict as you need to do many tasks in Majora's Mask to complete the side quest based around him. Termina Field plays during the fight. The Postman spirit is represented by He-Fit Trainer on Temple. This is a timed stamina battle where the He-Fit Trainer is constantly running, as the Postman in the Zelda games do, and he will avoid the battle. Termina Field is playing as you chase down the Postman. The Den spirit is represented by 2 Zeldas who will favor their side special, Den's Fire. You battle it out on the Bridge of Eldin with a lava floor, all while the Ballad of the Goddesses, as Den is the goddess in the series, is playing. The Nehru spirit is represented by 2 Zeldas who will favor their neutral special, Nehru's Love. You battle it out on the Bridge of Eldin, while the Zeldas get invincibility from time to time, a nod to Nehru's Love, which is the shield. The Ballad of the Goddesses play while you do battle. The Ricky spirit is represented by Little Mac, as Ricky uses a pair of boxing gloves as his main form of attack. Little Mac will love to jump during the battle, as does the Kangaroo Ricky. You fight it out on the Bridge of Eldin while Telltale Heights plays. The Dimitri spirit is represented by a Yoshi and a young Link helper. Yoshi will favor his neutral special, Egglay, as Dimitri's main form of attacking is biting and eating enemies. You fight it out on Great Bay, a nod to how Dimitri is a Dodongo that loves water, while Telltale Heights is playing. The Moosh spirit is represented by Bowser, who favors his down special, the Bowser Bomb, as it acts like Moosh's main attack, a ground pound, while hovering. You battle it out on the Garden of Hope, while Telltale Heights plays. Ganondorf from Twilight Princess spirit is represented by Ganondorf on Hyrule Castle, as in Twilight Princess, Ganondorf takes it over and where you face him in the first form of the final conflict. It is a stamina battle where as the battle goes on, his power increases, a nod to his possession of the Triforce of Power. The Calamity Ganon battle second form battle music plays. The Midna spirit is represented by Bayonetta, as both use their hair in offensive ways. Transforming items are common, as Midna herself is transformed, can transform, and does in Twilight Princess. Her assist trophy will also spawn at the start of the battle on Bridge of Eldin, while Midna's laminate plays. The Zant spirit is represented by Robin on the Bridge of Eldin. Robin will grow at times, referencing Zant's ability to grow in battle. The Abra Pokemon will come out of Pokeballs and teleport you around, referencing your final conflict with the Mad Usurper as you would teleport around in the battle, while the main theme of Twilight Princess is playing. The Agatha spirit is represented by Peach and Bayonetta. Peach because of her Parasol, and Bayonetta because I seriously don't have a clue. The gothic way they both dress? ? If you know, please let me know in the comments below. I honestly couldn't figure it out through researching. Anyways, you battle it out on Congo Falls while the Beehive item is common, as Agatha is the self-proclaimed princess of the insects. The Hidden Village plays during the fight. The King Bulbin and Lord Bolo spirit is represented by Wario, who favors his dash attack as King Bulbin dashes around Hyrule Field on Lord Bolo. You battle it out on the Bridge of Eldin, in which they appear as a stage hazard, all while the main theme, The Twilight Princess, plays. The Fi spirit is represented by Link and Skyloft. Being a sword, Link's attacks are buffed and the final smash meter fills quicker. Link is chosen because Fi is his sword in Skyward Sword. You fight it out to Ballad of the Goddesses. The Girahim spirit is represented by Corrin, potentially due to the sword and clothes look somewhat similar. You fight it out in Skyloft as Corrin's speed and attack are buffed and the Girahim assist trophy spawns. The Ballad of the Goddesses play while you fight. The Imprisoned spirit is represented by a giant King K. Rool that doesn't move. It has super armor and Girahim assist trophy will spawn as Girahim wants to release Demise from the Imprisoned. This is a timed stamina battle, but like in Skyward Sword, Link must stop the Imprisoned from getting to the Sealed Temple, and the Imprisoned is always moving if left alone, so the clock is ticking. The Ballad of the Goddesses is playing while you're on Gerudo Valley. The Loftwing spirit has you fighting a giant Falco on Skyloft with heavy winds. The Battle of the Goddesses plays as you battle it out of the town the Loftwings call home with their human companions. The Groose spirit is represented by Wario while fighting on Skyloft. He starts with a bomber and thrown items do more damage, a nod to Groose's catapult-like invention, the Groosinator. He also loves to jump, a nod to Groose jumping off of Skyloft to follow Link, with no plan other than following him to the ground. People like Groose. I am not a big fan of him. Anyways, the Ballad of the Goddesses play. The Wall Merge Link is represented by Mr. Game & Watch, nodding to how flat Wall Merge Link is. Once Mr. Game & Watch is defeated, a Link will take his place, a nod from going from 2D to 3D. You battle it out on Flat Zone X while the Low Rule theme plays. The Ravio spirit is represented by Young Link, a nod to how Ravio is actually the Link of Low Rule. He has a bunny hood on, likes to grab items as Ravio is a merchant, and favors his neutral special, Fire Arrows. You fight it out on Skyloft as the Hyrule main theme is playing. The Hilda spirit is represented by Zelda and a Young Link meant to represent Ravio. You fight it out on Temple, a nod to the end of A Link Between Worlds where Hilda and Ravio get the revived Triforce of Lorule as the Nightmare Assist trophy spawns, since Lorule is meant to be a dark mirror of Hyrule. This all happens while the Lorule theme plays. The Yuga spirit is represented by Inkling, and when defeated, a giant Inkling will appear, referring to the final battle in A Link Between Worlds where you fight Yuga and Yuga summons Ganon, but they merge, becomes Yuga Ganon. It's not as complicated as that sounds, trust me. The Inklings will favor their side special Splat Roller, as Yuga uses the paintbrush as a weapon. You battle it out on the Kalos Pokemon League, which looks a little bit like the location of the final conflict with Yuga, and the Yuga battle theme is playing. The Zelda from the Breath of the Wild spirit is represented by Zelda with 5 helpers. Link, Falco as Rivali, Inkling as Mipha, Donkey Kong as Daruk, and Zero Suit Samus as Urbosa. This is a reference to how the champions wanted to help and protect Zelda and Hyrule. You battle it out in this all-out stamina battle on the Great Plateau as the main theme from Breath of the Wild is playing. The Mipha spirit is represented by an Inkling on Great Bay, the home of the Zoras in Majora's Mask, as Mipha is a Zora herself. The Inklings will heal, a nod to Mipha's grace, which would heal you if you lost your last heart in Breath of the Wild. The main theme to Breath of the Wild plays. The Daruk spirit is represented by Donkey Kong on Find Me, as it has similarities to Death Mountain a bit. The battle is a stamina one, with Lava Floor nodding to the Goron's immunity to heat, and his shield is extra durable, a nod to Daruk's protection. The Switch presentation theme from Breath of the Wild plays. The Rivali spirit is represented by Falco on Skyloft. Flying over Skyloft is meant to represent how the divine beast that Rivali commands, Von Meadow, would fly over the Rito village. This stamina battle has heavy winds and nod to Rivali's Gale, as Cass's theme plays. The Urbosa spirit is represented by Zero Suit Samus, who wields a killing edge at the start of the battle, which is meant to represent Urbosa's Scimitar of the Seven. This stamina battle takes place in Gerudo Valley, as she is part of the Gerudo tribe. The Lightning Bolt item appears and the floor is electrified, a nod to Urbosa's ability to summon lightning and Urbosa's fury. The main theme to Breath of the Wild plays. The Calamity Ganon spirit is represented by a giant Ganondorf with Zelda by your side as an ally. If Zelda dies, you lose. A nod to how there's somewhat of a tension that you have to go defeat Ganon in Breath of the Wild to save Zelda, who's holding them off, but because we've all put hundreds of hours into the game, there's really no ticking time clock, and that's okay. It's just plot. You will take summon damage while you battle it out in the Great Plateau while the Calamity Ganon second form theme plays. The Bokoblin Spirit is represented by 4 tiny King K rules who start out with Ore Clubs, a nod to the common weapon they have, the Boko Club. You battle it out in Gaur Plains, which is meant to represent Hyrule Field as Cass's theme plays. The Guardian Spirit is represented by a giant Rob on top of the Great Plateau Tower. This stamina battle gives Rob super armor, representing how it can be hard, early on, to topple the Guardians, and Rob will favor his neutral special Robo Beam, which is meant to represent the Guardian's I-Beam attack. The Switch presentation of Breath of the Wild is plain. The Tetra Spirit is represented by Toon Link in Tetra's own vessel of the pirate ship stage. Bullet bills appear often and Toon Link will go to them to use them. Heavy winds plague the stage as the Great Sea menu select music plays. The Aerial Spirit is represented by a female villager and a Toon Link to help her out. You're on Wuhu Island, which is meant to represent the siblings' home island in Wind Waker, Outset Island, and you fight specifically on the bridge portion, further nodding to when Ariel was kidnapped at the start of Wind Waker. Their attack power is boosted as the Great Sea menu select music plays. The Medley Spirit is represented by Isabelle and a Charizard as Valoo, as Medley is Valoo's attendant in Wind Waker. You battle it on a pirate ship as the two's jump powers increase, as they both have wings in the game to fly. The Dragon Roost Island music plays. The Valoo Spirit is represented by a giant Charizard on Wuhu Island, but just the top of the volcano portion, representing where Valoo normally stays on top of the mountain on Dragon Roost Island. The theme to the island plays during the fight. The Beetle Spirit is represented by a shirtless Shulk, as Beetle is also shirtless, and he has a Toon Link ally. You fight it out on Gaur Plains as the Beetle item is common to spawn. The theme the Dragon Roost Island plays. The Fishman Spirit is represented by fellow aquatic animal Squirtle. You fight it out on Pirate Ship as the left and right controls will reverse time to time, potentially representing how you can get lost in the Great Sea, and the Fishman can help you fill out your map. You also can't swim very well. The Great Sea menu music plays. The Vaati Spirit is represented by Ridley. High winds plague the battle as Ridley will start with an Ore Club as well. The high winds and the Ore Club is used because Vaati is known as the Wind Mage. You battle it out on Hyrule Castle as the Dark World from Brawl plays. The Ezlo Spirit is represented by Toon Link, as that was the style of Minish Cap, and Ezlo sat on top of Toon Link's head and acted as his guide. You battle it out on Distant Planet, perhaps since the Pikmin are small and could be considered the Minish, and Toon Link is giant, as to seem like you are a Minish yourself, maybe. The screen controls of left and right go back and forth, and you will grow giant and tiny during the battle, not to growing back and forth in the game as well. The village of the Blue Maiden is plain. The Linebeck Spirit is represented by Luigi and a Toon Link as his ally. The battle takes place on Wuhu Island, but only the cruiser part, to represent the SS Linebeck, his vessel from the Phantom Hourglass. You are unable to swim, and the Great Sea menu select music is playing. The Phantom Spirit is represented by Zelda, who possesses one in Spirit Tracks. You battle it out on the Spirit Tracks level while Zelda is invisible, a trait of the Ghost Zelda in the game, and she favors her down special Phantom Slash appropriately. Full steam ahead plays during the fight. The Alfonso and Engineer Link is represented by Captain Falcon and Toon Link. Their dash is up and they do damage if they dash, just like if you got hit by a train. You battle it out on Spirit Tracks and Full Steam Ahead is playing. The Byron Spirit is represented by Sheik, both being quick moving and constantly on top of their opponent. You battle it out on Spirit Tracks in a stamina battle as throws and punches do more damage. Full Steam Ahead plays as he is part of Spirit Tracks. The Totem Link Spirit is represented by 3 Toon Links in different tunic colors. You battle it out on Hyrule Castle as Zelda items appear and the trio prefers smash attacks. The main theme to Triforce Heroes is playing. The Madame Couture Spirit is represented by Rosalina and Luma with 3 Links as her allies to represent the 3 Links in Triforce Heroes. You are battling at Skyloft meant to represent Hytopia as the main theme for Triforce Heroes plays, the game where she made her one and only appearance. The Link Awakening Spirit is represented by Toon Link while on Tortimer Island. which is meant to represent Koholint Island from Link's Awakening. The Chain Chomp Assist Trophy will spawn over and over and over again, a nod to Chain Chomp being in the game, and is also in the new remake coming later this year, and is also one of the many cameos from different Nintendo franchises in this game. Tall Tall Heights Plays, a song originating from Link's Awakening. The Owl Spirit is represented by Falco while on Wuhu Island, again meant to represent Koholint Island from Link's Awakening. In particular, as it stays on the swaying bridge part of Wuhu, it could be representing a bridge on the mountains of this island. They look pretty similar. Falco will start the battle with a Pokeball that houses a Kyogre, which represents the Windfish. He will also fall slower as a nod to the owl flying around. Woodlands from Triforce Heroes Plays. The Diminutive Guardian Spirit is represented by... Okay, we gotta stop here. This is the spoiler line Smash Ultimate is drawing. I mean, yes, it is referred to as Diminutive Guardian, but it has a name, and it's not a spoiler name like Baby Ganondorf or something stupid like that. It's Terrako. It doesn't hold any relevance to the plot, the name at least. But you know, the trophies from Smash 4 and even the spirits from Ultimate will spoil big things in Xenoblade Chronicles. Okay, rant over. Anyway, the Diminutive Guardian is represented by a tiny Rob and then a giant Rob. The tiny one represents our little friend from Age of Calamity, as the giant Rob represents the Hairbringer Ganon, which ironically is the Terrako from the current timeline that was corrupted by Ganon's malice. A lot is going on in this game, including time travel, which always makes my head hurt. Anyways, them battling together represents the final mission in the game, the Future of Hyrule, where the little guy gets corrupted and unfortunately must battle it. You must defeat the tiny Rob to win the battle, while on Temple looking like the remnants of Hyrule a bit, so a perfect setting. Ballad of the Goddess Plays, a nod to Terrako being built by Zelda and played her melodies as a child. Also potentially could be a nod to the Gate of Time from Skyward Sword, the game the ballad comes from, as Terrako uses it to travel to the events of the game. Impa, Age of Calamity Spirit, is represented by fellow Sheik and Sheik, along with two other Sheiks that join the battle. This represents Impa's fighting style, which can summon projections of herself to fight alongside her, and the additional Sheiks are those projections. You battle it out on Guard Plains meant to represent Hyrule Fields in the Age of Calamity. But bombs will also commonly spawn as well. A nod to when Impa's special attack gauge is filled, she will use giant explosive barrels in one of the attacks to clear waves of enemies. Destiny Ablaze Plays, a track from Fire Emblem, because... I mean, the game does tackle the topic of Destiny a lot, and the track is energy filled and can work, but I'm not sure why a Zelda track wasn't used. The Master Koga Spirit is represented by King K. Rool. K. Rool is a great choice as they both have large guts, can be very boastful, and likes to let their underlings take care of their dirty work. Koga relies on Suga, a much more skilled member of the Yiga clan, and in fact, K. Rool will get a giant Mii sword fighter in the Yiga clan outfit to represent Suga, as he does tower over you. Banana type items will commonly spawn as well, nodding to both the Yiga clan's love of bananas, which again is very similar to K. Rool's obsession with DK's banana horde. K. Rool will favor his special attacks, which references Koga's aggressively using special attacks against you in the Age of Calamity. The battle takes place on Suzaku Castle, a nod to the aesthetic of the Yiga clan's hideout. You must defeat King K. Rool to win as Woodlands from the Triforce Heroes Plays. The Rauru Spirit is represented by a ton of fighters, actually. The Mewtwo fighter represents Rauru, and the Zelda represents Zelda, who was launched back in time to meet him. The Giant Rob represents Minyor, the Sage of Spirit, who is connected to a robot construct. Uppit, who is the Sage of Wind and will favor his move Palutena's Bow, an item favored by the Rito. A Charizard, who is the Sage of Fire and Fire-type Pokemon Sage, so yeah, that's an easy connection. Charizard will also favor his attack Flare Blitz, a move that launches Charizard forward to perform a powerful attack, a nod to the Goron Yunobo, who performs a very fiery dash attack like that. There's also an Inkling who represents the Zora Sage of Water. The female Robin represents the Gerudo Sage of Lightning and will favor her Thunder ability, a nod to Gerudo's ability to use lightning-type attacks. You fight them all on Temple, in its battlefield form, as a nod to the Temple of Time located in the Great Sky Island where Link first meets Rauru. You battle it out to the song Calamity Ganon Battle, second form, a nod to Ganondorf Ganon causing the Imprisoning War, something we will learn more about in the upcoming game, hopefully. The Gravity Suit Spirit is represented by Samus in the underground area of Castle Siege, perhaps a nod to how in Metroid Zero Mission the Gravity Suit helps you travel through lava, and Sector 3 in Metroid Fusion. Your gravity is high to show Samus is not being affected by it while battling it out to the music of Sector 1. The young Samus Spirit is represented by Zero Suit Samus and a snake who represents Adam Malkovich. You battle it out on Frigate Orphan, meant to represent the bottle ship from Metroid Other M. They fall slower in the battle, maybe because Adam hasn't given her permission to fall normally, as you battle it out to the theme of Samus Aran, Space Warrior. The Gamer Spirit is represented by Ivysaur while on Brinstar. The floor is sticky, perhaps because the Gamer needs to be sticky to climb everywhere. The Urna item is common to symbolize the spiky back of the Gamer. Its speed is also upped while the Brinstar music from Melee plays. The Chozo Statue Spirit is represented by Samus while battling on Brinstar. Samus has the Screw Attack item, nodding to how Samus in the 2D titles would normally get her upgrades from the Chozo statues. You battle it out to the Brinstar Depths music from Melee. The Metroid Spirit is represented by Ridley and a Metroid Assist trophy spawning right away. The floor is sticky, being hit by Ridley will heal Ridley while on Brinstar, all nods to how a Metroid can incapacitate you from moving efficiently and will heal as it sucks your health. The title theme to Metroid plays. The Mother Brain Spirit is represented by Dark Samus on Brinstar Depths. The enemy's energy attacks are upped as the Mother Brain Assist trophy spawns to cause you more troubles. The escape music plays, a nod to how when you finish off Mother Brain in the games, you have that theme play as the timer is ticking down as you have to race back to your ship. The Queen Metroid Spirit is represented by King K. Rool. This stamina battle has K. Rool growing in size and power over time, perhaps a nod to how Metroids evolve and become more powerful. You battle it out in Brinstar as Boss Battle 4 from Metroid Samus Return plays, as chronologically Samus Returns, or Metroid 2 Return of Samus, is where the Queen Metroid made its first appearance. The Zebzim Spirit is represented by 4 Dark Samuses to battle it out against the Space Pirate Grunts. Their neutral attack is upped as you battle it out on Brinstar, and the Brinstar theme from Melee plays. The Kraid Spirit is represented by a giant King K. Rool on Brinstar Depths. This stamina battle has K. Rool's speed and jumping abilities nerfed, perhaps a nod to how Kraid's movements were limited while battling Kraid in Super Metroid. You battle it out to the Brinstar Depth music from Melee. The Fatoon Spirit is represented by an Inkling, as they are both squid-like creatures. You battle it out on Frigate Orphan, meant to represent the wrecked ship in Super Metroid, where you battle Fatoon. Inkling is invisible, as Fatoon is a ghost and would phase in and out during the battle. The Hothead item is common, a nod to the blue phantom balls of flame Fatoon would produce to attack you. You battle it out to the Lockdown theme. The X-Parasite Spirit is represented by 10 Kirbys. Kirby is most likely used because he absorbs his opponent's abilities, and the X-Parasite can adapt and use the abilities of other and transform into them. Kirby also will favor that ability, his neutral special Inhale. You battle it out on the Lilac Cruise, as it is a nod to how you have to battle them on the BLS Research Station in Metroid Fusion. This fight has the Sector 1 music play, a track from Metroid Fusion. The Mecha Ridley Spirit is represented by a giant Ridley stamina battle on Norfair. Ridley's smash attacks are upped in power and the Versus Meta Ridley track plays. The Adam Malkovich Spirit is represented by Snake and Zero Suit Samus as Samus. You battle it out on Shadow Moses Island as you must defeat Snake to win the battle, probably because you weren't given permission to win if you defeat Zero Suit Samus. The theme to Samus Aran Space Warrior plays. The Little Birdie Spirit is represented by a tiny Ridley that will grow giant over time, a nod to how Little Birdie is the earliest form in Ridley's life cycle that we know and will grow into the big beast. You fight on Distant Planet, meant to represent the Biosphere area in Metroid Other M, the location you first meet it. Ridley's attack and defense will increase once it becomes giant. The Versus Ridley theme plays. The Diggernaut Spirit is represented by a giant Rob that will start the battle with a drill, as the Diggernaut uses drills as a mean of attacking Samus. The drill items will also appear more commonly here. You fight it out on the Great Cave Offensive as a nod to the underground battle as Magmore Caverns plays. The Omega Ridley Spirit has you battling a Metal Ridley on Norfair. Ridley starts the battle with a curry item representing his fire-breathing abilities. This stamina battle has the Versus Ridley music playing. The Parasite Queen Spirit is represented by a giant Ridley on Frigate Orphan, as the Parasite Queen is in the background. Ridley's attacks are up and will shield often, which is a nod to how you had to blast through parts of shields in the battle against the Parasite Queen in the first Metroid Prime. The theme to Parasite Queen's battle plays. The Kandon Spirit is represented by Samus on Brinstar. Motion sensor bombs are commonplace, and represents Kandon's form of the string larva, which detaches its tail and will explode when someone gets near it, much like the motion sensor bombs. Psycho Bit plays while you battle, a theme from the game Metroid Prime Hunters, where Kandon first debuted. The Trace Spirit is represented by Samus on Norfair. Samus is invisible and nod to Trace's affinity weapon, the Imperialist, which cloaks Trace. Psycho Bits plays while you battle, a theme from the game Metroid Prime Hunters, where Trace first debuted. The Grandrada Spirit is represented by Dark Samus and Pikachu. Dark Samus is used because it corrupted Grandrada, and Pikachu as she uses electric-like attacks and abilities. You must take your strongest team in this no-frill battle on Frigate Orphan as the multiplayer theme for Metroid Prime 2 plays.
The Samus, Metroid Dread Spirit, is represented by none other than Samus while on Frigate Orphan. Frigate Orphan is meant to be the research facilities and laboratories of ZDR, the location of Metroid Dread. The Metroid Assist Trophy will spawn throughout the battle, a nod to Samus' connections to the Metroids now that she has their DNA in her from Metroid Fusion. Sector 1 plays. The EMMI, or Emmy Spirit, is represented by Giant Rob. The Emmys are robots built to investigate the X-Parasite of planet ZDR, but they were reprogrammed and hunt down Samus tirelessly in Dread. So a giant robot is perfect. Rob will also occasionally have invincibility and increased movement speed. This is not to Emmys being pretty indestructible beyond some very specific power boost that Samus must obtain, and how tirelessly the Emmys will hunt her down. You'll also start with low HP, a nod to how the Emmy can one-shot you unless you hit the right button at the right time to stop the killing move. You battle it out on Brinstar Depths while the lockdown battle theme plays. The Chozo Soldier Spirits are represented by a trio of Falcos, as the Chozo are bird people. Each Falco will represent a different Chozo soldier Samus fights in Dread. The Red Falco has a killing edge and back shield to represent the Red Chozo, who has a double-sided spear and shield. The two Black Falcos start with Death Sights. You battle it out on Brinstar as Psycho Bits plays.
The Baby Mario Spirit is represented by a tiny Mario and then 8 different colored Yoshis. This represents how the Yoshis would protect Baby Mario in Yoshi's Island and pass him to another Yoshi at the end of the stage, and each Yoshi is being a different color there. Mario will avoid conflict as you battle it out on Yoshi's Island. Yoshi's Island theme from Brawl plays. The Baby Bowser Spirit is represented by a tiny Bowser that, once defeated in the stamina battle, then a giant Bowser will spawn. This represents the final battle in many Yoshi games and how you'll defeat Baby Bowser, then Kamek makes him grow to Godzilla-like size. Except in Crafted World, where, spoilers, I'll give you a few seconds to skip over this part if you don't want to be spoiled there, but he gets in a giant mech, basically, so Mechagodzilla. You battle it out on Find Me, which the background looks a lot like the final battle in many of the games. The floor is lava, as Baby Bowser utilizes many fire-breathing attacks, and the Bowsers have super armor as the new remix for King Bowser plays. The Toady Spirit is represented by 4 Squirtles, as 4 would carry off Baby Mario in Yoshi's Island if Yoshi didn't get to him in time. Please get him in time. The screaming, the crying from Baby Mario. That is the biggest motivation to do anything in any video game ever. So kudos to the programmers there. You battle it out on Yoshi's Island as the Squirtles start the battle with a rocket belt to simulate how the Toadies fly. Their throw powers are increased as Flower Field plays. The Crazy Daisy Spirit is represented by Isabelle on Yoshi's Island. You start out flowery, adding to your damage slowly, all while Flower Field plays. The Tap Tap Spirit is represented by Metal Pac-Man to look like the round Tap Tap. You battle it out on Yoshi's Island while Wildland plays. The Bandit Spirit is represented by Meta Knight as they both wear masks. Meta Knight will favor grabs and throws as the Bandit in Yoshi's Island will try to grab Baby Mario and run. You battle it out on Yoshi's Island as the obstacle course music plays. The Slugger and Green Glove Spirit is represented by Ness and Lucas. Beast Balls will spawn on the Yoshi's Island stage, as the two will also start with Home Run Bats, all going along with the baseball aesthetic the duo is going from Yoshi's Island. Obstacle course plays as you try to slide into home. Wow, that was a really bad joke, and I could edit it out, but I'm not going to. I must remember the pain of this bad joke for future reference. The Little Mouser Spirit is represented by Pikachu, the electric mouse Pokemon. You fight it out on Yoshi's Island, and Pikachu's speed is up, throwing attack is upped, and loves to throw the increased spawn of throwing items. In Yoshi's Island games, Little Mouser loves to steal his eggs and throw them back at Yoshi. Flowerfield plays while you battle. The Grim Leecher Spirit is represented by Meta Knight, I would assume because of the mask. During battle on Yoshi's Island, the controls will be reversed, much like in the Yoshi games. If the Grim Leecher attaches itself to Yoshi, your controls are reversed there as well. You fight it out to Obstacle Course. The Roger the Potter Ghost Spirit is represented by a giant male Wii Fit trainer and 2 Meta Knights. The Wii Fit trainer will stay put in this time stamina battle. In Yoshi's Island, Roger is a boss that 2 Shy Guys try to push the potted plant with Yoshi on the other side and try to get Yoshi off the edge of the platform. It's a very unique boss battle, I'll give it that. Most of the boss battles in Yoshi's Island is pretty unique. You battle it out on Dracula's castle, as the aesthetic is much like the fortress where Roger lies. All jumping powers have been reduced, as in the boss battle itself, you can't just jump over it, while the brawl version of Yoshi's Island plays. Bert, the Bashful Spirit, is represented by a giant Pac-Man. His defense has been increased and you will take damage if Pac-Man jumps and lands on you, much like how Bert will try to jump around and stop at you in the games. You battle it out on Super Happy Tree while the Fortress boss music from Super Mario World plays, as Bert was a boss in Yoshi's Island. And actually I think most Yoshi games, it's kind of like the Wispy Woods. The Raphael the Raven Spirit is represented by a giant King Dedede. You battle it out on the Mario Galaxy stage, a nod to the battle on Yoshi's Island where you battle Raphael on a small planet. You fight it out to the Yoshi's Island mix from Smash for 3DS. The Pachyderm Spirit, which is a joke and pun that I didn't get until much later in life, unfortunately, is represented by King Dedede on Yoshi's Story, the game where Pachyderm made its debut. This time battle gives King Dedede a Pokeball with a Loan Executor, which parallels how Pachyderm would stop Yoshi from moving forward in the games. Yoshi's Island from Melee Plays. The Blarg Spirit is represented by Bowser on the Castle Siege stage, while in the underground caverns in particular, representing the natural habitat of the Blarg, which is of course lava. Bowser has the fire-breathing Curry active while Melty Monster Galaxy is playing. The Dong Bongo Spirit is represented by Giant King Dedede. The enemy is slowed down to start, but as time goes on it speeds up. This is a nod to how in the boss battle with Don Bongo in Yoshi's Story, as you hit Don Bongo's lips to deal damage, he gains movement speed. I'm sorry, let me reread that quickly. This is a nod to how in the boss battle with Don Bongo in Yoshi's Story, as you hit his lips, he gains movement speed. Yep, that's a thing I just had to say. The Yoshi's Island theme from Melee Plays. The Hongo Spirit is represented by Robin on Super Happy Tree. Robin is used as Hongo as the keeper of his pop-up storybook and uses magic in Yoshi's Topsy-Turvy, as Robin uses magic himself. Robin will be granted sudden final smashes as well. This one really kind of escapes me, but oh well. The theme from Yoshi's Island from Smash 64 plays. The Spirit Who Loves Surprises Spirit is represented by 4 Yoshis on Super Happy Tree. The screen will flip back and forth, a nod to in Yoshi's Topsy-Turvy, as the Spirit is the one who gives Yoshi his ability to flip around the pages on the forbidden pop-up book he is trapped in. Never knew the plot of this game until now, and I'm very intrigued about the forbidden pop-up book. Or I should be terrified, I'm not sure which. Anyways, the Yoshi's Island theme from Melee Plays. The Ukiki Spirit is represented by 4 Diddy Kongs. Food items spawn more often, and the Diddy Kongs gain more power when they eat. This is of course a nod to how Ukiki would eat watermelons in the Yoshi games and shoot seeds at Yoshi. You battle it out on Yoshi's Story while Obstacle Course plays. The Yarn Yoshi Spirit is represented by 4 Yoshis, as all fighters are easy to launch as they're supposed to be made of yarn. You fight it out on Super Happy Tree while the main theme to Yoshi's Woolly World is playing. The Yarn Poochie Spirit is represented by 4 Duck Hunt dogs with the lava floor, a nod to how Poochie can traverse over any terrain without taking damage. They will also do damage if they dash into you, as he would do to enemies when you ride him. You battle it out on Yoshi's Island as the main theme from Yoshi's Woolly World is playing. The Star Rod Spirit is represented by 4 Kirbys on the Fountain of Dreams, as the Star Rod itself powers the Fountain of Dreams. These Kirbys will also start the battle with their own rod to combat you with. The Gourmet Race from Smash Melee Plays. The Robobot Armor Spirit is represented by 4 Metal Kirbys on the Halberd. This Stamina Battle has the drill item spawning as well. These are nods to the final weapon of the Robobot armor, the Halberd mode, and the final attack, which grants the armor a large drill. Pink Ball Activate plays, a music track from Kirby Planet Robobot. The Dragoon Spirit is represented with Kirby as the Dragoon parts spawn on Pilot Wings. Pilot Wings was chosen as it does fly around, much like you do in Kirby's Air Ride, which the Dragoon parts actually originated from. Items will also gravitate towards Kirby, and his movement speed is increased, all to gain the legendary parts. The track, the Legendary Air Ride Machine plays, a nod to the Dragoon itself. The Rick Spirit is represented by Pikachu and a Kirby. You battle it out on green greens with an icy floor, and has no effect on Pikachu or Kirby, and is a nod to how Rick in Kirby's Dream Land 2 is not affected by icy floors. He starts with the battle with a Fire Flower, a nod to the fire ability he uses with Kirby. Planet Popstar plays while you fight. The Kind Spirit is represented by Squirtle and a Kirby. You battle it out on Woohoo Island, on the island portions in particular. This is all because Kind is a fish, and although he can jump on land, he's most mobile in water. You yourself can also not swim very well, and they start with a Freezy, a nod to the abilities Kind gets when Kirby teams up with him. Float Island music is playing. The Coup Spirit is represented by Falco and a Kirby. You fight it out in Dreamland while high winds blast through. Falco loves to jump and fall slower to simulate gliding down that Coup does when teamed up with Kirby. You battle it out to Forest Nature Area. The Gooey Spirit is represented by Kirby on Dreamland. The Kirby favors his neutral special Inhale, as in Kirby's Dream Land 3, Gooey has similar power absorbing abilities like Kirby. This time battle has the Gourmet Race from Smash 64 playing. The Nago Spirit is represented by Isabelle on Green Greens. She gets an extra jump as Nago got a triple air jump in Kirby's Dream Land 3. The Soccer Ball item will also appear, as when Kirby and Nago team up, Nago will roll him like a ball. Forest Nature Area plays. The Pitch Spirit is represented by Jigglypuff on Green Greens. Jigglypuff loves to jump to simulate flying, and will start the battle with a Pokeball that has a Fetchling in it, a Pokemon that has some qualities similar to Pitch. The Forest Stage music plays. The Choo Choo Spirit is represented by Jigglypuff and a bow like hers. The floor is sticky, a nod to how she can stick to walls and ceilings. You fight it out on Dreamland with Planet Popstar playing. The Wispy Wood Spirit is represented by 5 red Kirbys to act like the apples that will fall from Wispy during battles. You battle it out on Green Greens as high winds blow through the stage, and Wispy Woods is in the background to simulate when Wispy Woods would blow air, or wind of course. The Boss Medley from the Kirby series plays, a good nod to him usually being the first boss, or a version of him being the first boss in most Kirby games. The Krako Spirit is represented by King Dedede and a Pikachu to help simulate the lightning that Krako would strike down in his battles with Kirby. You battle on Skyworld, in particular with no real platforms, just the clouds, a nod to Krako himself. And a nod to the fact that most of your encounters are in the sky with the clouds, as the Boss Medley from the Kirby series plays. The Nightmare Power Orb is represented by Giant Kirby on the Fountain of Dreams. Kirby will start with a Star Rod. This all nods back to the first Kirby game, as Nightmare was trying to take over Planet Popstar by corrupting the Fountain of Dreams, and King Dedede broke up the Star Rod to prevent it. Kirby, not knowing Dedede's intention, restored the Star Rod, and he must defeat Nightmare's true form. So King Dedede is actually more of a good guy than we thought. The Nightmare Assist Trophy will spawn as well to cause more havoc. The Versus Marks battle music plays in this blind battle, a nod to the fact that Nightmare is a final boss just like Marks. The Dark Matter Spirit is represented by King Dedede, a nod to how Dark Matter took over Dedede in Kirby Dream Land 2, and then after you defeat him in a stamina battle, Meta Knight appears to represent the swordman-like form that Dark Matter takes after Kirby defeats the Dedede form. You fight it out in the Halberd, as both King Dedede and Meta Knight's attacks are buff, and they have a chance to perform critical hits as well. The O2 battle theme plays, another final boss music track. The Gorilla Spirit is represented by Jigglypuff on Green Greens. Gorilla is from a Japanese-only game from the Super Famicom, Kirby Superstar Stacker. In the game, Mr. Star is shot down by King Dedede, and Kirby and his friends go out to get him back together again. After beating King Dedede in the puzzle game, Girl will appear to challenge Kirby. Warp Stars, to represent Mr. Star, or the Star Stacker, appears. The green themes from Melee plays. The Heavy Lobster Spirit is represented with Lemmy Koopa on the halberd, as this is where you would fight it in Revenge of Meta Knight. As Heavy Lobster is a mech-like machine, Lemmy Koopa in the Koopa Clown car fits perfectly. Lemmy will also start with a Fire Flower, as the Heavy Lobster would use a flamethrower as its attack, as Meta Knight's Revenge plays. The Moly Spirit is represented by a giant Pikachu in the Great Cave Offensive to represent a mole burrowing underground, and the area in Kirby and the Amazing Mirror in which you fight him, the Cabbage Cavern. Pitfalls will appear during battle, a nod to moles digging, as the Squeak Squad theme plays. The Dark Mind Spirit is represented by Ganondorf at the Kalos Pokemon League. He has Reflect active, a nod to the game he comes from, Kirby and the Amazing Mirror. Curry is active, and his fire and explosion attacks are increased in power, a potential nod to his fireball-looking second form. The O2 battle music plays, a nod to Dark Mind being a final boss. The Magolor Spirit is represented by Robin, a fellow magic user. You battle it out on the halberd, meant to represent his own ship, the Lore Starcutter. Magic attacks are buffed and the screen will flip, which could be a nod to how Magolor is an ally to Kirby and his friends in Return to Dreamland, but shows his true evil intentions towards the end and betrays Kirby. Crowned, a track from Return to Dreamland plays. The Landia Spirit is represented by 5 Charizards on Find Me. It is a stamina battle with fire abilities like Landia's, and Charizards are buffed. The song Dangerous Dinner plays, as is the name of the level in which you fight Landia in Return to Dreamland. The Suzy Spirit is represented by Isabelle and a Metal Meta Knight, who is supposed to represent Mecha Knight from Kirby Planet Robobot. You battle it out on the halberd while Pink Ball Activate plays, a track from Planet Robobot. The 3 Mage Sisters are represented by 3 Robin. The trio of mages battle it out with you in Dreamland as their special moves are buffed. The song, A Battle of Friends and Bonds 2 plays while you thwart the 3 sisters. The Waddle Dee Spirit is represented by 4 Kirbys on the Game Boy Dreamland stage, a nod to their first game and appearance. You appropriately battle it out to Kirby Retro Medley. The Waddle Doo Spirit is represented by 3 Kirbys on Dreamland. The floor is electrified to represent the electric-like beam it shoots. They come equipped with a Super Scope to represent that shooting aspect as well. The Butter Building theme from Smash Wii U plays. The Bronto Burt Spirit is represented by 4 Tiny Pits while on Dreamland. They favor their side special, Upper Dash Arm, while in the air to represent how Bronto Burts fly around. The Kirby Retro Medley plays during the fight. The Poppy Bros Jr. Spirit is represented by 2 Young Links while on Yoshi's Island. The Young Links will favor their down special Bomb while in the air to simulate how the Poppy Bros Juniors will jump up and down and throw bombs. The bombs will also appear more common with the Green's theme from Smash Wii U playing. The Gordo Spirit is represented by 3 invisible King Dededes that favor their now upped side special, Gordo Throw. The invisibility is to help simulate that the Gordos are the enemy, not King Dedede. You battle it out on Greens with the Kirby Retro Medley playing. The Scarfy Spirit is represented by 4 Kirbys. 1 Kirby will start the battle at 300% damage, and once it is defeated, more Kirbys come and they are more powerful. A nod to how over time a Scarfy will grow angry and attack you more aggressively. You fight on Dreamland as Greens from Melee plays. The Rocky Spirit is represented by Metal Kirby in the Great Cave Offensive, as Rockies are not always but commonly found in cave-like settings. Kirby is metal to make him feel more sturdy and harder to take down like a rock, and he'll favor his down special Stone, a move based on the copy ability you get from Rocky. This stamina battle has the music to the Great Cave Offensive playing. The Bomber Spirit is represented by Kirby in the Game Boy Dreamland stage. Kirby starts the battle with the Bomber item and is ready to activate it. Additional Bomber items will spawn during the fight. The Butter Building theme from Brawl plays. The Bugsy Spirit is represented by Ridley, who favors his side special, Space Pirate Rush, as it is similar to Bugsy's move where he dashes forward and attempts to grab Kirby with his mandibles and throw him. You fight it out on Greens as Forest Nature Area is playing. The Bonker Spirit is represented by Donkey Kong, who starts with a hammer, Bonker's signature weapon, and the hammer has an extended time to stay out. You battle it out on Congo Falls as the forest stage music plays. The Mr. Frosty Spirit has you facing off against the Ice Climbers while on Dreamland. This stamina battle has the floor icy and the Ice Climbers' ice and water attacks are buffed. Ice Cream Island plays during this chilly battle. The Meta Knight Spirit is represented by 4 Meta Knight fighters, as the Meta Knights are loyal warriors for the masked fighter. Did I just kind of describe the Knights of Ren from Star Wars? Oh, I shouldn't bring that up. You fight it out on their ship, the Halberd. The Meta Knights will start the battle with the Killing Edge in this stamina battle. Meta Knight's Revenge plays. The Plasma Wisp Spirit is represented by Robin as he favors his neutral special, Thunder. The floor is electrified as the hothead item meant to represent the look of the Plasma Wisp spawns. You battle it out on Prism Tower, which has two nods, I think. First, to how the city Prism Tower is located in, Luminous City has a gem that focuses on electric-type Pokemon in Pokemon X and Y. And a nod to City Trials from Kirby's Air Ride, in which you battle it out to the new remix in this fight. The Attack Spirit is represented by 4 villagers. You battle it out in Great Cave Offensive as the villagers are faster and they will deal damage if they dash at you. A nod to how Tack will run into Kirby and hit him and steal his copy abilities if he has any. This time battle has the Great Cave Offensive plane. The Chef Kowalski Spirit is represented by a Pac-Man on green greens. The Chef Kowalski Assist Trophy is spawned early in the battle as well. Pac-Man will also become more powerful by eating food. Pac-Man was probably used because Kowalski is a chef and Pac-Man is known for eating. Waka waka waka. Why do I always do that? Anyways, the Gourmet Race appropriate plays from Brawl. The Knuckle Joe Spirit is represented by Ryu, a fellow martial artist. You battle it out on Find Me as Ryu's punches, elbow strikes, kicks, and knee strikes are all buffed. And of course, the Knuckle Joe Assist Trophy will spawn during the fight. The Butter Building theme from Brawl plays. The Prince Fluff Spirit is represented by Kirby on Super Happy Tree. Kirby will favor his throws, as in Kirby's Epic Yarn, Kirby and Prince Fluff use yarn to grab and throw enemies. Kirby's throw power is increased while battling to Green Greens from Smash Wii U. The Aline Spirit is represented by Tiny Palutena on the Rainbow Cruise level, a nod to the game she is from, Kirby and the Rainbow Curse. As Kirby is in a ball form during that game, the ball type items become more common and spawn during the battle. You fight it out to the Butter Building theme from Brawl. The Slippy Toad Spirit is represented by Greninja and a fox as a helper. Greninja must be defeated to win, but he avoids conflict, a nod to how Fox often has to help or save Slippy from enemy troops. You've battled out on Frigate Orphan, which probably is meant to be the Great Fox's hangar bay, as the Star Fox melody plays. The Peppy Hare Spirit is represented by King Dedede in a bunny hood with Fox and Falco as you battle them on Venom. Venom was probably used because part of Peppy's history is he got betrayed by Pigma, him and James McCloud, and he narrowly escaped being killed. It is questionable why there isn't a green Greninja as Slippy, but oh well. You battle it out to the main theme of Star Fox 64. The Crystal Spirit is represented by Fox and Falco on Corneria. Then the assist trophy for Crystal will spawn early in the battle to help our allies. This is kind of confusing considering the Fox is colored to look kind of like Crystal, so I'm not sure if the Crystal assist trophy is meant to be Crystal, or if the Fox is meant to be Crystal, or if the Fox is meant to be Fox. It gets confusing. The theme to Area 6 plays. The Rob 64 Spirit is represented by Rob and Fox and Falco as his allies. Rob 64 was named after Rob, so it works on pretty much every level. You battle it out on Corneria in this stamina battle. To win, Rob must be defeated. The Area 6 theme from Star Fox 64 plays. The James McCloud Spirit is represented by his son Fox. Fox's attack, speed, and defense is increased when he is more damaged. This could be a nod to how you must escape the exploding facility on Venom, where you battle it out at the end of Star Fox 64, when James's spiritual guidance helped Fox escape after his opponent Andross was nearly defeated. The Star Fox melody plays during this battle. The Landmaster Spirit is represented by Giant Rob while battling on Venom. Rob's neutral special, the Robo Beam, has increased power to represent the Landmaster's powerful cannon. He'll also focus on trying to shoot you with it. Space Battleground plays during this battle. Kinda confusing considering the Landmaster is meant for land and they could have used a lot of different songs, but Space Battleground. The Gyro Wing Spirit is represented by Fox by battling out on Pilot Wings to help simulate the Gyro Wing flying around. Fox will start the battle with a Rocket Belt to help that flying feel as Sector Omega plays. The Leon Pulaski Spirit is represented by fellow reptile Yoshi with a wolf helper, and you get a fox as your ally, a nod to the rivalry that Falco and the Great Leon has. You battle it out on Venom, and if Falco dies, you lose. The Star Wolf theme from Brawl plays, as Wolf and Leon are part of Team Star Wolf. The Pigma Dengar spirit is represented by Wario and Wolf as his helper. Wario will avoid conflict and will gain speed as he is damaged, a nod to Pigma's cowardly way, and he will try to get out of being in trouble or hurt through any means. It was so bad that at one point Wolf kicked him out of Star Wolf for it. You battle it out on the Lilac Cruise while the theme to Star Wolf from Brawl plays. The Andrew Orkney spirit is represented by fellow Simian Diddy Kong. You battle it out on Corneria as Diddy's attacks will get buffed as he's damaged, a potential nod to how Andrew will stop at nothing to realize his late uncle Andross' dream of ruling the Lilac system and him taking over his army in Star Fox Assault for a single mission. Then I think he dies. It's actually not really clear. And then they rebooted the series, so I don't really know. Anywho, the Star Wolf theme from Brawl plays as he was, and now in the current timeline, I think part of Team Star Wolf. The Panther Karuza spirit is represented by Wolf while battling on Corneria. His movement speed is increased, a potential nod to Panther being an ace pilot member of Team Star Wolf. The Star Wolf theme plays. The Wolfen spirit is represented by Wolf while battling on Venom. Wolf's attack and speed are increased and the final smash meter charges quicker, so Wolf can unleash his final smash, Team Star Wolf, which summons the teams in their Wolfens. Star Wolf's theme Sector Z plays during this fight. The Andross from Star Fox 64 spirit is represented by Ganondorf on Venom, the planet Andross was exiled to, and created a plan to conquer the Lilac system. The Andross Assist trophy spawns early in the battle while the gravity is low to give Ganondorf a floaty feel, as Andross is kind of just a floating head. Sector Omega plays. The Aporoid spirit is represented by Metal Ridley, as the Aporoids are half machine-like creatures that like to assimilate other beings. Basically Borgs. You battle it out on Venom as your jump abilities are hindered while Ridley's are enhanced. Space Battleground plays during this battle. The General Pepper spirit is represented by Fox while he battles on his home planet of Corneria. Fox will get sudden final smashes to summon Team Star Fox, perhaps a nod to how General Pepper has to suddenly always request for Star Fox's help. The main theme from Star Fox plays. The Tricky spirit is represented by Yoshi. I mean, they're both dinosaurs, so it works pretty well. You fight it out on Distant Planet meant to represent Tricky's homeworld of Saria. Earthquakes happen from time to time, a nod to the tremors dinosaurs can make when they walk. It's also possibly a nod to the fact that in Star Fox Adventures, the planet was broken up by the greatest villain of all time, General Scales, which was part of his plan to take over the entire planet. Break through the ice plays while battling. The Dash Bowman spirit is represented by Diddy Kong with Fox as a helper, as the grandson of Andross is a bit of a fanboy of the Star Fox. You have to defeat Diddy to win as Return to Corneria from Star Fox Zero plays. Again, making very little sense as Star Fox Zero was a reboot and Dash is no longer in this continuity. The Venusaur spirit is represented by Giant Ivysaur as they are both part of the same evolutionary line. You battle it out in the Garden of Hope with a poison floor as Venusaur is half poison type. You battle it out to the main theme from Pokemon Red and Blue from Brawl. The Charmander spirit is represented by Tiny Charizard as they are both part of the same evolutionary line. You battle it out on the Great Cave Offensive with a lava floor as Charmander is fire type. You fight it out to the main theme of Red and Blue from Brawl. The Mega Charizard X spirit is represented by Giant Charizard on Pokemon Stadium. All of his special moves are buffed, and nod to how when a Pokemon Mega evolves their stats are boosted up, and it is a stamina battle like Pokemon battles are. The Trainer Battle theme is playing from X and Y, a nod to how Mega Evolutions were first introduced in those games. The Blastoise spirit is represented by Giant Squirtle as they are both part of the same evolutionary line. You battle it out on Delfino Plaza, as Squirtle has up defense like in-game, and starts with a Super Scope, a nod to the cannon on Blastoise's shell. The main theme from Red and Blue plays. The Metapod spirit is represented by Yoshi on Garden Hope. This is a time battle with a sticky floor, a nod to the move String Shot, and Yoshi's defense will increase over time to simulate Metapod's signature move Harden. Road to Viridian City plays, a nod since Caterpie and Metapod can be found in Viridian Forest. The Pidgey spirit is represented by Tiny Pit on Saffron City. You can notice small Pidgeys flying in the background of this stage. Heavy winds plague the stage as Pit loves to jump to attempt to simulate flying. Road to Viridian City plays, a nod to how Pidgeys are found early in the game and around the Viridian City area. The Arbok Spirit is represented by Ridley on Yoshi's Island with a poison floor, a nod to Arbok's type of poison. Your attack is also nerfed, a possible nod to the stat-changing moves Arbok can learn. You battle it out to the main theme of Pokemon Red and Blue from Brawl. The Alolan Raichu Spirit is represented by Pikachu. You fight it out on Tortimer Island, a nod to the Alola region, which is made up of a series of islands where the Alolan forms of Pokemon reside. The floor is electric, a nod to Raichu's type, and Pikachu will start the battle with a Pokeball that will summon an Alolan Raichu. The trainer battle theme from Sun and Moon plays, the game that this version of Raichu hails from. The Sandshrew Spirit is represented by Bowser on Mushroomy Kingdom. Bowser was most likely used as his shell, and Sandshrews have a hard body for defense. Pitfalls will spawn in the battle to simulate Sandshrew's digging abilities. Mushroomy Kingdom also is appropriate as it's kinda deserty, and Sandshrew is a ground-type Pokemon. The Red and Blue medley plays. The Clefairy Spirit is represented by Jigglypuff, a fellow fairy-type Pokemon. You fight it out on Magicant, a pink and, well, very fairy-like stage it seems. Screaming flipping will occur, which could be a nod to one of Clefairy's signature moves, Metronome, where anything could happen. The Pokemon Center theme from Red and Blue plays. The Vulpix Spirit is represented by fellow Fox, although he is tiny. You battle it out in Saffron City, a nod to how Vulpix can be found in Pokemon Blue and Route 7 and 8, which connect to Saffron City and Kanto. Fox starts the battle with a Pokeball that unleashes a Vulpix as Road to Viridian City plays. The Alolan Vulpix is represented by a tiny fox on Summit. Summit is a nod to Mount Lanakila, the highest peak in the Alola region and where you can find the Alolan Vulpix. Fox starts with a Pokeball with Alolan Vulpix in it as well. If fog is present in the battlefield, perhaps nod to the cold environment where this Pokemon lives. You fight it out to the wild Pokemon battle music from Sun and Moon, the game where Alolan Vulpix comes from. The Dugtrio Spirit is represented by 3 Kirby's in Pokemon Stadium. The 3 Kirby's represent the 3 heads of the Dugtrio. Earthquakes, one of Dugtrio's moves, being a ground type, will rock the stage periodically. The Pokemon Gym evolution theme from Red and Blue plays. The Meowth Spirit is represented by Isabelle on Golden Plains, a nod to Meowth's love for money, and his signature move, Payday. Isabelle's gold at the start of the battle as Road to Viridian City plays. The Psyduck Spirit is represented by Squirtle while fighting on Saffron City. Screen Flip will occur, a nod to Psyduck's hidden psychic powers from its constant headaches. Squirtle was chosen as it and Psyduck are both water-type Pokemon as the main theme from Red and Blue from Smash 64 plays. The Arcanine Spirit is represented by a giant Duck Hunt dog. Duck Hunt's attacks are buffed and the floor is lava, a hazard the legendary Pokemon would not be harmed by, being that it is a fire-type Pokemon. You fight it out on Gaia Plains, probably meant to represent the different routes where you can catch Pokemon as End's Castle plays. The Abra Spirit is represented by a fellow Psychic-type Pokemon, a tiny Mewtwo, on Saffron City, the home of Sabrina and the Psychic-type gym. Sabrina, the gym leader, uses the Abra line in her battles. This timed battle gives Mewtwo a Pokeball to start and it releases the Abra into the fray. The wild Pokemon battle theme from Sun and Moon plays. The Machamp Spirit is represented by 2 giant Captain Falcons, so there are 4 fists on the battlefield like Machamps. Punching attacks are also buffed while on Wrecking Crew, a nod to how a lot of times in the Pokemon franchise, the Machamp line is used for construction purposes. The main theme from Pokemon Red and Blue from Smash 64 plays. The Geodude Spirit is represented by 4 Kirby's on Pokemon Stadium 2 in the ground area. The Kirby's will favor their down special Stone, a nod to Geodude being half rock type. The Gem evolution theme from Red and Blue plays. The Rapidash Spirit is represented by Charizard on Mushroomy Kingdom. Charizard will start with Curry active and his speed is up to simulate the look and feel of Rapidash. The main theme from Red and Blue from Melee plays. The Slowpoke Spirit is represented by Luigi on Mushroom Kingdom 2. All fighters have reduced speed, a nod to Slowpoke's slow nature, and the left and right controls will flip from time to time, perhaps a nod to the move Amnesia, one of Slowpoke's signature attacks. The Red and Blue medley plays during the battle. The Magneton Spirit is represented by 3 Metal Pac-Man, meant to represent the 3 Magnemite that attach together to form Magneton. You fight it out on Pokemon Stadium 2 in this stamina battle, all while listening to the Red and Blue theme from Melee. The Farfetch Spirit is represented by Falco, who starts the battle with a lipstick, meant to represent the leek Farfetch most famously is known to have. You battle it out on Golden Plains while the main theme from Red and Blue from Brawl plays. The Gengar spirit is represented by Donkey Kong on Luigi's Mansion, which is meant to be a nod to Lavender Town, where Ghost-type Pokemon reside. The Slumber Floor is active, a nod to one of Gengar's signature moves, Hypnosis. The Red and Blue medley plays. The Electrode spirit is represented by Pac-Man on Saffron City, a stage where Electrode will pop out from the top of the Silph Co building. Pac-Man was a great choice for his spherical shape like Electrode. As Electrode loves to use the attack Explosion, exploding type items will commonly spawn like crazy, and every so often a Bob-omb Festival will activate and Bob-ombs will rain from the sky. The main theme for Red and Blue from Brawl plays. The Alolan Exeggutor spirit is represented by a giant Palutena, most likely due to her staff representing the long neck of the Pokemon. She will favor her up smash attack, which uses this staff as well. She starts the battle with a Pokeball that will summon the Alolan Exeggutor in this time stamina battle. The fighting takes place on Tortimer Island, meant to represent the islands of the Alola region. The wild Pokemon battle music from Sun and Moon plays. The Cubone spirit is represented by a wolf on Luigi's Mansion, meant to represent Pokemon Tower, where Cubone goes to find his passed away mother Marowak. The Boomerang item spawns a nod to Cubone's signature move, Bonemerang, which he throws his bone as a boomerang. Road to Viridian Forest plays. The Hitmonlee spirit is represented by 2 Captain Falcon, with his kicks and knee strikes buffed, a nod to Hitmonlee's use of his legs to attack. You battle it out on Suzaku Castle, a nod to the Fighting Dojo in Saffron City, where you can obtain Hitmonlee or Hitmonchan in Red and Blue. The Wheezing spirit is represented by Wario while battling on Pokemon Stadium. A Poison Fog is in play, a nod to how Wheezing has constant poison gas coming from it. Wario is most likely used due to his down special Wario Warf, another toxic gas. The main theme from Red and Blue from Brawl plays. The Chansey spirit is represented by Jigglypuff on Pokemon Stadium. It is a stamina battle and Jigglypuff will heal from time to time, a nod to Chansey's signature move, Soft Boiled, and to how Chansey is often seen with Nurse Joy in the Pokemon Centers. Jigglypuff's stamina is also a lot higher than normal, a nod to Chansey's high HP stat. The Pokemon Center theme from Red and Blue plays. The Kangaskhan spirit is represented by Larry Koopa and Bowser. Side note, if Nintendo is holding strong to the whole Koopalings not being Bowser's kid, then you know what? No. Not going down that rabbit hole. Don't care enough to argue about this one here. They represent Kangaskhan and its kid in its pouch. You battle it out on Windy Hill Zone, meant to be the Safari Zone where you can catch it in Red and Blue, as the main theme from Red and Blue from Brawl plays. The Goldeen spirit is represented by 4 Jigglypuffs while in Delfino Plaza. The gravity is high, so jumping is nerfed to make Jigglypuffs look like they are splashing about when they jump up and down. Jigglypuff starts the battle with a Pokeball that holds a Goldeen. Road to Viridian City plays. The Staryu spirit is represented by Rosalina and Luma the Star, much like Staryu. You battle it out on Tortimer Island, as Rosalina will start with a Pokeball with a Staryu in it, Star Rods will spawn, and Rosalina and Luma will heal over time, a nod to one of Staryu's attacks, Recover. Road to Viridian City plays. The Pinsir spirit is represented by Ridley on the Garden of Hope stage. Ridley will favor his side special, Space Pirate Rush, as it is buffed, and a nod to how Pinsir will use his mandibles to grab and throw his opponents. The Beetle item will spawn as well, a nod to Pinsir being the Stag Beetle Pokemon. Road to Viridian Forest plays, which might be a nod to the anime and the episode Challenger of the Samurai, where Ash fights a Pinsir in Viridian Forest. The Tauros spirit is represented by Bowser on Gerudo Valley. Bowser has uncontrollable speed and will damage you when he dashes, a nod to Tauros being a bull and charging its opponents with its horns. Red and Blue's theme from Brawl plays. The Gyarados spirit is represented by Giant Ridley on Congo Falls. Congo Falls is used because it is said that Magikarp will swim up waterfalls to evolve into Gyarados. Your attack power is reduced, a nod to Gyarados' ability Intimidate, which lowers the opposing Pokemon's attack power. The Red and Blue theme from Brawl plays during this battle. The Lapras spirit is represented by Ice Climbers, both using ice abilities. You fight it out on Woohoo Islands in the rocks at the sea portion, a nod to Seafoam Islands in the Kanto region, where you must use a water Pokemon to surf to reach it. You also are not able to swim very well. Red and Blue medley plays. The Ditto spirit is represented by Kirby. Kirby is used as he is a little blob like Ditto. You battle it out on Pokemon Stadium, as Kirby starts the battle with a Pokeball with Ditto inside. Road to Viridian Forest plays. The Eevee spirit is represented by 3 Yoshis. A blue Yoshi with a Super Leaf equipped to represent Vaporeon, a yellow Yoshi with a Super Leaf and Screw attack to represent Jolteon, and a red Yoshi with a Super Leaf equipped and Curry active to represent Flareon. The first Yoshi has a Pokeball with Eevee in it, so you are fighting all the Eeveelutions and Eevee from the first generation. You fight it out on Yoshi's Island while the red and blue theme from Melee plays. The Porygon Spirit is represented by Little Mac in his wireframe outfit to go with Porygon being the created Pokemon from a computer. You fight it out on Pokemon Stadium as the Akira Assist Trophy spawns early to go with the blocking computery look. The Melee version from Red and Blue plays. The Snorlax Spirit is represented by a giant King K. Rool in a timed stamina battle as King K. Rool does not move, a nod to how Snorlax will sleep most of the time. The battle takes place on Tortimer Island, and I do believe it is a nod to the Pokemon Orange Island episode Snack Attack, where Ash finds a Snorlax on a series of islands and captures it before it eats all the fruit. Yes, that was a plot of an episode. The Melee version of Red and Blue plays. The Articuno Zapdos Moltres Spirit is represented by 3 Lucases, due to him having special attacks based on their types of these 3 legendary Pokemon. PK attacks are upped as well on the Find Me stage. 1 Lucas will start the battle with a Pokeball and unleashes a Moltres. The Red and Blue medley is playing. The Dragonite Spirit is represented by Giant Charizard on Spear Pillar. Charizard is most likely used as they look a little bit alike, and although not a dragon like Dragonite, his Mega Evolution is part dragon. But they are both part flying, so that kind of works. Heavy winds plague the battlefield as Red and Blue medley plays. The Mega Mewtwo Y Spirit is represented by Mewtwo on Spear Pillar. Mewtwo will gain 7 Final Smashes and release Psystrike, which Mega Evolves Mewtwo into Mega Mewtwo Y. The Red and Blue medley plays during this battle. The Mew Spirit is represented by a tiny Mewtwo on Congo Jungle. The stage is fogged and the Mewtwo will turn invisible from time to time, a nod to how elusive this Pokemon can be and how his DNA to clone Mewtwo was found in a forest. This time battle has Red and Blue medley playing. The Detective Pikachu Spirit has you battling 4 Pikachus on the Gamer stage, which is as real world as you're going to get, I guess, so he's hunting and sneaking for clues. The shop music plays. Okay, I'm not trying to make too many suggestions in these videos, as my classic mode got a lot of flack for it, but why is Brewster's music from Animal Crossing not part of this? Detective Pikachu loves coffee, it's a big part of his character, and Brewster's a barista in Animal Crossing. It just makes too much sense. The Partner Pikachu Spirit has you battling a Pikachu and a Mii Brawler on Saffron City. Pokeball items will commonly spawn, and electric attacks are buffed. The Mii Brawler acts as the male protagonist in the Let's Go game's Chase. When at high damage, he will get a sudden Final Smash, which could represent how this Pikachu has higher stats than normal, and will grow in power as its bond with its trainer grows. The main theme from Red and Blue from Melee plays. The Partner Eevee Spirit is represented by Mii Gunner on Pokemon Stadium. The Mii Gunner represents the female protagonist from the Let's Go game's Elaine. Pokeballs are common and Eevees will be the Pokemon to appear as your partner. Mii Gunner's attacks and defense are buffed as well. Road to Viridian City plays. The Chikorita Spirit is represented by fellow grass starter Ivysaur on Distant Planet. Slumber Fuller is in place, a nod to the move Chikorita learned, Sleep Powder. It can randomly deal high damage critical hits, which is a nod to the critical hit mechanic in the Pokemon games, while the Gold and Silver medley plays. The Ampharos Spirit has you battling a giant Pichu on Prism Tower, which is a nod to Ampharos' electric typing, as the city that houses Prism Tower has an electric type gym. The floors are electrified as well. The Gold and Silver medley plays. The Blossom Spirit is represented by Jigglypuff on Yoshi's Island. Jigglypuff is used because of her up special Sing, which puts opponents to sleep, much like Blossom's Sleep Powder. Jigglypuff will start the battle with a Pokeball holding a Blossom, and Lipsticks will spawn commonly to give Jigglypuff a flower to help bring the aesthetic together. The Gold and Silver medley plays. The Marill Spirit is represented by Kirby on Pokemon Stadium 2. Kirby is resistant to water and ice attacks, much like the water-type Marill is in the Pokemon games. Kirby's round shape mimics Marill's perfectly. The Gold and Silver medley plays. The Sudowoodo Spirit is represented by 3 Ridleys on Green Greens. They favor their smash attacks and are weak to water, a nod to how in Gold and Silver you have to water a Sudowoodo who is blocking the path, and its weakness is water-type attacks. The Gold and Silver medley plays. The Wooper Spirit is represented by Squirtle while fighting on the Garden of Hope. Earthquakes will occur from time to time, a nod to Wooper's typing being half water, half ground, and the move Earthquake being a popular ground-type move. The Gold and Silver Medley plays. The Unknown Spirit is represented by 8 tiny Mr. Game & Watches on a battlefield version of Temple, which could be a nod to the Ruins of Elf, the location where you can capture them in Gold and Silver. The Red and Blue Medley plays in the battle, which other than the Pokemon connection makes little sense. The Wobbuffet Spirit is represented by 2 King K. Rols, who are reflective and favor their down specials Gut Check. This is a nod to Wobbuffet favoring counter-like moves like Mirror Coat and Counter to fight in battles. You fight out on Great Cave Offensive, a nod to Wobbuffet's location, the Dark Cave, and Gold and Silver. The Gold and Silver Medley plays. The Steelix Spirit has you facing off against a Metal Ridley on the Kalos Pokemon League stage. It will shift to its Ironwork Chamber as well during the fight, which houses a Steelix and other Steel-type Pokemon in the background. This stamina battle has the Gold and Silver Medley playing. The Heracross Spirit is represented by Bowser on Distant Planet. The floor is sticky, a nod to Heracross's love for honey and sap from trees. Bowser's throws have increased power as well, nodding to how Heracross will use its horn to throw its opponents. Bowser's attack power will increase over time as well, while the Gold and Silver Medley plays. The Skarmory Spirit is represented by a Metal Falco. The battle takes place on the Unova Pokemon League, and it is a stamina battle much like Pokemon battles are. The Gold and Silver Medley plays. The Houndoom Spirit has you fighting a wolf who has Curry activated, making him a good rep for a Fire-type dog Pokemon. You fight it out on the Kalos Pokemon League, as it will shift to the Burning Chamber, a nod to Houndoom's half-fire typing. The Gold and Silver Medley plays. The Smeargle Spirit is represented by an Inkling on WarioWare. WarioWare is a good choice for the sketchy look it has, as Smeargle is a painter. Inklings will favor their side special Splat Roller. As mentioned, Smeargle is a painter with its tail. And the Vince Assist Trophy will also spawn, as it is an artist itself. The Gold and Silver Medley plays. The Miltank Spirit is represented by a Jigglypuff on Galar Plains. The Jigglypuff will favor its neutral special Rollout, a nod to how it is Miltank's most infamous move from the Whitney Gym Battle in Gold and Silver. The power of Rollout is increased as the Gold and Silver Medley plays. The Raikou Entei Suicune Spirit is represented by Pikachu and Cineroar and Greninja respectively, all representing the legendary beast typing. The floor is lava and on Suzaku Castle. Both nods to where you found these 3 Pokemon, the burned remains of the burned tower, before they ran away and roamed Johto. The Pokemon Red and Blue Medley plays. The Tyranitar Spirit is represented by King K. Rool on Mushroomy Kingdom. You'll take sudden damage, and nod to Tyranitar's ability, Sandstream, which unleashes a sandstorm in the game, which will damage most types of Pokemon every turn. The rocky desert-like terrain of Mushroomy Kingdom further helps represent this Pokemon. Gold and Silver Medley plays. The Lugia Spirit is represented by Giant Falco on the Pirate Ship stage. Heavy winds plague the stage, a nod to the Whirl Islands where Lugia resides in the Johto region. The Gold and Silver Medley plays. The Ho-Oh Spirit is represented by Charizard on the Kalos Pokemon League, a stage where Ho-Oh will appear in the Burning Chamber section. Curry is activated, and Charizard is resistant to fire and explosion type attacks, which makes sense because fire type Pokemon are resistant to fire type attacks. The Gold and Silver Medley plays. The Celebi Spirit is represented by Mewtwo on the Garden of Hope. You start out flowery, taking damage over time, a fog is active, a nod to how elusive this mythical Pokemon is, and as heals over time, a nod to how it naturally learns a few healing type moves. The Gold and Silver Medley plays. The Blaziken Spirit is represented by Captain Falcon. A good choice as Blaziken's signature move is Blaze Kick, and Captain Falcon uses Falcon Kick, a similar move. You battle it out in Coliseum, which might represent the Hoenn Pokemon League, and Captain Falcon's punches and kicks are buffed, a nod to Blaziken being half fire, half fighting type. His speed is also at an uncontrollable level, nodding to Blaziken's high speed stats. The Wild Pokemon theme from Ruby and Sapphire plays. The Gardevoir Spirit is represented by Rosalina and Luma. You battle it out on Prism Tower, a nod to how in X and Y you first bump into the champion of the region, Dianotha, whose signature Pokemon is Gardevoir. Rosalina will also have the Reflect ability, nodding to Gardevoir's Reflect ability in Super Smash Bros., and start the battle with a Gardevoir and a Pokeball. To lure you into a trap, shooting items will spawn commonly. It could also be a link to moves like Shadow Ball that she can learn. The Wild Battle theme from Ruby and Sapphire plays. The Shedinja Spirit is represented by Mr. Game & Watch while in Luigi's Mansion, a nod to his being half ghost type. It is a stamina battle where Mr. Game & Watch has 1 HP and will be invincible from time to time. This is a nod to how in the game Shedinja only has 1 HP, but his ability, Wonder Guard, makes him immune to all non-super effective attacks. The Wild Pokemon theme from Ruby and Sapphire plays. The Flygon Spirit is represented by Ridley on Gerudo Valley, a nod to how his basic form Trapinch is found on Route 111, a desert-like area. Earthquakes occur as well, a nod to Flygon's type of being half ground. Ruby and Sapphire's Victory Road plays. The Melodic Spirit is represented by Mewtwo on the Kalos Pokemon League stage, in particular the Flood Chamber area, nodding to the housing of Water-type Pokemon, as Melodic is a Water type himself. This is a time battle while Mewtwo's defense is upped and shield often, a nod to Melodic's exclusive ability Marvel Scale, which increases its defense when affected by a status condition. The Ruby Sapphire Wild Pokemon theme plays. The Absol Spirit is represented by Wolf on top of Spear Pillar. Spear Pillar was most likely chosen as Absol is often seen in mountain-like areas. Wolf will start the battle with a Death Scythe item, a nod to the scythe on Absol's head. The Wild Pokemon music from Ruby and Sapphire plays. The Salamence Spirit has you battling a Charizard on top of Spear Pillar. Charizard is mostly used for the wings and the fact that Salamence can learn Fire-type moves like Flamethrower, in addition to both being Flying type. High winds plague the stage, a nod to its flying type as well, and the music of Battle Lorekeeper Zinnia plays. A nod to an Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire, Zinnia has a Salamence as one of her Pokemon, and you battle her on top of Sky Pillar, which Spear Pillar represents well. The Metagross Spirit has you fighting a Metal Rob. Rob is metal as Metagross is half Steel type. This Stamina battle has Periodic Earthquakes, a nod to Metagross using that move when you unleash him from a Pokeball in the Smash series. The Battle Steven music plays, a nod to the champion of the Hoenn region, and Metagross being his signature Pokemon. This nod continues into the stage itself, the Unova Pokemon League, as Steven isn't the champion there, but does well to represent the Hoenn Pokemon League, where the champion always resides at the end of the game. The Latios and Latios Spirit is represented by two Charizards on Delfino Plaza, only in the Gondola opening portion, which represents Pokemon Heroes, the 5th Pokemon anime movie. The story focuses on Latias and Latios in an area similar to this. They have uncontrollable speed, nodding to their crazy speed they have in the Pokeball item that you use in Smash, and of course they'll start out with a Pokeball that unleashes Latias and Latios. The Wild Pokemon theme from Ruby and Sapphire plays. The Kyogre Spirit is represented by Giant Squirtle on Great Bay, as Kyogre lives in the ocean, and the Great Bay is meant to be the marine cave where you can encounter Kyogre in Pokemon Emerald. Squirtle was chosen as both are Water-type Pokemon. The Squirtle will throw out a Pokeball with Kyogre in it as Victory Road from Ruby and Sapphire plays. The Groudon Spirit is represented by Giant Bowser on Norfair, a nod to how Groudon is in a pool of lava in the Cave of Origin. To continue on that, the floor is also lava. The Ruby and Sapphire Victory Road theme plays. The Rayquaza Spirit is represented by Ridley in the Kalos Pokemon League. The stage will shift to the Dragon Mark's chamber where Rayquaza will fly across the screen, and Rayquaza being a Dragon-type Pokemon. There is heavy winds, nodding to Rayquaza's Delta Stream, which creates a mysterious wind that removes Flying-type weaknesses. The battle music for Zinnia, as she, along with Rayquaza, play a pivotal role in the Delta episode portion of Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire. The Deoxys Normal Form Spirit is represented by Mewtwo on Mario Galaxy, a nod to how Deoxys is from space, and both Mewtwo and Deoxys are legendary Psychic-type Pokemon. Mewtwo's attack power is buffed and will start the battle with a Pokeball that has a Deoxys in it. The battle music for Zinnia plays, as she, along with Deoxys, plays a pivotal role in the Delta episode portion of Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire. The Piplup Spirit is represented by fellow water starter Squirtle, but with 4 of them. 4 of them could be a nod to the fact that this is the 4th generation of Pokemon, but that's kind of a stretch. You fight it out on the Garden of Hope stage, probably meant to represent Sand Gem Town, where you obtain your first starter in Pokemon Diamond and Pearl, all while the Wild Pokemon theme from Diamond and Pearl plays. The Garchomp Spirit is represented by Charizard on Spear Pillar. Garchomp's attacks go up over time, which could be a nod to his ability when he Mega Evolves Sand Force, which increases the attack of Ground, Rock, and Steel type attacks while a Sandstorm is active. And his speed is buffed, a nod to his speed stats being good. The theme to Cynthia, the champion of the Sinnoh region, plays, a nod as her signature Pokemon is Garchomp. The Mega Lucario Spirit is represented by Lucario and Colosseum, which could be a representation of the Sinnoh Pokemon League. Lucario's aura abilities are buffed, a nod to how Mega Evolving increases his stats, and he will get sudden final smashes in which he will unleash Aura Storm, where Lucario Warp Mega Digivolves into Mega Lucario. The trainer battle theme from X and Y plays, as it is the game where Mega Evolution debuted. The Abomasnow spirit is represented by Donkey Kong on Summit. This is a nod to how Abomasnow can be found on Mount Coronet, which is located in the center of the Sinnoh region. The floor is icy and Donkey Kong is weak to fire attacks, a nod to his ice typing, and freezy items will appear commonly. Donkey Kong starts the battle with a Pokeball that holds Abomasnow. The wild battle theme from Diamond and Pearl plays. The Rotom spirit is represented by 2 Pichus on Pictochat 2, perhaps a nod to how Rotom will go inside electronic items. The lightning item will spawn commonly, nodding to Rotom's typing, and the Pichu's electrical attacks are buffed. The wild Pokemon theme from Diamond and Pearl plays. The Uxie Mess Spirit and Azelf Spirit is represented by 3 tiny Mewtwo's on Spear Pillar, a nod to how in Diamond and Pearl the trio are used by Team Galactic to summon Dialga and Palkia on the pillar. The 3 will randomly appear in the background of the stage as well. The Mewtwo special attacks are buffed and they will heal as it gets high damage. The healing is not to their attack rest where they will fall asleep but recover a nice chunk of damage. The Dialga and Palkia battle theme plays. The Dialga spirit is represented by a giant Lucario on Spear Pillar, as Dialga is one of the 3 stage hazards and they are both part steel type. Periodic earthquakes happen, a nod to the stage hazard on this stage, and Dialga will be able to learn that move in Diamond and Pearl. Lucario will get sudden final smashes and unleash Aura Storm, which is a nod to the laser beam that shoots in the stage as another hazard, and could also represent Roar of Time, Dialga's signature move. The Dialga Palkia battle theme plays. The Palkia spirit has you battle the very similar colored Mewtwo on Spear Pillar, as Palkia is one of the 3 stage hazards. Periodically, the left and right controls will reverse, a nod to the stage hazard Palkia brings to that level. The Dialga and Palkia battle theme plays. The Regigigas spirit is represented by a giant Rob on Brinstar Depths, a nod to how Regigigas lies deep underground in the Snow Point Temple and Diamond and Pearl. Rob's attack and speed will buff up over time, a nod to Regigigas' ability Slow Start, where his attack and speed are half at the first few turns, but will jump up to powerful levels after that. The Dialga and Palkia battle theme plays. The Giratina Altered Form Spirit, it has you battling a giant Mr. Game & Watch on Spear Pillar, a nod to where you find him in Platinum and go into the Distorted World. Game & Watch is used as Giratina travels to and from dimensions, and Game & Watch is a 2D fighter, 2-dimensional. The screen will flip from time to time, a nod to Giratina's home of the Distorted World. Mr. Game & Watch will also start the battle with a Pokeball holding Giratina. The Dialga and Palkia battle theme plays. The Cresselia spirit is represented by a Yoshi on Spear Pillar, the stage where Cresselia is one of the 3 stage hazards. Yoshi's defense will increase over time, a nod to her high defense stats, as the Dialga and Palkia battle theme plays. The Manaphy spirit is represented by a Squirtle on the Kalos Pokemon League, as in the Flood Chamber in the stage, Manaphy randomly appears and causes a whirlpool. Your move speed and jump is nerfed, as it simulates battling Manaphy in its home turf of water. The Dialga and Palkia battle theme plays. The Darkrai spirit is represented by fellow Dark-type Greninja. You battle it out in Luigi's Mansion as there is a Slumberfort activated, as Darkrai is known to inhabit dreams. The Black Hole item is common, a nod to Darkrai's Dark Void attack, and how it appears from a void of darkness as well. Greninja will start the battle with a Pokeball with a Darkrai inside. The theme to battling Team Galactic plays. The Shaman Landform spirit is represented by fellow Grass-type Ivysaur on Yoshi's Island, as Shaman loves flowers. You start out flowery and take constant damage. So many flowers. This grass legendary loves it. The Route 209 music from Diamond and Pearl plays. The Arceus spirit is represented by Corrin on Spear Pillar. Corrin's dragon form bears a resemblance to Arceus. Another nice nod is Corrin's Japanese name, Kamui, I probably mispronounced that, originates from the Anui meaning god, and Arceus is the creator of the Pokemon world. Heavy winds plague the battlefield, as Corrin infused with the God Pokemon makes you much easier to launch. Corrin will of course start the battle with a Pokeball that contains Arceus. Let that sink in, you can put God in a little ball. The Dialga and Palkia battle music plays. The Victini spirit is represented by fellow Fire-type Pokemon Incineroar while fighting on Prism Tower. You are easy to launch, a nod to Victini's move Focus Energy, which increases a Pokemon's chance of critical hits. Incineroar starts the battle with his Final Smash and a Pokeball with Victini in it. Ends Castle plays as you try not to get launched up. The Oshawott spirit is represented by fellow Water Starter Squirtle. You battle it out on Tortimer Island as Squirtle starts the battle with a Pokeball that holds an Oshawott in it. When at high damage, the Squirtle will gain more attack power, a nod to Oshawott's ability Torrent, which increases Oshawott's water-type attacks when he is at high damage. Route 23 from Black and White 2 plays. The Zoroark Spirit is represented by a wolf and 3 Lucarios. You must defeat the Lucarios before Zoroark will appear, a nod to his illusion ability where you don't know your opponent is a Zoroark until you hit him. The wolf will then have a Pokeball with Zoroark in it. The Reshiram and Zekrom battle theme plays. The Chandelure Spirit is represented by Mr. Game & Watch because soulless eyes. Game & Watch has no eyes, neither does Chandelure, sort of. They were both what the heck characters when introduced in Melee and Pokken respectively? Probably not, but hey, I like that option too. You battle it out on Luigi's Mansion, a nod to Chandelure's typing of being half ghost, and the floor is lava, a nod to his other half being fire. The Reshiram and Zekrom battle music plays. The Hydreigon Spirit is represented by Charizard on the Kalos Pokemon League. As in the Dragon Mark Chamber portion, the Hydreigon is in the background. His attack will increase over time, perhaps a nod to the move Focus Energy it can learn to up its attack power, as Route 23 from Black and White 2 plays. The Cobalion, Terrakion, and Virizion Spirit is represented by Yoshi, Ducka, and Lucario respectively. These three are 3/4 of the part of the Sword of Justice from Black and White. Each of them start the battle with a Beam Saber, a nod to their special move Sacred Sword. Their attack power is also raised, a nod to the move Sword Dance, which increases their attack power of the user and continues the nod of all the swords. Inn's Castle plays during this match. The Tornadus Incarnate Form Spirit is represented by Lucario in Skyworld, where there is only cloud platforms as Tornadus rides on clouds and controls them. He starts the battle with an Ore Club, which can produce a tornado as heavy winds plague the stage, going along with the tornado windy motif. Inn's Castle plays. The Thunderous Incarnate Form Spirit is represented by Mega Man on the pirate ship level during a lightning storm section of the stage. Lightning attacks are buffed, the floor is electrified, and Mega Man will favor his up smash attack known as Spark Shock. Where there's Thunderous, there is lightning. Sorry, I really couldn't resist. As you can assume, the Thunder Pokemon here is part electric type. Inn's Castle theme plays. The Reshiram Spirit is represented by fellow fire type Pokemon Charizard on the Unova Pokemon League. A Reshiram is a stage hazard on this stage. Charizard's fire abilities are buffed and he will favor special attacks, all fire based, as Reshiram is part fire type. This Pokemon's battle theme plays appropriately. The Zekrom Spirit is represented by Dark Samus. With its Dark Suit and Screw attack, which is electric based, it's a great choice. You battle it out on the Unova Pokemon League as Zekrom is a stage hazard. Electric attacks are buffed and Dark Samus will favor her special moves. Its special move. Sorry, I always kind of use that prefix for Dark Samus. I need to work on that. The Reshiram Zekrom battle music plays. The Landorus Therium Form Spirit is represented by Donkey Kong on Gerudo Valley. Being part ground type, earthquakes will occur occasionally, all while the Reshiram Zekrom battle music plays. The Kyurem Spirit is represented by the Ice Climbers on Summit, as Kyurem is part ice type. This time battle also has a frozen floor, and the Ice Climbers will favor their special moves. They'll also have a Pokeball with the Kyurem in it. The Reshiram Zekrom battle music plays. The Keldeo Normal Form Spirit is represented by Lucario in the Unova Pokemon League. This stamina battle gives Lucario a Pokeball that starts the battle with Keldeo. Lucario's final smash meter will fill up quicker, and is perhaps a nod to Keldeo having another form, the Resolute form, and Lucario will Mega Evolve in his final smash Aura Storm to a new form, Mega Lucario, so there's some similarities there. Inn's Castle music plays. The Meloetta Aria Form Spirit is represented by 4 Jigglypuffs, all while a Slumber 4 is activated. Jigglypuff is a great fit as she too is a singer along with Meloetta. One Jigglypuff will start the battle with a Pokeball holding her. The Jigglypuffs will also favor their side special Rollout, which is a nod to Meloetta learning the move Echoed Voice. Both are moves in the Pokemon games that become more powerful as you use them consecutively. Inn's Castle plays while you battle it out on Prism Tower. The Genesect Spirit is represented by 4 Robs, as Genesect is an altered bug fossil, which now has a cannon on its back, as you would normally do to a revived bug. The Robs will favor their neutral special, the Robo Beam, meant to represent that cannon, and its signature move, Technoblast. Their speed is buffed, and one Rob will start the battle with a Pokeball with Genesect in it. There are perhaps multiple Robs, a nod to the Pokemon movie that Genesect stars in, where there's multiple of them. Inn's Castle plays, you fight it out on Prism Tower. The Chespin Spirit is represented by fellow grass starter Ivysaur on Congo Jungle. Congo Jungle most likely represents Santaloon Forest, which is north of Aquacore Town, where you obtained your starter Pokemon in the Kalos region. The Ivysaur will favor his neutral special Bullet Seed, which is a nod to the Pokeball Chespin's attack and ultimate Seed Bomb. The Ivysaur starts the battle with a Pokeball with Chespin in it, while the wild battle music from X and Y plays. The Aegislash Spirit is represented by 2 Golden Meta Knights, which is a nod to the 2 forms Aegislash can take, Blade form and Shield form. Melee attacks are increased during this timed battle. You fight it out on the Kalos Pokemon League, where on the Steelworks portion, Aegislash's pre-evolution Honedge makes an appearance, and in X and Y, you will battle an Aegislash against the Elite Four member Wilkstrom. The battle trainer music from X and Y plays. The Inkay Spirit is represented by a fellow squid, or maybe a kid, Inkling, while on the Kalos Pokemon League. Inkling will start the battle with a Pokeball with Inkay in it, and earthquakes will occur periodically, a nod to the move Topsy-Turvy, which trips you up, much like earthquakes do in Ultimate. The Dedenne Spirit is represented by a Pichu on Pokemon Stadium 2. Pichu was used as they are both the adorable electric rodent of their respective generations. Zapflor is activated while Pichu starts the battle with a Pokeball with a Dedenne in it. Pichu will also favor his neutral special Thunderjolt as well. The wild Pokemon battle theme from X and Y plays. The Xerneas Spirit is represented by a giant Lucario on the Garden of Hope. Lucario will start the battle with a Pokeball that holds the Xerneas as you are flowery and take constant damage. The flowery part of the battle represents Xerneas' association with nature. Lucario will start with damage, but it makes him more powerful. This is a nod to Xerneas' signature move Geomancy, which makes you wait a turn to charge, meaning you might get hit or damage, but it will buff Xerneas' special attack, special defense, and speed. The champion battle music from X and Y plays. The Yveltal Spirit is represented by a giant Charizard on the Kalos Pokemon League. Charizard will be immune to fire and explosion attacks, perhaps a nod to Yveltal being the destruction Pokemon of sorts. This battle takes place while the champion battle music from X and Y plays. The Zygarde's 50% form spirit is represented by a giant Yoshi and 8 tiny Yoshis, which are meant to represent Zygarde core and cells. You fight it out on Frigate Orphan, which could be a nod to the Aether base itself in Sun and Moon, where Zygarde is encountered in that game. The Team Flare battle music plays. The Diancie Spirit is represented by 2 Kirby's that have Reflect applied to them. The Kirby's will favor their down special Stone, a nod to Diancie being half rock type. The Reflect is a nod to Diancie's ability Magic Bounce, which will reflect any status changing moves back at the attacker in the Pokemon games. They take less damage in air, perhaps a nod to Diancie being very defensive and the fact that it sort of floats around. You fight it out in the Kalos Pokemon League as the champion music from X and Y plays. The Hoopa Confined Spirit is represented by a Mii Sword Fighter that can use a Chakram weapon like Hoopa holds, and the Sword Fighter will of course favor it. The Boomerang item will spawn more commonly, as it can be thrown and comes back like a Chakram. The Sword Fighter will start with the Super Launch Star, a nod to how Hoopa can make portals and teleport around. The Team Flare battle music plays. The Volcanion Spirit is represented by a giant Bowser on Norfair. This stamina battle has Fog on it, a nod to the very first Water-Fire type Pokemon, and a nod to his exclusive move Steam Eruption. You also take random damage, again a nod to Steam Eruption, as it will burn its opponents, causing it to take damage every turn. The champion battle music from X and Y plays. The Rowlet Spirit is represented by a tiny version of fellow grass starter Ivysaur. Ivysaur will favor his side special Razor Leaf, a move that Rowlet can learn. Heavy winds plague the stage, a nod to Rowlet being a bird, although not flying type. You battle it out on the Dreamland stage, a nod to Rowlet as well, being an owl in general and likes to be perched up on trees, and Wispy Woods is in the background there. The battle music from Sun and Moon plays. The Beware Spirit is represented by Donkey Kong on Congo Falls. Congo Falls probably, and this might be a bit of a stretch, represents the fact that the Alola region is in a set of islands, and Congo Falls is on DK Island. DK has super armor, making him harder to take out, which is probably not to Beware's ability Fluffy, which allows it to take less damage, but doubles damage from fire type attacks. DK will also start the battle with a Pokeball with Beware in it. The trainer battle music from Sun and Moon plays. The Pyukumuku Spirit is represented by 4 tiny Kirby's on Wuhu Island, in particular the beach area, nod to the Alolan Island chain where the Pokemon is from, and the fact that in the region people will find them washed up on beaches and throw them back to the ocean so they don't dry out. A Kirby will start the battle with a Pokeball with this Pokemon in it as the wild Pokemon battle music from Sun and Moon plays. The Togedemaru Spirit is represented by 4 of another cute and adorable electric rodent, Pichu. You battle it out on Prism Tower, as this city has an electric type gym there. The Onira item will commonly spawn a nod to the spiked fur of Togedemaru, and the Pichus will favor their down special Thunder. One Pichu will start the battle with a Pokeball with a Togedemaru in it. The wild Pokemon battle music plays from Sun and Moon. The Mimikyu spirit is represented by a Pikachu, and not how it looks like one as it hides its real self, while you battle it out on Luigi's Mansion, meant to represent the spooky, thrifty Mega Mart that has been abandoned and wild Mimikyus call their home. Pikachu starts the battle with a Pokeball holding a Mimikyu in it, as you will take random damage, perhaps not to its Z move and what it does in Ultimate Let's Snuggle Forever. It could also represent its Pokédex entry that states anyone who sees its true form will be affected by a terrible illness or death. Dear God, some Pokédex entries are dark. Seriously, go check a few of them out. The main theme from Luigi's Mansion plays. The Tapu Koko spirit is represented by fellow electric-type Pikachu on the battlefield version of Temple, meant to represent the Rune of Conflict, where you could challenge and capture it in Sun and Moon. Electric moves are buffed, and Pikachu starts the battle with a Tapu Koko Pokeball. There's also Zap Floor active, a nod to Koko's ability, Electric Surge, which creates an electric terrain during a Pokemon battle. The Island Kahuna battle theme plays. The Solgaleo spirit is represented by a golden Incineroar while battling on Spear Pillar, which could meant to be representing the altar of the sun where you encounter it. Incineroar is gold because Solgaleo is the sun Pokemon. This is a stamina battle, while Incineroar will favor special moves and start the battle with a Pokeball with Solgaleo in it. The Elite Four battle music plays. The Lunala spirit is represented by Gold Ridley on Luigi's Mansion, as there is a giant moon in the background and Lunala is the moon Pokemon. This stamina battle gives Ridley a Pokeball with Lunala in it to start the battle. The Elite Four battle music plays. The Nile Ego spirit is represented by 3 Kirbys on Great Cave Offensive. I probably destroyed pronouncing that, and I do apologize. The Great Cave Offensive is meant to represent the Ultra Deep Sea from Sun and Moon, where they live, and probably the Diglett Cave where you can capture one. The floor is poisonous, a nod to it being half poison type. The Kirbys will love to jump and fall slowly, a nod to how it likes to float around. Battle at the Summit plays. The Necrozma spirit is represented by a Gold Mewtwo, a nod to Ultra Necrozma, and both are Psychic type Pokemon. You battle it out on Spear Pillar, a nod to Mount Lanakila, where you catch Necrozma in Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon. This stamina battle has Mewtwo's special attacks upped. The Elite Four battle music plays from Sun and Moon. The Magearna spirit is represented by a Metal Peach on Wily Castle, a nod to how Magearna is a mechanical Pokemon. Plus, it looks like Magearna has a dress on, so Peach is a great choice. 2 Mega Man will also appear, but invisible, to support her, using their cannons and arm blades, as it seems to represent Magearna's signature move, Floor Cannon. The battle music to Gladium plays. The Zacian and Zamazenta spirit is represented by Fox as Zacian and Wolf as Zamazenta. Fox will start the battle with a Killing Edge, a nod to Zacian being the Box Art legendary of Pokemon Sword, and Wolf will have a back shield equipped as Zamazenta, as he is the Box Art legendary for Pokemon Shield. In addition to this, Fox will be more aggressive and Wolf will be more defensive. You battle it out on Spear Pillar, nodding to the legendary Pokemon frequently appearing there, and are stage hazards. Battle at the Summit plays, the track from Pokemon Sun and Moon. The Grookey, Scorbunny, and Sobble spirit is represented by Diddy Kong, Incineroar, and Squirtle respectively. Diddy Kong will start the battle with a lipstick to act like Grookey's stick he will always run around with. These 3 are the starter Pokemon from Sword and Shield. You fight it out on Onett to act like Potswick, the starting town in the game and where you get your first Pokemon. At high damage, their attacks will increase, a nod to their abilities Overgrow, Blaze, and Torrent, which increases their typing attack power when they've taken a certain amount of damage. Road to Viridian City plays from Pokemon Red and Blue. The Corviknight spirit is represented by Ridley while on Galar Plains. Once you defeat the regular Ridley, a giant Ridley will appear to act as Corviknight in his Gigantamax form. Galar Plains is meant to be the wild area in Pokemon Sword and Shield, where you can raid and also find Corviknight in the wild. Ridley will favor air attacks and has increased jumping power, nodding to Corviknight being half flying type. The battle theme from Pokemon Diamond and Pearl plays. The Morpeko spirit is represented by fellow adorable electric rodent Pikachu while on Boxing Ring. Boxing Ring is most likely used to represent the gym battles in Sword and Shield, as they are all in stadiums where there is a crowd watching, just like in this stage. Pikachu will Metal Shift during this match, a nod to Morpeko's Hangry Mode, which is a different form for the Pokemon where one of its attacks will change from electric type to dark type. Food items will also spawn commonly, nodding to the Hangry Mode as well. Pikachu's electric attacks are buffed and he'll favor his special moves. The battle theme from Sun and Moon plays.
The Corellian and Meridian Spirit is represented by Charizard and Ridley respectively. The two work well to represent the legendary Pokemon of Paldea. Ridley is in his Meta Ridley costume to act more like the machine future look and feel of Meridian, and its ability, Hadron Engine, that places an electric terrain on the battlefield. Their increased attack is a nod to Corellian's ability, Orichalcum Pulse? Orichalcum...
Now I activate the Seal of Orichalcos!
You know what? It's his ability that I'm not going to be able to pronounce, which increases its attack over time. In addition to that, as Zapflor is active, a nod to Meridian's being half electric type. You battle it out on Final Destination, most likely to represent the final battle in Zero Lab. They both start the battle with a screw attack and will focus on their special moves, Flare Blitz and Wing Blitz, a nod to their signature moves, Collision Course and Electro Drift, where they transform into spinning wheels and collide into their opponent. Battle Reshiram and Zekrom play, as they too are the legendary Pokemon of their generation. The Ogerpon Spirit is represented by a team of 4 Incineroars, one being a Metal Incineroar. Each one represents a different mask Ogerpon wears, which will change its typing. The red kitty represents the Hearthflame mask, the blue one the Wellspring mask, the metal kitty is the Cornerstone mask, and the green one is the default Ogerpon with the teal mask. This is a stamina battle much like all Pokemon battles. The Hearthflame Incineroar has a flame bar, which is meant to represent Ogerpon's Ivy Club, although while wearing this mask, it becomes a fiery club. The blue Incineroar will have a Franklin badge equipped, as the signature ability of the Wellspring mask is Embody Aspect, which raises its special defense while wearing it. You battle it out on Tortimer Island, a nod to the island-like setting of Kitakami, the main setting of the DLC for Scarlet and Violet, where you can find Ogerpon. Battle Wild Pokemon from Diamond and Pearl plays. The Terrapago Spirit is represented by a Squirtle, a giant gold Squirtle, and a giant metal Squirtle. The regular Squirtle represents its base form. The giant metal Squirtle represents its terrestrial form after using its signature ability, Terra Shift, which creates a shell of crystallized energy around itself. The giant gold Squirtle is its stellar form after tetralization. There's a lot of layers to this little guy. You battle it out on the Fountain of Dreams to represent the Dark Area Zero Underpass, where you battle and capture it. The Squirtles get Final Sudden Smashes, as the Final Smash Triple Finish represents its signature move, Terra Starstorm. Battle from Pokemon X and Y play. The Spigarito, Fuecoco, and Quaxley Spirit is represented by an Ivy, a fellow grass Pokemon starter, Kirby in its red costume and round with a big mouth, so it works for Fuecoco, and then a Squirtle, a fellow water starter Pokemon. While the Pokemon will use grass and water type moves, Kirby will use its flaming dash attack to represent Fuecoco being a fire type Pokemon. You battle it out on Delphina Plaza, meant to represent the Cape Town of Cabo Poco, where you can get one of these 3 as your starter Pokemon in Scarlet and Violet. Battle Trainer from Sun and Moon play.
The Ninten Spirit is represented by 4 Nesses, perhaps a nod to your party size in Earthbound Beginnings on Magicant, a location from the game. The battle is a stamina one, as Ness's PSI abilities are buffed and the final smash meter fills quicker. Being Friends plays as they fight as friends. Aww. The Anna Spirit is represented by a female villager and a Ness that represents Ninten on Magicant. This stamina battle also has the villager and Ness heal a bit over time. Pollyanna, I Believe in You plays as you battle the teammates. Side note, one of Anna's weapons in Earthbound Beginnings is a boomerang. Just saying they should have had the villager start with it. The Lloyd Spirit is represented by a male villager and a red Rob meant to represent Eve. Wrong Eve. Anyways, you battle it out on Magicant in the stamina battle. Randomly, Bob-omb festivals will happen, a nod to how Lloyd is the only playable character in Earthbound Beginnings who can use bombs and other explosive items. Being Friends plays. The Teddy Spirit is represented by Little Mac on Onett. Little Mac's weapons attacks are buffed up, a nod to Teddy using mostly knives and swords in the Earthbound Beginnings, as he has no PSI abilities. You start the battle with Killing Edge as Being Friends plays. The Eve Spirit is represented by Giant Rob on Forget Orphan. Your attack and defense are lowered, Rob has super armor and its energy attacks are buffed in the stamina battle. This is perhaps a nod to how Eve is one of the strongest playable characters in Earthbound Beginnings. Magicant plays. The Flying Man Spirit is represented by 5 Mii Brawlers that will come one after another in the Flying Man outfit, a nod to how in Earthbound Beginnings and Earthbound, up to 5 Flying Men can join your party, but once they are knocked out just once, they're gone for good. They also have a Ness to represent himself and Ninten. This stamina battle has you fighting it out on and to the music of Magicant, the home of the Flying Man. The Starman Spirit is represented by Metal Ness on Lilac Cruise, a nod to Starman being from space! This stamina battle has the Starman Assist Trophy spawn at the start of the battle, and star items spawn commonly. The Unfound Revenge Smashing Song of Praise plays. The Paula Spirit is represented by a female villager and Ness as, well, Ness on Onett. This stamina battle has Ness's PSI abilities amped up, and the enemies will get sudden final smashes, as Ness's PK Starstorm shows Paula part of it now. Smiles and Tears play. The Jeff Spirit is represented by 3 Inklings. This is a nod to the fact that Jeff is unable to use PSI abilities in Earthbound, and mostly using shooting type items like guns as the Inklings do. On top of that, shooting items will not only commonly spawn more, but will have more power. The Jeff Assist Trophy will also spawn at the start of the battle. You battle it out on Onett while listening to the Onett theme. The Pooh Spirit, great, now I've said Pooh on my channel. Anyways, the Pooh Spirit is represented by Ryu in Skyworld, which is a nod to Pooh's home of Dalam. Ryu will have his punches, elbow strikes, knee strikes, and kicks, plus his speed all buffed. A nod to how Pooh is strong, not only physically in Earthbound, but great PSI skills as well. Smiles and Tears play. The Buzz Spirit is represented by a tiny Mr. Game & Watch that starts out at 300% damage. This is a nod to how Buzz is from the future, and has come to tell Ness of Giagus' plan, I probably mispronounced that, sorry, and protects Ness and others from a Starman Jr. But Buzz gets swatted at and killed by Lardna Mitch, the mother of Ness's neighbors Pokey and Picky. Humorous of a little dog plays. The Ness's father spirit, yes that is a phone, is represented by an invisible snake as you never physically see Ness's father. Invisible Snake has the help of Ness as well. You must defeat Snake to win the battle as Humorous of a little dog plays. The Dungeon Man spirit has you fighting a giant Luigi on Mushroomy Kingdom. This is a stamina battle as the Magicant theme plays from Smash of Wii U and 3DS. The Rambling Evil Mushroom is represented by Ness on Distant Planet. Ness starts the battle with the Rambling Evil Mushroom, and they will spawn more commonly. Humorous of a little dog plays. The Master Belch Spirit is represented by Wario on Mario Brothers. Wario might not belch in Smash, but still fits well. And the Mario Brothers stage is used because Master Belch lives in the sewers. Your defense is lowered, and the floor is sticky, which could be a nod to Fly Honey, which is an item used to distract Master Belch in the game. Unfound Revenge Smashing Song of Praise plays. The Flint Spirit is represented by Snake and a Lucas ally in his Klaus-looking outfit on Onett, as Klaus and Lucas are his sons, with a lava floor activated. The lava floor represents a forest fire in Chapter 1 of Mother 3. Snake will also start the battle with a Franklin badge equipped, perhaps because Flint is bald in the game and the joke is always bald heads are shiny. The Mother 3 love theme plays. The Hinawa Spirit is represented by Zelda and 2 Lucases, one in the Klaus's outfit to represent her twin boys. You battle it out on Yoshi's Island, perhaps a nod to how, after she dies early in the game, later on Lucas has a dream about her in a sunflower field. All fighters are easy to launch as the Mother 3 love theme plays. The Boney Spirit is represented by fellow Canine Duck Hunt and Lucas as Boney joins Lucas as a party member. You have an all-out battle on Onett as the Mother 3 love theme plays. The Duster Spirit has you battling Luigi, who prefers kicks and knee strikes, a nod to Duster's attacks mostly being kicks. You fight it out on a fog-covered Pac-Land battlefield version, which, and honestly I don't know why, is a nod to Osoi Castle. Fog maybe, as it is a haunted castle from my research, but with Ghost, Luigi's Mansion might have worked better, right? And yes, I know Ghosts aren't Pac-Man, but Duster goes to the castle to find a hummingbird egg. The theme, You Call This Utopia, plays. The Kumatora Spirit is represented by Lucas in a costume that looks like her color scheme. You battle it out on New Pork City, and the floor is frozen, and Lucas will start with a Fire Flower item. This is a nod to Kumatora being the main PSI user on the team, and meant to represent PK Freeze and PK Fire. The Mother 3 love song plays. The Salsa Spirit is represented by Diddy Kong and Wario, who represents Facade, who controls Salsa to work and do his bidding with a shock collar in Chapter 3 of Mother 3. Banana Peels are common to spawn, and the opponent will favor their special moves. You battle it out in Gerudo Valley, a nod to the Death Desert where you first meet the two. The Mother 3 love theme plays. The Masked Man Spirit is represented by Lucas, as the Masked Man is actually Klaus, Lucas' older twin brother, brainwashed into being Porky's servant. You battle it out in New Pork City, as this stamina battle gives the Lucas buffed up power and his final smash meter will increase quicker. The Porky theme plays. The Klaus Spirit is represented by Lucas in a Klaus-like outfit color scheme, and when he is defeated, a metal Lucas, meant to represent the Masked Man, appears. You battle it out in the Garden of Hope as Lucas's melee attacks are increased in power. The Mother 3 Love theme plays. The Dr. Stewart Spirit is represented by Dr. Mario, who I'm still not 100% sure is a real doctor. You battle it out on Mute City SNES, as Dr. Stewart was introduced in the first F-Zero game. Dr. Mario will heal naturally over time, and food items appear, nodding to Dr. Stewart healing others. The original Mute City music plays. The Pyko Spirit is represented by Bowser on Mute City SNES. Bowser will start the battle with a ray gun, a nod to how Pyko is an ex-military hitman. Deathwind plays as you fight, a nod to the original F-Zero where he is said to be from Deathwing, although it was retconned in the future and he now hails from Tortzy 3. And I might be mispronouncing that one. The Jody Summer Spirit is represented by Zero Suit Samus and Captain Falcon as an ally. Captain Falcon represents John Tanaka, who was alongside Jody in the Galactic Space Federation, as he also has feelings for her and feels he needs to protect her. You battle it out in Big Blue, and their speed is increased, as in-game she may be inexperienced as an F-Zero pilot, but she has great abilities to control speed. White Land plays during the battle. The Mighty Gazelle Spirit is represented by fellow robot Mega Man. You fight it out on Mute City SNES with a Zap Floor activated. Mega Man will start with damage, but is more powerful, a nod to how the Mighty Gazelle was once a human and raced in the F-Zero races, but nearly died in a crash and was rebuilt into a robot that you see before you, and in turn has become a better pilot. Dream Chaser plays while you battle. The Baba Spirit is represented by Captain Falcon. You battle it out on Big Blue, and Captain Falcon has increased speed, a nod to his training in between races to get better, I would assume. This stamina battle has White Land playing. The Octoman Spirit is represented by Mr. Game & Watch on Port Town Aero Drive. Game & Watch's Final Smash meter will charge quicker, and he will obtain sudden Final Smashes to use Octopus, which is meant to represent Octoman. Planet Colors plays while you battle. The Mr. Ida Spirit is represented by a giant Wario and Rob. This is due to Ida having a lot of similarities to Mario and is an android. Also, not exactly related, he did dress up as Peach in the F-Zero anime. Back on topic, you battle it out on Big Blue and they do damage when they dash, and the damage is more than normal. Brain Cleaner plays while you battle. That is an odd name for a song. The Biorex Spirit is represented by Wolf on Port Town Aero Drive. Food items appear more commonly and in waves. He will also get a boost of stats after he eats, a nod to how originally Biorex entered the races to prove his superiority to humans, but later down the road he entered to feed his appetite for mammoth ribs. He enters a deadly race for food. I can respect and identify with Biorex. Firefield plays while you battle. The Blood Falcon Spirit is represented by the man he was cloned from, Captain Falcon. You battle it out on Port Town Aero Drive with increased special attacks, increased speed, and favoring those special attacks. A nod to how this clone was made to kill Captain Falcon. The Car Select music plays. The Jack Levin Spirit is represented by Ken and 3 female Wii Fit trainers, as they represent Jack's female entourage, as before becoming an F-Zero racer, Jack was a pop star. Ken will get sudden Final Smashes on Big Blue as Dream Chaser plays, which kinda sounds like the title to a pop song. The Zoda Spirit is represented by Snake on Mute City SNES. Zoda is a bit of an antagonist in F-Zero, even making illegal modifications to his vehicle when the sport became illegal and there was no one monitoring the races officially. Motion sensor bombs will spawn commonly. Snake will start the battle with a lipstick, which may be a nod to this tube going from his head to a machine that will pump adrenaline and dopamine into him. So Zoda is Bane from Batman? Anyways, Sand Ocean plays. The Black Shadow Spirit is represented by Ganondorf and Captain Falcon in the Blood Falcon costume, as Black Shadow cloned him. You battle it out in Port Town Aero Drive, as you will take sudden damage, perhaps a nod to Black Shadow relentlessly pursuing to kill Captain Falcon. Devil's Call in Your Heart plays. The Skull Spirit is represented by Robin, a nod to how Skull was once Sterling Levon, a racer in the F-Max Grand Prix, a competition that predates the F-Zero by 200 years. Sterling uses science and black magic, hence Robin, to assure he can continue racing even after death, and resurrects into the Skull. Robin's magic is buffed up and will favor his down special Nosferatu, which is used in the Fire Emblem games with Dark Tomes. Brain Cleaner plays. The Jagan Spirit is represented by fellow armor-clad fighter Ganondorf. You fight it out on Castle Siege in the throne room area, a nod to him being a close advisor to Marth. He starts with damage, but his attack power and defense are increased, perhaps a nod to his class Paladin and the resistance to take damage and dish it out. He does not like to jump, a nod to how Jagan is mounted on a horse for the game. Advance plays. The Drayug Spirit is represented by King K. Rool. K. Rool has super armor and increased defense, a nod to Drayug's Knight class in Fire Emblem. You battle it out on Castle Siege while Under the Banner plays. The Rice Spirit has you battling Kirby, as they both have bald heads, maybe. I'm pretty sure that's the reason why, as Rice gives a character the option to shave his head bald in the Japanese-only game Fire Emblem: A New Mystery of the Emblem, which is a remake of the Japanese-only game Mystery of the Emblem. You battle it out on Temple as Kirby avoids conflict and will heal, a nod to Rice's priest class, which is a healer. The Shadow Dragon Melody plays. The Board, Cord, and Bar Spirit is represented by 3 Simons on Wuhu Island, notably the bridge portion. The Simons will favor their neutral special axe, as the 3 are axe users. The Colosseum series medley plays. The Navari Spirit is represented by Marth on Castle Siege's throne room. Marth can hit you with a random critical hit, a nod to the RPG elements of the Fire Emblem series, along with another element of it being a stamina battle. Battering items' power are also increased for Marth. Story 5 meeting plays. The Merrick Spirit wrong Merrick, is represented by fellow mage Robin. Robin's magic attacks are buffed up and he will favor them. You fight it out on Castle Siege stage while the Shadow Dragon Melody plays. The Minerva Spirit is represented by Lucina and a Charizard, a nod to her class being a Wyvern Rider, and Charizard being her mount. You battle it out on Skyworld while Lucina's jumping is increased, a nod to Minerva flying around all the time and her speed is also buffed. Story 5 meeting plays. The Lind Spirit is represented by fellow mage Robin. The Zap floor is active while fighting on the Temple stage, and Robin's magic attacks are buffed as Lind is a very talented mage. The Shadow Dragon Melody plays. The Pegasus Sister Spirit has you battling a trio of Lucinas on Skyworld, a nod to them loving flying in the skies. They get an extra mid-air jump, and a nod to the Fire Emblem series that will hit you with random critical hits as well. Fire Emblem Mystery of the Emblem medley plays. The Tiki Spirit has you fighting Marth on Spear Pillar. The Tiki Assist Trophy will be summoned as well, and you have to battle her dragon version. Fire Emblem Themes Heroic Origins plays. The Nina Spirit is represented by Palutena and Ganondorf, which is meant to represent how, in her game, Nina had to escape, and Camus, who Ganondorf is meant to represent, helps her escape. To add more to that, Palutena will avoid conflict and heal over time. To win, you must defeat Palutena on Temple. The Shadow Dragon Melody plays. The Kama Spirit is represented by Marth on Arena Ferox. Like others, Marth can hit you with a random critical hit a la the Fire Emblem series. His melee weapons will do more damage, and he is at a high damage he will heal and recover. Perhaps a nod to how he seemingly died in the game but was washed ashore in Regal with amnesia and went through most of the game as Zeke in Shadows of Valentia. The meeting theme from series medley plays. The Medius Spirit is represented by Ridley, as Medius is the prince of the Earth Dragons. You battle it out on Castle Siege in the underground area notably, which is also a nod to how he was assigned to watch over the seal of the other Earth Dragons by the Divine Dragon Tribes Naga. After time, Ridley will grow in size, a nod to how Medius is in his human form in the picture, but like Tiki becomes a large dragon to oppose Marth in his game, as Medius is the Shadow Dragon. This stamina battle has Lord Showdown play. And yes, I know the human forms have a name. I think it's Mankite or Mankite. I can't pronounce it, and I'm gonna mispronounce so many other things in this, so I thought I might try to save face. But I didn't, and I said this, which I didn't edit out, for some reason. Anyways, the Garnef Spirit has you battling fellow mage Robin on Unova Pokemon League. There's a Slumber Floor activated because I couldn't tell you, honestly. I looked and couldn't find why. It was a bit meddling. He doesn't have a sleeping spell that I can find. He doesn't go into a dream as far as I could tell, so let me know in the comments below. This time battle will have Robin focus on using his down special, Nosferatu. A dark magic spell as Garnef is a dark mage. Lords, a chance encounter plays. The Almond Cecilia Young Spirit is represented by a male and female villager on Skyloft, which is meant to represent Ram Village where they grew up together. The time battle has the younglings avoiding conflict. Those who challenge gods play. The Zygarde spirit is represented by Ike while battling it out on Arena Ferox. Ike's defense will go up at high damage, which might be a nod to how Zygarde's game, the Japan-exclusive Genealogy of the Holy War, Zygarde was planning on confronting the Verdanian army himself, until his friends and others step in to help him with his cause. Edge of Adversity plays. The Deidre spirit is represented by Palutena on Temple. You will have reduced attack power, perhaps a nod to her class, Light Priestess, who is more about manipulating stats than attacking. Edge of Adversity plays. The Seliph spirit is represented by Marth and an Ike who represents his father Zygarde. You battle it out on Castle Siege as Marth and Ike's defense will increase over time. Edge of Adversity plays. The Leaf spirit is represented by Roy on Castle Siege. Per the Fire Emblem RPG tradition, Roy will randomly get critical hits during battle, and also heal over time. The Fire Emblem theme plays. A side note, Leaf was considered for Melee as a clone for Marth instead of Roy, but Roy ended up getting chosen. A neat little piece of trivia, I think. The Julius spirit is represented by Robin while battling on Castle Siege. Julius is the half-brother of Seliph, long messed up story, trust me, but was corrupted by the Tome of Lopetus, which corrupted him into a Dark Prince class that uses magic, hence Robin. The floor is lava and fire and explosion attacks are buffed up, a nod to the final battle with him as he has a meteor tome and launches them at you. This stamina battle has power-hungry full playing. The Lilina spirit is represented by Palutena and a Roy who is, well, Roy as they both come from the Binding Blade. You battle it out on Garu Plains as Roy and Palutena will favor their side specials, Double-Edged Dance and Explosive Flame respectively. All fire and explosion attacks are buffed. Beyond Distant Skies, Roy's Departure plays. The Lyn spirit is represented by Zero Suit Samus on Garu Plains, as at the start of her story she lives in the plains. Zero Suit Samus will start the battle with a killing edge, a nod to the legendary sword she wields, the Mani Caddy. The Lyn Assist Trophy will spawn early in the battle as well. Attack, Fire Emblem plays. The Eliwood spirit is represented by his son Roy. The floor is lava and all fire and explosion attacks are buffed, a nod to Eliwood's sword, the Durandal. You fight it out on Castle Siege as fighters are easier to launch, and Winning Road, Roy's Hope plays. The Hector spirit is represented by Simon, a nod to Hector's legendary axe he wields at Arameds. He has super armor, a nod to how he has the highest physical durability of the three lords Hector, Lyn, and Eliwood from the Blazing Blade. He also has increased attack power in this stamina battle. Attack, Fire Emblem plays. The Raven spirit, nope, not her. Better, but no. There we are. Is represented by Roy as Raven joins Eliwood in Blazing Blade. All fighters have lower defense but higher attacks, a nod to his mercenary class which has great attack and decent defense but less than attack. Attack, Fire Emblem plays. I said attack a lot. The Ninian spirit is represented by Palutena and Roy as Eliwood. As they have a high support level in the Blazing Blades, they will get married. You must defeat Palutena to win the battle. She can use 2 final smashes in a row, perhaps a nod to how towards the end of the game she can take out 2 dragons and injure another, and her final smash meter will quickly fill up. Winning Road, Roy's Hope plays. The Carol spirit is represented by Chrom in Colosseum. Carol hails from a family where you must kill or be killed and only one may use the blade. So they play by Highlander rules. Before joining Eliwood, he is known to take out opponents with great power, so his attack power and melee attacks are buffed. The Colosseum series medley plays. The Nino spirit is represented by fellow emblem mage Robin. You battle it out on Arena Ferox as Robin's magic attacks are up, and he will favor his down special, Elwyn, while in the air. Attack, Fire Emblem plays. The Erica spirit is represented by Lucina, and an Ike as Seth, a knight who helped her escape an invading force. You fight it out on Colosseum while their attack, speed, and jumping has been buffed, a nod to Erica being a lord, and her stats increasing more and more over time. Preparing to advance plays. Oh, I'm gonna get this one wrong. The Larachel spirit is represented by a female Robin, along with Wario and Sheik, who represent her personal guards Dolza and Renek respectively. You battle it out on Castle Siege as when they are at high damage they will heal, a nod to her healing class Troubadour. Preparing to advance plays. The Lion Spirit is represented by fellow mage Robin, and when you defeat him, a giant Ridley will appear, a nod to how in the Sacred Stones, when Lion is defeated, Famordius the Demon, and the final boss of the game, gains his body back and you must defeat him. The battle takes place on the Unova Pokemon League as Preparing to Advance plays. The Titania Spirit is represented by Lucina on Castle Siege. You start the battle with your attack power nerfed while her attack is buffed, a nod to her being a commander of the Grell Mercenaries. The Devoted plays. The Sorin Spirit is represented by fellow mage Robin and Ike, as they are close friends in Path of Radiance. You fight on Temple as magic and PSI attacks are buffed, and the enemies will favor their special moves. Victory is near plays. The Mist Spirit is represented by Zelda, and an Ike, as Mist is Ike's younger sister. You battle it out on Reset Bomb Force as Zelda will gain defense and heal at high damage, a nod to her class as Cleric. Victory is near plays. The Soth Spirit is represented by Sheik. Sheik has improved speed and favors dash attack, a nod to Soth's class in game, Thief, which is to have a strike and run mentality. Well, not always strike, but steal and run, but you get it. Time for action plays while battling out on Mushroomy Kingdom. The Elencia Spirit is represented by Palutena in Skyworld, as she is a flying unit. She heals herself as a nod to her versatility in games and able to use rods, and has increased attack power. Victory is near plays. The Ashnard Spirit is represented by Ganondorf and a Charizard, which is Rageon his mount. The Stamina battle is fought on Reset Bomb Forest as Ganondorf and Charizard's defense is buffed up against the Dark Knight plays. The Zelgia Spirit is a Mii fighter in the Black Knight costume, as Zelgius is the Black Knight. Plot twists! Not really. This Stamina battle is on Castle Siege as Zelgius has super armor, a nod to his armor that is said to be immune to most attacks. His smash attacks are also buffed, against the Dark Knight plays. The Lisa Spirit has you facing off against Isabelle, as well as Lisa's older brother Chrom and friend Robin. This is a no-frills battle in Arena Ferox as Duty Ablaze plays. The Long Q Spirit is represented by Chrom in Arena Ferox, as his home is in Ferox. Sword items will commonly spawn and Chrom's slashing and stabbing is buffed. He will also start with his signature weapon, the Killing Edge. Conquest Ablaze plays. The Tharqua Spirit is represented by Lucina at the Kalos Pokemon League. A poison cloud covers the battlefield, a nod to her hexing abilities and awakening. Lucina's special attacks are also buffed. Conquest Ablaze plays. The Anna Spirit is represented by Lucina on Castle Siege, notably the Throne Room area. Sword items commonly spawn, are buffed in power, and items will gravitate towards Lucina, a nod to Anna being a merchant. Codename FE plays. The Gangrel Spirit is represented by Wolf and Bayonetta, who represents Aversa, Gangrel's subordinate. You battle it out on Find Me as you must defeat Wolf to win, and their attack power is buff. Id Purpose Remix plays. The Walhart Spirit is represented by Ganondorf with super armor, a nod to Walhart's defense and, well, super looking armor. The Stamina battle takes place on Colosseum as jumping power is nerfed to attempt to give the battle the feel of fighting an awakening, on ground level of course. Id Purpose Remix plays. The Oean Spirit is represented by Chrom on Colosseum. Chrom will start the battle with Killing Edge, sword items spawn commonly, and melee attacks are buff. Chrom will also taunt a lot, a nod to Oean being very boastful in Awakening. Duty Ablaze plays. The Savara Spirit is represented by Lucina on Colosseum. Lucina will hit you with random critical hits throughout the battle. Duty Ablaze plays. The Azura Spirit is represented by Corrin on the Fountain of Dreams, a nod to Azura dancing with water a lot. Corrin's attack power is buffed and will get sudden final smashes, and will have 2 in a row. Corrin's Torrential Roar's final smash fits well within the water theming. Lost in Thoughts All Alone, the Japanese version, plays. The Jacob Spirit is represented by Sheik. You fight it out on Spear Pillar as throwing items spawn more commonly, and they are buffed as well. This is a nod to Jacob's class Butler, which uses daggers as projectiles. Lost in Thought All Alone from 3DS Wii U plays. The Ryoma Spirit is represented by Chrom on Colosseum. The floor is electrified, a nod to Ryoma's weapon Rajinto that will normally have lightning strands around it. Chrom's melee weapons are buffed and overall attack power is as well to showcase Ryoma's raw power. Lost in Thought All Alone Remix plays. The Hanaka Spirit is represented by Lucina on Suzaku Castle, a nod to Hanaka's homeland of Hoshido. Heavy winds plague the battlefield, a nod to her class of Sky Knight. Lucina also has an extra air jump. Lost in Thought All Alone Remix plays. The Takumi Spirit is represented by 2 Pit that will favor their now buffed neutral special Palutena's bow, as Takumi is an archer. You fight it out on Mushroomy Kingdom as Lost in Thought All Alone Remix plays. The Sakura Spirit is represented by Isabelle with a Corrin ally. Fight it out on Reset Bomb Force as you must defeat Isabelle to win. Isabelle will also heal over time, a nod to Sakura's healing abilities and fates. Lost in Thought all alone plays. The Camilla spirit is represented by Corinne and Charizard, which represents her mount. There is a cloud of poison as well in the battle, potentially a nod to her hair color and favorite color of purple. X-bombs are commonplace in this battle on Spear Pillar, as Lost in Thought all alone 3DS Wii U plays. The Leo spirit is represented by fellow mage Robin with high gravity, which nerfs jumps a bit, a nod to Leo being on his horse and not being mobile in the form of jumping. Robin starts with a black hole item and will heal when he hits an opponent, a nod to Leo's skill Life Taker, which heals him when he defeats an enemy. You fight it out on Reset Bomb Forest, which is meant to represent the Woods of Forlorn, where you battle in Fate's Birthright. Lost in Thoughts all alone 3DS Wii U plays. The Elise spirit is represented by Isabelle and Calcium. As a nod to her healing class Troubadour, she will heal over time, healing items will commonly spawn, and she will focus on grabbing them. Lost in Thought all alone from the 3DS Wii U plays. The Garin spirit is represented by Ganondorf, as they kind of look similar. You battle it out on Final Destination with a poison floor. Your jump is reduced, and it is a stamina battle to make you feel like it is the final battle in Fate's Birthright. Not sure about the poison floor unless it was a hazard I can't seem to recall or find info on though. Lost in Thought all alone remix plays. The Tsubasa Oribi spirit is represented by Inkling on Boxing Ring. The Squid Sisters Assist Trophy will spawn, a nod to how in the game Tokyo Mirage Sessions #FE, she wants to be a pop star once becoming a Mirage Master. The style-savvy trendsetter music plays. And as weird as that all sounds, is just a reminder that I need to play Tokyo Mirage Session. The Dorothea spirit is represented by a female Robin while on Garreg Mach Monastery, but only on the reception hall area, as that is the area that the Black Lion characters are seen in the background, and that is the house that she hails from. A further fun nod is that she would normally appear in the background, but is omitted from this spirit battle. Robin was chosen as Dorothea as a mage and starts the game with a Thunder spell, and Robin will favor her neutral special Thunder and have buffed electrical attacks. Along with Robin, 3 Jigglypuffs will be there to help, constantly using their up special Sing. This is a nod to Dorothea's past before joining the school. She had a rough past with her father abandoning her and her mother passing away, but she was eventually discovered by the Opera House and because of her beautiful singing voice became known as the Mystical Songstress. Foldland Wind plays, a track from 3 Houses. The Ingrid spirit is represented by Lucina while fighting on the Garreg Mach Monastery, specifically the marketplace where her fellow Blue Lions are in the background. Much like before with Dorothea, she is normally in the scene but not for this battle, which I really love. Lucina was used because her alt color gives her the same hair color as Ingrid, and Ingrid is a knight who focuses on spears and swords. There will be a tidal wave of food, a nod to Ingrid's love for food, to the point that she loses herself in the presence of delicious enough meals. Tearing Through Heaven plays, another 3 Houses track. The Hilda spirit is represented by a female villager while on, say it with me people, the Garreg Mach Monastery, and particularly the bridge portion where the house she hails from, the Golden Deer, will have members in the background. And much like before, Hilda is normally there and is not here. Also, Claude is there as well, but is absent as Bailiff. In the Claude alt color is there to help Villager, as the 2 are close in 3 houses, and Claude's unofficial retainer. Villager was chosen as Hilda is an axe user and Villager will favor her axe moves. As time goes on, Villager will gain power, perhaps a nod to Hilda being a bit lazy at the start of the game, but once the time skip hits, she's a bit more serious about fighting. Paths That Will Never Cross plays, a 3 Houses track. The Sethis spirit is represented by Dr. Morrow and a female villager. The villager represents his younger sister Flayan, because spoiler, it's really his daughter. Still not 100% sure why that was lied about. Maybe I missed something and didn't retain it, but I'm not sure. It works as a kind of shock for the game. But you start this time battle fighting the villager, and once she is defeated, a buff Dr. Mario comes into the battle to take you out, a nod to his overprotectiveness of her. You fight in the chapel portion of Garreg Mach Monastery, where normally the 2 will be in the background with Lady Rhea. The timed manner of the battle might be a nod to Chapter 15 of the Crimson Flower route, where you must stop the 2 from reclaiming Garreg Mach. Long story, play the game. Anyways, Chasing Daybreak plays. The Edelgard spirit is represented by a Byleth in the Edelgard alt colors. You battle it out on Castle Siege to represent Adderstein Castle, where you fight Edelgard in all routes other than Crimson Flower. There is a fire floor active to nod to her alter ego, the Flame Emperor. Byleth will favor her down specials and down smashes, which involve the Amir, an axe weapon which you see her holding in her enhanced spirit, and she's an axe user. She will also have super armor, a nod to her strong will and how she is the final boss in some routes, making her one of the most powerful enemies. Apex of the World Plays, a song played while you fight her in the final chapter of the Azure Moon route. The Dimitri spirit is represented by Byleth in the Dimitri alt colors. Along with Byleth, there is a Ganondorf who acts as Dedu, Dimitri's retainer who will protect him as he owes him a life debt. You fight it out on a distant planet, meant to represent the Tailtean Plains, where you face Dimitri in the Crimson Flower route of 3 houses. This stamina battle has Byleth focusing using his side special and smashes, which uses the spear Area Bard, as spears are Dimitri's main weapon. Byleth will have increased attack power as Between Heaven and Earth plays. The Claude spirit is represented by Byleth with the Claude all colors. You fight it on Gara Plains, meant to represent the Grandor Field, the setting of the Battle of the Lion and Eagle mock battles. Byleth will favor his neutral special and neutral aerials, which will use the bow Fail Not. The floor is poison, and occasionally the controls will go vice versa, nodding to Claude being a tactician and a schemer. He at one point even seemingly jokes about poisoning the food of the other houses to give the Golden Deer an advantage in the friendly mock battle I mentioned before. Blue Skies in Battle plays, the song that plays during that mock battle. The Rhea spirit is represented by Politena while on the Bridge of Eldin. Politena is used as she does bear a striking resemblance to Lady Rhea's human form. The Bridge of Eldin is used as it looks very much like the Garreg Mach at sunset, and in that setting we first see her transform into the Immaculate One, which is represented by a giant white Charizard once Politena is defeated in this stamina battle. Apex of the World plays, a nod because it plays when you fight her in the final battle of the Crimson Flower route. The Sothis spirit is represented by a female Byleth while having her all colors. You fight on Spear Pillar, meant to represent the Throne of Knowledge, the location where the two will communicate before they fuse together to become more powerful. Byleth will heal as time goes on, a nod to the ability Sothis gives Byleth during the campaign of the game called Divine Pulse, which allows you to rewind turns. Byleth will also get sudden final smashes, and Byleth's final smash, God Ruptured Heaven, features Sothis. The main theme of Fire Emblem 3 Houses plays. The Ball spirit is represented by Mr. Game & Watch along with Jigglypuff, Pac-Man, and Kirby, all round like balls. They will all favor grabbing and throwing, in which the ball move is for Game & Watch. Ball items spawn commonly and are buffed up as well. They really are going for the ball aesthetic, or was a trial to see how many times I could say the word ball in like a minute or two. Ball. There. 7 times. The Flagman spirit is represented by 4 Game & Watches who use their up tilt attack, which is the Flagman. The special flag item will also appear more commonly to try to distract you. The Fire spirit is represented by 4 Game & Watches that have their up special fire buffed up. This is a time battle, which might be a nod to how you have limited time to jump from a burning building, which would be just dark if that was the truth. So, probably not. The time aspect probably refers back to the old Game & Watch games. The Judge spirit is represented by an army of 8 Game & Watches who favor their side special Judge. Stop judging me! I have YouTube comments to do that for me. The Manhole spirit is represented by a single Mr. Game & Watch as he favors his down tilt Manhole. The Pitfall item will appear commonly as a nod to the Manhole move, which can burrow you underground, much like the Pitfall does itself. This is all reference to the fact that manhole covers in like New York City, if they keep open, you'll just fall in them. You know, when those pesky Ninja Turtles kind of climb out of them and don't replace them. Or if a group of teenagers want to search and fight Tim Curry in the sewers. The Lion spirit is represented by Mr. Game & Watch and an Incineroar as the Lion. This is a no frills battle and no special effects are in place. The Turtle Bridge spirit is represented by Mr. Game & Watch alongside a Squirtle, Morton Koopa, and Bowser, all turtles or turtle-like creatures. Mr. Game & Watch must like turtles. The enemy will favor their back tilt attack, which of course is the Turtle Bridge move. The Fire Attack spirit has you battling 4 Mr. Game & Watches while they favor their side smash attack, Fire Attack. Some of these explanations are really simple. The Oil Panic spirit has 4 Mr. Game & Watches you have to fight off while the floor is slippery as an oil spill would be. Actually, is an oil spill actually that slippery? All I know is just the devastation I see on TV about it.
The 9-volt and 18-volt spirit are represented by Villager and Incineroar respectively. Incineroar is a pretty good choice when you take into account in WarioWare Gold, 18-volt's animal of choice in a rap battle is a tiger. And that is a sentence I just had to say. You fight it out on Gamer as the boss Gallica item commonly spawns and the Sheriff Assist trophy activates at the start of the battle, making the whole experience feel like a painful minigame. That and they have a love for retro games, so those fit very well. WarioWare Inc. plays. The Dribble and Spit Spirit has you fighting a Wario and a Pikachu. You fight it out on Saffron City as they will favor their side specials Wario Bike and Skull Bash. They also will run at you uncontrollably, a nod to how the duo has worked as cabbies and apparently has even done some fairs in space. What is the lore of this game? Saffron City is meant to be Diamond City. WarioWare Inc. plays. The Cat and Anna spirit is represented by two sheiks on Suzaku Castle, as Cat and Anna are ninjas. Throwing items commonly spawn, a nod to ninjas throwing items like ninja stars? I think so. And they love to jump a lot, as tiny ninja children tend to do. If you don't believe me, watch Naruto. The mysterious Muramasa Castle plays, a song that goes along with the theming. Mostly. The Dr. Krieger spirit is represented by Dr. Mario, Rob, and Wario. Dr. Mario is Dr. Krieger, and the Rob is meant to be his robot creation, Mike. Wario is meant to be a nod to the good doctor building the Wario bike and creating Wario Man himself. Why is there so much lore in these games? You have to defeat Dr. Mario to win, as Mike's own song plays. The Orbalon spirit is represented by Mewtwo on Balloon Fight. Mewtwo will deal damage if he falls on top of you, a nod, I feel, to Orbalon's origins as he crashed into Diamond City from space. The Starman Assist trophy spawns early, an obvious nod to this being an alien, and he has up-jumping abilities. WarioWare Inc. plays. The Wario Man spirit is represented by his alter ego, Wario. You fight it out on WarioWare Inc., as Wario will not only get some Final Smashes, Wario Man, and will also have his Final Smash meter fill quicker. WarioWare Inc. plays. How many times did I have to say Wario there? My goodness. The Ashley spirit is represented by a Mii sword fighter in the Ashley outfit, and a tiny Ridley that acts as Red, the small shape-shifting imp. Magic attacks are not effective against the little witch, and the Ashley Assist trophy will spawn. The left and right controls will also get reversed randomly, a nod to her using magic. Ashley's own song plays. The Young Cricket spirit is represented by Lucario on Suzaku Castle, a nice touch for the warrior. Lucario's dash attacks will damage you, and it seems that is a nod to his first appearance in WarioWare's Smooth Moves, where he and his master Mantis are hungry, and Young Cricket dashes on top of people's heads to get to a dumpling food stand. Chun-Li Stage Type A plays. The 5-volt spirit is represented by Isabelle, as they are both sweet-looking, but are able to unleash unimaginable powers, and much like the 5-volt Sage Hazard causes damage, you will take some damage as well. The Gamer music plays. The Pyro spirit is represented by Yoshi, both using their tongues in their games. You battle it out on Balloon Fight, while the Deku Nut will commonly spawn. The Deku Nut is a nod to in the games in WarioWare. In it, you use the tongues to grab the beans falling, and the Deku Nut is meant to be the beans. WarioWare Inc. plays. The Frank spirit is represented by 4 tiny Pikachus. You fight it out on WarioWare in this No Frills battle while Mike's song plays. The Captain Syrup spirit is represented by Bayonetta and a giant King Dedede who represents the genie Syrup summons during the final battle of Wario Land Super Mario Land 3 to help her fight Wario. You battle it out on the pirate ship, a nod to her being the captain of the Black Sugar Gang pirates. Bayonetta will be distracted by items and they will gravitate towards her, a nod to Captain Syrup and her thieving ways. The Great Sea menu select plays. The Princess Shakura spirit is represented by Peach, Wario, and Mr. Game & Watch. Mr. Game & Watch is there to act as Shakura when she is either in a black cat form that guides Wario in Wario Land 4, or likely when she transforms into the shopkeeper, as that form greatly resembles Game & Watch. As there is a lot of transforming in that game, transformation items like the Super Leaf spawn commonly. Peach will avoid fighting in this time battle where you win by defeating her. Mushroom Kingdom 2 is the battlefield, a nod to Palm Tree Paradise, the first level of the Emerald Passage in Wario Land 4. Ruins from Wario Land Shake It plays. The Count Cannoli spirit is represented by Wario. As the Count is from Wario Master of the Skies, transforming items will spawn commonly and they'll be pulled towards Wario. You fight on WarioWare Inc. as Ashley Songs plays, as the Count and Ashley are both magic users. The Shake King is represented by King K. Rool while battling on Pirate Ship, a nod to Shake King being a pirate. Earthquakes will happen periodically, and King K. Rool will favor his grabs and throws, a nod to Shake King's attacks where he grabs and, well, shakes Wario. Ruins from Wario Land Shake It plays. The Charlie Spirit is represented by 3 Alfs, each colored to be the 3 playable characters in Pikmin 3, Charlie, Alf, and Brittany. The floor is slippery, a nod to the area Distant Tundra where Charlie crash lands in Pikmin 3. They also start with drills, because they explore caves, maybe. Seriously, I couldn't figure this one out, and the great people over on the Pikmin Reddit gave me some ideas, but at the least I didn't really miss a moment where Charlie pulls out a drill and starts attacking things. Mission mode from Pikmin 3 plays while you battle on the Garden of Hope. The Brittany Spirit is represented by her fellow shipmate Alf on Garden of Hope, a nod to the location she crash lands on in Pikmin 3. The battle is timed, a nod to how you have a limited time per day in the game, and a tidal wave of food items will appear and Alf will focus on grabbing them, a nod to their mission for their planet Kopai to gather seeds of food to bring them back to their home world. The Garden of Hope remix plays. The red Pikmin Spirit has you fighting 12 tiny Incineroars on Garden of Hope, while the floor is lava, a nod to the red Pikmin's immunity to fire. It is a stamina battle where they are pretty easy to kill as Pikmin are, and fire and explosion attacks are buffed. The main theme to Pikmin plays. The blue Pikmin Spirit has you fighting 12 tiny Squirtles on Distant Planet while it's raining. This is a timed stamina battle where they have little health and ice and water attacks are buffed. The Squirtles are also resistant to ice and water attacks, a nod to how blue Pikmin are the only ones that can go into water without drowning. The screams of many drowning Pikmin still haunt my nightmares. The main theme to Pikmin plays. The yellow Pikmin Spirit is represented by 12 tiny Pichus that favor their neutral special, Thunder Jolt. The floor is electrified, which is a nod to the yellow Pikmin's immunity to electricity in the games. You battle it out on the Garden of Hope in this stamina battle where they have little health. The main theme for Pikmin plays. The white Pikmin is represented by 13 tiny Kirbys on Distant Planet. As like the others, this is a stamina battle. The floor is poisonous, a nod to the white Pikmin's immunity to poison in games, and the Kirbys will favor dash attacks, perhaps a nod to the fact that when a white Pikmin has a full-bloomed flower on its head, it's the fastest of any Pikmin. POW blocks will spawn commonly. Not sure why, but let's go with that. The Forest of Hope plays. The purple Pikmin Spirit.
I feel just like a purple Pikmin.
God, I miss that, man. But the purple Pikmin Spirit is represented by 10 tiny Donkey Kongs on Distant Planet. This is a standard battle like the other Pikmin battles, and you will take damage if Donkey Kong falls on you. This is meant to represent when Olimar throws a purple Pikmin, they would land hard with a thump, dealing a lot more damage than other Pikmin. Forest of Hope plays. The winged Pikmin is represented by 12 tiny Jigglypuffs on Garden of Hope. Jigglypuff will favor her neutral air attack, and the screw attack item will spawn, a nod to how the winged Pikmin will constantly stay in the air and will attack you from the air as well. The original Garden of Hope plays. The rock Pikmin Spirit has you battling 8 tiny Kirbys on Garden of Hope. The gravity is high, hindering your jumping abilities. The Kirbys will favor their down special stone, an obvious nod to the rock Pikmin. Garden of Hope plays. The Bulborb Spirit is represented by Giant Yoshi, as both of them use their tongue to fight. Yoshi will also favor his neutral special, Egg Lay, in which he uses his tongue as well. It is a timed stamina battle that has Yoshi's attacks power buffed. The original main theme for Pikmin plays. The Emperor Bulblax Spirit has you battling a giant King K. Rool while on Garden of Hope. This stamina battle gives K. Rool super armor, a nod to how the Emperor Bulblax is the final boss in the first Pikmin game and has little weak points and was pretty hard to take down. The remixed version of the Pikmin theme plays. The Burrowing Snagrit's Spirit is represented by Giant Charizard while fighting on Garden of Hope. Charizard seems to be chosen as his long neck and snout could represent the beak of the Snagrit. The Burrowing Snagrit Assistro respawns early in the battle, and pitfalls will commonly spawn, a nod to the burrowing nature of the beast. The world map from Pikmin 2 plays. The Fiery Blowhawk Spirit is represented by 3 of the Fire-type Pokemon Charizard. You battle it out on the Great Cave Offensive, a nod to how they can only be found in the underground level of the Forest Navel in the first Pikmin game. This stamina battle has the Firepower commonly spawning, a nod to the fire-breathing abilities of the Fiery Blowhog, and to add a nod to that further, Charizard will favor their neutral special, Flamethrower. Mission mode from Pikmin 3 plays. The Smoky Prog Spirit is represented by a Mario that will phase shift from metal to normal throughout the battle. This is a nod to how in Pikmin 1, Smoky Prog is an optional boss that is also the toughest and is very difficult to take down, and the metal shifting makes him hard to launch. The stage select music from Pikmin 2 plays because this is only seen in Pikmin 1 and there's no Pikmin 1 songs in Smash. Wait a minute. The swooping Snitchbug spirit is represented by 4 pits while on Distant Planet. The Boss Galaga item commonly spawns, and the pits will focus on grabbing and using them. This is a nod to how the swooping Snitchbug will swoop down and grab the Pikmin, just like how Boss Galaga swoops down and grabs you with the Tractor Beam. The original main theme for Pikmin plays. The iridescent Glint Beetle spirit has you fighting a golden Squirtle. Much like the Glint Beetle in Pikmin that will scurry away from you, the Squirtle will avoid combat in this time stamina battle while Forest of Hope plays. The yellow Wollywog spirit is represented by 3 King DDDs on Distant Planet. The DDDs will favor their up special Super DDD Jump, which represents how the yellow Wollywog will jump in the air and try to body slam the Pikmin. The remix Garden of Hope plays. The Peckish Aristocrab spirit is represented by Giant Ridley while in Garden of Hope, a stage where this guy is a stage hazard. This stamina battle has Ridley favoring his side special, Space Pirate Rush, a nod to how in Pikmin 3, the Peckish Aristocrab will grab Pikmin with its claws and then try to eat them. The remix Garden of Hope plays. The Makiwi spirit is represented by a giant Pac-Man, and you have an Olimar as an ally. You team up on Garden Hope, which is meant to represent the stage Brilliant Garden from Hey Pikmin, in this stamina battle while Over a Wintry Mountain plays a song from Hey Pikmin. The Ochi spirit, who is such a good boy spirit, is represented by a giant Kirby as Ochi and an Alf as your created protagonist character from Pikmin 4. Kirby will focus on dash attacks and they deal more damage, a nod to Ochi using his dash abilities to help take down creatures in Pikmin 4. The Hokatak Bomb will also commonly spawn as the original Garden of Hope plays.
The Centaurian spirit has you facing off against 8 tiny pits while on Skyworld. Pit is chosen as the Centaurians are an army of angel soldiers for Palutena's army. The pits will favor the neutral special, Palutena's bow, as the Centaurians use that as their main weapon. Underworld plays as you battle it out. The 3 Sacred Treasured spirit has you facing off against Pit on Palutena's temple. Pit will have Reflect active, a nod to the mirror shield he holds, and all his special moves are buffed, a nod to how this was needed to defeat Medusa, and the Arrow of Light, which is part of the Sacred Treasures. Space Pirate Ship plays as a nod to Pit having to face off against the Space Pirates in Chapter 8 in Uprising to retrieve the 3 Sacred Treasures. The Medusa spirit is represented by a giant Palutena on Find Me, as the area does look a little bit like the arena where you face Medusa in Uprising. Palutena is a good choice as she is the polar opposite of Medusa. This stamina battle gives Palutena super armor, perhaps a nod to how Medusa is normally stationary while you try to attack her. Gravity is heavy while Boss Fight 1 from Kid Icarus Uprising plays. The Twin Bellow spirit is represented by a giant Duck Hunt. You fight it out on Find Me as Duck Hunt will start the battle with Curry activated to simulate Twin Bellow's fire breathing abilities. As Twin Bellows is the first boss in both Uprising and the original Kid Icarus, Boss Fight 1 from Kid Icarus Uprising appropriately plays. The Hedra spirit is represented by 3 Ridleys to represent the flying 3-headed serpent. You fight it out on Skyworld, a nod to where you encounter Hedra in the sky at first, as the Ridleys will favor their neutral special Plasma Breath, meant to resemble Hedra's fireball attacks. Boss Fight 1 from Kid Icarus Uprising plays. The Pandora spirit is represented by Wendy Koopa, and you have a Dark Pit as your ally. This is because in Uprising, Pandora planned on Pitu being her minion, but he betrayed and destroyed her, taking her powers. Later on, she revives herself, taking her powers back, and Pitu must defeat her again. You battle it out on the Kalos Pokemon League, which is meant to be where you originally battled her, and Bomb Festivals will happen randomly, a nod to Pandora's use of bombs. Dark Pit's theme plays. The Thanatos spirit, which the name sounds like they fused Thanos from Marvel and Xanatos from Gargoyles into one. Anyways, his spirit battle is represented by King K. Rool. K. Rool will grow giant and then tiny throughout the battle, a nod to how in the battle in Uprising he transforms a lot, including to a giant Russian nesting doll. Weird. You battle it out in the Kalos Pokemon League, nodding to the Seafloor Palace where you fight him, as there is a flood chamber in the Kalos stage, in the Space Pirate Ship plays. The Hades spirit is represented by a giant Ganondorf on Final Destination. Final Destination looks much like the final fight, and as the background looks like it's traveling a bit, do travel from the under to overworld in this final bout. Ganondorf's punches and elbow strikes and smash attacks are all buffed. He will also grow in power over time, showing off how truly powerful the underworld ruler is. X-bombs will commonly spawn as a nod to Hades' final form, where he uses lasers and turrets to attack Pit. Hades' infernal theme plays. The Specno Spirit is represented by 3 big-nosed Warios. To me, this is a little bit on the nose. You battle it out on Reset Bomb Force in this no-frills battle as the Kid Icarus retro theme plays. The Reaper and Rebet Spirit is represented by Ganondorf and then 8 tiny Ganondorfs to be the Rebets, all starting the battle with Death Scythes. Whatever. To win, you must defeat the normal-sized Ganondorf. They will do damage if they dash into you, a nod to when the Reaper sees Pit and Uprising, he will summon the Rebets and charge at him. Underworld plays. The Eggplant Wizard Spirit is represented by Dark Pit on the Reset Bomb Forest. Food items commonly spawn and your attack and defense goes down over time, a nod to how if the Eggplant Wizard hits Pit, Pit will turn into a walking eggplant and can attack. Overworld plays. The Pseudo Palutena Spirit is represented by a Palutena on Dracula's castle. Pokeballs will appear in the battle, but only Dittos, a nod to the fact that Pseudo Palutena was a copy to make it look like her in a trial Pit was going through. Dracula's castle goes well with the theme of the chapter as it's very dark and foreboding. Destroyed Skyworld plays. The Variety Spirit is represented by a Mii sword fighter in her outfit and a Kirby who represents the minion Kragloch, which is a small rock-like minion that sort of looks like Kirby, not really, but in a way. Plus, the Kirby will favor his down special Stone, which actually brings that all together. You battle it out on Reset Bomb Forest as it is her stage, and it is a timed battle where you must defeat the Mii sword fighter to win. The timed battle is a nod to Chapter 11 when she is setting off the reset bombs on the humans, and Pit stops the second one just in the nick of time. The enemy's special moves are also buffed as Wrath of the Reset Bomb Forest plays. The Lurchthorn Spirit is represented by 6 Pac-Men, as each Pac-Man represents the 6 parts of the body. As it is focused on projectile firing, the Pac-Man will start with a Super Scope item, as the Lurchthorn will launch energy balls at Pit. You fight it out on Reset Bomb Forest as it is a stage hazard as Wrath of the Reset Bomb plays. The Magnus Spirit is represented by Ike on Colosseum. Colosseum is much like his home that you visit in Chapter 18 of Uprising. Ike will have super armor, buffed smash attacks, and attack is buffed as well. Ike was used as they are both mercenaries with large swords. This is a nod to how Magnus is claimed to be the mightiest human in all the world. I believe our bald-headed friend here might disagree. Magnus' theme plays. The Donata Spirit is represented by fellow hammer user King Dedede. Being the god who forged many of Pit's weapons, including the 3 sacred treasures, meaning Dedede will be distracted by items throughout the entire battle. You fight it out on Palutena's temple, a nod to Dionysus being a god and all, as Lightning Chariot base plays. The Mimikyu Spirit is represented by Zero Suit Samus because Mimikyu will use her legs to attack Pit if he gets too close, and Zero Suit Samus uses his kicks as mean to attack. Her kicks and knee strikes are buffed and will favor her smash attacks. Also, a tidal wave of items will appear, a nod to Mimikyu being part treasure chest. In the Space Pirate ship plays. The Liquid Snake Spirit is represented by his twin clone brother Snake. Did I say that right? They are brothers, but clones of the same person? Anyways, you battle it out on Shadow Moses Island as a poison cloud is in place. This is a nod to the Fox Die virus that both the Snakes were infected with in Metal Gear Solid. Snake's physical attacks are also buff. Cavern plays. The Grey Fox Spirit is represented by fellow mask wearer Sheik while battling it out on Shadow Moses Island. They are both very ninja-like fighters. Sheik's speed is buffed, a nod to the enhanced abilities given to Frank Yeager with the exoskeleton he's wearing. And the Grey Fox Assist Trophy will spawn early in the battle. Encounter plays. The Hall Emmerich Spirit is represented by Dr. Mario and a giant metal Rob that is supposed to be Metal Gear Rex, which Hall was the chief engineer. You fight it out on Prism Tower, perhaps a nod to the Tower 5, a location on Shadow Moses Island. You need to defeat Dr. Mario to win this battle, as he avoids battle, a nod to Hall mostly working in the background to assist Snake. Yell, Dead Cell plays. The Roy Campbell Spirit is represented by Snake while fighting on Shadow Moses Island. Snake's attacks and defense will increase over time, perhaps a nod to him being a Green Beret in early life. Battle in the base plays. The Muriel Silverberg Spirit is represented by Zero Suit Samus on Shadow Moses Island, where she first met Snake. All players will get sudden damage, and after looking into it, the only reason for this I can think of is the twist at the end of Metal Gear Solid, when it is revealed Roy Campbell is not her uncle, but her biological father. So sudden twist equals sudden damage. Also, what the bloody hell kind of twist is that? Why would you even say that to her? Probably makes a lot more sense in context, but oh well. Encounter plays. The Mei Ling Spirit is represented by a female Wii Fit trainer, Anna Snake, as she provided radio support for Snake in Metal Gear Solid. You fight out in Midgar as you must defeat Wii Fit trainer to win. The battlefield is also covered in fog, perhaps a nod to how she worked behind the scenes to help Snake a lot. The Metal Gear Solid 4 theme of love plays. The Solidus Snake's spirit is represented by his clone brother Snake, as he's the third of the 3 clones from Big Boss and was meant to closely resemble Big Boss. You fight it out on Shadow Moses Island, as his speed will be increased with damage, and Snake will start the battle with a killing edge. This could be a nod to his battle with his own adopted son Raiden, in which it was a sword fight. His speed is also buffed, nodding to his exoskeleton. Metal Gear Solid 4 theme of love plays. The Rosemary Spirit is represented by Zero Suit Samus while fighting in the living room. The living room seems to be a nod to the fact that Rosemary becomes a counselor, and the living room could be her office, or the fact that she is Raiden's wife and she starts off as a housewife. As time goes down, all players' defenses will go down as well, which might be a nod to her lying to Raiden? No, that doesn't really work out. The other explanation is that she can't cook and all her food is terrible. Okay then. That is a weird stereotype that actually is in a lot of video games where females can't cook. The Metal Gear Solid 4 love theme plays. The Naked Snake Spirit has you battling 4 snakes, but not on a plane. Oh come on, you had to figure I would eventually make that joke. You fight it out on Distant Planet while it rains. Distant Planet represents, and God knows I'll mispronounce this, Teslanorox? I can't get this. You must defeat the main snake to win, as the other 3 snakes represent Solid Snake, Liquid Snake, and Solid Snake, his cloned sons. The Boss Spirit is represented by Zero Suit Samus on Garden of Hope. This is a nod to the final battle location, a field of flowers she and her former protege Naked Snake had, where he surpassed her in combat and killed her. This is a time stamina battle where Zero Suit Samus' defense will increase, perhaps a nod to her CQC technique she developed. It's also a time battle with her, as there is a 10-minute time limit on that boss battle. There is also a poison floor activated. Snake Eater plays. The Eva Spirit is represented by Zero Suit Samus and a snake as Naked Snake, as they work together during the events of Snake Eater. Okay guys, don't take a shot every time I say snake in this video. You're probably going to die. You fight it out on Garden of Hope, as you must defeat Zero Suit Samus to win the battle. Food items will spawn commonly, and the enemies will get stat boosts from eating, because her favorite food is instant noodles. Thank you, Metal Gear Wiki, and I mean that with all sincerity, honestly. Snake Eater plays. The Revolver Ocelot Spirit is represented by Fox, which could be a nod to him being an operative of Foxhound, and how Ocelot loves to do gun tricks and spin his gun even, much like Fox's side taunt. Shooting items will commonly spawn, and they are buffed in power, a nod to Ocelot's love of guns, obviously. Snake Eater plays. The Zero Spirit is represented by Captain Falcon and Snake, who represents Naked Snake, whom he worked with before they parted ways in a disagreement of cloning Naked Snake. Spoilers, he did it anyway. God, cloning in this series goes as well as it did in Spider-Man. You fight it out on Shadow Moses Island while your speed will decrease over time, perhaps a nod to the virus Zero contracted late in life that led him into a vegetative coma-like state. The series seems a little heavy, doesn't it? Snake Eater plays. The Kazuhira Miller Spirit is represented by Ken and 3 snakes. The snake seems to represent Naked, Solid, and Liquid, or could be members of Foxhound or Diamond Dog group, which he was associated with. You have to defeat Ken to win the time battle. You fight on Midgar, which could be a nod to Mother Base, his and others' home base during the 1970s. The enemies will gain attack power over time, which I think is a nod to how Miller got progressively angry and aggressive as time went on, notably after he was captured, tortured, and had his arm, leg, and eyes taken from him. I'm honestly trying to think of a Full Metal Alchemist joke and I just can't. It's there, someone else make it please. Anywho, Encounter plays. The Paz Ortega Andrade Spirit is represented by a female villager and a giant Rob, which is a nod to Metal Gear Zeke, a Metal Gear she hijacked and attempted to use to launch nuclear weapons at the East Coast and battle Naked Snake. A Bomb Festival will also occur, a nod to that after that Metal Gear Zeke incident, she was implanted with explosives and attempted to destroy Metal Snake, and she sacrificed herself as she jumped out of the helicopter as they were activated. This is kind of dark, guys! You fight it out on Gar Plains as the main theme to Metal Gear Solid Peace Walker plays. The Strangelove Spirit is represented by Bayonetta and a Metal Rob, which is meant to represent Metal Gear Zeke as she took part in creating it. You fight it out on Midgard, representing the Mother Base as you must Bayonetta to win. The main theme from Metal Gear Solid Peace Walker plays. The Metal Gear Rex Spirit is represented by 2 Metal Robs, while on Shadow Moses Island, a nod to how the first game took place on the island and revolved around Rex. Also, he likes to Kool-Aid Man his way through the wall on the back of the stage. The Robs start the battle with a Steel Diver, and this is a stamina battle. Shooting items are common, a nod to the weaponry on Rex and his rail gun. Cavern plays. The Metal Gear Ray Spirit is represented by Metal Greninja, as Ray is an amphibious Metal Gear. This stamina battle has explosive items spawn commonly and have less effect on Greninja. This could be a nod to how Revolver Ocelot wanted to use explosives to help obtain the Metal Gear Ray for himself and betray the allies he had made. Yell Dead Cell plays. The Gecko Spirit is represented by 2 giant Dark Samuses while on Shadow Moses Island. This stamina battle has the Dark Samuses not jumping too often, a nod to the bipedal machine on land and not able to maneuver like the other mechs in this world. The Metal Gear Solid 4 Theme of Love plays. The Metal Gear Zeke Spirit is represented by Rob. Rob will start the battle with a Super Scope meant to represent Zeke's railgun. Halberd is the stage for the battle, perhaps meaning to be the mother base where you fight Zeke. Encounter plays. The Eggman Spirit is represented by Morton Koopa and a Metal Sonic as Metal Sonic. Morton was used for the Koopa Clown car being similar to Eggman's Egg Mobile, and Morton has glasses somewhat like Eggman. You fight it out on Green Hill Zone as music of the same name plays. Bomb festivals will happen often, a nod to how when you defeat Eggman, or Robotnik for those who prefer that name, is defeated, his machine goes up in a bunch of small explosions and he'll run off, in the 2D Sonic games at least. Shooting items will be commonly spawned and are buffed. The Tail Spirit is represented by fellow Fox. You fight it out on Windy Hill Zone as the Knuckles Assist Trophy will spawn early to help Miles Prower. Fox will start with a ray gun, a nod to Tails being techie. Gravity is also reduced to give Fox a longer falling period to represent Tails flying in a slow descent. Emerald Hill Zone plays, which is a fun nod to it being the first level in Sonic 2 where Tails made his first appearance. The Supersonic Spirit is represented by a Golden Sonic while fighting on Windy Hill Zone. Sonic will gain sudden final smashes and will activate it as it is Sonic going to his super form. Live and Learn plays. And now that song is stuck in my head again and I'm perfectly fine with it. The Amy Spirit is represented by a pink Inkling girl on Windy Hill Zone. Inkling will start the battle with a hammer that will swing for much longer, meant to represent Amy's Pico Pico hammer. Hammer items will also spawn commonly and Inkling's speed is upped. Open Your Heart from Sonic Adventure Plays, as it was the first game to debut her in this new look. The Metal Sonic Spirit is represented by Metal Sonic while battling on Windy Hill Zone. This is a timed stamina battle, and Sonic will start the battle with a rocket belt, a nod to Metal Sonic's ability to fly around. Sonic Heroes plays, a nod to how Metal Sonic was the true final villain in that game. The Chaotic Spirits is represented by Sonic, Pichu, and King K. Rool, who represents Espio, Charmy, and Vector respectively. You fight it out on Windy Hill Zone as the enemy is invisible, and nod to Espio able to camouflage himself, as he is a chameleon. Sonic Heroes plays as a nod to the Detective Team's debut in the 3D Sonic games. Too bad Team Chaotix theme isn't in the game. Man, that was awesome. The Big the Cat Spirit is represented by a giant Incineroar whose color scheme looks just like Big, and I honestly theorize this was the only reason Incineroar has a purple costume. You fight it out on Windy Hill Zone as a Slumber 4 is activated, possibly a nod to Big enjoying sleep, possibly a nod to what happens when you play his campaign for too long in Sonic Adventure. Open Your Heart plays from Sonic Adventure, as it was his first game. Also, where is the Green Greninja representing Froggy in this battle? The Gamma Spirit is represented by Rob while battling on Frigate Orphan. This stage was chosen as it does bear some semblance to the interior of the Egg Carrier, in particular where Gamma battles his brother E105 Zeta. This is a stamina battle as shooting items have increased power, and Rob will start with a ray gun, a nod to Gamma's arsenal, and his gun he uses to battle. Open Your Heart from Sonic Adventure Plays, as it was his first game where he died a hero, and I might have cried the first time I played that game. You can't prove anything! The Chaos Spirit is represented by Metal Inkling. You battle it out on Fourside, which the buildings in the background are a perfect representation of Station Square, the hub area of Sonic Adventure. After taking damage, the Inkling will grow, a nod to how as Chaos absorbs more Chaos Emeralds, he will grow and change shape, culminating in the final battle versus Super Sonic in the flooded Station Square. Open Your Heart plays, as it does in the first part of the final battle in Sonic Adventure. The Chow Spirit is represented by 4 tiny Squirtles while battling on Windy Hill Zone. Food items will appear commonly, and the Squirtles will gain power if they eat, a nod to how you raise chows in Sonic Adventure 1 and 2. Escape from the City plays. The Shadow the Hedgehog Spirit is represented by the obvious fake Hedgehog Sonic. You fight it out on Newport City, which with its futuristic look could either represent the Space Colony Arc or Radical Highway stage from Sonic Adventure 2. The Shadow Assist Trophy will spawn during the battle, and the Timer item will also spawn commonly, a nod to Shadow's ability of Chaos Control, which slows down time and seemingly does other things when the plot needs it to. I never understood how Sonic and Shadow used it to teleport the Space Colony Arc. Live and Learn plays during the battle. The Rouge the Bat Spirit is represented by Fox on Fourside. Fox's knees and kicks are buffed, a nod to Rouge being a double agent and able to hold her own in battle. Fox's jumps are also increased as Rouge is a bat and can glide. And melee blows will heal Fox because bats bite people and take their blood and regain energy. This one's a bit confusing for sure. Oh well. Sonic Heroes plays. The Cream and Cheese Spirit is represented by Isabelle and Squirtle as Cheese. A line you would never imagine someone saying in your entire lifetime until now. You fight it out on Green Hill Zone as gravity is reduced to emulate Cream using her ears to float around and stay in the air. While in the air, Isabelle and Squirtle will take less damage as well. Rooftop Run plays. The Omega Spirit is represented by a giant Rob on Green Hill Zone. This stamina battle has Rob starting with a drill item, a nod to how he does have drill arms as a weapon. Sonic Hero, the game where he made his debut, plays. The Blaze the Cat Spirit is represented by a female Robin. You fight it out in Green Hill Zone while Lava Floor is active, her fire and explosion abilities are buffed, and she starts with a Fire Flower, all nod to her pyrokinesis abilities. Reach for the Stars plays. The Trunks the Silver the Hedgehog Spirit is represented by Sonic on Green Hill Zone. Sonic starts with the Black Hole item, which helps represent Silver's psychokinesis abilities and him able to hold his enemies in place, and it's no use to move while you are entrapped. Throwing items spawn commonly as a nod to him using psychokinesis and throwing items, cars, blocks, and everything in the campaign of Sonic 06. Rooftop Run plays. The Sonic the Werehog Spirit is represented by Wolf on Luigi's Mansion, which I guess is a nod to the Sonic Unleashed animated short where Sonic and Chip are in a haunted mansion? Sure, it works well enough. Also the giant moon. It also could be a nod to the fact that it's always dark and nighttime in that game, and that's when Sonic becomes the Werehog. Wolf's speed is nerfed, but attack power is buffed, as is meant to represent the Werehog stages from Unleashed, which had Sonic the Werehog not able to run fast but was very combat heavy. Night of the Wind plays. The Infinite Spirit is represented by a Metal Sonic while in Big Blue, which could be a nod to the first time you battle on Mystic Jungle in Sonic Forces. The screen will flip back and forth, a nod to Infinite's Phantom Ruby that gives him his power to distort reality. Fist Bump from Sonic Forces plays. The Condor Spirit has you fighting a Ridley as Condor and Ice Climbers while on Summit. The stage has an icy floor, an obvious nod to the Ice Climbers themselves, and the icy mountain the pair ascend. This is a timed battle, a nod to in the game Ice Climbers, where the goal is to grab the Condor at the peak of every mountain. You must defeat Ridley to win the battle. Ice Climbers from Brawl plays. The Polar Bear Spirit is represented by Donkey Kong while on Summit. This stamina battle gives Donkey Kong super armor, and earthquakes will occur periodically, a nod to how the Polar Bear acted in Ice Climbers when he would stomp and jump to a new platform and destroy the lowest one. The Freezy item will commonly spawn as Ice Climbers from Melee plays. The Gyromite Spirit is represented by 3 giant Robs while in Living Room, as the Rob accessory would sit in the living room of millions of Nintendo fans in the 80s. Well, thousands of Nintendo fans. Probably at least a few hundred Nintendo fans of the 80s. They'll favor their down special gyro, nodding to Gyromite, as the stack up Gyromite music plays. The Wild Gun Spirit has you facing off against Duck Hunt, a nod to when Duck Hunt does his down special, Wild Gun, 1 of 5 could appear. This is also a nod from the game Gunman is from, as you must quickly shoot one gunman right after another. When a fighter comes into the stage, they are invincible for a short period of time, and shooting items are common, and everyone starts with 300% damage, making this feel like a quick draw showdown in a Wild West movie and in the game Wild Gunman. You fight it out on Gerudo Valley, a desert-like area, mimicking the American West, where cowboys once roamed. Dylan's Rolling Western, The Last Ranger, appropriately plays, as Dylan himself is a cowboy. The Gangster Lady and Policeman Spirit, sounds like the start of a bad joke, is represented by Wolf, Peach, and Ike respectively. You fight it out on Tamagotchi Life, meaning to represent the location in these characters' games of Hogan's Alley, and you must defeat the Gangster Wolf to win. Peach and Ike, who are the Lady and Policeman, don't really do much as they are not the target in the game, but the Gangster is. The Duck Hunt mentally plays. The Ghost Spirit, sounds really odd saying those words back to back, are represented by Jigglypuff, Kirby, Squirtle, and Pac-Man, as they represent the four ghosts Pinky, Blinky, Inky, and Clyde, respectively. You fight it out on Pac-Land as the Ghost Assist Trophy will spawn, and the four ghosts will appear, essentially making it an 8-on-1 battle, which seems a bit unfair as I write this. Pac-Man plays. The Turn to Blue Spirit, which again is a weird name for a spirit, is represented by 4 Mr. Game & Watches on Wrecking Crew. The Game & Watches are blue, and the stage is meant to represent the stages in the Pac-Man arcade game, as the Game & Watches will avoid conflict like the ghosts do when they turn blue. This time battle, which is a nod to the fact that the ghost will only be blue and edible for a short period of time, has the Pac-Man music playing. The Bonus Fruit Spirit is represented by 2 Pac-Mans while on Pac-Land. The Pac-Mins will favor their neutral special, Bonus Fruit, and it is a time battle, which is of course a nod to the fact that the fruit in the Pac-Man game will only be around for a limited time on the screen. Pac-Man plays. The Tom Nook Spirit is represented by an Incineroar with the Super Leaf to give him a raccoon look. You battle it out on Smashville as the final Smash meter quickly charges, and Incineroar will gain sudden final smashes. Wait a second, why is this not Villager? Nook is part of his final smash, but I digress. Town and Hall and Tom Nook from Wild World plays. The Timmy and Tommy Spirits is represented by 2 Super Leaf equipped villagers. And is this why Incineroar was Nook? But I digress. I hope I don't do this a lot in this one. You fight it out in Smashville while the villagers are distracted by items, as Timmy and Tommy are store clerks. Town Hall and Tom Nook from Wild World plays. The DJ KK Spirit has you battling Duck Hunt and 3 villagers as the audience that is watching the DJ show. I really don't know much about DJs. Is it called a show or a set or what? I digress. Again, you fight on 4 side because it is at night, and the night is when most DJ parties happen. And it is after 8 p.m. on Saturdays in New Leaf when you can go to Club LOL to hear him play, of course. Raves, it's called Raves, right? I'm sure you'll let me know in the comments below. You must defeat Duck Hunt to win the battle, and he becomes invincible at times as well through the power of the beat. And the Squid Sisters' fellow musicians will spawn. 2 a.m. from Wild World plays. The Dawn Spirit is represented by Luigi, as he is the lankier brother to Mr. Rossetti, much like Luigi is to Mario. You fight on Smashville as earthquakes periodically occur, a nod to Don being a mole and digging and such. Along with that, Luigi will start the battle with a hammer that will swing for much longer than normal, meant to represent Don's axe he will use to dig. The title theme to Wild World plays. The Rover Spirit is represented by Sheik and 2 villagers, male and female, while battling on Spirit Tracks. This is meant to represent the first Animal Crossing game where you meet Rover on a train headed to the town, and he asks you questions to set up your appearance, including if you were a boy or girl. Although he does this in a not directive way of asking if you think your name is cool and cute, and depending on your choice is the gender you are. You are in a no-frill battle as the title theme to Wild World plays. The Red Spirit is represented by fellow Fox. You fight it out on Smashville as items will gravitate towards Fox, a nod to Red being a merchant in the game. The Gracie Spirit is represented by Yoshi while on Smashville. Transforming items will commonly spawn, a nod to how Gracie is a fashion trendsetter. And of course, fashion is always transforming, right? There is also Sleep-Inducing Floor, because I personally find fashion boring? Seriously, no idea. Town and Hall and Tom Nook's store from Wild World plays. The Gulliver Spirit is represented by Falco while fighting on Tortimer Island. High winds will occur, a nod to how Gulliver appears in the first game, always laid on the beach after telling you a story about large squids or heavy winds that destroyed his vessel. Town Hall and Tom Nook's store from Wild World plays. The Phyllis and Pelly spirit is represented by Pit and Dark Pit, a nod to how Pelly is a happy-go-lucky personality like Pit, and Phyllis is a more antisocial and annoyed by the world sort of like Pitu. Item tidal waves will happen, and they will focus on getting those items, perhaps a nod to grabbing the mail from you. Town Hall and Tom Nook's store from Wild World plays again. The Copper and Booker spirit has you battling a pair of duck hunts. You fight it out on the Bridge of Eldon, which can be a nod to how in Wild World and City Folk, the duo would guard the town gate and help you either cross into another player's town or open the gate to allow others in. To go with the defending the city gate theme, they will shield often, and their shields are far more durable than normal. Plus, their defense will get a buff once they receive some damage. Tor from New Leaf plays. The Jones spirit is represented by Peach and a villager. Peach will favor her down special vegetable, which is meant to represent the turnips that Joan will sell to the players each week. You fight it out on Town and City as Town Hall and Tom Nook's store from Wild World plays. The Katrina spirit is represented by Palatina while battling on Smashville. Her speed is buffed and will favor dash attacks. You will also be hit with sudden damage, a nod to how the fortunes that Katrina provide are not always good. Plaza title theme from Wild World and City Folk play. The Lloyd spirit is represented by 2 villagers and 2 Isabels. They will favor their side specials, Lloyd Rocket and Lloyd Trap, both attacks of course featuring Lloyd. The title theme for Animal Crossing plays. The Captain spirit is represented by Iggy Koopa while on Woohoo Island, notably the rocks on the sea part. Your swimming abilities are hindered as well, and heavy winds blow through, a nod to the heavy winds as you ride on Captain's boat. Captain's song plays, of course. The Captain from Wild World has you battling Luigi on New Donk City. This battle has the Captain's Sis trophy spawning and hunting you down tirelessly like it's from Maximum Overdrive. Of course, a nod to the time Captain was a bus driver. You hear Captain playing his song as he forces you to take public transportation. The Able Sister spirit is represented by 3 Sonics as the sisters are hedgehogs. You battle it out on Town and City. They will start with drills in the battle, a nod to the spikes on hedgehogs and perhaps meant to represent how the Able Sisters own a tailoring store and will make clothes, and the drill is meant to be the needle in the sewing machine. Outdoors, 7 p.m. sunny Main Street from New Leaf plays. Blather spirit is represented by Villager in Smashville. As Slumber 4 is activated, a nod to how if you visit the museum during the day, Blathers is asleep, being an owl. Items will also be pulled towards the enemy as Blather loves to get new and exciting additions to the museum. The title theme for Animal Crossing plays. The Celeste spirit is represented by Jigglypuff, with a bow just like Celeste. Jigglypuff will favor her down special, Rest, a nod to how Celeste will be asleep during the day if you approach her. Outdoors, 7 p.m. sunny Main Street from New Leaf plays. How is this a song title? It's more of a description if anything. The Harriet spirit has you battling Isabelle while in Town and City. Sword items appear more often and are buffed in power, a nod to her being a hairdresser in town, and the sword items are meant to represent her scissors. Well, if I walk into a place to get my hair cut and they're holding a killing edge, I'm leaving. Plaza title theme from Wild World and City Folk plays. The Brewster spirit is represented by Falco along with 2 villagers and Isabelle, who are meant to play patrons to the Roost, his coffee shop. You must defeat Falco to win, and a tidal wave of items will appear randomly. Food items that are drinks, a nod to Brewster's profession as a barista. The Roost from Wild World plays. The Lyle spirit is represented by King Dedede, as Lyle is an otter and Dedede is a penguin, and both are adorable and aquatic animals, so it kind of works. You fight on Smashville as Dedede takes damage, his attack and defense will get buffed, a nod to Lyle's original job in Wild World, an insurance sales otter, so he was properly insured and got buffed to help him. Town Hall and Nook's store plays from Wild World. The Caitlin and Katie spirit is represented by an Isabelle and a tiny Isabelle. You fight it out on Smashville as there is a fog settling in. This is a nod to how in Wild World and City Folk, the two would get lost from each other and you would need to help open the town gates, connect the town online, and a friend would bring Katie to your town to help reunite them both. Oddly enough, Tor from New Leaf plays as Caitlin is not in that game. The Dr. Shrunk spirit is represented by Luigi. This might be because Luigi will love to taunt, a nod to Dr. Shrunk's dream of becoming a stand-up comedian, and some of Luigi's taunts are comical. Banana items will also appear. Get it? Because slipping on a banana peel is funny. Wait, does that actually even happen, or has TV lied to me all these years? But I digress, so this time battle has Tor from New Leaf playing. The Frillard Spirit is represented by Wario and an Isabelle and Villager as his audience, as he too is a stand-up comedian like Shrunk. You fight it out on Town and City as Wario loves the taunt, a nod to Frillard's showmanship, and Town and Hall and Nook's store from Wild World Plays. The Kick Spirit has you fighting Lucario, which, yeah, sorta could be confused with a skunk. Plus, he kicks. The floor is slippery, perhaps a nod to Kicks being in the shoe business and wearing bad shoes can cause issues walking. Lucario will also have buff speed, a nod to wearing brand new perfect shoes from Kicks. Plaza, title theme from City Folk and Wild World Plays. The Zipper T Bunny Spirit has you battling Isabelle with bunny ears on. This is a no-frills battle as you fight Bunny Belle as the title theme from Wild World Plays. The Serena Spirit is represented by Palutena while on the Fountain of Dreams. This is a nod to how in City Folk, her statue is on top of the fountain that can be built. Hammer items will appear which are meant to represent axes, as in City Folk, after building the fountain you can throw axes into it with the hopes that the real Serena will appear and provide you with the golden axe. The Roost from Wild World Plays. The Cyrus and Reese Spirit is represented by the Ice Climbers. You fight it out on Smashville as gravity is low. Item Tidal Wave will happen as well. 2 AM from Wild World Plays. The Leaf Spirit is represented by Diddy Kong. Leaf is a sloth, Diddy is a chimp, not exactly the same, but close enough. You fight it out on Yoshi's Island, a stage with flowers, a nod to Leaf's job at the gardening store. Timer items are spawned as a nod to the slowness that sloths tend to be labeled as, although I don't remember Leaf ever really hitting that stereotype in game. The title theme from Animal Crossing Plays. The Digby Spirit is represented by his twin sister Isabelle. You fight it out in Smashville as Isabelle has buffed attacks at the start of the battle. House Preview Plays. The Lottie Spirit is represented by Jigglypuff on Tamagotchi Life, a nod to Happy Home Designer, her first game. Hammer items spawn commonly, and Jigglypuff will start the battle with a drill. Nods to Lottie working on homes, and drills and hammers are needed for home improvements. House Preview Plays. The Orville and Wilbur Spirit is represented by a pair of Falcos to represent the pair of Dodos. You battle it out on Pilot Wings, a nod to the fact that the pair own and operate the airport on your island, Dodo Airlines. Cuckoo items will commonly spawn, a nod to how the Dodo and the Cuckoo are more grounded birds and they don't really fly, and the pair will focus on grabbing them to use them against you. The pair will also have increased attack power, although not 100% sure why other than to give them an edge. Plaza, title theme, Animal Crossing, City Folk, and Wild World Plays. The CJ Spirit is represented by an Isabelle and a pair of Inklings. Isabelle was chosen for her side special fishing rod, which represents CJ's love for fishing and him being the host of the fishing tournament in New Horizons. She will also favor it during this battle. You battle it out on Woohoo Island on the boat portion, a nod to the fishing scenario. The Inklings will continue to jump up and do their up special to act like they're jumping around like squids, a sea creature you can catch in the game. Isabelle will also start the battle with a Pokeball that holds a Goldeen to represent a fish, and the Earner item will spawn to represent a pufferfish, and the Starfy Assist Trophy will spawn during the battle to represent a starfish, although a starfish isn't obtainable in New Horizons. Unless they add more in the future, probably not though. Cap'n Song Plays, a nod to the fact that at one point Cap'n would row a boat with you in it. The Flick Spirit is represented by a red Yoshi to act like the lizard. You fight it out on Tortimer Island to act as the island you inhabit on New Horizons. The Beehive and Beetle item will commonly spawn, a nod to Flick being a bug enthusiast that will visit your island, and Yoshi will focus on grabbing those items to help showcase that. Yoshi's speed and attack power will increase at high damage because bugs give Flick power? I don't know. But it does add to the battle a little bit. The Tortimer Island music plays during the fight. The Daisy May Spirit is represented by a female villager and an invisible Peach. Peach will favor her down special vegetable, and that is all you can see of her as she throws it, a nod to Daisy taking over Joan's job of turnip sales animal. The villager will also favor their down aerials, which uses the turnips to attack. You fight it out on Town and City, and you must defeat the villager to win the battle, as Tor from Animal Crossing New Leaf plays. A note, this is very similar to Joan's Spirit Battle, which makes sense as Daisy May not only took over Joan's role, but is her granddaughter. The Bass Spirit is represented by a Mega Man and a Metal Duck Hunt, who is meant to represent Bass's canine companion Treble. You fight in Wily's Castle, a nod to Mega Man fighting Bass in Mega Man 7 in Wily's Castle, while shooting items are buffed up and it's a stamina battle. We're Robots, Dr. Wily Stage 2 plays. The Dr. Light Spirit has you battling Dr. Mario as Dr. Light and a Mega Man as the super fighting robot himself. This stamina battle is on Wily's castle as Dr. Mario avoids conflict, as Dr. Light is not one for fighting. The Mega Man 2 medley plays. The Roll Spirit is represented by a female villager and Roll's brother Mega Man. You fight it out on Living Room as Dr. Light built her as a housekeeper. The time battle can only be completed if you defeat the villager, and she will heal over time, which I can only imagine is a nod to Roll.exe, the Navi version of Roll from the Battle Network series, as her battle chip heals. The Mega Man Retro Medley plays. The Beat Spirit is represented by Falco and Mega Man. You fight it out on Wily Castle as heavy winds plague the stage. The enemies will favor grabs and throws, a nod to how Beat in Mega Man 7, 9, 10, and 11 could be used to grab Mega Man if he fell in a pit and save him from death. The Mega Man 4 medley plays, although Beat was not introduced till Mega Man 5, so that's a little bit of a head scratcher. The Auto Spirit is represented by Rob while on Moray Towers. Being an inventor and creating items for Mega Man and an assistant of Dr. Light, shooting items will spawn and Rob starts with the Super Scope. Moray Towers is probably meant to represent the opening stage of Mega Man 7, the debut game for Auto. Where Robots, Dr. Wily Stage 2 plays. The Duo Spirit is represented by two Captain Falcons while in Wily's castle. Two Falcons is possibly a nod to how at the start of Mega Man 8, Duo is facing another alien being in space and they both crash land on Earth. Or perhaps a similar answer, his name Duo. The Falcons will have super armor and it is a stamina battle. The Captain Falcons will also favor their neutral special, Falcon Punch, a nod to Duo's giant arm and fist. We're Robots, Dr. Wily Stage 2 plays. The Dr. Wily Spirit has you battling Dr. Mario and 8 Metal Mega Mans in a stamina battle while fighting on Wily's own castle. You must defeat the 8 Mega Mans before Dr. Mario will appear, a nod to how you must defeat the 8 Robot Masters to get to Dr. Wily. The Mega Man 2 medley plays. The Wily Capsule Spirit is represented by Metal Rob while on Wily Castle. Rob is used to represent the many Wily machines you have to face as some of the final battles in the Mega Man games. This is also a stamina battle and has the Wily Capsule Assist Trophy spawn early in the battle. The Mega Man 2 medley plays. The Metar Spirit, I always call it the Metals, but okay, is represented by Pac-Man and the Wrecking Crew stage. Pac-Man will not jump during this stamina battle, a nod to how Metals are always on the ground and either hiding under their helmets or peeking out to attack. Pac-Man will also shield often, a nod to that hiding I mentioned before. The Cutman stage song plays. The Cutman Spirit is represented by two Young Links while on Wily's castle. In this stamina battle, the Young Links will favor their now buffed side special, Boomerang, which is meant to act like Cutman's own rolling cutter ability, where he throws his scissors on top of his head at Mega Man, and they would come back to him just as a boomerang would. Cutman stage music plays. The Gutsman Spirit is represented by a giant Mega Man while on Gerudo Valley, which is meant to represent Gutsman's own stage. Mega Man will be granted super armor, a nod to how strong and durable Gutsman is. He will favor grabs and throws, a nod to Gutsman's special weapon, the Super Arm, which allows him, and in turn Mega Man, to lift heavy rocks and objects and throw them. Earthquakes will happen periodically as well, to emulate the battle with him in Mega Man 1 when Gutsman would jump and Mega Man would be stunned for a moment when Gutsman landed on the ground. Gutsman's own stage music plays. The Iceman Spirit is represented by the parka-wearing pair, the Ice Climbers, while battling on Summit, meant to represent Iceman's stage. The ice floor is active as well, and the Ice Climbers' ice and water attacks are buffed, all while having super armor. The Iceman stage music plays, and I think we can all be thankful that we don't have to hear that disappearing block noise. Well, maybe for a second. Woom, woom, woom. The Bomb Man Spirit is represented by two Young Links while fighting on Wily's castle. The Young Links' explosive and fire attacks are buffed as they will favor their down special bomb, which represents Bomb Man's special weapon, the Hyper Bomb. This stamina battle has the Bomb Man stage music playing. The Fireman Spirit is represented by a Mega Man while fighting on Norfair, which is meant to be Fireman's stage from Mega Man 1. The Lava Floor is active while fighting in the stamina battle. Mega Man will focus on his down smash, Flame Blast, meant to represent Fireman's special weapon, although Flame Blast comes from Flame Man in Mega Man 6. Fireman stage music plays. The Electman Spirit is represented by Pikachu while on Wily's castle. In this stamina battle, actually, one second. All the Robot Masters, except for one, are stamina battles. I'm going to stop repeating myself at this point until I get to the one Robot Master that is not a stamina battle for some odd reason. Anyways, a Zap Floor is active while all of Pikachu's electric attacks are buffed. And there's no Electman music, so Gutsman stage music plays. The Metal Man spirit is represented by 3 Mega Mans while in Wily's castle. Mega Man's neutral special is buffed, and all 3 will focus on it, as it is Metal Blade, Metal Man's extremely versatile special weapon. The Metal Man stage music is playing. The Airman spirit has you battling a Mega Man while in Skyworld, as it represents Airman's stage in Mega Man 2. High winds plague the stage as Mega Man starts with a Gust Blower, meant to represent Airman's special weapon, Air Shooter. The Airman stage music plays. The Quick Man spirit is represented by Mega Man while fighting on Wily's castle. The Boomerang item will commonly spawn and is meant to represent Quick Man's special weapon, Quick Boomerang. Mega Man will also focus on grabbing and using the boomerangs. The Quick Man stage music plays. The Crash Man spirit is represented by 3 Mega Man on Wrecking Crew, meant to represent Crash Man's stage from Mega Man 2, as it is a more vertical stage, somewhat like Wrecking Crew's own stage, as it goes down as you destroy the levels. The Mega Man will also focus on their now buffed side special, the Crash Bomber, as it is Crash Man's special weapon. Crash Man's own stage music plays. The Flash Man spirit is represented by Mega Man while fighting on Wily's castle. This is a time battle where the timer item will commonly spawn and Mega Man will focus on grabbing it. The timer item is meant to represent Flash Man's special weapon, Time Stopper, which freezes Mega Man in place during their battle. The Flash Man stage music plays. The Woodman spirit is represented by a pair of Mega Man while fighting on Duck Hunt, a nod to the wooded area in Woodman stage. Mega Man's down special, Leaf Shield, is buffed up and Mega Man will shield often, a nod to Woodman using Leaf Shield in battle, protecting himself from damage. The Woodman stage music plays. The Hardman spirit has you fighting 3 Mega Man on Great Cave Offensive, meant to represent Hardman's own stage. The Mega Man will favor their down air special, Hard Knuckle, Hardman's special weapon. Earthquakes will periodically occur, a nod to when a Hardman would jump around during battle and Mega Man would be stunned momentarily if he was on the ground as Hardman impacted with the earth. The Hardman stage music plays. The Top Man spirit has you battling 4 Mega Mans on Distant Planet, representing his own stage. The Mega Mans, what would the proper term be? All the Mega People's Dash Attack Top Spin are buffed up, as it's shockingly enough Top Man's special weapon. Wait, his weapon is the spin? You know, I always did question why we had a Top Man that just spun around as his special weapon, but he's still kind of cool at least. As you can guess, Top Man's stage music plays. The Snake Man spirit is represented by 2 snakes. Part of me is annoyed by how on the nose this is, but the other part of me can't help but actually smile. You fight on Congo Jungle, meaning to represent Snake Man's stage, while the snakes will be distracted by items. The Bomachu item will commonly spawn as they represent Snake Man's special weapon, Search Snake, which would slither on the ground and attack Mega Man. The Snake Man's stage music plays. Side note, why so far has Electman be the only Robot Master not to get some sort of music for his own stage? I really like his music. The Sparkman spirit is represented by 4 Mega Persons while on Midgard to represent his own stage. As Zapflor is active, and the Mega Mans will favor their up special, Spark Shock, as Sparkman's special weapon. Sparkman's stage music plays. The Shadow Man spirit is represented by 3 Greninja on Norfair, and yes, Norfair is meant to represent his stage, as there are a waterfall of lavas in his own stage. Lava falls? The Greninjas will favor their now buffed neutral special, Water Shuriken, which is meant to represent Shadow Man's own special weapon, Shadow Blade. Shadow Man's own stage music plays. The Dive Man Spear has you fending off a pair of Mega Man while battling on Great Bay, which do I really need to repeat myself? All the stages except Wily's Castle for the Robot Masters represent their own stages in the games. The Mega Man start the battle with the Steel Diver weapon, which is meant to represent Dive Man's very own dive missile. The Mega Man 4 medley plays, the game where Dive Man appears. The Skullman Spirit is represented by Samus with Reflect active, a nod to Skullman's special weapon, the Skull Barrier. All reflected damage is buffed as well. You fight it out on Wily's Castle as the Mega Man 4 medley plays, the game where Skullman debuted. The Gravity Man Spirit is represented by Dark Samus while on Mario Galaxy stage. Gravity will change from high to low throughout the battle, a nod to the battle with Gravity Man where Mega Man is thrown from the ceiling to the floor during it. Gravity Man's stage music plays. The Napalm Man Spirit is represented by 3 snakes while in Wily's Castle. Explosion and fire attacks are buffed as snakes will favor their neutral special, Hand Grenade, which is meant to represent Napalm Man's special weapon, Napalm Bomb. Napalm Man's stage music plays. The Dark Man 4 Spirit is represented by Mega Man and 3 Samuses who are meant to represent Dark Man 1, 2, and 3. You must defeat the Samuses to get Mega Man to appear, just like in the game where you have to defeat all the Dark Men in order. You fight on Wily's castle as their shields are extra durable, perhaps a nod to Darkman 2, who uses an electromagnetic barrier. The Darkman stage music plays. The Nightman spirit is represented by Metal Simon, as his vampire killer whip is meant to represent Nightman's mace, which is on a chain. You fight it out on the throne room area of Castle Siege, while Simon will favor his smash attacks. Mega Man 4-6 Retro Medley plays. The Windman spirit is represented by Mega Man while in Skyworld. Mega Man will love the jump as heavy winds will plague the battlefield, and that is meant to represent Windman's abilities. Airman stage music plays. The Slashman spirit is represented by 3 Mega Mans on Distant Planet. They will favor their back air special Slash Claw Slashman special weapon. The floor is sticky, a nod to the little bombs that Slashman will hit Mega Man with that will make him stick and unable to jump. Were Robots from Dr. Wily Stage 2 plays. The Swordman spirit is represented by 2 Mega Peoples while on Find Me. The duo's fire and explosion attacks are buffed up, as they will also favor their forward aerial, Flame Sword, Swordman special weapon. Were Robots, Dr. Wily Stage 2 plays. The Galaxy Man spirit, the only Robot Master spirit not to be a stamina battle, is represented by Rob while on Lilac Cruise. The gravity is low to give Rob the hovering feeling that Gravity Man has, and Rob will start the battle with a Black Hole item, a nod to his special weapon, Black Hole Bomb. This is a timed battle as Flash in the Dark, Dr. Wily Stage 1 plays. The X Spirit, yes, his name is not Mega Man X, just X, is represented by Mega Man on New Donk City, meant to represent Able City where X is a Maverick Hunter. This is a stamina battle as Mega Man has super armor, a nod to X's many different armors he dons in his games, and Mega Man's energy attacks are buffed. Opening stage from Mega Man X plays. The Zero Buster Spirit is represented by Mega Man on Big Blue, which is meant to represent Central Highway, the opening stage in the first Mega Man X game. This stamina battle has the Zero Assist Trophy being summoned early on, and Mega Man's energy attacks are buffed. The amazing X vs. Zero music plays. The Axel Spirit is represented by 2 Mega Man on Midgar, which does look like the aesthetics of Mega Man X7 where Axel debuted. This stamina battle has the Mega People starting with Ray Gun, a nod to Axel's always having a pistol-like weapon, and all shooting attacks are buffed. Opening stage from Mega Man X plays. The Sigma Spirit is represented by Ganondorf on Midgar, meant to represent Sigma's fortress. This is a stamina battle as melee weapons are buffed, a nod to Sigma using a lightsaber as a weapon in X1, and a side note, Wolverine claws in X2 because Wolverine is cool, and X2 is also the name of an X-Man movie. Coincidence? Shrug? Anyways, the X vs. Zero music plays. The Mega Man Volnut Spirit is represented by 4 Mega Mans in the Great Cave Offensive, a nod to Volnut being a digger in the Legend series going into ruins undergrounds to get reactors. This time battle has explosion type items spawning commonly, a nod to the use of explosions to progress in ruins, and gravity is high, so jumping is hindered as Volnut has a little jump in game. Light Plane Remix plays. The Roll Cassette Spirit is represented by Isabelle and Diddy Kong, who represents Data, Mega Man Volnut, and Roll's monkey friend, who loves to save your data. You fight on the Pilot Wing stage, a nod to their own flying vessel, the Flutter, as Hokatep bombs spawn very commonly, which is an amusingly and sad nod towards the cliffhanger ending of Legends 2, where Mega Man is stuck on the moon and Roll is attempting to build a rocket to save him. Spoilers, no sequel is ever made. Not bitter at all. Light Plane for 3DS Wii U plays. The Tron Bond Spirit is represented by Wendy Koopa with 2 tiny yellow Robs meant to represent Tron's server bots, which predates the minions, and the server bots are actually quite enjoyable. Take that, Illumination! This is a no-frills battle while on the cliff section of Woohoo Island, where Robots Dr. Wily Stage 2 plays. The Mega Man.exe Spirit is represented by Mega Man while on Hanambo and a Zap Floor activated, all to give it a somewhat similar aesthetic to battling and virus busting in the Mega Man Battle Network series. Shooting Star plays. The Protoman.exe Spirit is represented by Shulk on Mute City. Shulk's speed and melee damage is buffed, nod to Protoman.exe being a swift swordsman in the Battle Network games. Sword items will commonly spawn, again a nod to his main weapon being a sword. Unfortunately, you can't combine 3 swords to do a program event, and like 5% of the audience actually understood that. The theme of Zero for Mega Man X plays. The Geostellar and Omega Zix Spirit is represented by Richter and Wolf respectively. You fight on Moray Towers, which is meant to act like the EM waves that Geo and Omega use to get around in the wave world when they EM wave change into Mega Man. A Zap Floor is activated as Shooting Star plays. The Mega Man Zero Spirit has you battling Zero Suit Samus while Midgar, which is meant to represent Neo Arcadia. This Stamina battle has Zero Suit Samus start the battle with a Beam Sword to represent Zero's own sword, and the Zero Assist Trophy will spawn at the start of the battle. The theme of Zero from Mega Man X plays. The Model X Spirit is represented by 4 different Mega Mans, as each Mega Man represents the different biometals from the ZX series. You battle it out on Moray Towers, which I believe represents Slither Inc., where Serpent, the boss from the first game, resides. They will favor their smash attacks as the opening stage to X plays. The Wii Balance Board Spirit is represented by a female Wii Fit trainer. All fighters are easier to launch and are faster, a nod to how the idea was to lose weight while playing the Wii Fit titles. And hopefully not to hear the board say, "Oh, that's obese." The Wii Fit Plus medley plays. The Jackknife Spirit is represented by 4 female Wii Fit trainers. All of them will force you to work out as they barrage you with their neutral air special, the Jackknife. Lose weight or die, sounds like my cardiologist. Super Hoop, a track from Wii Fit plays. The Deep Breathing Spirit is represented by 4 female Wii Fit trainers. They have increased defense and will heal over time. A few of the attributes the trainer will gain with their down special, Deep Breathing. This time battle has yoga playing to help you with your breathing. The Sun Salutation Spirit has you fighting off 6 He Fit trainers. They'll favor their neutral special, Sun Salutation, and the floor is lava because the sun is really hot, of course. Well, you wouldn't exactly be anything other than disintegrated into nothingness if you're on the sun, though. Yoga plays, as I wonder if I did yoga, would I learn the ability to make a mini sun and use it as a projectile?
Shut up about the sun! Shut up about the sun!
The Dancer Spirit has you battling 4 He Fit trainers. You must defeat the leader of this dance troupe to win the battle, as more will come into the fray as time goes on. Yoga plays. I wonder if they'll dance to Hamilton. My god, that joke is so outdated a TJF sitcom would have made it by now. If TJF was still a thing. Oh god, does anyone remember that? The Arm and Leg Spirit is represented by 4 female Wii Fit trainers. Their punches, kicks, elbows, and knee strikes are buffed, as they will favor their down smash attack, arm and leg lift. All to prove a point about exercising is good for you, or they'll beat you up. Painfully. Advanced Step plays. The Gigamax Spirit is represented by a giant Little Mac, and saying that out loud sounds really odd. This battle gives Little Mac super armor, making him unflinchable and hard to launch, a nod to the powerhouse of Gigamac from Punch-Out on the Wii. The title theme for Punch-Out on the Wii plays. The Doc Lewis Spirit is represented by Little Mac. This battle gives Little Mac an up speed, and his attack and defense are buffed over time, a nod to the training Little Mac does with his trainer Doc Lewis. The jogging countdown music plays appropriately. The Glass Joe Spirit is represented by Luigi. Luigi loves a taunt, a nod to Glass Joe's taunting with his signature Viva la France taunt before throwing a punch. The original Minor Circuit plays, as that is where you first meet Glass Joe. The Bold Bull Spirit is represented by a giant Little Mac. Little Mac has super armor, a nod to how Bold Bull was one of the heavier characters in the original Punch-Out! Little Mac's dash attacks have more power, a nod to Bold Bull's favoring of charging his opponents with attacks, much like a charging bull. The jogging countdown music plays. The Mr. Sandman Spirit is represented by Donkey Kong. Donkey Kong's smash attacks are buffed up, a possible nod to Mr. Sandman's special move, Dreamland Express, which does more damage than his normal uppercuts. A slumber floor is active, a nod to his name, Sandman. Donkey Kong is also possibly used as DK was in Punch-Out! For the Wii. The original Minor Circuit plays. The Bear Hugger Spirit is represented by King K. Rool. K. Rool's throws have increased power, and as some of K. Rool's grabs and throws can be considered Bear Hug-like, it goes along with Bear Hugger's name. The World Circuit theme plays. The Great Tiger Spirit is represented by 3 Incineroars. 3 are used because of the Great Tiger's special move, Tiger Punch, renamed Rushing Magic Attack later, where he creates an illusion of himself to distract you on where he will actually punch. Somehow I feel using magic is illegal for boxing, but admittedly I've never actually watched a real boxing match, so who knows. 2 of the Incineroars will have different colors, as they are the illusions, and you must defeat the one single colored one, as he is the real Great Tiger. Minor Circuit plays. The Von Kaiser Spirit is represented by Mario because the mustache? Mario will favor his smash attacks, and his punches and elbow strikes are buffed. Minor Circuit plays as a nod to how you face him in the Minor Circuit itself. The Don Flamenco Spirit is represented by Kin. Kin will favor his up special, Shoryuken, and it is buffed. This is a nod to Don Flamenco's signature move, the Flamenco Uppercut. The Vega Stage Remix plays, which I cannot figure out why, but I'm sure you can. Wow, I can feel the dislike buttons getting hit after that one. The King Hippo Spirit is represented by a giant King K. Rool. Why K. Rool? Well, 2 giant bellies is the best I can gather. The Remix Minor Circuit plays. The Soda Popinski Spear. Really? Soda Popinski? Although upon further research, this Russian boxer's name was Vodka Drunkinsky. These names, wow. Vodka Drunkinsky. Oh boy. Anyways, he is represented by Wario. Wario will become more powerful when he eats anything, and a tidal wave of food items will occur, all drinks. Presumably not vodka. World Circuit plays a nod to where you fight him and punch out NES and on the Wii. The Piston Hondo Spirit is represented by a giant Little Mac. Little Mac will favor smash attacks, perhaps a nod to Piston's special move, Piston Rush. The Jogging Countdown theme plays. The Fiora Spirit is represented by Lucina and Shulk, as the two are good friends. You battle it out on Gara Plains while you have decreased defense over time. This might be a nod to how she is brutally murdered very early in the adventure. Don't worry, she gets better. Actually, that's more of a setup for a joke for the next spirit. The lowering of defense most likely refers to Shulk's art, Slit Edge, which lowers an opponent's defense. Time to Fight from Xenoblade Chronicles plays. The Mecha Fiora Spirit, see, I told you she got better, is represented by Corrin and a Shulk ally. The Ricky Assist Trophy also spawns a nod to the 3-man team that you can fight within the game. You fight it out in Reset Bomb Forest, most likely represent Mykonos, a barren land devoid of life, and where you first run into Mecha Fiora. You Will Know Our Name plays. The Ryan Spirit is represented by Ryu while fighting on Gara Plains. Ryu has super armor, a nod to Ryan being a tank in Xenoblade Chronicles, and will taunt a lot, a nod to Ryan being rather boastful. It could also reference his art Mad Taunt, which lures enemies away from weaker allies. He will also start the battle with a beam sword, a nod to his own weapon, the Gun Lance. This is a stamina battle, much like RPGs are, as Time to Fight from Xenoblade Chronicles plays. The Charlotte Spirit is represented by Zero Suit Samus. Charlotte's choice of weapon is gun and rifles, much like Zero Suit Samus and her Paralyzer, and she'll start with a ray gun item in hand. The power of shooting items are buffed as you battle it out on Gara Plains. The music for Gara Plains plays. The Dunban Spirit is represented by a Mii sword fighter with his outfit on and a Shulk ally. You fight it out on Gara Plains as the enemies will gain sudden Final Smash. This is a nod as Shulk's Final Smash chain attack has Dunban in it. Melee attacks are buffed up, a nod to his sword skills, and you must defeat the Mii fighter to win the fight. You Will Know Our Name plays. The Melia Spirit is represented by Palutena and Shulk as an ally. You fight it out on Gara Plains as a Poison Cloud is active. This could be a nod to Melia's fighting tactics as the mage of the group, more or less, summoning elementals that float around her, and she can use them in different capacities. Magic attacks get a buff as well as Time to Fight from Xenoblade Chronicles 2 plays. The Ricky Spirit is represented by Roy Koopa and a Shulk ally. The Ricky Assist Trophy will spawn early in the battle, as after time earthquakes will occur and you will become flowery, making you take constant damage. These and more are effects that the Ricky Assist Trophy does, and his attacks in Xenoblade Chronicles, Roly Poly, Bitey Bitey, and Happy Happy. I couldn't make that up if I tried. Both are examples of how Ricky plays in-game as a character that can buff his allies and give his opponents status ailments. Gara Plain plays. The Mumkar Spirit is represented by Wolf on Gara Plains. As Wolf takes damage in this stamina battle, Wolf will grow in size and Metal Shift, a nod to how Mumkar was turned into Metal Face, one of the main antagonists in Xenoblade Chronicles. You Will Know Our Name plays. The Elma Spirit is represented by Bayonetta on Gara Plains. Bayonetta was probably chosen as both use dual-wielding guns as long-range weapons. She will randomly gain invincibility, which upon research seems to be a nod to the art Overdrive, which enrages her but gives her invincibility for a while at least. Anyways, weapon items deal more damage and she starts out with a Killing Edge, a nod to her combat skills in battle. The Xenoblade Chronicles medley plays. The Lyn Spirit is represented by Daisy along with Mega Man and Rob that are meant to be the Skells, a nod to her love for the giant mechs. You fight it out on Shadow Moses Island that has a giant metal gear burst through the background meant to represent Skells even more. You must defeat Daisy to win as she starts the battle with a drill, perhaps meant to represent her weapon a Gatling gun as it would continuously fire shots, as the drill continuously hits you and pushes you off the stage. The Xenoblade Chronicles medley plays. The Lao Spirit is represented by Snake on Congo Falls, which could represent the lush jungle environments of Xenoblade Chronicles X, notably Nakalium. Snake was used as both our military men. Snake will start the battle with a staff meant to represent Lao's weapon of sniper rifle, and all shooting damage is buffed. The Xenoblade Chronicles medley plays. The Tatsu Spirit is represented by 4 Jigglypuffs while battling on Gaara Plains. Jigglypuff is round just like Tatsu species of the Nopon. The extra Jigglypuffs represent Tatsu's family. The Ricky Assist Trophy, a fellow Nopon, spawns during the battle. The theme to Gaara Plains play. The Rex Spirit is represented by Shulk and Lucina as his blade Pyra. You fight it out on Congo Falls, which could be a nod to Gorama as the lava floor is active, a nod to Pyra being a fire-type blade. Shulk will also start the battle with a fire bar, which is meant to represent the sword he uses when battling with Pyra. This stamina battle has Battle from Xenoblade Chronicles Plane. The Pyra Spirit is very similar to Rex's. Lucina's Pyra, Shulk is Rex. Lava floor active and starting with a fireball all are the same. The difference is this is not a stamina battle. Melee attacks are buffed for the pair and the battle takes place on the Halberd. This is meant to represent the ancient ship that Pyra was in a long stasis sleep on at the start of the game, and the place where the pair meets and their journey truly began. Still, move forward plays. The Mithra Spirit is represented by female Corrin and Shulk. You fight it out on Gaara Plains as their final smash meters will charge up faster than normal. Corrin will start with a beam sword meant to represent the sword used by her and Shulk when she is the active blade. Still, move forward plays. The Nia Spirit is represented by a Mii Brawler wearing the Nia outfit and an Incineroar who represents Dorimark, her main blade from the game. This stamina battle takes place on Gaara Plains as they will heal over time, a nod to their healing abilities in the game. Battle, Xenoblade Chronicle 2 plays. The Taurus Spirit is represented by Jigglypuff, as she has done a good job representing other Nopons here, and Daisy, who represents his artificial blade, Poppy. This stamina battle gives Jigglypuff a more durable shield, a nod to Taurus defense, and being sort of a tank in the game. Battle, Xenoblade Chronicle 2 plays. The Morik Spirit is represented by Lucina and Palutena, which is meant to represent her main blade of Brigid. You battle it out in Gaara Plain to represent the Gorama Providence, where you first meet them, as the lava floor is active, a nod to Brigid being a fire blade. Battle, Xenoblade Chronicles 2 plays. The Zeke Spirit is represented by Cloud and Bayonetta, who represents his main blade, Pandora. You fight it out with a Zap Floor active, a nod to Pandora being a lightning blade, and on Congo Falls, which at least to me is a nod to how Zeke and Pandora fell off a cliff in their first encounter with the group. Cloud will gain sudden final smashes, a nod to Zeke's powerful attack Sonic Thunder Slash, as your main goal to win is to survive the timer, though defeating them both will count as a win as well. Those who stand against our path from Xenoblade Chronicle 2 plays. The Poppy Spirit is represented by a Mii Gunner wearing a Dixie Kong beret to match her own, and the Chibi Robo outfit to emphasize the fact that she's an android. The Mii Gunner represents Poppy's first form, then Daisy will represent Poppy's second form, and then a Zero Suit Samus as Poppy's final form. She's a Pokemon! Well, I mean they are treated as different blades, so I would consider that more shifting from form to form, so she's a Digimon! The Mii Gunner will have a drill, referencing Poppy's main weapon, the Drill Shield. The Daisy will start off with a rocket pack, and the Jeff Assist Trophy will summon, referencing Poppy's ability to fly around with jet engines and her ability to fire missiles from her mech arms. The Zero Suit Samus starts the battle with a beam sword, a nod to Poppy's final form's main weapon, the Variable Saber. You battle it out on Midgar. Still, move forward plays. The Laura Spirit is represented by Lucina, and the Lucina is rocking her red hair like Laura. Laura hails from the DLC of Xenoblade Chronicle 2, Torna, the Golden Country, a prequel to the events of the main game. Side note, you've got to play this DLC. Absolutely a must if you enjoy these games even a little. Along with the Lucina, there is a Zelda and a Cloud. The Cloud represents Jin, Laura's blade. A fun bit of trivia, the Japanese voice actor, Takeru Sakurai, voices both Cloud and Jin. Love these little nods they do in these games. The Zelda represents Haze, another of Laura's blades. You battled out on Jungle Japes, a reference to Cespia, a forest-like area in Torna. You must defeat Lucina to win, a nod to, spoilers ahead, to when Laura is killed during the events of the game and passes away. The Cloud will have increased movement speed, nodding to Jin's speed that he displays in this and the main game. The Zelda will favor Fora's Wind, referencing Haze as a wind element blade. Battle, Torna plays. The Amaltheus spirit is represented by a giant Dark Samus along with 5 Robins. The Dark Samus is Amaltheus, as he is first viewed to the heroes as a good guy, but later as one of the main villains in Xenoblade Chronicles 2, so using Dark Samus gives the illusion of Samus, a good guy but still evil as Dark Samus. The Robins represent the Innerline Loyalist, an army guards that will do anything he wants. You found it out on Shadow Moses Island, representing the upper level of the World Tree, a giant mechanical structure which is also a location where you find Amaltheus. Side note, I had to look up a video to remember how to pronounce this, and so I know I'm sounding tongue-twisted when I say Amaltheus, and I'm sorry, I'm really trying, guys. Anyways, health recovery will happen, a nod to the move Reincarnation that he uses in his boss battle to continually heal. Dark Samus will have super armor but moves slower, a nod to his status as a big boss battle and his ability to withstand attacks while remaining stationary. The Robins start this battle and must be defeated before Dark Samus emerges, a nod to how the Enderline and Jin must be defeated before battling him. This stamina battle has Praetor, Amaltheus, the acting god, playing. The Jin Spirit is represented by Cloud, just like before. You battle it out on Summit, meant to represent the Jinbu Crown, an area located on the Titan Jinbu that features an Arctic climate, which serves as the location of Jin's boss battle. There is also an ice floor in place, nodding to Jin as an ice element blade, and his speed is up just like before, a nod to his lightning-like speed. This stamina battle has the song Crossing Sword plays, a nod to the cutscene in Xenoblade Chronicles 2 where Rex and Jin battle, and he awakens the true power of the Aegis. The Mallow Spirit is represented by a Richter along with 3 giant Meta Ridleys. Richter's short black hair gives him the right vibe, I think. The giant Meta Ridleys represent the Artifice Gargoyles, giant winged mechs that Mallow summons. You fight out on Gar Plains where Metalface will appear as well, a nod to the Artifice Ion, a giant artifice piloted by Mallows. Richter will start the battle with a beam sword, referring to his own dark element Monado sword. You battled out to Incoming, a track used in multiple battles against him. The Pneuma Spirit is represented by Pyra Mithra, as Pneuma is their fused form. Along with them is a Shulk who represents Rex, who is Pneuma's master driver. The Pyra Mithra will have sudden final smashes, a nod to her ability to give players a high-level blade special like Pyra's Burning Sword or Mithra's Sacred Arrows. There is increased movement speed, nodding to her ability to allow herself and Rex to move at lightning speed by warping the reality of her surroundings. So is this Chaos Control or Instant Transmission? You make the call. When they're at high damage, they will do Metal Shift, a nod to having the highest physical and defensive abilities in the game. You battle it out on Cloud of All Rest while counterattack plays. The Noah Mio Spirit is represented by Shulk, another Xenoblade protagonist as Noah, and then a Mii Brawler with a Nia wig and outfit to be Neo, as Nia and Mio are similar with the cat ear motif. Additionally, a Dark Samus, who represents Noah's Ouroboros form, who also has the beam sword to act as its giant sword. You fight it out on the Bridge of Eldin, representing the Alfedo Valley, a valley-like region in Xenoblade Chronicles 3, and where Noah and Mio interlink and transforms into his Ouroboros. Don't worry, it makes more sense when you're playing the game. Mostly. This stamina battle has Battle, Xenoblade Chronicles 2 playing. The Chun-Li Spirit is represented by Zero Suit Samus while battling on Onett, meaning to represent her stage from the game's The Shopping District. Much like Chun-Li, Zero Suit Samus uses her feet and legs as a means of attack. Zero Suit Samus's kicks and knee strikes are buffed, a nod to Chun-Li's lightning-fast kicks. Chun-Li Stage Type B plays. The Blanca Spirit is represented by Green Donkey Kong while on Jungle Japes, meant to be Blanca's stage, the Amazon River Basin. Blanca Kong starts the battle with a screw attack item, meaning to represent Blanca's electric-like attacks. Additionally, both DK and Blanca have rolling attacks. Blanca Stage Type A plays. The Zangief Spirit is represented by Incineroar while fighting it out on Boxing Ring, which is a nod to the home stage of Big Factory, which looks like a boxing ring of sorts. Incineroar's physical attacks are buffed, a nod to, well, just look at Zangief, that's why. And Incineroar was chosen as he and Zangief are both wrestler-type fighters. His throws are also increased in power, a nod to Zangief's throwing power in the Street Fighter games. Zangief, Stage Type A, plays. The Guile Spirit is represented by Captain Falcon, and no, not Jean-Claude Van Damme. Captain Falcon is a good choice, as both are pilots and use their legs and kicks to attack. You fight it out on Pilot Wings, a nod to his stage in Street Fighter II, an army base with a plane in the background. The Guile Assist Trophy will spawn early in the fight to make it more difficult for yourself. Guile, Stage Type A, plays. The Balrog Spirit is represented by fellow boxer Little Mac, while being giant, on Fourside. Fourside represents his home stage of Las Vegas. Little Mac will not jump much, as in the sport of boxing, kicks are not allowed, or at least greatly frowned upon. Actually, I can't say I've ever watched a legit boxing match in my life, so maybe there is. But you yourself will have free range to jump as much as you'd like. Balrog, Stage Type A, plays. The Vega Spirit has you fighting fellow mask wearer Meta Knight, as his sword acts like his claws, and Meta Knight will also love to jump a lot, a nod to Vega's jumpy and agile fighting style in the game. You fight out on Arena Ferox, meant to represent Vega's home stage of fighting Ballroom. Vega, Stage Type A, plays. The Sagat Spirit is represented by a giant Ryu, while on Colosseum, meant to be his home stage of the Ayuthian Ruins. Ryu is used as they have a long-going rivalry. They have similar moves, and Ryu is the one who scarred his chest. Ryu will also have super armor, as Sagat is a powerful fighter, and his physical attacks are buffed. Sagat, Stage Type A, plays. The M. Bison Spirit is represented by Ganondorf with Reflect, a nod to Bison's move Psycho Reflect. You fight it out on Great Plateau Tower, as your attacks are nerfed, and Ganondorf's attacks are buffed, a nod to Bison being the big bad guy in the Street Fighter series and his raw power. The Great Plateau seems to refer to his stage, the Temple Hideout. M. Bison, Stage Type A, plays. The Cammy Spirit is represented by Sheik while fighting it out on Bridge of Eldin. As Cammy uses her legs and kicks as her main form when attacking, Sheik is a great choice with her similar skills, and her kicks and knee strikes are buffed to do more damage. Bridge of Eldin represents her home stage of Fraser Burr Castle. Cammy, Stage Type B, plays. The Fei Long Spirit is represented by Lucario, as Fei Long is a tribute to Bruce Lee, and Lucario has martial art types of fighting styles, as does Fei Long. You fight it out on Arena Ferox, as Lucario's kicks, knee strikes, punches, and elbow strikes all do more damage, again nodding to Fei Long's martial arts prowess. Fei Long, Stage Type B, plays. The DJ Spirit is represented by Diddy Kong. You battle it out on Wuhu Island, in particular the beach area, as DJ is from Jamaica, and Diddy is from DK Island. Diddy Kong will favor his side special, Monkey Flip, a nod to DJ's similar move, the Double Rolling Sabat. DJ Type B music plays. The T-Hawk Spirit is represented by Incineroar while in New Donk City. New Donk seems to represent T-Hawk's stage of Hospicio Canabas, I probably mispronounced that, although beyond they both have buildings, the comparison is pretty low. Incineroar's up special, Cross Chop, is buffed in power. It represents T-Hawk's own move, Condor Dive, which launches T-Hawk from the air to the ground in a diagonal formation, much like Cross Chop does with Incineroar. His throws are also buffs, as T-Hawk's Stage Type B plays. The Akuma Spirit has you fighting Ryu on Suzuku Castle. Ryu is a longtime rival of Akuma's, and Akuma has a lot of Ryu's own moves. Your defense has been nerfed, and his special moves are buffed to simulate Akuma's raw power. M. Bison, Stage Type B plays, a nod to him being a boss type fighter, much like M. Bison. The Nash Spirit is represented by Captain Falcon on the Halberd. He was part of the US Marines, so the Halberd could be considered a military vessel. Captain Falcon will metal shift, a nod to how Nash was supposedly killed, thrown off a waterfall by Bison, but then came back a few games later, but with skin grafts, and the metal shifting is meant to represent the metal enhancements he has. So Nash is just the epitome of every one of those jokes of, I just got better. The Guile stage music plays, a nod to their lifelong friendship and how their movesets are a bit similar. The Dan Spirit is represented by Ken on Suzaku Castle. This is a nod to his similar outfits like Ken and Ryu's, and is a clone fighter of the two basically, and in reality is pretty much a joke character. Ken will love the taunt, a nod to Dan's boastful and overblown energetic personality. So, Mr. Satan from Dragon Ball Z. E Honda Stage Type A music plays. The Sakura, Street Fighter Spirit, is represented by Ryu on Suzaku Castle, a nod to how Sakura wants nothing more than to be Ryu's student, and how she develops feelings for him as the series progresses. Ryu's neutral special, Hadoken, will be favored and buff, a nod to Sakura's fighting style as she tries to mimic Ryu's. Ryu's stage music plays appropriately for Sakura. The Geen, or Gen, I'm going to say Geen. The Geen spirit is represented by Lucario while fighting on New Pork City. New Pork City represents Geen's home stage of Shanghai. Lucario and Geen are both martial artists, with Lucario posing like one a lot, making him a good choice to represent him. Lucario's aura is powered up, as Geen is a very powerful fighter and has locked fists with the likes of some of the strongest warriors, including Akuma. Fei Long's Stage Type A plays, a nod to the two fighters hailing from regions in China. The Karin spirit is represented by Lucario. Karin's fighting style is a self-made one, varying her speed and attack to confuse her enemies during battle. I interpret this as the reason Lucario is chosen, as he takes damage, his stats including speed increase due to his aura abilities. To add to that, Lucario has increased movement speeds and lower weight to let him move quicker. You fight it out on Wuhu Island, a nod to her stage in Street Fighter V Kenzuki Beach, as Cammy Stage Type A plays. The Cody spirit is represented by Richter while battling on New Donk City, a nod to Cody's first video game appearance not in Street Fighter, but Final Fight, where he battled a gang to get his girlfriend back while battling on the streets of the city. Battering items will do more damage as they spawn commonly, a nod to how in Street Fighter Cody will treat the fights like a street fight ironically, which has no rules per se and will throw rocks at his opponents. Zangief Stage Type B plays. Not really sure, as I couldn't find much significance between the two. The Juri spirit is represented by Bayonetta, as Juri uses her legs and kicks as a form of attack, as does Bayonetta for some of her moves. Bayonetta will favor her side special, Hell Slide, a nod to Juri's kicking prowess. Bayonetta will gain more power as she gets more damage, perhaps a nod to Street Fighter V's ultimate combo mechanic, which gives fighters powerful special moves after taking so much damage. You fight it out on New Pork City to represent her stage, Festival at the Old Temple. The Vega stage music plays, which is odd as Juri doesn't really care for Vega.
Evil Ryu spirit is represented by Ryu. Obviously, you battle it out in Suzaku Castle in the stamina battle, much like the Street Fighter matches. Evil Ryu is, as you guessed it, an evil version of Ryu who is overcome by the Setsui no Hado. Ryu's special attacks are powered up and he will gain final sudden smashes, nodding to Evil Ryu being more powerful. The M. Bison Stage Type B plays, nod to Evil Ryu and M. Bison being villains.
The Tifa spirit is represented by Mii Brawler, as Tifa uses her fists as a mean of attacks. The outfit will change from the one you see me battling against, or the Tifa Mii costume if you have it purchased. You fight it out on Reset Bomb Forest, which seems to represent Sector 7, her home, which the sector does get destroyed, much like the progression of this stage. The Mii Brawler will also have increased speed and attack over time, a nod to her premium heart item, which is one of her most powerful weapon items that increases her power when her limit meter is higher. Let the battle begin, the normal battle theme from Final Fantasy plays. The Barret spirit is represented by Mii Gunner, and much like Tifa, will change appearances depending on if you have the Mii outfit, or like you see here if you don't. Mii Gunner is also a great choice, as one of Barret's arms is a gun. I never played 7, but I think I'll like Barret when I get around to it finally. There are also 3 Mii Brawlers that represent Biggs, Wedge, and Jesse, his team also known as Avalanche, that he is leading when you first encounter him. The brawler that is Jessie will start with a bomb, as her specialty is explosives. As I've never heard of these 3 before, let me guess, they die in the game, don't they? Exploding type items will commonly spawn in the stamina battle, nodding to the early missions in the game where Cloud teams up with Avalanche to bomb a Mako reactor. Whatever a Mako reactor is. Opening, bomb mission plays. The Aerith spirit is represented in one of 2 ways. First off, if you purchased the Aerith Mii costume, you'll face a Mii sword fighter with her clothing. If you didn't, you'll face Zelda, which has been used in many situations as Aerith from the Cloud reveal trailer and even recently Sephiroth's. Mostly represents Sephiroth's permadeath scene with her. A Cloud ally will also be there to help her, as he was a bodyguard for her early in the game. Although from what we know, he didn't do a very good job of that, now did he? Zelda will focus on her Den Fire's attack as a nod to Aerith's magical abilities, and will heal, a nod to her healing abilities as well. You must defeat the Zelda Mii sword fighter to win, as Aerith's theme appropriately plays. The Red 13 spirit has you facing a Duck Hunt dog, as they are both puppies. You fight it out on Gerudo Valley, meant to represent Red's home at Cosmo Canyon. Duck Hunt will have uncontrollable speed, you'll take dashing damage from him, and it has increased speed and less weight, all referencing not only Red having the fastest speed stat of any party member, but his limit break ability Sledge Fang, which Red will pounce on his enemies. The tracked Cosmo Canyon plays. The Sid Spirit is represented by Link because blonde hair? I mean, Sid's weapon is a very long sword, or poking stick maybe, works well enough. You battle it out in the halberd, as it represents Sid's own airship, the High Wind. The Jeff Assist Trophy will also spawn during the battle as a nod to Sid's limit break ability, which involves the High Wind blasting its opponents with a barrage of missiles. Which, when you really think about it, seems really unfair as a limit break when characters like Tifa is just punching harder, but Sid uses an airship. You battle it out to opening bomb mission, a nod to his ship blowing things up, I'm sure. The Kate Sith Spirit is represented by Roy Koopa. Roy was chosen as Kate sits upon a giant white cat, which gives Big the Cat vibes, and honestly the white cat and tiny creatures on top of it sort of give the feeling of the Koopalings on the Koopa Clown car. Yeah, it can be a stretch, but it still kind of works, and I've seen much further stretches in these spirit battles. Along with Roy, there are 3 Mr. Game & Watches that favor their side special Judge, a nod to Sith's limit break ability Slot, which summons toy soldiers, and his other limit break Dice, which does different things depending on the roll of the dice, much like the different Judge numbers. You battle it out on Newport City, a nod to the Golden Saucer where Sith lives. PictoChat plays, as it kind of sounds like his own theme, a little bit. The Yuffie Spirit is represented by Sheik while in Gara Plains. Sheik is used as Yuffie is a quick, nimble female fighter, much like Sheik. Gara Plains represents Watuyas, I don't know, Yuffie's homeland. I'm sure I'm going to be roasted for not pronouncing that one right. Sheik will focus on items and they will gravitate towards her, plus only spherical items will appear, a nod to Yuffie being a Materius thief, and materia are all round. Cosmo Canyon plays during the fight. The Vincent Spirit is represented by a wolf while battling on Luigi's mansion. Wolf will also grow giant after taking some damage. This is not to Vincent's limit break Galilean Beast, which transforms him into a horned werewolf. Luigi's mansion as a stage represents Shinira Mansion, the location where you first meet Vincent. Wolf will favor his neutral special, his blaster, a nod to Vincent being a gun wielder when not becoming a giant monster. Nothing to Lose plays, a track from Castlevania, which perhaps is a nod to Vincent's monstrous forms. The Turks and Rufus Shinra Spirit is represented by Robin as Rufus and a band of Mii swordsmen, brawlers, and gunners as the Turks. No, that's Turkleton. Rufus is the president of the Shinra Electric Company, and the Turks are a special Black Ops force employed by him. The swordsmen and brawlers represent Reno and Rude respectively, and the 2 gunners represent Alina and Singh. You battle it out on 4 side as it represents the giant skyscraper, the Shinra building located high in the Midgar skyline. Robin will also start the battle with a steel diver, a nod to Rufus using a double-barrel shotgun, and exploding type items will commonly spawn. Those Who Fight plays while you battle, a track from Final Fantasy VII Advent Children, in particular when the Turks are fighting the remnants of Sephiroth. The Bahamut Zero Spirit is represented by Giant Ridley, in particular in his Meta Ridley outfit, a nod to Zero being a giant demon-like creature, also infused with cybernetics. You fight it out on Midgar as Ridley will gain sudden final smashes, as Ridley's final smash, Plasma Scream, is much like Zero's signature move, Terra Flame, which is a destructive beam-like attack much like Ridley's. Those Who Fight Further plays, a track from Final Fantasy Advent Children, as Bahamut does appear in that movie, although in another form, his Sen form. The Chocobo and Moogle Spirit is represented in one of 2 ways. In both, there is a Kirby ally as the Moogle. If you have purchased the Chocobo Mii outfit, you will face a Mii Brawler in it, or a Mii Brawler in a yellow outfit and looks like Super Saiyan hair. The Kirby will start the battle with a Babam item, nodding to the Chocobo and Moogle summon, and Final Fantasy VII Remake where the Moogle will throw a bomb. The Kuko item will commonly spawn as well, as the Chocobo is basically a giant chicken. This battle is also taking place on Garden Hope, probably meaning to be a Chocobo farm. Flowerfield plays, a nod to the upbeat music playing when you're with your Chocobo. The Shiva Spirit has you battling a Zero Suit Samus while on the Summit stage. Zero Suit was used for its blue suit, and well, her figure is very similar to Shiva, a summon in Final Fantasy VII that is capable of manipulating ice and uses ice-based attacks, hence Summit. The Freezy item will also commonly spawn, as will the Crystal Assist Trophy that uses ice-based attacks. The track Genova Plays. The Ifrit spirit is represented by Bowser while on Norfair. The floor is lava as Bowser's attack and speed will boost over time, a nod to the Fiery Summons ability, and Bowser will utilize his fire-based attacks as well. Fight on Play is a nod to in the game Crisis Core when Zack battles Ifrit. God, what am I doing? The Gamora spirit is represented by Bayonetta while fighting on the Umbra Clock Tower. Bayonetta will gain sudden final smashes, Infernal Climax, which involves Gamora. You will also receive sudden damage, perhaps a nod to how Bayonetta uses Gamora as a demon she summons to take out her enemies. Let's Hit the Climax Plays, which is a that plays when Bayonetta summons an Infernal Demon, and you guessed it, Gamora is one. The Madame Butterfly spirit is represented by Bayonetta as she has a contract with her. Bayonetta will favor her smash attacks, which uses Bayonetta's Wicked Weave to summon Madame's Fist to hit her opponents. A Poison Cloud covers the field because I was never able to figure that out. I looked into her character online and couldn't find a poison-like attack. I asked the Bayonetta Reddit with 0 results, and so I'm just going to speculate. Because Butterfree from Pokemon can learn Poison Powder. The Smash Wiki says it's a reference to the Inferno, which there is other ways to represent an Inferno. You know, like, I don't know, fire on the field, fire flowers, curry. I'm sure someone in the comments will please let me know the real reason, but I just can't find it. This stamina battle has Let's Hit the Climax Plays, and just like the spirit before this, Madame is an Infernal Demon. The Genie Spirit, a name I think I butchered a few years ago in a video, and I might have actually done it again here, I'm sorry, is represented by Bayonetta while fighting on Umbra Clock Tower. She has a very similar fighting style to Bayonetta, and they are rivals. Bayonetta's ranged weapons have been buffed during the stamina battle. The track Red and Black Plays, a track that was used when they fight in their friendly rivalry. The Lucca Spirit is represented by Greninja while fighting on New Donk City. New Donk City represents Isla del Sol, a metropolis area in Bayonetta. Greninja was seemingly chosen as Lucca is a journalist and escape artist, and moves like Substitution could represent the latter. When badly damaged, Greninja will become invincible for a short time, and this could be a nod to the fact in the first Bayonetta when Baldur shoves Lucca out of a window, assumingly killing him, but Bayonetta saves him. And apparently there are multiple times where he seems like he's going to die and he doesn't, so I guess invincibility does kind of represent that well. Riders of the Light Plays. The Sarasa Spirit is represented by Tiny Isabelle and a Bayonetta. As in the first game, Bayonetta is having to save her, you fight it out on Luigi's Mansion, which could represent Virgid, where you first encounter the child version of Bayonetta. I wonder how all this works with the space-time continuum. Probably not well. You must defeat Isabelle to win the battle as Let's Dance Boys Plays. I did say I like the music, but the names are somewhat suggestive. The Loki Spirit is represented by Sheik, as Yugimoto is in Jump Force and not in this game. Because Loki uses cards to attack, like Yugi summons monsters like Dark Magician. This joke is just not working. Should have done a Marvel joke. Anyways, you fight on Clock Tower as the timer item will commonly spawn, a nod to the obscene amount of time travel done in these games. Seriously, both involve some sort of time traveling plot. Sheik will also be invisible, a nod to how Loki exists in Purgatorio, a parallel reality to the human world that is normally unseen. The instrumental version of Bayonetta 2's Tomorrow Is Mine plays. That's a mouthful of a name of a title for a song. The Baldur Spirit is represented by a giant robin while fighting on Umbra Clock Tower. Side note, I did 5 takes and I could not say Umbra Clock Tower. That was really frustrating, and I guess I don't need to put this into the video, but hey, I did. Being a Lumen Sage can use fire and thunder-like attacks, much like Robin's thunder and archfire attacks. Robin's special moves are buffed up, and his final smash meter will fill quicker. The Legend of a Seer plays. The Masked Lumen Spirit is a giant Meta Knight while fighting on Umbra Clock Tower. While the timer item is common, again I can truly feel a nod to the time involved in these games. And Lumen can manipulate time as well. Meta Knight was used for this mask wearer, and he is actually a younger Baldur. The Legend of a Seer plays. The Prophet Spirit is represented by Bayonetta while on the Umbra Clock Tower. Bayonetta was chosen as he can form magical arms to punch his opponents like the Wicked Weave. The timer item comes out a lot, as you guessed it, the thing manipulates time. This stamina battle has the Legend of a Seer playing. The Affinity Spirit is represented by 4 pits, as the Affinity is a common low-level angel enemy in the Bayonetta games that will appear in large numbers. You fight it out on Umbra Clock Tower, as they are in the background as the pits have increased speed. One-of-a-kind plays to a spirit based on an enemy that has a handful of variations and come at you in hordes. Odd choice of a song name for this guy. The Inspired Spirit is represented by 4 Mewtwo on Umbra Clock Tower, as you see them in the backgrounds at times. These guys are mini-bosses in the first Bayonetta, and being a mini-boss, Mewtwo's physical powers are buffed up at the start of the battle with a rocket belt attached to give them the ability to fly just like the Inspired. One-of-a-kind plays. The Fortitudo Spirit is represented by a giant Charizard while on Umbra Clock Tower. The stage has low gravity to give Charizard a flying or hovering-like feel as this dragon-like creature flies around. Also, Fortitudo has fire-breathing abilities, and Charizard's own fire and explosion attacks are buffed while one-of-a-kind plays in the stamina battle. The Alaroon Spirit is represented by Bayonetta on Garden of Hope, as Alaroon has a lot of flowery parts to her aesthetic, including placing flowers on the battlefield against Bayonetta to hinder her. To add to that, Bayonetta will start with a lipstick item. Battering items do more damage as the instrumental version of Bayonetta 2's Tomorrow is Mine plays.
The Lil Judd Spirit is represented by Tiny Mr. Game & Watch alongside an Inkling. Lil Judd appears at the end of online matches alongside Judd waving their flags to signify whose the winning team is, and Mr. Game & Watch will favor his side special, Judge, as Little Judd is a judge in the matches and Game & Watch waves a flag in that move. The Inklings act as competitors on the opposite side of the matches. You fight it out on Moray Towers as Now or Never Splatfest version from Splatoon 2 plays, the hyper and anxiety-inducing track that plays in the final minute of a match to get your blood or ink boiling. The Squid Sisters is represented by a team of 4 Inklings. 4? There's 2 of them. That is, let me look into this a little further.
A few moments later.
So from what I can find out, it seems like to represent how each character is a squid and a kid, so it represents both forms? Okay. Don't have the mental fortitude to think about that one. You battle it out on Moray Towers at night, as the Splatfests were typically a nighttime concert and battles. And of course, the Squid Sisters Assist Trophy will commonly spawn. Ink Me Up Play is one of the Squid Sisters' top songs. The Off the Hook Spirit has 2 Inklings posing as Pearl and Marina from Splatoon 2's Singing Sensations. See, they do know how to just give them 2 to represent the 2. Oy. Again, you battle it out on Moray Towers while at night for the aforementioned reasons. Again, the Squid Sisters Assist Trophy will spawn while Ebb and Flow play a song by Off the Hook. The Sheldon Spirit is represented by a team of 4 Inklings. Sheldon is a local weapons expert and you can purchase different weapons from. Shooting type items will commonly spawn, and ranged weapons will have increased power due to Sheldon being a weapon aficionado. Seascape plays. The Annie Spirit is represented by Peach. Peach was most likely used as Annie's spiky hair, looks like Peach in the crown, and Smash Brothers never added Naruto, so he can't use his spiky hair, so I guess Peach fits.
Believe it!
Peach will be distracted by items, and items like the bunny hood, lipstick, and rambling evil mushroom appear, a nod to Annie being the local headgear dealer. You fight it out on Moray Towers while Cracking Up plays. The Jalonzo Spirit is represented by a pair of Inklings. Jalonzo is the clothing show keeper for Splatoon in his shop Jelly Fresh. You fight out on Saffron City to represent Inkopolis Plaza, and during this battle the floor is poison, a nod to how in real life jellyfish inject their poison with their tentacles. Sure, why not? Seascape plays. The Krusty Sean Spirit has you battling an Inkling. Side note, never call your friend Sean Krusty. It's just rude, and they might not be your friend after that. Krusty Sean is a shrimp who owns a food truck called the Crust Bucket. Another side note, don't eat anywhere called the Crust Bucket. Oy. Food items will commonly spawn, and the Inklings will focus on them, a nod to Krusty Sean's profession. Eating the food will make those Inklings more powerful, and they'll have increased movement speed, taking inspiration how the food purchased can increase the Inkling's stats. Rip Entry plays while you fight it out on Saffron City. The Jalfonzo Spirit is represented by Clear Squirtle while in Saffron City. Squirtle is clear to represent how jellyfish are translucent. Okay? Don't slip plays while you try to catch up to this Pokemon. The Bisque Spirit is represented by Pac-Man. Something about naming a shrimp Bisque is sort of dark, right? While battling on Saffron City, Pac-Man's kicks and knee strikes have increased power, a nod to Bisk being a shoe salesman. Additionally, Pac-Man's speed will be increased to act like the different effects of different shoes you can wear. Endolphin Surge plays. The Merch Spirit is represented by Morton Koopa. The Urineta item will spawn to help Morton be looking like Merch more because of the spiking, I guess. I mean, it makes sense, but Morton not so much, but maybe as a kid with an attitude? Pretty sure that's what Zordon looked for. Anyway, you battle it out on Saffron City once again, and Morton's attacks and speed will be increased over time, a nod to how Merch will modify your gear in Splatoon 2. Incoming plays during the fight. The Cap'n Cuttlefish Spirit is represented by Mii Brawler, while in Vince's hat and Skull Kid's outfit. You fight it out on Mushroom Kingdom U, in particular the Rock Candy Mines area, to represent Octo Valley, the hub area of the Splatoon 2 single-player campaign. The Mii Brawler starts with a ray gun that represents the shooting mechanics in the Splatoon games, and the power of shooting type items have increased. You battle it out to Calamari Incantation, the song played during the final boss battle in Splatoon. The Octoling Spirit is represented by 4 Inklings. You fight this out in Midgard, which is meant to represent the Undergarden areas in Octo Valley. This is a stamina battle, while shooting type items commonly spawn for the many reasons I've already said. The Inklings will also favor their neutral special, Splattershot. Octo Weaponry plays. The Zapfish Spirit is represented by a team of 4 Pichus. I'm pretty sure Pichu may be the least used characters in these spirit battles. The Zapfish are found in the single-player campaign of Splatoon. You fight it out while in Prism Tower, which represents Inkopolis Tower. The floor is electrified for the obvious reasons. Octo Weaponry plays. The Great Zapfish Spirit is represented by a giant Pikachu. A lot of what was said in the Zapfish applies here. You fight on Prism Tower, as it's also Inkopolis Tower. And the floor is electrified. Additionally, electric attacks are buffed. Splat Attack Remix plays. The Octoling Girl and Octoling Boy Spirit is represented by a boy and girl Inkling. You fight it out in Midgard to represent Deep Sea Metro, a subway system that connects to different areas. The Inkling special moves are buffed as Undertow plays. The Octoling's Octopus Spirit is represented by 4 pink Greninjas, which are small to act as Octolings. You fight it out on Moray Tower in this time battle, as online multiplayer games are timed. Octo Weaponry plays. And finally, the Deep Cut Spirit is represented by a pair of Inklings to be Fry and Shiver. They will also start the battle with a Pokeball with a Kyogre to represent the last member of Deep Cut, Big Man. As Deep Cut is the singer group in Splatoon 3, the Squid Sisters Assist Trophy will summon, as they are the singers from Splatoon 1. You fight it out in Moray Towers while Calamari Incantation plays.
The Trevor C. Belmont Spirit is represented by Simon as well as Palutena and Sheik, as his companions Sypha and Grant. His third ally in Castlevania 3 was Dracula's own son Alucard, who we get in the form of an assist trophy to complete the group. You fight it out on Dracula's castle as beginning plays, a nice nod to this video being the first spirit we discuss. The Maria Renard Spirit is represented by Zelda, along with Falco, Charizard, and Incineroar. These 3 represent her ability to conjure up Celestial Beast and Rondo of Blood as her offensive capabilities. You fight it out on Reset Bomb Forest as Zelda will start with a Cucco, meant to represent another Celestial Beast. Slash plays. The Alucard Spirit is represented by Simon. You fight it out on his father's home, Dracula's castle. Yes, Alucard is Dracula's son, as I already mentioned, so I don't know why I said it again. But it's as subtle as JD's Dr. Acula, but still kind of works. The Alucard Assist Trophy appears to make your life more difficult during the battle as Dracula's castle theme plays. The Reinhard Schrader Spirit is represented by Simon. You fight on Find Me, an ominous looking level, a good place to fight the Warriors of Evil. Simon starts with a killing edge because swords! Actually, this one is a bit perplexing, truth be told. All my research points to him using daggers as his sharpest weapon. He does have the legendary Vampire Killer though, perhaps a sub-weapon I couldn't find similar to the Killing Edge from Castlevania 64. Iron Blue Intentions plays. The Nathan Grave Spirit is represented by Richter while fighting on Find Me. The timer item will spawn commonly, and Richter will have increased jump power and even an extra air jump, nodding to the power Nathan gets in the game Circle the Moon when defeating a boss. Awake plays. The Hughes Baldwin Spirit, I always knew Alec had more brothers, is represented by Marth on Find Me. Hughes was not given the Hunter's Whip from his father, as it was given to Nathan Grave, so Hughes trained in the art of sword fighting, so Marth's melee attacks are buff, and he has increased jump abilities. Awake plays. The Just Belmont Spirit is represented by Richter while in Great Cave Offensive. The Great Cave could be a nod to the Area Injustice game, Harmony of Dissonance, the Luminous Cave. A lava floor is activated, perhaps a nod to Justice of magical abilities, and Richter's speed is buffed, a nod to the dash ability you obtain in the game. Awake plays. The Yoko Belonda spirit is represented by a female Robin. Yoko is a witch who can use magic, just like Robin. Robin's special and magic moves are buffed as you fight on Spear Pillar. This seems to be a nod to the area in the game Yoko hails from, Aria of Sorrow, the Chaotic Realm, as it is a place of distorted space. Dialga and Palkia are Pokemon of time and space and can distort them. Lost Painting plays. The Leon Belmont spirit is represented by Simon. Melee weapons are now buffed up for Simon as Leon used more than the Vampire Killer, as the Vampire Killer had not been forged yet until towards the end of the game, and his fiancée sacrifices her life as she was about to become a vampire, and her soul went into the whip he got early in the game to give it the vampire killing abilities, and my lord, this is really messed up, but it's really good storytelling. You fight on Unova Pokemon League, meant to represent Walter's, the bad guy's, castle. Laminate of Innocence plays. The Julius Belmont spirit is represented by Simon while in Dracula's castle. As the last Belmont to destroy Dracula, chronologically at least, this battle gives Simon buffed up attacks and speed, much like how your character is buffed up right before your final boss fight. Jet Black Incursion plays. The Hector spirit is represented by Robin and Ridley. Ridley represents Hector's ability to command beings known as Innocent Devils, and use them for combat. You fight on Great Cave Offensive, a nod to the area in the game I believe pronounced Ialan Ruins. I probably didn't do that justice. Laminate of Innocence plays. The Jonathan Morris spirit is represented by Richter and a female Robin, who are from Portrait of Ruins, Charlotte Olun, a witch who also uses magic. You fight on Dracula's castle as throwing items deal more damage. This could be a nod to the fact Morris does start with the Vampire Killer, as he is a descendant of the Belmonts, but not being in the main lineage, it is not at full power until later in the game, so he has an array of other weapons and sub-weapons to use to fend off evil. Jail of Jewels play. The Charlotte Loon spirit is represented by Zelda and Richter, who is meant to represent Jonathan Morris, but Charlotte was a female Robin in the battle before. Both Robin and Zelda work, but consistency, people! You fight it out on Bridge of Eldin, as I assume the castle has a bridge to get into it. I couldn't actually find proof, but what evil castle doesn't? And now I should probably expect a long list of what evil castles don't have a bridge in the comments, huh? Bring it on, people! Zelda's special attack is buffed, and she will favor her side special, Den's Fire, meant to represent Charlotte's magical abilities. Hail from the Past plays. The Shinoa Spirit has you facing off against Bayonetta while in Brinstar Depths. Brinstar could represent the various dungeons she travels through. Bayonetta's special moves will have increased powers, and she will get sudden final smashes. This is a nod to her ability to absorb glyphs and gain more power in doing so. Heavy winds plague the stage, a nod to her spell-casting abilities, one of which is summoning a fierce storm. Twilight Stigmata plays. The Gabriel Belmont spirit is represented by Simon, while on Temple, which probably represents Gabriel's childhood home of the Brotherhood of Light's convent. Simon will favor his side special, Cross, a nod to Gabriel's own combat cross, which would one day become the Vampire Killer. Simon's weapons are buffed and will start with a beam sword, a nod to the Void Sword, a weapon Gabriel uses when he becomes Dracula. I legit had a moment of shock finding out Belmont was Dracula. Cross Your Heart plays. The Medusa's head spirit is represented by Meta Knight and 5 tiny Mewtwo's, which are meant to represent her snake hair. You fight on Dracula's castle as your move speed gets nerfed as time goes on, a nod to the head's abilities to petrify you. The enemy will fall slower, a nod to how the heads float around in the games. Stalker Wicked Child plays. The Mummy spirit is represented by 2 Sheiks while fighting on Dracula's castle, a nod to how in the first Castlevania a pair of mummies act as a boss. Sheik is used as, well, she's kind of all wrapped up, it works. The Sheiks will have super armor, but move slowly to give the slow mobility feel of the mummies. Their throws are increased in power, a nod to one of their abilities to throw bandages towards you. This stamina battle has Mad Forest playing. The creature in the Flea Man spirit is represented by a giant Mii Brawler while wearing a hockey mask and a business suit to look the part, and a Diddy Kong-esque Flea Man. Flea Man was originally going to be Igor in the first Castlevania game, but now Flea Man because of legal reasons? I don't know, I'm looking at you, Universal. Anywho, there's a Zap Floor in place, a nod to how lightning is used to bring Frankenstein's monster to life, or known as the creature here because of more legal issues? I'm not sure. You fight on Dracula's castle while Out of Time plays. The Death Spirit is represented by Robin while on Dracula's castle. Robin starts the battle off with Death's Scythe for obvious reasons, and you will not imagine how many takes I've had to say Scythe to get it right. You will be hard to launch, but will take massive damage over time, a nod to Death being a formidable battle in the Vania games. Also perhaps a nod to how Death can strike at any time. Nothing to lose plays. The Carmilla Spirit is represented by a giant Meta Knight, as he has a giant mask as this thing is. You fight it out on Dracula's castle, as Meta Knight's defense will go up over time, as that seems common with bosses. And Meta Knight is invisible because that's a head scratcher. Ba-da-ba-cha. I looked into the many incarnations of this character, not just the mask here, and no luck for the reasoning. If you know, let us know in the comments below. Other than it just appears as it was invisible when you walk into the room in Castlevania 2. Maybe? Dwelling of Doom plays. The Werewolf Spirit is represented by Wolf while battling on Luigi's Mansion so Wolf can howl at the moon. Wolf's physical attack and speed are buffed, a nod to how werewolves are much more powerful when in their were form. Is that what it's called? Were form? I mean, there's Werehog, but that from Sonic, but that doesn't make sense. I'm overthinking this. Anywho, Crash in the Dark of the Night plays. The Shaft Spirit is represented by Robin. Robin is invisible, a nod to how after Shaft is killed, he is a ghost and helps Dracula further with his plans, and in one scenario, helps save him. Your speed is reduced as Dance of Gold plays. The Kid Dracula Spirit is represented by Lucas while on Dracula's castle. Man, everyone really did go for the kid thing. Tiny Toons, Yo-Yogi, and even Castlevania. And yes, I made you think of Yo-Yogi. Slumber 4 is activated, a nod to at the start of the game, Kid Dracula is waken up from a deep sleep to be challenged by Garamoth. Lucas's melee blows will heal him, a nod to how vampires steal life. Dwelling of Doom plays. The Phantom Thief Spirit is represented by Joker while in Mementos. Along with Joker, you will have to fight a Pikachu, Captain Falcon, Zero Suit Samus, Chrom, and Sheik, as they represent fellow Phantom Thieves Morgana, Ryuji, and Yusuke and Mikado respectively. They'll keep coming as the battle goes on, as Joker will gain sudden final smashes, as his final smash, All Out Attack, has the Phantom Thieves attack his opponents. The Daybreak item will also spawn commonly and could represent the treasures the Phantoms collect, or even a nod to the 30-minute animated short Persona 5 The Animation, Daybreakers. Wake up and get out there plays. The Igor Spirit is represented by Robin while fighting on the Kalos Pokemon League stage. The Kalos League stage is meant to represent the Velvet Room, where he is the proprietor on the space between both dreams and reality, and the heroes used often in the Persona games. Along him, you have to fight 3 Ridleys before Robin will appear. The Ridleys seem to represent... I honestly couldn't figure this one out. I looked online and came down to 2 guesses. First, there are 3 angels before facing the final boss in Persona 5, as Igor, well, not the real Igor, but a fake one who took his place, ends up being the final boss. Or Igor always has guards or attendants with him in the Velvet Rooms. You can choose which you think is the better answer, or provide the correct one in the comments below, please. You start with a lot of damage, but heal over time, which I am told is a nod to the end of the game, and assist trophies will spawn as they represent a persona for you to fight with. Arya of the Soul plays. The Caroline and Justine Spirit is represented by the Ice Climbers. You fight it out on the Kalos Pokemon League, again mirroring the Velvet Room, as the twins are Igor's assistants in Persona 5. This time battle will have you take sudden damage. This might be a nod to how in New Game Plus you can battle the twins, and they are quite difficult. Arya of the Soul plays. The Morgana Spirit is represented by a tiny Pikachu and Mementos. After a while, an Incineroar will appear on the stage with an Ore Club. Incineroar represents Morgana's Persona 0, and the Ore Club is used as a nod to Morgana having wind-based abilities in Persona 5. To further that, heavy winds will plague the battlefield. You must defeat Pikachu to win, as Last Surprise plays. As a side note, the Japanese voice actress for Morgana, Aiku Otani, is also the voice of Pikachu, well, everywhere in the world, as Pikachu's never redubbed. It's still pretty cool. The Ryuji Sakamoto Spirit is represented by Captain Falcon while fighting on Luigi's Mansion. Luigi's Mansion seems to be used to help represent his Phantom Thief alter ego Skull, and Falcon is used because of his speed, and Ryuji was once on the track team. Midway in the battle, a Mii Gunner will appear wearing a pirate hat and steampunk outfit and represents Ryuji's persona, Captain Kidd. Captain Falcon will also start the battle with a baseball bat, a nod to his weapon of choice being blunt objects. You must defeat Falcon to win while Last Surprise plays. The Ann Takamaki spirit is represented by Zero Suit Samus as Ann's Phantom Thief alter ego, the Panther, wears a skin-tight red outfit and uses a whip as a weapon, and sound familiar? Midway in the battle, Peach will come to help Zero Suit Samus and represents Ann's persona, Carmen. ZS Samus will also start the battle with a Fire Flower item, a nod to her fire abilities. You fight it out on Castle Siege, in particular the Throne Room area, a nod to an early mission revolved around Ann and the school's coach, where the Phantom Thieves go to Kamoshida's castle. Yeah, things get a little messed up is pretty much all I'm gonna say about that. You must defeat Zero Suit Samus to win as Last Surprise plays. The Yusuke Kitagawa spirit is represented by Chrom, while battling on Suzaku's castle, which represents the Japanese art museum where you recruit him to be on your team. Midway through the battle, King Dedede will come to help Yusuke as he is meant to represent his persona, Goemon. Chrom is used because a lot of meta stuff, honestly. Not only is Chrom and Yusuke voiced in Japan by the same actor, Tomokazu Sugira, but the same voice English actor as well, Matthew Mercer. The Vince Assist Trophy will also spawn a nod to Yusuke's passion of being an artist. You must defeat Chrom to win as Last Surprise plays. The Mikado Najima spirit is represented by Sheik, as the black costume for Sheik looks very similar to Mikado's Phantom Thief alter ego Queen. You fight it out on Dracula's castle, which could represent the Mafia boss fight in the game, and when Mikado joins the thieves. An invisible Wario will appear midway through the battle, while spamming his side B special Wario Bike to represent Mikado's persona, Johanna, which is just a motorcycle. You must defeat Sheik to win as Last Surprise plays. The Futaba Sakura spirit is represented by an Inkling girl as they look very similar to their orange hair. You fight it out on Mushroomy Kingdom, a nod to the Sphinx area, both desert-like areas, where you have her join the team. Boss Galaga items will commonly spawn and the Wily Capsule Assist Trophy will summon as a nod to her persona, Necronomicon, which is a UFO. This time battle has Behind the Mask playing. The Haru Okuruma spirit is represented by a female villager, as Villager's Down special Timber has her playing in a tree, and a hobby of Haru's is tending to her garden. Item tidal waves will happen with the salad food item, which goes along with her gardening abilities. You fight it out on Tamagotchi Life, perhaps not to the large buildings in the city where they live. Midway through the battle, Daisy will come to help her, representing her persona, Milady. To win, you must defeat the villager as Last Surprise plays. The Goru Okichi spirit is represented by Marth, as Goro's alter ego, Crow, is a sword user. Midway through the battle, a Pit will come to help Marth, representing his persona, Robin Hood. I sort of imagine this is how Pit sees himself sometimes. The controls will be reversed during battle, left to right and right to left, perhaps a nod to Goro being a detective, and not a real huge fan of the Phantoms, but will team up with them when his and their goals align. You fight on Forside, perhaps to represent the city where they live at night. You must defeat Marth to win as Rivers in the Desert plays.
The Sophia spirit is represented by Nest and 3 metal Robs. The only Sophia I really know about is from Sicily.
Picture it. Sicily, 1912.
The Robs represent the Pithos, a set of small floating objects that serve as Sophia's pseudo-persona. This stage and music change depending on if you have the DLC for Joker. If you don't, you'll fight it out on New Pork City while Light Plane plays. New Pork represents the Shibuya Jail, a theme park-like jail. That sounds not that fun, but okay. Light Planes has a synth-type music to go with it, and is apparently like Sophia's musical theme. If you have the Joker DLC, you'll fight it on Mentos, and the Persona stage will have Last Surprise play.
The Hero's Comrade spirit is represented by a small local softball team with the amount of fighters you have to face. The spirits represent all the party members that join you in Dragon Quest XI. So let's go down the line, shall we? The small female Robin represents the tiny mage Veronica. Zero Suit Samus represents Jade, a martial artist, as Zero Suit will start the battle with the sword item. King Dedede is the similar rotund man Rab, Zelda as the healer Serena, Ike as Hendrik the knight, Link as Eric the former thief, and Sheik as Sylvando the performer. And please don't cut off my head if I got 2 of these mixed up. This is what it looks like to me and from my research. On top of the gauntlet that is facing all these characters, some 2 at a time, they have increased melee damage and move speed in addition to more powerful smash attacks. This stamina battle has you fighting on Draciel's altar while the heroes go forth with determination plays. The Sedacia spirit is represented by a giant jumping King K. Rool and a hero in the 11 costume. The Sedacia is the transport for the hero and his comrades in Dragon Quest XI. K. Rool is colored white like the creature itself and will pretty much flop around most of the battle as it is mostly used for transportation. But the hero will attempt to defeat you and protect it. K. Rool also has super armor, making him harder to deal with. This time stamina battle has the heroes going forth with determination playing. The Slime Spirit is represented by 5 blue Kirbys, and once you defeat them, a giant blue Kirby will appear, representing King Slime, the biggest, most royal slime there is. You fight it out on Gaur Plains to represent a casual random field that, even without looking it up, I would bet is in most, if not all, Dragon Quest games that have slimes in them, and that is pretty much all of them. I mean, they're kind of the French-esque mascot. You know, kind of like the Minions, only much more tolerable. Anyways, they will favor their neutral air special attack to simulate a simple attack by the slimes themselves. This stamina battle has fighting spirits from Dragon Quest III playing. The Draki spirit is represented by 3 Meta Knights while in Dracula's castle. Oh, how subtle. Drakis are common enemies that come in many different palette swaps, so the 3 different colored Meta Knights represent the different types of Drakis the heroes have faced on the many Dragon Quest quests. The Meta Knights have increased jump power, not to flying the bats do of course, and your defense is hit a bit, to represent bats Dracula sucking your energy from you. This time stamina battle has unflinching courage playing. The Golem spirit is represented by a giant yellow-brownish Rob to represent the huge monster. You fight on Mushroomy Kingdom to represent the walled city of Cantlin, where Golem was a boss in the first Dragon Quest game. Rob has super armor and is unflinchable, but will periodically go to sleep. This gives the battle a feel of an old-school JRPG, where he attacks, then he stays still while you attack and back and forth in a stamina battle. Rob's punches and elbow strikes are powered up as fighting spirit from Dragon Quest III plays. The Great Saber Cub spirit is represented by a tiny Pichu and a giant Pikachu that represents a Great Saber Cat, and presumably it's a mother in this scenario. I say this because the Pichu will avoid fighting, as the Pikachu will defend it. Pichu will shield often to defend itself, and you must defeat it to win the battle. Also, soccer balls will commonly spawn, as cats like to chase round things. Yeah? Sure, let's go with that. You fight on Gaur Plains, again to represent a random field like in any Dragon Quest, heck, any RPG game, while marching through the fields plays. The Liquid Metal Slime is represented by a Metal Kirby. This stamina battle has Kirby start with very little HP, but he has super armor and is hard to flinch. He moves like Sonic with a bunny hood and evades you constantly. Defense is buffed, has a Franklin badge attached, and this is a quick timed battle. This is a nod to how Liquid Metal Slimes have high evade and is immune to most magic, but yield high rewards if you defeat it. You battle it out on Great Cave Offensive, battlefield form because the regular one would just be mean, as the Liquid Metal Slimes tend to live in caves. Battle of the Glory Dragon Quest IV plays.
The Tockle Spirit is represented by a tiny team of Mr. Game & Watches in multiple colors, just like the Tockles themselves. The Tockles are a race of multicolored beings who live outside the flow of time, and them being kind of faceless kind of things kind of work for Mr. Game & Watch. You battle on Yggdrasil's altar, which is meant to represent Urduria, one of those, the main cities of their debut game, Dragon Quest XI, where they mostly are background characters. The enemy is invisible, which is a reference to them being invisible to humans, except for the Luminary. The hero goes forth with determination, plays. I love the names of these songs from this series.
The Tooty Spirit is represented by Diddy Kong while in the pink outfit on Spiral Mountain, her and her brother's home. Midway through the battle, Banjo-Kazooie will enter the fight to help defend his sister. You must defeat Diddy Kong to win. He will shield often as Tooty is not a fighter in the basic damsel in distress in the game. Diddy will also have the effect that magic attacks are less effective against him, perhaps nodding to how it looks like Grunty is about to steal her beauty with magic at the start of the adventure, but nothing happens as you spend hours and hours and hours coursing through the witch's lair. The main theme from Banjo-Kazooie is playing. The Bottle Spirit is represented by Donkey Kong. Periodically through the match, he will become invisible, nodding to Bottles literally being killed at the start of Banjo-Tooie and being a ghost for the majority of the game. Don't worry, he gets better. DK will also favor his side special Headbutt that will burrow you into the ground as well. Pitfalls will litter the field, adding to the whole mole theme going here as you battle it out and listen to the music of Spiral Mountain. The Mumbo Jumbo Spirit is represented by Gold Mii Sword Fighter, wearing the Skull Kid hat and Ashley's outfit to give it a shaman look and feel. He will also start with a lipstick to act as Mumbo's magic staff. In the battle, a giant gold Rob will be summoned to make your life more miserable. The Rob represents the Golden Goliath, a giant golden statue that Mumbo can control in Mayhem Temple from Banjo-Tooie. You fight it out on Jungle Japes while Mumbo's Mountains music is playing. The Jinjo Spirit is represented by 3 tiny Mr. Game & Watches and then a giant Mr. Game & Watch once those 3 are defeated. This represents the tiny collectible creatures and then the giant Jinjonator. The giant Game & Watch can deal damage while dashing, nodding to the final battle in Banjo-Kazooie where it dashed continually into Gruntilda until she fell to her death. Don't worry, she got better. You fight it out on Summit while the music to Free ZZ Peak plays to act as the world for the game. The Jiggy Spirit is represented by 5 yellow Kirbys on Great Cave Offensive. During the battle, the Kirbys literally just jump up and down, acting like the golden collectibles in the Banjo-Kazooie games. This is a stamina battle where everyone has low stamina, so knocking them out is easy, but is also timed with 30 seconds on the clock, as there are many little timed events in Banjo-Kazooie to obtain Jiggies. The music to Treasure Trove Cove plays. The Gruntilda Spirit is represented by a giant King Dedede and 3 Dr. Marios. Dr. Mario represents Grunty's loyal until the 3rd game servant, Klungo, and normally it takes 3 hits to defeat him, so 3 Dr. Marios. King Dedede starts the battle with a Star Rod to act as a magic attack Grunty will launch at you. The ground is also poisoned to act as magical effect. You fight on Find Me, which is dark and foreboding, much like the top of the Witch's Lair, where you battle Grunty for the first time. This stamina battle has Versus Klungo playing. The Buzz Bomb Spirit is represented by 3 tiny Ridleys that will favor their up special, Wing Blitz, and acts like Buzz Bomb diving towards Banjo-Kazooie in their games to attack them. This stamina battle also has them fall slower to add to the fact that Buzz Bombs fly about. You fight it out on Garden of Hope, probably meant to represent the world Click Clock Woods, as it is one of the levels they appear in. Spiral Mountain is playing. The Andy Bogart Spirit is represented by Fox while on Delfino Plaza. Fox was most likely used due to Andy having a fire-based ability that engulfs his body in flames to increase the power of his attacks, and the engulfing himself in flames is much like Fox's up special Foxfire. This is a stamina battle much like a traditional fighting game, and the fighters have reduced jumping abilities to continue with the fighting motif. Delfino Plaza was used to represent Sound Beach, a fighting location in the first Fatal Fury. It also holds significance as Sound Beach is in South Town, the location Andy and his brother Terry met again after Andy left for Japan to train. Pasta from Fatal Fury 2 plays. The Joe Higashi Spirit is represented by Incineroar while on Congo Falls. Incineroar was chosen because of his neutral special Darkest Lariat, which causes Incineroar to spin around, and not only does Joe have a move called Double Cyclone, but has the nickname Hurricane Upper. He also starts the battle with an ore club that produces a twister to shoot at you to go along with that as well. Congo Falls was chosen most likely due to Joe living and spending most of his time in Thailand, and although I admittedly know very little about Thailand, when I googled it, a lot of pictures showed forest and jungle-y, so that kind of works. This is a stamina battle where your jumping is nerfed to give you the feel of a Fatal Fury game. A new poem that South Thailand wants to tell from Fatal Fury 2 plays. The Kim Kaplan Spirit is represented by Ken Masters along with a giant King Dedede and a tiny Ridley. Ken was used as Kim is a master of Taekwondo and uses kicks and knee strikes a lot, much like Ken. On top of that, Ken's kicks and knee strikes are buffed. The King Dedede and Ridley represents the criminal pair of Chang and Choi, with Chang being a large rotund man like Dedede and Choi being more small with those sharp claws like Ridley. And yes, he looks a lot like Freddy Krueger, and I only say that because someone will mention in the comments if I don't. I also don't know why they wanted a Freddy Krueger looking character in a fighting game, but I mean, I think he's been in one of the Mortal Kombats, so yeah, still kind of weird, not a big fan of Krueger. Anyways, in the King of Fighters, Ken takes it upon himself to rehabilitate the two criminals, and they eventually do, becoming loyal to Ken. While in the King of Fighters Stadium, everyone's jumps reduced, as Let's Go to Seoul from Fatal Fury 2 plays. The Geese Howard Spirit is represented by a Mii Brawler. At first I wondered why a villain for Terry was named Geese, as geese are one of nature's most evil creatures. Yeah, it's actually a kind of perfect name. The Brawler is wearing a business suit and a Princess Zelda wig. The wig is to represent Geese's long blonde hair, and the suit represents him as the CEO of the Howard Connection. Oh, and a mob boss of sorts. The Brawler was chosen as Geese uses a lot of throws, counters, and locks in his fighting style, and this brawl has the side special suplex to fit that theming. Its throws are also buffed. You fight on the Omega form of Fourside to represent Southtown, where he lives and his skyscraper resides. It is also the location of your fight with him in the last round of the first Fatal Fury. This stamina battle gives you a reduced jumping abilities as soy sauce for Geese from Fatal Fury special plays. The Ryo Sakazaki Spirit is represented by a Mii Brawler with an Isaac wig to be his hair and an orange fighter uniform, and this looks like Super Saiyan Goku. There, we finally have Goku in Smash. But the outfit really does look like Ryo. You fight on Suzaku Castle, a nod to how Ryo was created as a homage to Ryu. It is a stamina battle, and you have reduced jump abilities, and the Brawler will get powerful final smashes during the fight, nodding to Ryo's strength. Art of Fight from Art of Fighting plays. The Kyo Kusanagi Spirit is represented by Captain Falcon, along with a Pikachu and Donkey Kong. Captain Falcon was used not only for his hands-on close combat like Ryo, but his fire attacks like Falcon Punch and Falcon Kick represent Kyo's pyrokinesis abilities. The Pikachu and Donkey Kong represent Kyo's teammates from the King of Fighters tournament. Goro Damien, who with his large frame and raw strength is perfect for Donkey Kong, and Benimaru Nakadio, who uses electrokinesis, making Pikachu a great choice for his representation. You battle it out on the King of Fighters Stadium while their fire and explosion abilities are buffed, and you can guess jumping is nerfed again. Eska from King of Fighters 2 plays. The Iroi Yagami Spirit is represented by a pair of wolves while on Reset Bomb Forest. Wolves are most likely used to his martial arts specialty in the clawing martial arts, and will slash at his opponents, much like Wolf does. Another nod is to the Riot of the Blood, which causes Iori to gain power, but almost loses himself in a more feral form, but will still have his lust to defeat his rival. So I'm thinking a werewolf thing is the mindset for here for Wolf. This is a stamina battle where your jumps are reduced as Stormy Saxophone 2 from King of Fighters 96 plays. The Haomaru Spirit is represented by a Mii sword fighter while wearing the Takamaru wig and outfit, as both Takamaru and Haomaru are both samurais. I think I pronounced those all correct, but those are a lot of Marus in a row. You fight it out on Gerudo Valley, which is sure to represent a stage from the Samurai Showdown series, but I couldn't find one that was too similar and relates to him. Sword items commonly spawn, and the sword fighter's attacks are buffed as well. Gaia from Samurai Showdown plays. The Nakaruru Spirit is represented by Zelda and a tiny Falco. Falco represents Nakaruru's pet hawk, Mama Haha, and saying that out loud might be the weirdest thing I've ever done. Sword items will commonly spawn as she is a samurai as well. Her attack power is buffed while you fight it out on Yoshi's Island, in particular the winter season. This was used as her stage as a winter-based one with animals cheering her on. I do fear one of these bears are going to attack me if I attempt to defeat her in battle. This stamina battle has her theme, Banquet of Nature from Samurai Showdown playing. The Athena Asamiya Spirit is represented by Palutena and Richter. Richter represents C. Kinso, Athena's friend from Psycho's Soldier. The pair will favor their special moves as they would use their Psycho powers in the game to battle evil. You fight in Mushroomy Kingdom to nod to their old game being a side-scroller. Also perhaps a desert stage in the game. I couldn't find one, but it doesn't mean an old school game didn't have one. The overseas version of the Psycho Soldier theme plays. The Rolf and Clark Spirit is represented by two snakes while battling on Garo Plains. Rolf and Clark hail from the run-and-gun game Ikari Warriors. As the run-and-gun name suggests, there is tons of shooting and blasting with explosions, making Snake perfect for the pair. Garo Plain represents the forest plain-like areas you run and shoot on. Exploding type items commonly spawn, shooting type items are increased in power, and they start with a super scope. Ikari from King of Fighters 14 plays. The Springman Spirit has you battling a Mii Brawler while wearing the full Springman Mii costume. You fight it out on Boxing Ring, meant to represent the rings in which the arms fighters fight. In particular, the ropes can spring you up, just like in Spring Stadium. The Brawler's punches and elbow strikes are upped, an obvious nod to the punching in arms, and its jumping abilities is upped, a nod to the double jump the arms fighters can do. title theme from Wii Sports Plays, which works as boxing is a part of the original Wii Sports game. Although they could have updated the music to say Spring Stadium, but it still works. The Ribbon Girl spirit is represented by Mii Brawler while wearing the Ribbon Girl costume, fighting it out on Spring Stadium. The Mii Brawler will have an extra air jump, nodding to the fact that in ARMS, Ribbon Girl has an extra jump herself than the other ARMS fighters. Ribbon Ring Plays, a track from ARMS and her home stage. The Min Min spirit is represented by a female Corrin, possibly due to Corrin being able to elongate her limbs a bit, like with the spike, and she'll favor her neutral special Dragon Fang Shot to represent Min Min's dragon arms. You fight it out on New Pork City, which has an Asian feel to it, a nod to Min Min being Chinese. Corrin will have increased speed as the track to Dragon Driftway Plays, a track from Mario Kart 8, where you're racing along on a dragon, nodding again to Min Min's favorite arms. The Twin Tail spirit is represented by Bayonetta, as both use their hair as weapons. That will never not sound weird to me. You fight out on New Donk City Hall, a nod to Twin Tail's home stage in ARMS, Cinema Do, which takes place in the city streets. Bayonetta will start with a drill item, a nod to one of Twin Tail's standard arms, the Paracel, which can act like a drill. The music of New Donk City plays. The Ninjara spirit has two different representations. First off is the Frog Ninja Pokemon Greninja, or if you've purchased a Ninjara Mii costume, you can find a Mii Brawler in said costume. You battle it out on Suzaku Castle, meant to represent Ninjara's home stage of Ninja College. The Greninja, or Mii Brawler, will have increased speed, a nod to Ninjara being one of the quicker arm fighters. The Boomerang item will also commonly spawn, a nod to one of Ninjara's default arms, the Chakram, a weapon that will fly out and come back like a boomerang. The music from Ninja College appropriately plays. The Master Mummy spirit is represented by Donkey Kong while on Dracula's Castle. Dracula's Castle represents Master Mummy's home stage of Mausoleum. DK will have super armor, which makes him move slower, a nod to Master Mummy being one of the slower arms fighters, but it is hard to knock him back, again nodding to Master Mummy's large stature as a fighter and hard to take down. Donkey Kong will favor his grabs and throws, nodding the same mechanic in the ARMS games. The track of Mausoleum plays. The Mechanica spirit is represented by a giant Windy Koopa, nodding to Mechanica not actually having the mutation that causes arms in ARMS, but she built a mech, like the Koopa Clown Car, to be able to participate in the ARMS Grand Prix. Windy will have super armor, much like how DK had it for the Master Mummy battle, as Mechanica is a heavyweight ARMS fighter, so it fits well. She'll also start with a jetpack on to act as the jetpack that Mechanica's mech has. This is also a stamina battle, a nod to how ARMS is a fighting game with health bars. Shooting items and the drill will commonly spawn to act like different arms the fighters will use, and bombs will spawn as well to act as the bomb hazards that will occasionally appear in battles. You fight it out on Spring Stadium as Scrapyard, the music from her home stage plays. The Bite and Bark spirit is represented by Mega Man as Bite, and a Metal Duck Hunt dog as his trusty canine robot companion Bark. Bite and Bark are unique in ARMS, as you control Bite, and Bark is controlled by AI, and will roll around the field and attack your opponents. Plus, Bite can even use him as a launching platform to get higher jumps. You fight it out on Spring Stadium, while the Healing Field item will commonly spawn, a nod to the Healing Circle-like area that will come onto the field in the middle of ARMS battles. You must defeat Mega Man to win, as Bark can be knocked out an unlimited amount of times, but you must defeat Bite to win the ARMS match, while Buster Beach plays, the track of Bite and Bark's home stage. The Kid Cobra spirit is represented by Min Min. Why not Snake? Oh well, at least Min Min makes sense. You battle it out on Fourside, meant to represent Kid Cobra's home stage of Snake Park. Min Min will start the battle with a drill item to represent other arms for Kid Cobra, and the bumper item will commonly spawn, as in Snake Park there are, well, let's just be honest, Beyblades in the stage, and you can bump into each other and ride them around, and that is what the bumpers represent. At high damage, Min Min's speed will increase, a nod to Kid Cobra's nickname, the Speed Demon. Snake Park plays. The Helix spirit is represented by Dark Samus while on Frigate Orphan, which represents the DNA Labs Helix home stage. Dark Samus will start the battle with a Pokeball with a Ditto in it, referencing how not only the cells from the 1 to 100 mode look a lot like Helix, but are both squishy creatures. Dark Samus will also randomly go from giant to tiny to normal, a nod to Helix's stretching ability. Well, more so than just his arms. But bombs will spawn to act as the stage hazards of the bomb that will sometimes appear. The track from DNA Labs plays. The Max Brass Spirit is represented by King K. Rool while on Norfair. Norfair's orange coloring looks a lot like Max Brass's home stage of Sky Arena. At high damage during this stamina battle, K. Rool will grow giant, a nod to Max's ability to gain size and power by charging up or even at low health. Along with that, his attack power will grow at high damage as well. The track of Sky Arena plays. The zombie spirit is represented by 10 zombie skinned Steves while in Minecraft World, in particular the Savannah biome. The stage will be in the nighttime cycle, a nod to zombies only coming out at night in Minecraft. The wave of enemies also nod to how zombies like to swarm in groups, so they are pack hunters. They have low health in the stamina battle though, but they also have super armor and move slower to give them the feeling of fighting a zombie. Clockwork Crater Plays, a track from Minecraft. The Creeper Spirit can be done in 2 ways, either with 6 Mr. Game & Watches, or 6 Mii Brawlers in the new Creeper Mii outfit if you've purchased the DLC. The Game & Watches are a good choice as they are emotionless beings of mass destruction, like the Creepers. You battle it out on Minecraft World while the enemies will start the battle with a bomber item. A nod to the Creeper's main form of attacking is self-destruction in a large explosion. What more is that they are less immune to explosion attacks. Toys of a Tier Plays. The Skeleton Spirit is represented by 3 Links. You fight it out on the plains of Minecraft World as Link will favor his bow and arrow attack, a nod to skeletons using them as their weapons. They also gain sudden final smashes as Link's is ancient bow and arrow, and it goes well with the theming. The Slime Spirit is represented by Kirby. So it starts out as a giant Kirby with 120 stamina, then moves to 3 Kirbys at 60 stamina, and once they're defeated, you face off 6 tiny Kirbys at 30 stamina each. This represents how the slimes in Minecraft will split into smaller and smaller versions of itself until there is nothing left. They also like to jump and attack, as this is how slimes attack in Minecraft. You fight it out in Minecraft World as Halard Dalarna plays. The Enderman Spirit has you facing off against 4 Enderman skins while in Minecraft World. It will be in the nighttime cycle as Endermen will appear during the nighttime in Minecraft. Their movement speed is increased, Pokeball items will spawn with only Abras, and the Pow Block item will appear. This is a nod to how the Endermen will gain speed on you in Minecraft, pick up blocks and throw them, and teleport around. Glide Plays. The Villager and Iron Golem Spirit is represented by a Giant Rob as the Iron Golem, and not Villager, but 5 Steves. Okay, I get it, Steve is a great choice, but Villager, come on people! In Minecraft, the Iron Giant is a protector of the Minecraft villages, and to help illustrate the sheer size comparison to the Steves, they are tiny to show them more to scale. There is super armor here on the Rob, and not to the pure strength and durability of the Iron Golem. The Cuckoo item will commonly spawn as chickens are a common farm animal to have in Minecraft. The enemies will favor their grabs and throws while you fight it out on Minecraft World with the villagers in the background. Earth Plays. The Gas Spirit is represented by a giant metal Jigglypuff while battling on Norfair. Norfair is used as the gas inhibits an area known as the Nether, a hellish fiery-like location that pretty much sums up Norfair. To add to the nightmare, the floor is lava, and an Andros Assist Trophy will spawn in the battle, as it is a giant floating blocking face, much like the Gas Star. The Piglin Spirit is represented in 2 ways. If you didn't purchase the DLC Piglin Mii costume, then you'll face 7 gold Alexes, with 2 being tiny. If you did, then you'll face the Mii Brawler with the Piglin outfits, but gold, and 2 tiny ones. The tiny versions represent baby piglins, and gold because the piglins love gold. You fight it out on the forest section of the Reset Bomb Forest, a nod to the area in the Nether that is similar to where the demon pigs live. Although it might smell like bacon, so it might be worth a trip. They'll start out with a killing edge, revenge for the bacon comment, or because they wield swords in Minecraft. Cavern Plays. The Ender Dragon Spirit is represented by a Ridley as a fellow winged bringer of doom. Along with Ridley, there will be 2 Enderman Steve skins. You fight it out on Find Me as it all comes together to play out like your battle against the Ender Dragon and what is known as the End, an area where you face off against Ender Dragon and Endermen. Find Me gives it the dark feel of the End. This is also a stamina battle where the enemies will heal at high damage, a nod to the Ender Dragon using the End Crystals to heal as you battle it. Ridley must be defeated to win this battle.
Kazuya Mishima wins.
The Hayaki Misama Spirit is represented by a Mii Brawler in one of 2 outfits. If you own the DLC costume for Mishima, then the Mii Fighter will look like him as they release the costume for him. If you don't, the Mii Brawler will have a black fighter uniform, like his black gi, and the dragon helmet to represent his pointy hair. You battle it out on Misama Dojo, as he is the master and owner of the dojo itself. The Mii Brawler will have sudden final smashes when his HP falls below 60%, a nod to the Rage system in Tekken 6, a gimmick in that game that when the player's health is low, it causes them to be surrounded by a glowing aura, and I assume some other effects that I didn't read into. Another possible nod is Mii Brawler's final smash, Omega Blitz, is reference to the Rage art in Tekken, a high damage cinematic special move. You battle it out appropriately to the song Heihachi Mishima, the King of Iron Fist. I love that name. The Jin Kazuma spirit is represented by 2 Kazuyas. The black colored Kazuya specifically represents his son Jin. The second Kazuya represents the devil gene that his son and his father both have. This stamina battle has you battling on Castle Siege, in particular the underground cavern area, which represents the area known as Fire and Brimstone, a volcanic area that is featured in Devil Jin's prologue in Tekken 7. The song Jin Kazuma appropriately plays. The Kuma and Panda spirit is represented by a Mii Brawler and a bear hat and a cat suit to be Kuma, and a Mii Gunner with a cat hat and KK Slider outfit for Panda. So the panda's name is Panda? I'm just gonna call him Poe and no one can stop me. The Miis will gain uncontrollable speed, a nod to Kuma and Panda's move, Rolling Bears, where they constantly roll into their opponents. So roll out from Pokemon. I love it. The Brawler will start the battle with a Pokeball holding Goldeen, a nod to Kuma's love of salmon. You battle it out on Gaur Plains, representing Hidden Retreat, a grassy stage from Tekken 6, Bloodline Rebellion. That's a really cool name. The song playing, Yodeling in Meadow Hills, is another nod to Hidden Retreat. In a fighting game with realistic and devil people and a lot more, having a song that has yodeling in it, maybe I need to look into this series. The Nina Williams spirit is represented by Zero Suit Samus, both wearing skin-tight black suits and blonde hair. You connect the dots. Along with Zero Suit Samus, there were 2 Mii Gunners in the Special Forces helmet and outfits. They represent the Tekken Force, a private army owned by the Mishima family and led by Nina in Tekken 7. So wait, a family of martial artists also have a Special Forces army at their disposal? Color me intrigued. You fight it out on Shadowmost Island, a military facility which represents Nina's occupation as leader of the Tekken Force. I don't know why I enjoy saying that. The song Karma from the Tekken series plays. The King and Armor King spirit is represented by a pair of Incineroars. The orange color one represents King, a muscular wrestler type who wears a jaguar mask, and then a gray Incineroar who represents Armor King, who is basically King with a different color scheme, I guess. I'm sure there are some subtle differences. The 2 are tag team wrestlers, so Boxing Ring is a perfect fit for the duo. They also gain attack power over time, which I believe would be a nod to how in tag teams in wrestling, you can get a little rest while the other person just kind of watch back and forth. I'm not much into wrestling, but I've seen a little bit, so let's go with that. The song Etho Evening plays, a song from Tekken 6. The Ling Xiaoyu spirit is represented by a Mii Brawler with the Ashley wig and orange fighter uniform to look just like Ling. During the battle, a Mii Gunner in the cat hat and KK Slider outfit comes to fight with Ling as Panda Poe's back! Or is it another panda? What was Poe's dad's name in Kung Fu Panda? Mr. Peng. Although according to the internet, this panda is female and is also Ling's best friend and bodyguard. And now I need a panda bodyguard. Adding that to my bucket list. You battle it out on Newport City that represents Carnival, an amusement park-like stage that is colorful, and Newport works well to represent it. Moonsider's First Plays, a track from Tekken. The Paul Phoenix and Martial Law spirit is represented by King and Fox respectively. Paul Phoenix is an American martial artist with blonde hair and a red outfit. Okay, makes Ken a perfect choice. Martial Law, a little on the nose, is a Chinese-American martial artist who wears yellow uniform. Close enough, I've seen way more grasping at straws with these spirit battles. You battle it out on New Donk City, which is meant to represent New York City. The song Chicago, USA play what? The stage is New York City, but the song is Chicago. I mean, okay, maybe there isn't a song called New York, but then why have a stage based on New York, but a song based on Chicago? And I'm probably overanalyzing again. My bad, moving on. The Yoshimitsu spirit is represented by a Mii sword fighter while wearing the black ninja suit and bionic helmet. The ninja suit works great, and the bionic helmet is meant to be a nod to his own helmet and cybernetic enhancements. The Mii sword fighter will start the battle with a killing edge to represent his dual-wielding swords. The stage, Suzaku Castle, and the song playing, Into Nirvana, represents the stage Autumn Temple, which is a castle-like temple with Japanese aesthetics. All fighters will get sudden damage, a nod to Haruki, Harakiri, a self-damaging move that Yoshimitsu uses when he impales himself with a sword that can also damage an opponent when timed right. And people say smash is weird. Well, it is, but still. Additionally, there's a health recovery, and is a nod to his counterpart in Soul Calibur 4, and the move which gives him health. Wait, Tekken and Soul Calibur are in the same universe? Is this even canon? It also apparently involves time travel. I'm not sure if I want to know more or if I'm terrified to dive into this lore or not. The Jack 7 spirit is represented by a team of 7 green Donkey Kongs. Jack 7 is a burly humanoid robot, so big muscles equal Donkey Kong. Got it. You battle it out on Mishima's dojo, as the DKs have super armor but move super slow. It's a nod to how in Tekken this android has high endurance stats but very low speed. The DKs will favor their giant punch, nodding to Jack 7's Gigaton Punch. Abyss of Time plays while you fight. The Asuka Kazuma spirit is represented by a Wii Fit trainer. Both wear light blue outfit with their midriffs exposed. You fight it out on Prism Tower, a nod to, and I'm going to completely destroy how you pronounce this, Tessunakaku Tower in Osaka, Japan. I think I got Osaka correct. Where in the opening cutscene in Tekken 5, Asuka is seen riding her bike on the top of the tower. The Wii Fit trainer will shield often, a nod to her being a more defensive type character in Tekken. No easy way out plays. The Riku spirit is represented by Karen with light blue and gray hair like Riku, and the costume works rather well. You battle it out in Hollow Bastion, a nod to the location in the first Kingdom Hearts that features battle against Riku's dark mode. Karen will start the battle with a black hole item, a nod to Riku's dark mode utilizes the power of darkness, and will also have increased speed, which alludes to Riku's dark mode having speed boost abilities during his battle. This is a stamina battle, a nod to the HP characters have in the game, why Hollow Bastion plays appropriately. The Kari spirit is represented by Daisy in her purple and white dress, which goes along Kari's color scheme. Early in the battle, Daisy will be joined by Sora, who will help protect her, a nod to Sora and Kari being longtime friends, and Sora will often protect her from enemies. Daisy starts the battle with Lipstick, which represents Kari's own Keyblade she gets in Kingdom Hearts 2, Destiny Embrace, which has a flower motif. You battle it out on Tortimer Island, which represents Destiny Island, the home of Sora and Kari. Hand in Hand plays, a song from Kingdom Hearts. The Roxas spirit is represented by Sora, as Roxas is the nobody of Sora. As someone who has not really played these games, that made so little sense, but probably makes perfect sense in context. Sora is in his white outfit meant to represent Sora's final form in Kingdom Hearts 2, a form he gets after defeating Roxas in the second game. You battle it out in Hollow Bastion, which represents the Station of Serenity, the location of Sora and Roxas' first battle. During the fight, Sora will gain movement speed and attack power, representing Roxas' gameplay style as he is more aggressive than Sora. Health recovery comes into play, a nod to the magic ability Cure, which heals users in Kingdom Hearts. Sora will also start the battle with Killing Edge, referring to Roxas' dual-wielding Keyblades, the Oath Keep and Oblivion. Fragment of Sorrow plays as you fight yourself and nobody. I don't know if that's really deep, confusing, or weird, or all three. The Axel spirit is represented by Roy while on Kalos Pokemon League stage, in particular the Blazing Chamber. Roy is used as both Axel and Roy are both redheads and have fire-based attacks. The Kalos Pokemon League stage represents the Old Mansion Basement Hall from Kingdom Hearts 2, which is a large blue-colored chamber, and of course the Blazing Chamber nods to Axel's boss fight in Kingdom Hearts 2, and a ring of fire encircles you. Roy starts the battle with Hothead, referencing Axel's weapon, the Eternal Flames, a pair of chakrams. This is again a stamina battle and not to the HP the characters have, as Destiny Force plays, and this is not to Axel being a boss, and the song is used during boss fights in the series. The Zion spirit is represented by a female Robin along with 2 male Robins. The darker cloak on the female Robin fits well to represent Zion. The 2 male Robins represent Roxas, one of Zion's close friends, and he is wielding a Killing Edge, which represents his Kingblade, Kingdom Key. A large male Robin is also someone who uses his Arcfire ability, representing another one of Zion's friends, Axel. This Robin being taller represents Axel being the tall one in the friend group. I'm not sure why they didn't just use Roy like in the past spirit battle, but it works. You battle it out on Delphina Plaza, in particular the rooftop area, which represents Twilight Town, where the trio like to hang out. Shrouding Dark Clouds plays, a song that plays during Zion's boss fight in Kingdom Hearts 358.5 Days. Is that how you pronounce it? That's an odd name for a game, says the guy who played countless games with that had the word 64 in its title. The Terror Spirit is represented by a large Crom while fighting Hollow Bastard. The Ashley Assist trophy will summon early in the battle because her hair turns white, and that is apparently a nod to in Kingdom Hearts Birth by Sleep. Towards the end, Terra is controlled by Xehanort, I can't pronounce that, and his hair turns white. This is Stamina Battle as Hollow Bastion plays. The Ventus Spirit is represented by Sora, while Sora is in his white outfit, which helps represent Ventus's own white outfit. Sora is also a good choice as Ventus eventually uses Sora as a vessel for his heart. After defeating Sora, a red Dark Samus appears, which represents Vanitas, an evil artificial form of Ventus's darkness, so a similar relationship between Samus and Dark Samus. Dark Samus will also have a killing edge referencing the Keyblade Void Edge. You fight it out in Gerudo Valley, which represents the Keyblade Graveyard, and the location of the final boss fight in Ventus's path at Birth by Sleep. Shrouding Dark Cloud plays. The Aqua Spirit is represented by fellow blue-haired Lucina. Before facing Lucina, you battle 4 tiny Mr. Game & Watches that represent the Heartless, small enemies that are like the Goombas from Mario, a super common bad guy. You fight it out on Find Me while Night of Fate plays, a nod to the Realm of Darkness, a dark world where Aqua fights an army of Shadow Heartless. During the fight, the Crystal Assist Trophy will be summoned, a nod to Aqua's gameplay style, and Birth by Sleep, where she uses a combination of sword and magic attacks. The Sandbag Spirit is represented by a giant Samus while on Pokemon Stadium. Pokemon Stadium is meant to represent the home run contest area in the Smash Bros. Games. Samus will not move at all, and you will have a limited amount of time to win. With only a few seconds left, the home run bat will spawn in an attempt to make it feel like the home run contest, and is the best way to score the win. Online practice stage from Wii U 3DS plays. The Smash Ball Spirit is represented by a Mii Sword Fighter, Gunner, and Brawler, all wearing a Super Smash Bros. T-shirt while fighting on Final Destination. Your goal is to survive until the timer runs out. Food items will spawn as you'll be granted a Final Smash, but the Miis will also get their sudden Final Smashes as well, making this battle feel like Oprah was the announcer. You get a Final Smash, and you get a Final Smash, and my god, this is an outdated joke. Final Destination plays. The Duon Spirit is represented by giant ice climbers while in the Halberd, as that is where you fought it in Subspace Emissary. This is a stamina battle as shooting items will spawn commonly, a nod to the arm and head cannons on the pink side of Duon. Shooting attacks are also buffed. Boss Battle Song 1 plays. The Taboo Spirit is represented by a metal Bayonetta while on Final Destination, where you fought Taboo in the final fight on Subspace Emissary. Bayonetta was chosen due to when she jumps, her butterfly wings spread, meant to mimic Taboo's own wings. This stamina battle has you taking sudden damage and not to the brutal attacks Taboo will unleash upon you. Boss Battle 2 plays. The Master Giant Spirit is represented by Giant Donkey Kong while on Final Destination. A Bob-omb Festival will happen during the fight, a nod to when Master Giant's head would explode and unleash small electrical orbs that would explode. It makes more sense why you're playing it. Okay, not really, but I digress. It is a stamina battle, and Donkey Kong has super armor, making him hard to launch. A nod to how Master Giant will relentlessly attack you, it was more in the background and wasn't able to be launched himself. The Master Core music plays, a nod to him being one of the stages you must defeat before facing Master Core. The Master Beast Spirit is represented by a giant Ridley while on Final Destination. The Chain Chomp Assist Trophy will spawn to act like the Master Beast's biting attack, and Ridley will damage you if he jumps and falls on top of you, a nod to when Master Beast jumps into the air and attempts to body slam you. The Stamina Battle has the Master Core music playing, a nod to him being one of the stages you must defeat before facing Master Core. The Master Edge's Spirit is represented by 4 clouds while on Final Destination, each cloud representing the 4 floating swords of Master Edge. This stamina battle has the cloud's melee weapon damage buffed up while their speed is also increased. In addition, they have reduced weight to give them more of a floaty effect like the Master Edges. The Master Core music plays, a nod to him being one of the stages you must defeat before facing down with Master Core. The Fighting Alloy team is represented by 4 Captain Falcons, 4 Marios, 4 Zeldas, and 4 Kirbys. You fight this no-frills battle while on Final Destination. Those 4 fighters were used because the alloys, attacks, and builds are based on those 4 characters. Red for Falcon, yellow for Mario, blue for Zelda, and green for Kirby. The Cruel Smash theme plays, a nod to how they were used for the Cruel Smash mode in Brawl. The Pre-Mid Spirit is represented by 8 Mr. Game & Watches while on Pokemon Stadium 2. Pokemon Stadium 2 is used as a nod to Mid-Air Stadium, where Mario and Kirby battle in Subspace and the first encounter with the Pyramids. Game & Watch is a nod to the fact that in Subspace, Game & Watch was used to create the Shadow Bugs, which they form from. You must defeat the army of enemies to win, as the boss battle theme from Brawl plays. The Might Spirit is represented by a team of 9 Mr. Game & Watches, all a variety of different colors, to represent the different mights found a part of the Subspace army. You fight it out on Shadow Moses Island, which could be nodding to the location in Subspace called Isle of Ancients, which houses the Subspace bombs. Step the Plains play. The Biton Spirit is represented by 4 Pac-Mans while fighting on Congo Falls. Ball-type items will spawn commonly, like the Beast Ball or Smoke Balls, and the Pac-Man will be distracted by them and use them as often as possible. All the roundness is meant to represent the Biton's round appearance. Congo Falls was used as early on in Subspace, Diddy and Donkey have their banana horde stolen from them. Step the Plains play. The Shadow Bug Spirit is represented by 4 Mr. Game & Watches. Game & Watch was used here because in Subspace Emissary, Taboo extracted Shadow Bugs from Mr. Game & Watch and used them to create his Subspace army. You fight it out on Pokemon Stadium 2, represented in Mid-Air Stadium, where you first meet them transforming into the Pre-Mids. The stage is covered in a poisonous cloud to represent their purple cloud form they have. Step Subspace plays. The Ancient Minister Spirit is represented by a team of 4 Robs, as the Ancient Minister was Rob all along. You fight it out on the Halberd, meaning to represent the Subspace Bomb Factory, and the Robs start the bomb item, meant to represent the Subspace Bombs. The screen will flip, which could be a nod to 2 things. First is how we find out in Subspace the Ancient Minister is forced to help Taboo and he flips sides to help you once he has been pushed too far, and Ganondorf forces the other Robs to attempt to destroy him, or how the Subspace Bomb sends you into Subspace. The Robs will also be immune to take too much damage from explosions, a nod to how the one true Rob, what is this, Highlander, is the only surviving Rob after the Subspace Bomb Factory explodes. Final Destination plays from Brawl. The Sebastian Toot Spirit is represented by a Mii sword fighter with a Prince crown and butler outfit, a Mii gunner with a Saki wig and steampunk getup, and a Mii brawler with an Isaac wig and Toy-Con outfit, as they represent the Toots, a band Sebastian will conduct in Wii Music. That is a stupid name. The Mii sword fighter is Sebastian, as the sword represents the conductor stick that he uses. What are they called? Batons? You'd think something like that have a better name than just baton. You fight it out on Tamagotchi Life, representing the fact that Miis live there. And only Melanetta will come out of Pokeballs, as she's the melody Pokemon and sings going along with the musical themes. Final results from Wii Party U Plays, a game that involves Miis. The Party Phil Spirit has you facing off against Mii Gunner, Swordsman, and Brawler, all wearing their standard outfits but with a top hat like Party Phil. You battle it out on WarioWare Inc., a nod to how Party Phil's game, Wii Party and Wii Party U, were all about minigames, much like WarioWare. The Bomb Festivals will happen a nod to the different party games in the series, including ones involving bombs. Family-friendly bombs, but bombs nonetheless. The Miis are also resistant to explosions. Final result from Wii Party U Plays. The Dark Emperor Spirit is represented by Giant Ridley while on his home stage of Find Me, where he is a stage hazard. Ridley will have super armor and will be hard to launch, a nod to the strength the Dark Emperor has, and how as a stage hazard you can attack him but not really phase him. Dark Lord Plays, the Dark Emperor's own theme. The Iris Archwell Spirit is represented by a female villager and a Mii brawler in a Wild West hat and butler outfit, as it represents the investors that help Iris in the Street Pass game Monster Manor. The Mii brawler has an odd combination of clothing because you could customize the Miis in the game with different hats and such. You fight it out on Luigi's Mansion, meant to represent the haunted house you're in during the game, and everyone will become invisible over time, a nod to the spirits you must battle to progress to the different floors. On the Hunt, Gloomy Manor Plays, a spooky trek from Luigi's Mansion Dark Moon, which fits perfectly. The Goldbone Spirit is represented by a gold Mii brawler while wearing a hockey mask and a vampire outfit to pull off the look of Goldbone himself. You battle it out on the Lilac Cruise, a nod to the Street Pass game he is in, Mii Force, as you battle in space. I'm not going to stop that joke, just get used to it. The gravity is low to give it a spacey feel, and the Super Scope item will spawn commonly as it is a shooting game. Tunnel Scene X Play is an action-y type track that fits well enough. The Coraline Spirit is represented by Isabelle and a Mii gunner with a pirate hat and Splatoon outfit, as they hail from the Street Pass game Ultimate Angler, a fishing game. You fight it out on Woohoo Island, in particular the speedboat portion to help with the aesthetic of it being the boat from the game. Isabelle will also favor her side special fishing rod to add more to the fishing motif. Mii Plaza Plays is as where you would play the game on the 3DS. The Shinobu Spirit is represented by Sheik and a Mii sword fighter in the Neo wig and ninja outfit. Sheik was used as she and Shinobu are ninja-like characters, and of course the Mii sword fighter looks like a ninja with the ninja outfit. Shinobu hails from the Street Pass game Ninja Launcher, which is exactly what it sounds like. You launch ninjas out of giant cannons. Bullet Bill items will spawn commonly to act like the ninjas being launched, and the enemies will focus on getting them. You fight it out in Golden Plains to be the areas where you would shoot the ninjas across at each other, as the Boss 1 Sakura Samurai Art of the Sword plays, which is a good track to go with the ninja theme. The Crispin Spirit is represented by Link and a Mii sword fighter with a toad hat and standard outfit. You fight it out on Onet, meant to be the shop where you would cook, as food items will spawn commonly, and the enemies get more powerful when they eat them. This is a nod to the Street Pass game Feed Me, in which Crispin is the star. The Mii sword fighter will also have a curry at the start of the battle to act like the spicy dish you could eat. Personal trainer Cooking Plays, which is pretty obvious why that was chosen. The Nico Fire Spirit is represented by Ness, Fox, and Sonic while fighting on Big Blue, a nod to the slot car racing Street Pass game Nico comes from, Slot Car Rivals. Ness is Nico, and Fox and Sonic are the rivals, and are part of the top 5 of the fastest characters in Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. All fighters will have uncontrollable speed active, a nod to how you can just kind of push down on the accelerator button for slot cars, and they pretty much just go flying off the tracks. At least that's how I remember them. And that's pretty much all I ever did when I did have slot cars, and thoroughly enjoyed it. And I want more slot cars now. Anyway, Wii Sports Resort plays, which is perfect because it has Mii's in it. The Monita Spirit is represented by Rob while on Pokemon Stadium 2, meant to represent the hub area in Nintendo Land, the game she comes from. Rob was used as he and Monita are lifeless robots that we love. All fighters will get hit with sudden damage because Monita and Rob got the signal from Skynet to destroy all organic life, maybe? I don't know. Honestly, it's kind of a head scratcher, but maybe it was to represent when you jump off the starting platform. Not that you would take damage as the player, but it's the only thing I can really think of. But to wrap it all perfectly up, the Nintendo Land medley plays. The iTetramino Spirit is represented by 3 blue Corins, while on the Omega form of 75M. Corins were used due to their down aerial. He drops to the ground in a thin line quickly, mirroring how the iTetramino looks when it's falling down towards the other blocks. One Corin will start the battle with a Pokeball holding a Deoxys, as its attack Hyper Beam is a straight line down, going along the same theme. On top of all of that, the Color TV Game 15 Assist Trophy will spawn over and over again because the paddles are like long straight lines. 75mm is also likely used as it is a retro stage from a game back in the 80s when Tetris was released. Tetris Type A plays. The T-Tetramino Spirit is represented by Purple Rob while on Flat Zone X, another retro stage. Rob will favor his down smash, giving him a sort of closest look to the letter T, much like the Tetramino, which I am having issues saying as I've never known the Tetris blocks to have a proper name to them. The more you know, huh? The Hammer Brothers Assist Trophy will spawn as the hammer it throws looks like a T. To go with the theme, let's also assume Rob is sipping a cup of tea between matches. The screen will flip during the fight, a nod to how you can flip your Tetraminos in the game of Tetris to give them a better placement. Chill from Brawl, a track from Dr. Mario, another puzzle game inspired by Tetris, plays. The S and Z Tetramino Spirit is represented by Samus and Zero Suit Samus, as their names start with those letters, and their costumes are color coordinated. You fight on Mushroom Kingdom U, specifically the Slide Lift Tower section, as the 2 sections you battle on constantly move and will sometimes look like an S or a Z. The screw attack item will also commonly spawn as the symbol on it is an S. Zero Suit Samus will also gain Final Sudden Smash as well, which I don't quite get, but hey, it sort of works together from going from Zero Suit to regular Samus during the Final Smash. Chill from Wii U 3DS plays. The L and J Tetramino Spirit is represented by a Luigi, as well as a Waluigi Assist Trophy spawning to represent the J, as the J Tetramino looks like a backwards L, much like Waluigi's insignia on his hat. Your controls will be reversed at times during the battle, nodding to not only how you can flip around in the Tetramino blocks, but how the J is also a reverse L. You fight it out on the Mario Brothers stage as Fever, a track from Dr. Mario, plays. The O Tetramino Spirit is represented by Kirby while on Mushroomy Kingdom. Kirby will favor his down special stone, which will turn him into different stone objects and rush towards you like the O Tetramino will in the game. The Thwomp Assist Trophy will also spawn as well to act as an O Tetramino block crashing from the sky. Going on with that theming, the POW block item will commonly spawn. Tetris Type B plays. The Radiant Gleam Spirit is represented by Mii Gunner while wearing the Bionic Helmet and the Ray MK3 outfit to give the look of the Radiant Gleam mech itself. You fight it out on Shadow Moses Island as the Moon Assist Trophy will summon in the battle, nodding to the plot point in Daemon X Machina where the moon collides with the planet, causing it to become the post-apocalyptic wasteland you battle in. This stamina battle has explosion type items commonly spawned to act as missiles these mechs launch, and the Mii Gunner will start with a killing edge, a nod to how the Radiant has a sword. The main theme to Metal Gear Solid Peace Walker plays. The Closter Grief Spirit is represented by a tiny snake, as well as a large Dark Samus and two large Samuses. Closter is the name of the mechs, and Grief is the main villain of the game. You start off by fighting the giant Samuses and its dark counterpart, as they are the Terrors, member of Grief's evil organization Reclaimer Squad. After the giants are taken down, the tiny snake comes out, a nod to how in the game, even if your mech is destroyed, the human can still get out of the cockpit and run around. Their attack power is buffed, and shooting type items are common as well, because mechs like to shoot. You fight it out in Frigate Orphan as Mechanical Rhythm plays. The Bullet Walker Brigadier General Spirit has the Bullet Walkers represented by 3 giant Robs and a tiny Ganondorf as the general himself, as he is large and built like Ganondorf. The 3 Robs represent different Bullet Walkers that work with the general, Crimson Lord and Diablo. Explosion type items will commonly spawn as a nod to their artillery and the giant missile launcher on the back of their walkers. Their attack is buffed and their speed increase over time. You fight on the Bridge of Eldin, which could be a nod to the co-op mission with the walker, and there's a bridge in it. It's the closest we can figure out. Battle on the base plays as you fight. The Highline Gun Empress Spirit is represented by Giant Ridley with a rocket belt on it to help it fly around like a mech does. After it is defeated, a tiny Zero Suit Samus as Gun Empress comes into the battle. Shooting type items are commonplace, as the Highline reminds me a bit of Mega Blastoise, 2 guns on its arms and then of course a large cannon on its back, which I approve of. But with a pilot named Gun Empress, who's surprised? This stamina battle has their speed boosted, and the Jeff Assist Trophy will spawn to act like more firepower from the Highline. You fight on Halberd, perhaps nodding to the flying vehicles you need to investigate in-game. Metalopod plays. The Wesker Spirit is represented by Captain Falcon while on Norfair. Norfair was used as in Resident Evil 5, the final battle against Wesker is around a volcano. Captain Falcon was most likely used due to his visor being very similar to Wesker's famous sunglasses. This stamina battle gives Captain Falcon invincibility and he'll have increased power, plus will metal shift when he is taking so much damage. This all nods the many times Wesker has modified himself to become near superhuman and one of the greatest threats in Resident Evil. The theme to Solid Snake plays. The Leon Spirit is represented by Fox while on Gerudo Valley. Along with Fox there are 9 villagers, who represents the Ganado villagers, the brainwashed infected villagers from Resident Evil 4, where Leon hails from. Gerudo Valley represents the Spanish village from the first act of the same game. The villagers will also walk slowly, much like infected and zombies do, and will try to grapple you, which they use nets, but still try to grab you like zombies would. Fox will also favor his neutral special, a nod to Leon's sidearm he famously uses. This stamina battle is completed once Fox is defeated, as explosive items are commonly spawned, as Leon would use explosion type items as well in the game. Psycho Bits plays as you battle the horde of villagers. The Chris Spirit is represented by fellow military man Snake. Richter will come and join Snake as he represents Pierre Nivans, Chris's partner from Resident Evil 6. The stage, Fourside, seemingly represents the location on Resident Evil 6 in China. Their range attacks are buffed as Chris is a master marksman. He will also favor Snake's down special C4, an explosive attack which is another weapon at Chris's disposal on his missions. Snake will also be equipped with a Franklin badge to represent the star badge that Chris has in the games. On top of that, Richter will start the battle with a staff which represents his signature weapon, the anti-material rifle. Plus only shooting type items will spawn. Battle at the base plays. The Jill Spirit is represented by a female Wii Fit trainer while in Luigi's Mansion. The mansion is meant to represent the Spencer Mansion, the location of the first game, in which Jill was a part of course. The Wii Fit trainer will also start with a ray gun to represent Jill's use of guns. Well, most protagonists in the series use guns, but still. On top of that, the power of shooting items are buffed. A giant Ganondorf will spawn as well to represent the Pursuer from Resident Evil 3, the game where Jill is the main protagonist. As the name suggests, it will pursue you and attack, and is nearly unstoppable, as Ganondorf acts very similar. But your focus should be the Wii Fit trainer, as defeating her wins you the match. Caverns play. The Astral Chain Hero female spirit is represented by a Zero Suit Samus, along with a Metal Shulk. The Metal Shulk represents the female hero's living weapon known as the Legion, which you use to combat the Chimera enemies in the game. You fight it out on Final Destination, which is meant to be the Astral Plane, which is a place where the evil Chimera come from. Zero Suit Samus must be defeated to win, a nod to how the hero needs defeated to lose, and the Legion is just a weapon. She is also focusing on her special moves, in particular her whip, a nod to the chain that links the hero to the Legion. The Black Hole item will commonly spawn as well, to represent the gates, which spawns out the Chimera enemies into their home of the Ark. No, not that Ark. You battle it out to the main theme of Metal Gear Solid Peace Walker, which works. Metal Gears and Legions, metal weapons. I've seen worse musical connections, so I think it works pretty well here. The Astral Chain Hero male spirit is represented by Chrom along with a metal Dark Pit. As you saw in the spirit picture, the male hero is using a bow-based Legion, so Dark Pit is a good choice to represent the male Legion here. You battle it on Forside, which is meant to represent the Ark, where the last of humanity lives in Astral Chain. Again, you must defeat Chrom to win, just like before. Corneria from Star Fox Zero plays, which is a very high energy like music track, and that kind of feels very Astral Chain from the tracks I've listened to online recently. I feel it fits pretty well. The Kyle Spirit is represented by Cloud, while 3 Sheiks start the battle before he joins in. Kyle is the leader of the hacker organization known as the Hermits, and the Sheik act like his henchmen. In particular, your first encounter with Kyle, where you do have to defeat 3 of them before he joins the battle. Cloud was chosen for his long swinging sword that Kyle also uses, although Kyle's is a bit smaller. Explosion type items will also spawn, a nod to Kyle throwing bombs into the battle when you are facing his underlings. You fight it out in New Pork City, again to represent the cityscape of the Ark. Cloud's attack power will grow as he is damaged, which is normal for most boss battles. Attack, Soma-Bringer plays as you battle. Although no true connection, it is a battle music from Soma-Bringer, and it fits pretty well when you're fighting. The Lappy Spirit is represented by Giant Isabelle while in Forside, which, much like the Astral Chain Hero male spirit battle, represents the city inside the Ark. Isabelle is giant as Lappy is a large mascot for the Neuron Police Force, and most mascots are overly sized and somewhat terrifying. God, if I didn't know better, which I kinda don't since I really don't know the full plot and the ending here, I would swear Lappy is the true villain of the game. Isabelle will also turn invisible on and off during the battle, which seems to be a nod to Lappy kinda appearing out of nowhere, especially during the tutorial. The Balloon Trip music plays, which is a nod to a minigame that you can play inside Astral Chain called Lappy's Balloon Bash. The Kunio Spirit is represented by a Mii Brawler while dressed in a Toad outfit, not the hat though. The white outfit gives the brawler the look of Kunio in his signature white clothes. You fight it out on Moray Towers, meant to represent the city where you go about in battling, of course. Battering items are common to spawn, nodding to how these types of games have you constantly beating each other up, and items will spawn in those games like bats, lead pipes, and the such to make that beatdown worse. The brawler will also have buffed up attacks and favor his punches. Food will commonly spawn in tidal waves, but I don't know what these are.
These donuts are great! Jelly-filled are my favorite! Nothing beats a jelly-filled donut!
Thank you, Brock. Music of Mach Rider, another NES game, plays to give an appropriate feel to the battle. The Ricky Spirit is represented by Little Mac while in Saffron City. Saffron City was chosen due to the large cityscape in which the game takes place. Ricky is known for his Mach Punch, making Little Mac with his own signature move, Straight Lunge, and Punching Prowess a perfect choice for the once rival and now best friend Kunio. Little Mac will favor his neutral special attacks, and they will increase in power over time. Soccer ball items will commonly spawn a nod to the many sports he plays, in particular soccer as he's the ace player. Excite Truck plays because, well, no real reason I can find. Best I can guess, it's nice energy for street fighting. It's kind of perplexing, I'm not gonna lie. The Goda Spirit is represented by a green Donkey Kong to represent the green uniform Goda wears. Along with him is a Diddy Kong, who I feel represents another delinquent in the city, Godea, who looks up to Goda for his sense of justice. You fight it out on Onett to represent the town and city you fight during the games. DK will favor his now buffed side special, Headbutt. Again, battering items will commonly spawn as Golden Force plays, and seriously, other than high energy track, there is no connection. Still sounds good. I get sometimes you have to take some liberties, but I would have gotten all NES tracks just to go with the old school feel. But that's just me. The Ryuchi and Ryuji Spirit is represented by two Ryus while wearing the orange gi costume to look like the brothers. The duo appears as enemies for Kunio and Ricky. You fight it out on Wrecking Crew to nod to the city itself. The duo will also favor their side special, and forgive me for pronouncing it hopefully correctly, but probably not, the Tatsumaki Senpukyaku, a nod to the brothers' love for jump kicks. And that ability is buffed up. The Killing Edge item will also spawn, again a nod to random weapons just lying around buildings and streets, you know how most major cities operate. Flash in the Dark, Dr. Wily stage music plays, a NES retro tune that fits well for the battles. The Cuphead Spirit is represented by Mega Man or Mii Gunner in the Cuphead costume. Mega Man was chosen as Cuphead and Mega Man have a lot in common with their game styles, running, jumping, and shooting. Before you face the Gunner, there are three giant peaches, who represent the boss from the game, Sally Stageplay. You fight one after another, a nod to the different phases Sally has, and each phase has a different colored dress, like Peach. The stage is the Omega form of New Pork City. The enemy's range attacks are buffed, and you must defeat the main fighter of the Gunner to win. This is also a stamina battle and nod to the health you must deplete from the bosses in the game. Without DLC, final result of Wii U Party Plays, which has a jazzy tune just like the music from Cuphead. The Mugman Spirit is represented by two Mega Man, which would represent Cuphead and Mugman as they are brothers and play similar. Or with the DLC, a pair of Mii Gunners with the Cuphead costume. You battle it out on Garden of Hope, which most likely represents their home of Inkwell Isle 1. The pair will favor their charge shots and nod to their unlockable ability to use them. The Screw Attack item will also spawn, a nod to when Cup and Mug jump, they curl up in a ball and spin, much like when Samus uses the Screw Attack. They will also get Sudden Final Smashes, a nod to their super art ability, Energy Beam, which resembles the Mii Gunner's Final Smash Full Blast. Without DLC, you have the Clu Clu Land music playing, which seems old schooly and has the feel of a Cuphead song. The Devil Spirit is represented by Mewtwo. He will start the battle with a Death Scythe, meant to represent his trident he holds. You battle it out on Castle Siege, in particular the underground cavern portion, which represents the last boss fight, which is with the Devil, and his home of One Hell of a Time. Mewtwo will have increased attack power as he takes damage, a nod to the multiple phases in the battle and how he becomes more challenging. The Bomberman Assist Trophy will join the battle as well to represent the fat demon bombs that the Devil will summon and will blow up if not dealt with, much like Bomberman's bombs. Without DLC, Flashes of Fear play, a boss battle theme from Hey Pikmin, which is big and a bit boomy and goofy like the music in Cuphead. The King Dice Spirit is represented by a giant Mii sword fighter while wearing the Robo Hat to act like a dice head, although it is round not square, and a suit much like Dice King wears. You fight it out on WarioWare to represent the Cuphead stage All Bets Are Off, which acts like a board game with different random things can happen, like fighting mini-bosses and can even give you health, much like the mini-games in the WarioWare stage. The Mii Sword Fighter will have super armor, but move very slowly, which is referencing how King Dice stays still for his whole battle and will send his minions to attack you. Speaking of minions, the battle will have 6 tiny Mr. Game & Watches, which represents the line of card minions that King Dice will send out to attack you. They will also constantly use the Judge Attack, as it is a random number to represent the dice he will throw at you and the fact that his head is also a dice. Without the DLC, you fight it out to jungle level Jazz, and Jazz is in the name of the title and fits great with the Cuphead theme. The Ring Fit Trainee Spirit is represented by 2 Wii Fit trainers, female and male, as you can choose what gender you are in Ring Fit Adventure. You battle it out on Golden Plains, as it can be the setting of the plains-like area that you run through in the game. Occasionally, the pair of Wii Fit trainers will gain the Curry ability, to act like when they're running perfectly or performing moves perfectly, their hair turns to fire and kind of looks like they're going Super Saiyan, honestly. It had to have been inspiration, come on. The training music from Wii Fit U plays and fits great for the trainees. The Drago Spirit is represented by Giant Black Incineroar to act as the buff villain. This is a stamina battle, as Ring Fit is very RPG-like with health, and Incineroar's health is much more than yours, nodding to the long, intense battles you will have with the Overlord of the Crunches. Incineroar will also metal shift at a higher damage and grow in size, a nod to how over time, like most boss battles and everything, he becomes more powerful and more difficult to defeat, and to go along with Drago's size opposed to the character. Food items will spawn throughout the battle, nodding to how in Ring Fit you can use food items to create shakes to heal and boost abilities, which is a must for the Drago battles. You fight it out on Find Me, a dark and foreboding area, much like the areas where you would fight Drago. Battle start. Fossil Fighters Frontier plays, which Drago is a dragon-ish thing and sort of like a dinosaur, plus it's a high energy tune, so it works well enough. The Ring Spirit is represented by Wii Fit Trainer as the Ring Fit Trainee, and a Bayonetta, which uses her smash attack, which consists of the Wicked Weave that summons Giant Fist to attack. Much like during battling in Ring Fit, the Red Fit abilities in particular summon Giant Fist to attack. To add more to that, Bayonetta is invisible, so it just looks like the fists are coming at you. You battle it out on Garden of Hope, again acting like one of the lush areas run in, which honestly can be very nice to look at on a nice jog. You must defeat the Wii Fit Trainer to win, and she will have a Gust Blower item to represent the ring's ability to shoot bursts of air out while running to hit obstacles and other things. Boss Battle from Miitopia Plays, which works as you use Ring as a weapon in many of the battles in the game. And by many, I mean all of them. Unless something late game you don't. I can't imagine that happening, I haven't gotten that far yet. The Duran and Angela Spirit is represented by Roy as Duran and Zelda as Angela, and then two tiny Kirbys with bunny ears on, who you must defeat first before they spawn. The Kirbys represent a common enemy in the series, the Rabbite. The Ramblin' Evil Mushroom item will also commonly spawn, another nod to another common enemy you battle in the games, the Mushboom. You battle it out on Gara Plains, which is the atypical look for a giant plains-like area found in like 95% of RPGs. Being a red-haired swordsman like Duran, Roy was a great choice. Zelda was chosen for Angela, as Angela will start the game out as a magician class, and Den's Fire and Zelda's other abilities translate well to represent her. Filled with Hope plays, a track from Steel Diver, but it is upbeat and fills you with energy, so it works well enough. The Kevin and Charlotte Spirit is represented by an Incineroar as Kevin and a tiny female Robin as Charlotte. Incineroar is a great choice for Kevin, as his race is a beast man and he has the ability to turn into a werewolf form. Tiny Robin was used as Charlotte is a half-elf and is shorter than most humans, and Charlotte uses magic-like abilities, making Robin a good choice. You battle it out on Hyrule Castle, a nod to Kevin being the Prince of Fiolia, and the castle represents his own. At high damage, the enemy's attack power will get buffed, a nod to Kevin being more powerful in his werewolf form, and they will also heal at high damage, a nod to Charlotte being a healer. Preparing to advance plays, a track from Fire Emblem, and there's not much connection, but it works well. The Hawkeye and Reese Spirit is represented by Sheik as Hawkeye, and a Mii sword fighter with a pirate outfit and Peach's crown as Reese. Sheik is a good choice for Hawkeye, as he is a thief and part of a guild and eventually can gain the class of ninja, which fits well with Sheik. The Mii sword fighter with the Peach's crown works well, as she is the Princess of Lorient. But the pirate costume, well, it could be seen as her dress, but it's okay. A for effort. You battle it out on Great Bay, which I couldn't find much of a connection. Hawkeye is from the desert and Reese is from the mountains. My only thought would be it represents Wendell, a holy location that Reese runs away to after Lawrence has taken over. Wendell, from research, has a mild and tropic climate. The two will favor their special moves, it is a timed battle, and earthquakes will commonly happen, perhaps a nod to some abilities Hawkeye can learn like Rockfall and Landmine. Dawn of the Desert plays, a track from Ever Oasis, which fits perfect as Hawkeye's home is in the desert. The Alphen and Theron Spirit is represented by Sheik and Dr. Mario. Sheik is Theron the Thief, as thieves are meant to be unseen and quick. Sheik will also favor using Needle Storm and Burst Grenade to act as Theron's dagger and fire-based abilities. Dr. Mario is Alphen, an apothecary who heals and helps others in need. He will favor using his neutral special Mega Vitamins to act like Alphen's ability to make potions in the midst of battle. The floor is also poison, a nod to the concoction Alphen can make. Some heal, and some can attack the opponents, including poisoning them. Along with that, melee blows will heal them. You fight it out on Distant Planet, most likely referencing Clearbrook, Alphen's hometown, while Save the World Heroes plays, a track from Find Me Too, and fits well with the theme. The Tressa and Cyrus spirit is represented by a female villager and a male Robin respectively. Villager is Tressa as she's a traveling merchant, and as the villager in the Animal Crossing games, you buy and sell items similar to a merchant. Robin as Cyrus as uses different elemental based attacks in battle, much like the different tomes Robin yields. Many different battering type items will spawn, most likely not to weapons you can purchase and sell as a merchant, much like Tressa. High winds will also plague the stage, a nod to Tressa using wind-based attacks mostly. You fight it out on Luigi's Mansion, a nod to Cyrus's journey looking for a lost tome from the far reaches of hell. Spooky book, spooky level. It fits. You fight to the music of Battle Scene Final Boss from Golden Sun, another epic turn-based RPG. The Hannah and Ophelia spirit is represented by Pit, Palutena, and Wolf. Pit is Hannah, as Hannah's primary weapon is a bow, and the Pit will favor its neutral special, Palutena's bow. Wolf is Hannah's animal companion Linde, a snow leopard. Palutena is Ophelia, as both are wielding large staffs in battle. At high damage, they will all be healed, a nod to Ophelia being a healer in the game. Their ranged abilities are buffed, again a nod to Hannah and her main weapon being a bow. They can also hit you with random critical hits, a nod to the fact that that can happen while in battle in this game and pretty much every other RPG out there. You battle it out on Summit, meant to represent Frostlands, the home of Ophelia. Battlestart Fossil Fighters Frontier Plays, another RPG-like game, so it works. The Olberic and Primrose spirit is represented by Bayonetta while in Colosseum. Bayonetta is Primrose, who was a dancer, probably a bit more than a dancer as the game alludes to, but remember, Smash is for good boys and girls, so we can't say anymore. And Bayonetta does like to dance a lot. To represent Olberic, the assist trophy of the Black Knight is summoned, as Olberic is a knight from a lost kingdom and is a sword user with very strong attacks like Black Knight. Colosseum was used as it represents the arena in Victor's Hollow, a location you travel to in Olberic's chapter as he's looking for a trader. Bayonetta will favor air attacks because dancing? Like ballet as they jump around? Right? Sure, let's go with that. Worthy Rival Battle Play is a track from Coltsip, which is a nod to the trader I mentioned before of Olberic's.
The Palico spirit is represented by a trio of Pikachus. The Pikachus are cute companions, much like the Palicos in Monster Hunter. You battle it out on Distant Planet to represent the harsh terrained areas in Monster Hunter games, and Bulborbs would normally be a stage hazard, like a giant monster, but it's the battlefield version. Decisions were made, people. The Pikachus will start the battle with a boomerang, a bomb, and pitfall items, referencing the Palico's usage of such items in the games. Proof of a Hero 4 version plays, a track from Monster Hunter 4. The Palamut spirit is represented by Duck Hunt Dog along with a Mii sword fighter with one of two costumes. First off, a ninja headband and black ninja suit, or if you have the Monster Hunter DLC pack, he will look the part. You battle it out in Gaur Plains, a nod to the open grasslands in the Monster Hunter games. Movement speed is increased, a nod to the ability to ride a Palamut. For increased movement speed in game. Duck Hunt will favor dash attacks as well, all while holding a killing edge. Again, nodding to Palamut holding a sword like the good boy he is. Proof of a Hero 4 version plays. The Magnamalo spirit is represented by Giant Bowser, which fits the large, mean, fire-breathing creature. You battle it out on Castle Siege, in particular the underground cavern portion, a nod to the Lava Cavern, a location in Monster Hunter Rise which is Magnamalo's habitat. Bowser will have uncontrollable speed and upped attack and defense, a nod to Magnamalo's stats being a rather high one, and is a formidable foe. The track Roar Rathalos plays, a nod to when in Rise the Magnamalo and Rathalos have a turf war. Sort of like the Jets and the Sharks, but with much better musical accompaniment. The Razwing Ratha spirit is represented by Charizard as a Ratha and a Mead sword fighter as the player who rides him, in either his ninja headband and brown standard outfit or the Rathalos helm and mail if you have the paid DLC. Charizard's a great choice as they both breathe fire, and who doesn't want to ride on the back of a Charizard? Haloko Island, the main setting of Monster Hunter Stories 2. The fighters will have increased attack power while Proof of a Hero 4 version plays. The Toy-Con Robot spirit is represented by a pair of Mii Brawlers. One Mii Brawler is wearing the mecha suit and bionic helmet to represent the giant Toy-Con robot, and a normal Mii Brawler wearing a Toy-Con visor and Toy-Con outfit to act as the player wearing the Toy-Con robot suit in real life to control the robot. You battle it out on New Donk City to represent the city-like area you roam around in, with the Toy-Con robot. The enemy has increased attack power and you must defeat the regular sized Mii Brawler to win, as without a human to control it, the robot can't move. Mario Nation Gear Plays, a track from the Japanese-only DS game Kosuju Mecha MG, a game where you control a mech just like this. The Toy-Con Car Spirit is represented by Bowser Jr. and the 7 Koopalings while battling on Woohoo Island, in particular the Dog Frisbee Beach area, to act like the island you would drive around in this game. Bowser Jr. and the Koopalings were chosen due to their side special they will favor, the Clown Car Dash, as it turns the Clown Car into a cart much like the Toy-Con Car. Say that 10 times fast. The enemy can deal damage by dashing into you, much like how a car can hurt you by running into you, and it is a stamina battle, a nod to the limited dual meter the car has. Title theme, 3D Hot Rally Plays, a track from the racing game which fits well. The Professor Riggs, Placey, and Larna Spirit is represented by Dr. Mario, Bayonetta, and a tiny young Link, respectively. The trio are the Nintendo Labo development team. These three will help instruct you when creating your own games and such while in the Labo Discovery. You battle it out on Paper Mario, a nod to how in Paper Mario everything is crafty and made of paper, and Labo you create things through cardboard. Their attack power and defense will raise over time, perhaps a nod to the power of building and learning that strengthens you. Look, it's not a good nod, but it works. While battling, you hear the title theme to Super Mario Maker, a nod to both Mario Maker and Labo being games you customize things in. The Toy-Con VG Goggle Spirit is represented by Rob and 2 Mii Gunners. Rob represents the VE goggles themselves, and the 2 Mii Gunners are wearing Toy-Con visors, and one is wearing a red outfit, and the other one is wearing a blue outfit to represent the red and blue Joy-Cons attached to the goggles. You battle it out on Gamer, while the Yuri Kozaki Assist Trophy will spawn. Her photo attack is meant to represent the VR goggles again. The Dragoon item will also spawn, as when you assemble them, you go into a first-person view with a target, and it emulates VR goggles once again. Garage Plays, a nod to the Labo Garage, a mode in the Labo games. The Pitcher and Batter Spirit is represented by Ness and 2 Lucases while on Pokemon Stadium, meant to represent a sporting stadium. Pitcher and Batter hail from the 1985 NES game Baseball, and if I have to really explain much beyond that, I might have to cry. Ness and Lucas will favor their side smash attacks, where Ness will swing a bat and Lucas a stick, a nod to baseball. They'll start the battle with a home run bat, and an item tidal waves of sports-related items will occur. Baseball training plays. The tennis player is represented by the princess of the Mario sports games, as I call her, Daisy. Tennis player comes from the 1985 NES game, say it with me, tennis. I don't think anyone said it with me. Rude. You fight it out on Pokemon Stadium 2, as it is a sports-like stadium for the battle. The Color TV 15 Assist Trophy will summon early, I'm just going to call it Pong, as it is much like tennis. Daisy will favor her forward smash, which can produce different sporting items as a weapon, including a tennis racket. Tennis training plays. The Tomagon Spirit is represented by a tiny Ridley and an invisible Richter, who represents the items you would collect in Devil World or Demon World in Europe, a game never released in the US. In Devil World, you play Tamagon, who has to travel in basically a Pac-Man-like game, collecting crosses and Bibles to power himself up, hence why Richter Belmont, as one of the main weapons, is a cross. The enemies will favor the neutral special, Ridley's Plasma Breath. Throwing type items will commonly spawn, and you must defeat Ridley to win. The music to Clu Clu Land plays. The Devil Spirit is represented by Ridley and 2 red Kirby's, who represent the 2 red minions on the bottom of the screen in Devil World, which would be the ones who move the screen in the direction that the devil points. The Devil Assist Trophy will also spawn during the battle to help emulate the game even further while you're fighting on 75M, all while the music to 25M is playing to give that chiptune feel. The Urban Champion Fighter Spirit is represented by Little Mac while on the mean streets of New Donk City. Well, I guess it's not streets as it is the Omega form, so floating platform above the mean streets. The Urban Champion Fighter hails from the Urban Champion Games, a brawling game on the NES. As such, Little Mac will not like to jump as it is not part of the game, or really not part of his playstyle. It is a time battle, much like the brawling was in the game, and the Captain Assist Trophy will spawn. This seems to be a nod to when a police car would drive in during the fight to stop it and arrest someone, unless you and your opponents acted nonchalantly to not get caught. The Wrecking Crew Retro Medley plays. The Bubble Spirit is represented by Pac-Man while fighting on 75M. Bubbles comes from the game Clu Clu Land, where you swing around poles to change directions in a quest to gather gold in each level. Pac-Man is used to represent the spherical shape of Bubbles, and really the stage looks a lot like the inspiration from Pac-Man. Much like your goal in the game, Pac-Man will be distracted by items, and the Arena item will commonly spawn as they are enemies in Clu Clu Land. The music from Clu Clu Land plays! The Unria Spirit is represented by 4 green Kirbys, represent the look of the spherical thing from the Clu Clu Land games. The Unria item will, of course, spawn in a tidal wave of items, as the Kirbys will focus on using the items to attack you. Much like the Bubble Spirits, you are on 75N while Clu Clu Land plays. The Excitebike Spirit is represented by 4 Warios who will favor their side special, Wario Bike, to represent the races in Excitebike. You fight it on Mario Circuit as the Excitebike music from Mario Kart 8 track plays. The Balloon Fighter Spirit is represented by 4 Villagers while fighting it out on the Balloon Fight stage. Villagers are used as their up special. Balloon Trip is a representation of the Balloon Fighter. The Villagers will also favor Balloon Trip as their jumping power has been increased during this time battle. Balloon Fight Medley plays. The Fish Spirit is represented by King Dedede. You fight out on the Balloon Fighter stage as Fish is an enemy on that stage and a stage hazard if you get too close to the middle area with the pond. King Dedede will favor his neutral special, Inhale, which is meant to act like the fish that tries to grab you into his mouth and drag you underwater. That kinda got dark. Inhale power is also buffed as this time battle as the Balloon Fight Medley plays. The Mach Rider Spirit is represented by fellow racer Captain Falcon. Mach Rider hails from the NES game of the same name and is a fast-speed, futuristic game where you drive your motorcycle destroying evil forces. What evil forces? I have no idea. You fight it out on Port Town Arrow Drive to represent one of his tracks. You start with a Super Scope as Mach Rider can shoot the evil forces while looking for a new home. This sounds like an 80s action movie. Captain Falcon's speed is increased as the Mach Rider music plays. The Discon Spirit has you battling a young Link, Samus, Simon, and Pit while fighting on Temple. Discon was the mascot for the Famicom in Japan. The Famicom, for those of you who don't know, was renamed to the Nintendo Entertainment System here in the US. The 4 fighters all got their start on the Famicom and are perfect to represent this long-forgotten mascot. It is a no-frills battle as the Famicom Medley plays. This spirit taunts me a little bit, as in Super Smash Bros. Melee there is a Discon trophy and is the only trophy I never was able to obtain. The Takamaru Spirit is represented by a Mii fighter in the Takamaru outfit and wig. You fight it out on Suzaku Castle to represent the Edo period in Japan, where the once Japanese-only game, The Mysterious Muramasa Castle, game takes place, and Takamaru is the protagonist. The Mii Sword Fighter will have increased speed, its melee weapons get a buff, and as you would expect, the Takamaru Assist Trophy will spawn to make the challenge greater. The Mysterious Muramasa Castle Medley plays. The Volleyball Player Spirit is represented by 6 female Wii Fit trainers while on Pokemon Stadium, which is meant to represent a volleyball stadium. The volleyball player is from the NES game Volleyball. Back then they really didn't need to give sports titles beyond the actual name of the sport, apparently. You knew what you were getting at least. The Wii Fit trainers will favor their side special Header, which represents spiking action in volleyball. Training music from Wii Fit U plays. The Danbi and Hakari Spirit is represented by a young Link, a female villager, Falco, Duck Hunt, and Diddy Kong. Danbei and Hikari are from the Famicom game Shin Onigashima. I really hope I pronounced that right. It was a text-based game as shown here. Danbei and Hikari must stop evil forces including Onis, demons who have stolen their adopted parents' souls. Young Link and the female villager represent them respectively, and the others represent animal companions the two have joined them in their journey. Duck Hunt as Ringo, a talking dog, Diddy as Masasoki, a monkey that guides them through the mysterious forest, and Falco as Ohana. Sorry, had to. Love the little guy. Falco as Ohana, a pheasant who is a guardian of Shirashi Fountain. You fight out on Duck Hunt stage to give the feel of an NES game, and the music from Shin Onigashima plays. The Hockey Player Spirit is represented by Dr. Mario, Donkey Kong, and Luigi, all in their white costumes to act as players' uniforms. The players hail from the NES game, say it with me, I know you won't, but I'm gonna ask, ice hockey. The NES was a simpler time for naming games though. You fight out on Pokemon Stadium as the floor is slippery to emulate being on the ice. Core Lunge plays. The Monster Spirit is represented by Giant Roy, Iggy, Morton, and Windy, while on Mushroomy Kingdom, which was used as a stage as the backdrop from the opening of the game is the desert-like area, and Mushroomy Kingdom's aesthetic is very deserty. Is that a word? It is now. The Koopalings are used as they will favor their side special, Clown Car Dash, to represent the action of the racing car from the game Famicom Grand Prix 2 3D Hot Rally, where Monster come from. And even though Mario and Luigi is shown in the picture on the cover of the game, they don't appear in the game at all. Marketing. I wonder how many kids were upset by that. I don't recall ever having this. I would legitimately love to see Nintendo try to pull that off nowadays. Actually, no, I don't want that. People get mad at stupid things. I can't imagine how people would feel about legitimate issues. The music to title theme 3D Hot Rally plays. The tank and infantry spirit is represented by Metal Iggy Koopa to be the tank and two snakes to be the infantry. These games are the games that predate the Advance War series from the Game Boy Advance, the Famicom War games, which was Japanese exclusive. You fight it out in Gerudo Valley as Iggy will favor his neutral special, Clown Cannon, meant to represent the tank's cannon. The music garage from the 3DS game Tank Troopers play, and yes, the game makes sense as to why the music was chosen, but it leads me to wonder why the music at all and not an Advance Wars track. Again, I'm overthinking it and putting more thought into it than I think some of these spirits had. The Ayumi Takibana spirit is represented by a female villager. Ayumi comes from the Famicom Detective Series game from Japan. Think Nancy Drew meets Babysitter Club, and will anyone actually understand that? Because I don't think that actually works. But we're going to pretend it's Nancy Drew meets Babysitter Club. I read neither of those. The games are text-based adventure games where you choose prompts to go forward in the adventure. You fight it out on Town and City, meant to represent the city she lives in, and the stage is fogged up, and smoke ball items will commonly spawn, all nodding to the cases she has to solve, all being surrounded in an air of mystery. Route 10 from Pokemon Black and White plays. The Goku and Chao spirit is, oh look, Goku's in Smash. It wasn't funny the first time it was posted years ago, it still isn't. Ay. The Goku and Chao spirit is represented by Diddy Kong as Goku and a female villager as Chao. The duo hails from the text-based game Yu Yuki, much like the Famicom detective games. You fight it on Town and City, as it represents a small town Chao lived in when a meteor fell to the earth and how Goku was born from it. Okay. The Golden Hammer item will commonly spot and on how Chao goes on a journey to find the Mallet of Light to help Goku. The enemy will be distracted by items to represent their journey for that mallet. The Yu Yuki medley plays. The Sukapan spirit is represented by a Mii Gunner in a bear outfit and the Sukapan assist trophy spawning over and over again until the Mii Gunner is defeated. Sukapan comes from the Famicom game Joy Mech Fight, which is a fighter, and again exclusive to Japan. You fight on Coliseum as it looks similar to some of the fighting arenas. It is a stamina battle like in the fighting game, and the Mii Gunner's attacks power is upped over time. I really can't tell you why the Mii Gunner is in a bear costume. So, as a sorry for not being able to find that answer through my research, I honestly assume there's another robot that fights that's in a bear or looks like a bear costume. I don't know. But as a sorry, here's a clip of Christopher Walken from the Country Bears.
Oh no! Country Bear Hall has been crushed!
The music from Clu Clu Land plays. The Boss Galaga spirit is represented by 5 tiny Pac-Man. Pac-Men? That works. The Pac-Men are chosen as they are both 8-bit retro games produced by Namco, plus some of Pac-Man's moves have Galaga inspirations. The Boss Galaga item will commonly spawn, and the Pac-Men will be attracted to the items, plus, as you can imagine, they will focus to try to take you out. You fight out in Lilac Cruise, so it's in space, much like Boss Galaga. The Galaga medley appropriately plays. The Bomberman spirit is represented by Toon Link while in Wrecking Crew. Toon Link was chosen as he will favor his down special bomb, and well, if I had to spell out why that works with Bomberman, then I am just going to have to give up here. The Wrecking Crew stage has some similarities to a Bomberman stage, bombs spewed everywhere, trying to avoid them, while the Bomberman assist trophy also spawns to cause more explosive chaos. Explosion and fire attacks are buffed, a nod to the power-ups you can get in Bomberman games to increase your size, range, and other attributes of the bombs. The music of Bomb Man from Mega Man plays. The Arthur spirit is represented by Mii Swordfighter and the Black Knight Helm and Armor, or the Arthur Helm and Armor if you're not cheap like I am.
What am I, made of money? Tap, tap.
And also Ridley, which seems to represent the Red Aramir, a winged demon who is an enemy from the game. Ghosts and Goblins. Throwing type items commonly spawn, and nod to Arthur throwing his spear. You fight it out on Spear Pillar to act like the first stage in Ghosts and Goblins, kind of a cemetery-like thing. Also the word spear, I'm gonna go with that. The Ridley will favor their side special Wing Blitz to nod to the Red Amir's swoop and attack move. Attack, Soma Bringer plays. The Yuka-Man spirit is represented by 4 villagers. Yuka-Man is a Japanese exclusive game that launched with the original Game Boy, and the game is Mahjong. Something I have no idea how to play. 4 villagers are used as they are the number of players in a Mahjong match, apparently. And U Command is actually the name of the winning hand in the game as well. I think. I'm learning. Honestly, the most I know from this game came from the end of the movie Crazy Rich Asians. Of course, that is like saying my knowledge of basketball only came from Space Jam, which technically it is. And I doubt Bill Murray comes in at the end of every match to help the teams. You fight it out on Tomodachi Life as Daybreak pieces will spawn, seemingly to act as Mahjong tiles, and get the 3 pieces and it could be a game over for them. The Commander Spirit is represented by Little Mac in his wireframe outfit to match Commander's aesthetics. Commander hails from the Japanese-only X game from the Game Boy. X is a game where you're in a vehicle that is shooting like crazy. There was a DSi sequel named X-Scape, which I legit did not remember and was an international release. You fight out on Lilac Cruise, and the story of X is in the future of XXXX, I'm not joking, overpopulation has forced humans to look into space for a new home. The Andros Assist Trophy will spawn as well, a giant polygonal looking head fits well here. The tunnel scene music from X plays. The Frog and Snake Spirit is represented by Greninja and King K. Rool respectively. Frog and Snake come from the Japanese-only game Karu no Teme Naikain wa Naru, which seemingly translates to the frog for whom the bell tolls. In-game, the Princess Sable is out to save Princess Tiramisu and learns to transform into 2 different types of creatures to solve puzzles. You fight on a Dreamland Game Boy stage, which is a nod to how the only game in the series is in the Game Boy itself. The Sable Prince Assist Trophy, which has him turning into one of these guys, will attack you as Castle Lololo from the retro Kirby Music plays. The Prince Richard Spirit is represented by Young Link. Prince Richard is a friendly rival to the Prince of Sable in the game I just mentioned. I'm not going to try to pronounce that again, as I'm sure I've already butchered it, and I already feel like a fool, so we don't need to keep compounding on that, guys. Young Link is perfect choice as Richard makes a cameo appearance in Link's Awakening with a bunch of frogs, a nod to how he himself can turn into a frog like Princess Sable. You fight it out again in Dreamland Game Boy, as Young Link can do massive damage with some random critical hits and will become invincible at times, a nod to Prince Richard's nearly unparalleled fencing abilities. Sure, the Sable Prince Assist Trophy will also spawn again as Castle Lololo from retro Kirby Music plays. The Muddy Mole Spirit is represented by Donkey Kong on the Great Cave Offensive, as Muddy loves to dig in the game Mole Mania, which was a Shigeru Miyamoto produced game from the Game Boy. The Pitfall item commonly spawns because, well, moles and digging. This is a no-frills battle as the Float Island music from retro Kirby Melody plays to add to the Game Boy feel. The Maruig shop owner spirit is represented by Mario because the mustache, of course. He hails from the Japanese-only game Trade and Battle Card Hero from Game Boy Color in the year 2000. The early 2000s when card games were all the rage. Okay, they still sort of are. Anywho, you go to this guy who's the shop owner to get more packs to defeat Kaiba.
You're a third-rate duelist with a fourth-rate deck.
Okay, not Kaiba, but some crazed antagonist, I'm sure.
While I rule the entire world as Pharaoh!
Assist trophies will commonly spawn, and Mario will focus on grabbing them to most likely act as opening or playing creatures from the card game. Welcome Center plays. Although not a track from the game, works well for a shop owner. The Shantae Spirit is represented by Zero Suit Samus. Zero Suit is wearing similar clothing to Shantae and both had ponytails. Shantae comes from a series of her own name, a platformer, hailing back all the way to the Game Boy Color. She will start the battle with a Killing Edge, a nod to Risky Boots' sword in the Pirate's Curse. Going along with Pirate's Curse, you fight out on Pirate Ship, meaning to be Risky Boots' ship. Transforming items will commonly spawn, a nod to Shantae's transformation abilities in her games. Mob Smash plays, a nod to the hordes of enemies she goes through in her games. The Risky Boots Spirit is represented by Daisy because the only real reason I can think of or even find in the Smash Wiki is because they both have sassy personalities. It's not the worst reasoning. It's definitely not the best for these spirits, but moving on. Again, you face off on Pirate Ship as described before. A bomb festival will occur, and this is a nod to Risky. You will be bombarding with cannonballs from her ship. To go along with that, exploding type items will commonly spawn. Mulgira, a track from The Legend of Zelda The Wind Waker plays. Mulgira and Risky are both boss type characters. Along with that, the Wind Waker is on the sea, and then you got the pirate ship, and it works enough. The Lil Blue Spirit is represented by Alf while fighting on Hannonbo. Lil Blue comes from the Game Boy Color game Chi-Chi Aliens, and okay, I'm just going to read the description I found online of this Japanese-only game. The purpose of this game is to collect tiny creatures known as Chi-Aliens to interact with them. The players must extract dark matter from Chihalians into vials and use them to fire rockets into space. Chihalians can be attracted by different types of pheromones in games and are gathered from artificial light sources using the Game Boy Color's infrared sensor. The sensitivity of the infrared sensor can be enhanced with a spectrum communicator, which comes packaged with the game. Yeah, that's a thing. Anyways, gravity is low to represent the Chihalians floating around you as Electroplankton Remix plays. The Dr. Wright spirit is represented by a team of 6 villagers while on New Donk City Hall. Dr. Wright comes from the SNES game SimCity, where Dr. Wright is an advisor to the player while creating the cities in the game. The villagers are used as place of the citizens in those games, and also a nod to how in Animal Crossing New Leaf, the villager is the mayor, and you as a player are the mayor of the city you create in SimCity. And as you can probably guess, New Donk City is a perfect representation as well. The Dr. Wright Assist Trophy will spawn during the battle as the original tune Light Plane plays. The ST Falcon spirit is represented by a Samus while fighting on Port Town Arrow Drive. ST Falcon comes from the SNES game Battle Crash, a mech-themed light gun shooting game. To play the game, you must use the Super Scope to take out the opposing mechs and save the chaotic world of the future. Samus seems to have been used as her armor is very mech-like. Since Battle Clash requires the Super Scope, Samus will start the battle with one as well. Mario Nation Gear Plays, a track from the Japanese exclusive DS mech fighting game. The F-Type spirit is represented by Roy Koopa. F-Type hails from the SNES racer Stunt Racer FX. Morton will favor the Koopa Clown side special Clown Kart Dash, as it is like racing in Stunt Race FX. Roy's speed is also increased and the weight is lowered as F-Type is a lightweight car in the game and has one of the top speeds. This time battle has the title theme for 3D Hot Rally Playing, another racing game, and the Mario Kart level is just perfect. The Tractor Trailer spirit is represented by Morton Koopa. As the Tractor Trailer also comes from Stunt Rate FX, the same logic applies from Roy to Morton in the same way. This time though, Morton's side special, the Clown Kart Dash, is buffed up, a nod to being hit by a trailer, because it is one. Morton will also favor this move while on Moray Towers. The theme to Excite Truck plays. The Lip Spirit has you facing off against a Mii sword fighter while wearing the Lip outfit and wig and a Jigglypuff. Lip comes from the puzzle game Panel de Pon, which was only released in Japan. Well, sort of. It was actually rebranded and changed a bit into Tetris Attack and used art and assets from Yoshi's Island. The Jigglypuff represents Wadabu, a small circular friend of Lip's. It could also be a reference to how this game was adapted into Pokemon Puzzle League, which I remember renting from Blockbuster and being really bad at. The Mii Sword Fighter will also start the battle with Lipstick item, and you will start the battle flowery, taking constant damage. You fight it out on the Garden of Hope from Pikmin, a flowery series as well. Lip's theme plays. The Dion, Max, and Jack spirit is represented by a male villager, Wario, and Luigi respectively. This trio hails from the Japanese exclusive action RPG Marvelous, Mohitsu 2 no Takajirama, or basically translated to Marvelous, Another Treasure Island. It never released outside of Japan, as it was released just as the Nintendo 64 was coming out and Nintendo didn't think it would sell well. It is a top-down view, much like A Link to the Past, and Anuma's first game he was involved with. This is the same Anuma who went on to head the many Legend of Zelda games. That's pretty cool actually. You fight it out on Tortimer Island, a nod to the whole Treasure Island thing going for it. Beast balls will commonly spawn, as according to this art of the trio, Dion definitely likes sports. It was a simpler time when your protagonists could have few defining traits, unlike now when protagonists are cluttered with too many. Time to get off my soapbox that randomly appeared before me. With so many connections to the Zelda series, Village of the Blue Maiden appropriately plays. The Hakun spirit is represented by Blue Kirby while fighting on Yoshi's Island. Hakun hails from Sute Hakun, another Japanese exclusive for the SNES. Hakun is tasked with recovering and fixing the rainbow of happiness in his game, and Yoshi's Island is used for its overall happy aesthetics. In this time battle, you will go invisible, a nod to how Hakun is transparent. Flower Field plays. The girl from Haji no Mari no Mori spirit is represented by the female villager while on Duck Hunt stage. The girl is a ghost in the forest close to the village. A Ness, representing the male protagonist of the game, is also part of this battle.
Hajimari no Mori is a text-adventure game like Shin Onagashima and was released for the Super Famicom in 1999. Seriously? To understand my shock into context, the Nintendo 64 was released in 1996, meaning that this is a Super Famicom game that was released 3 years after the next generation console was out. It'd be like if Animal Crossing came to the Wii U next year or something. The Duck Hunt stage is used as it sort of looks like it could pass for the title screen of the game in the forest. The stage is covered in fog, and the villager will focus on her down special, Timber, which plants a tree, a nod to the girl being a spirit of the forest. The Yu Yuki medley plays, as it too is a text-based adventure game. The Power Pro Kun Heikawawa, I probably mispronounced that, and Moru Ikari spirit is represented by Ness, Toon Link, and Female Villager. The trio hails from the Power Pro baseball games. Ness represents Power Pro Kun, the Villager represents Ao, and the Toon Link is Ikari. Ness starts the battle with the home run bat for obvious reasons, and the beast ball items will commonly spawn. You battle it out on Pokemon Stadium 2 to act like the baseball stadium. Baseball training music from Wii Sports Club appropriately plays. The Harry Spirit is represented by Little Mac and Mega Man, as Little Mac is wireframed and meant to be the human controlling Mega Man, who is a fighting robot just like Harry. Harry hails from Telltale Boxer, a Virtual Boy game. In it, humans control robots in an epic boxing match, which makes Little Mac a perfect fit for Harry's controller as well. You fight appropriately on the boxing ring as Little Mac's punches and elbow strikes are buffed. The tunnel scene from Escape plays. The Ryota Hayami spirit is represented by Shulk. Ryota comes from the Wave Race games, a franchise that I have no clue why Nintendo keeps sleeping on. You can make more than just Mario Kart racing games, Nintendo, or Kirby racing games now, but I digress. You fight it out on the jet ski starting area on Woohoo Island, representing the Wave Race games. You are unable to swim, and the stage is slippery from all the water as it seems. Wii Sports Resort plays. The Akira Hayami spirit is represented by a Wii Fit trainer. Akira comes from the game 1080 Degree Snowboarding, so you battle it out on Summit appropriately. The stage is slippery, and the Freezy item will commonly spawn in this cool battle. These are the kind of quality jokes that you'll continue to get from this channel. Golden Forest, a track from the 180 series plays. The Ray MK2 spirit, sounds like an Iron Man suit, is represented by Mii Gunner, wearing the Ray MK2 outfit. The Ray MK2 comes originally from the Nintendo 64 game Custom Robo, where you would have little robots that you could customize and battle in small arenas. Kind of reminded me of Metabots a bit. Does anyone remember Metabots? No? Okay, I'll be quiet. You battle it out on Pokemon Stadium 2, acting as the arenas in the game called Holosseums. And the Mii Gunner's range weapons are boosted and will favor special moves, and you will start the game with a rocket pack, a nod to the Custom Robo's hovering. Mario Nation Gear plays, a game where you customize robots like in Custom Robo. The Flare Spirit is represented by Samus while fighting out on Pokemon Stadium. Flare is a custom robo from the first game that was on the Nintendo 64, but it was an exclusive in Japan. America, we didn't get a custom robo game till GameCube. Why Nintendo thought we wouldn't want fighting 3D robots for the Nintendo 64 in the US is totally beyond me. Like the Ray MK2 spirit, giving the Mii Gunner a rocket belt, Samus will get one as well, and a ray gun to start the battle. This stamina battle has Mario Nation Gear playing. The Bayonet spirit is represented by Dark Samus and Samus. The Bayonet custom robo comes from the second game of the series called V2. Bayonet was created when twin brothers merged their robots to create this illegal one, which pairing that with Samus and Dark Samus kind of works well. The Samus pair will favor their now buffed side special missiles. This stamina battle has you fighting on Mushroomy Kingdom, meant to represent the arena known as Desert Palace. Mario Nation Gear plays. The Saki Amamiya spirit is represented by a Mii Gunner wearing the Saki wig and outfit. Saki hails from the rail shooter Sin and Punishment. To go along with the rail shooter aspect, all the Mii Gunner's ranged weapons will do more damage while on Moray Towers. Moray Towers could have been used as you are on a rail going up and down the tower itself, but it does lose that as it is just a battlefield version. But it could also be the whole dystopian future from both games. The opening stage from Mega Man X plays, as both of those are post-apocalyptic type future games as well. The Issa Joe spirit is represented by a Shulk and a Mii Gunner wearing the Saki outfit and wig, as Issa Joe is Saki's son.
You battle it on to Midgar, another apocalyptic future arena. Shulk starts the battle with a rocket belt to emulate Issa flying around a bed, and a ray gun, as Sin and Punishment is a rail shooter. The opening stage from Mega Man X plays. The Andy Spirit is represented by Dr. Mario and 8 snakes. Dr. Mario's Andy has a special ability within the Advance War games is healing his units, and the snakes represents the infantry units in the game. Fight it out on the ship deck of the Halberd, a military-like vessel as the game is about war. Healing items will commonly spawn, again nodding to Andy's healing ability, and Dr. Mario will instantly heal at high damage. Explosive items will also commonly spawn to act like, well, explosions in battle. Filled with Hope, a song from Steel Diver, plays, which, yes, there are submarine units in the game, so it works. The Eagle Spirit is represented by Captain Falcon. Eagle is from the Green Earth Army in Advance Wars and is part of the Air Force. You fight it out on Corneria, which works well with the flying above the city and the water. After a while, attack and defense will be buffed, a nod to Eagle's special CO power in the games where his air units will get a power boost, and in Advance Wars Dual Strike, his Super CO power gives his units a buff in offense and defense. Shooting items will spawn commonly, and Captain Falcon will start the game with a staff as shooting item. Garage plays. The Olaf Spirit is represented by the Ice Climbers while on Summit, meant to represent Olaf's homeland in the Advance Wars game Blue Moon. The floor is slippery, again a nod to the snowy ice region of Blue Moon, and your movement speed is reduced, which is meant to be his CO ability, where he literally causes it to snow and hinder an opposing unit's ability to move. The Ice Climbers will start the battle with Steel Diver in hand as well, nodding to the water units in game. Filled with Hope plays. The Alessandro Inzaghi Spirit is represented by Snake while on Pirate Ship. Alessandro comes from the game Napoleon, which only released in Japan and France for the Game Boy Advance. It was a real-time strategy game as you take the role of Napoleon Bonaparte in a Fire Emblem-like game. Inzaghi seems to be a character made up for the game, as I couldn't find anyone in Bonaparte's army in the real world. I also put like 20 seconds into that research, so take that with a grain of salt. I'm not much of a history buff. Pirate Ship seems to be used as a way to represent water units in the game, although I can't find footage or pictures to confirm that. Snake was used as a nod to you leading a military army in the game, and Snake being part of the military in his own. In addition, his own attack power will increase as he takes damage. Filled with Hope, a song from Steel Diver plays, probably to be an inspirational song for your troops. The Isaac Spirit is represented by Mii Sword Fighter in the Isaac wig and outfit while on Woohoo Island, and particularly the bridge section. This stage is a nod to Mount Alf, a dormant volcano where Isaac and others visit at the start of the game to enter the Soul Sanctum. As the battle goes on, the Mii fighter will get some help from Roy as Garrett, Robin as Ivan, and Palutena as Mia, the original 4 party members of the first Golden Sun. The Isaac Assist Trophy will also spawn to make this battle even more fun. Magic attacks are buffed as the battle scene final boss music from Golden Sun plays. And I will die on this hill that I'm about to say. Isaac should have been a fighter, even long before Ultimate, and I'm always going to predict him in future games. The Garrett Spirit is represented by Roy, as Garrett is a Mars adept from Golden Sun, and his abilities are based around fire. A lava floor is active as you fight it out on Temple, which could be a reference to the Sanctum that he and Isaac traveled to early in the first game. Roy also starts the battle with a Fire Flower item to help represent the Mars Djinn you collect and use to power up the different elemental abilities. The battle scene final boss music from Golden Sun plays. The Ivan Spirit is represented by Robin while on Onett. Onett is probably used as you meet Ivan in-game in a small village, Vault, and Onett is meant to be that village. Ivan is a Jupiter adept, meaning his powers are focused on wind and lightning, making Robin, who uses L-Wind and lightning-based abilities, a great match. Robin will also start the battle with a Gust Blower, and heavy winds plague the battle as battle scene final boss music from Golden Sun plays. The Maya, or Mia, I honestly don't know. I've met multiple people with that spelling pronounced 2 different ways, so take your choice. Spirit is represented by Palutena and Delfino Plaza, the large island area in particular, which could represent the island of Lumaria and the Mercury Lighthouse. Palutena was used because her staff is similar to Maya's. Palutena will shield often and can also heal while shielding, a nod to Mia being a Mercury adept, the healer of the game. This time battle has the battle scene final boss music from Golden Sun played. The Felix Spirit is represented by Marth while in Colosseum. Earthquakes will occur, a nod to Felix being a Venus adept, which can manipulate Earth. There will also be an item tidal wave with POW blocks to continue to emulate Marth using Venus Djinn abilities. The battle scene final boss music from Golden Sun plays. The Jenna Spirit is represented by Zelda. Jenna is a Mars adept who specializes in fire-based moves, and Zelda will favor her side special, Din's Fire. You fight it on Temple, like Garrett, as Jenna accompanies them to the Sanctum early in the game. The Isaac Assist Trophy will also spawn as Jenna and Isaac are good friends and do end up becoming a couple and having a child after the events of the second game and before the events of the third. The battle scene final boss music from Golden Sun plays. The Matthew Spirit is represented by Cromwell and Colosseum. Matthew is the son of Isaac and Jenna, but is a Venus adept. This is a no-frills battle as hothead items commonly spawn, which can be a nod to his lineage, a fire-type item, and Jenna being a Mars adept, moving on the ground only, as Isaac is a Venus adept. It kinda works. Weird plays. The Magical Vacation protagonist spirit is represented by a male and female villager. Magical Vacation is a Japanese exclusive GBA game, and its sequel was released in North America under the name Magical Star Sign. The two villagers are used as you can choose to be a male or female protagonist at the start of the game. Magical Vacation is an RPG. You fight it out in Smashville, meant to represent the kingdom of Kovamak in the game. The villagers will be distracted by items, which I assume is a nod to the quest in game to find missing students. Attack, Soma Brigger plays, music from another RPG. The Putty Spirit is represented by a male Wii Fit trainer while on Smashville. He Fit trainers used as he is tall and pale like Putty. Putty hails from Magical Vacation games and will appear in many caverns and locations during your travels. Smashville is used because not much info on this character, so I'm not really sure. A generic town in an RPG, guys. And I honestly don't have the time to go through an RPG right now to figure it out. Or really the ability to go find a cheap copy. I assume since Putty is everywhere, he is at least in a village somewhere. This is a time battle and the floor is slippery, because Gumby would slide around in his shorts. Anyone remember Gumby? Okay, I'm getting off topic. Wait, I may have found it. Because Putty quickly travels through different locations. Okay. He Fit Trainer will avoid conflict as the Putty are not fighters and melee damage does less to them. Attack, Soma Brigger plays. Also, every time I said the word Putty, I envisioned the Putty Patrollers from Power Rangers. The Mocha Spirit is represented by fellow robot Rob while battling on the Great Plateau Tower. Mocha is also from Magical Vacation as one of the protagonist's fellow students who they save and becomes a playable character. You have Reduced Speed, which is meant to represent Mocha's bad speed stats in game as he is a tank, but shouldn't he be the one with bad speed? Oh well, I put too much thought into this. Attack, Soma plays. The Demille Spirit is represented by Isabelle while wearing the bunny hood to represent the little rabbit from the Japanese exclusive game Tomato Adventures. Tomato Adventures is an RPG that is made by Alpha Dreams, the same team behind the Mario and Luigi games. In fact, those Mario and Luigi games are heavily influenced by Tomato Adventures, as you see from this battle scene picture I found. You battle it out on Yoshi's Island while maximum tomatoes will spawn commonly. Isabelle will be distracted by items and will get a power boost when she eats. Attack and Run, a song from Mario and Luigi Paper Jam plays. The Tomatria Spirit is represented by 3 Kirbys matching the colors of the trio in the picture. They hail from Tomato Adventures as well. Yoshi's Island is the battlefield once again, and maximum tomatoes will spawn commonly, and the Kirbys will of course focus on grabbing them. Mixed Up Scramble plays, a track from Mario and Luigi Paper Jam plays. The Starly Spirit is represented by Jigglypuff with a bow, much like Starly. Starly hails from the legendary Starfy series and is Starfy's younger sister. You fight it out on Tortimer Island as Jigglypuff will gain invincibility from time to time, which is confusing as I can't find a real reason why other than she has star power. That's really not a reason, right? We'll use it anyways. The Tortimer Island music plays. The Mo Spirit is represented by Pac-Man on Tortimer Island. Mo is a clam and Starfy's best friend, making Pac-Man a good representation for him. Pac-Man will shield often, and his shields are more durable, nodding to Mo being a clam. The Tournament Island music plays. The Old Man Lobber Spirit is represented by 3 Warios. Wario is most likely used for 2 reasons. First, his red costume and his big mouth looks like Lobber. 3 of them could be a nod to how in the first 3 Starfy games, when Starfy falls from Puff Top, he goes to Old Man Lobber for advice and learns moves. The Wario's grab and throws are buffed, and he will favor them, perhaps a nod to how in the legendary Starfy, you can battle him post-game and he goes Super Saiyan, making it quite a difficult fight. The fact that he goes Super Saiyan makes me want to play these games. The Tortimer Island music plays.
The Mermaid Spirit is represented by Inkling. You fight it out on Woohoo Island, in particular the rocks at the seaport, probably a nod to how mermaids are often depicted sitting on rocks hoping to be part of our world one day. She will heal over time, a nod to how in game Mermaid saves your game and heals Starfy. The Tortimer Island melody plays. The Mattel Spirit is represented by Kirby while in Delfina Plaza. Mattel is from the 4th entry in the Starfy game, and it never made it out of Japan. The Starfy Assist Trophy will spawn, a nod to Starfy having a crush on Mattel. The Tortimer Island music plays. The Cupid Spirit is represented by 4 pits on Skyworld. Cupid hails from the Japanese-only Game Boy Advance game, Sinin Kazuku. In it, Cupid is sent from God to a family to make sure they continue for generations. Can't say I expected to see that was a plot of a game, but here we are. At the same time, I'm also kind of not shocked that's a plot of a game. I can see why it didn't make it to America. Pit will favor his neutral special, Palutena bow, as Cupid uses arrows to help continue families for generations. That's a sentence I just had to say. I can't go into too many details, but you guys get the gist. I do try to make this a family-friendly YouTube channel. Afternoon on the Island plays. The Yama Spirit is represented by Luigi and a villager. Yama, who was a literal pain to find information about, was from the GBA game The Tower SP, a Sims-like game about building a tower, shockingly enough, and Yama is your guide, I'm pretty sure. The problem with Yama was I don't think they named him here in America, and I didn't have the money to hunt down a copy of the game to really find out. And no, pirating is not an option for me, so please don't comment that. The villagers will represent the tenants in the tower. The Ore Club will commonly spawn, the fight will have heavy winds, and the pair will focus on the club. This is not to hazards in these kinds of games. The title theme to NES Remix 2 plays. The Pocket Football Player Spirit is represented by 11 tiny villagers. This tiny sports player hails from the Japanese-only game Calicobit or Nintendo Pocket Football Club, a simulation-type game about football, or soccer, depending on where you are in the world. You battle it out on Pokemon Stadium 2 to represent a sports arena. The villagers' knee and kick strikes are upped and will get distracted by soccer ball items that will commonly spawn. The Wii Sports Medley plays. The Karate Joe Spirit is represented by fellow martial artist Ryu. You fight it out on Suzaku Castle while Ryu's punches, elbow strikes, kicks, and knee strikes are buffed. He will also favor his smash attacks. An item tidal wave will happen, causing crates on wheels to appear, which could be nodding to his minigame in Rhythm Heaven, where he punches items in rhythm. Rhythm boxing plays while you battle it out to the beat, although I would probably not suggest that as you would probably lose. The Sick Beat Doctors is represented by Dr. Mario, which, yeah, makes sense. The ghost from Pac-Man will appear during the battle to represent the viruses the Sick Beat Doctors take out, and a poison cloud will cover the battlefield, potentially to represent the virus's effects he's trying to heal. You fight it out in Wrecking Crew as Chill from Brawl plays, as Chill is a Dr. Mario track, and let's face it, Sick Beat Doctors is just Rhythm Dr. Mario. The Chorus Kid Spirit is represented by 3 giant Jigglypuffs while fighting out on Wii Fit Studios. The 3 Jigglypuffs are of course the Chorus Kids, as big round heads, and Jigglypuff is big and round. The Jigglypuffs will favor their special Sing, a nod to the kids singing of course. And their attack power is buffed. Monkey Watch, a track from Rhythm Heaven plays, the game these kids hail from. The Munchie Monk Spirit is represented by Ken and a Kirby. Ken is of course the monk, and Kirby is meant to represent the dumplings, as in his mini-games in Rhythm Heaven, you have to eat dumplings to beat it of course. Kirby better run from Ken. Food items will spawn in the field regularly as the duo will focus on them, and they will favor their up specials, which I feel for Ken represents the motion of flicking the dumplings into his mouth. You fight on Spirit Tracks because of all the monks' training. Okay, probably not. But there is something called Challenge Train in which the mini-games are a part of, so I actually think that's it. Fruit Baskets, a track from Rhythm Heaven plays. The Reporter and Wrestler Spirit is represented by Pikachu in his wrestling costume. The Reporter is represented by the Yuri Kozukata Assist Trophy that was spawned during the battle to take pictures as a reporter would. You fight it out on Boxing Ring, obviously meant to be a wrestling ring. You are easier to launch as the wrestler is using the power of Hulkamania to defeat you? That's about the only wrestling reference I honestly know, other than The Rock used to be a wrestler, and John Cena used to be a wrestler, and now he's an actor. That's about it. So was Hulk Hogan, and I remember a movie called Mr. Nanny that I watched years and years ago, and it was so stupid it was amusing. I should look that up, but you will probably just launch easier because of the wrestling powers, I don't know. The title theme to Punch Out on Wii plays. The Baxter and Forthington Spirit is represented by Duck Hunt as Baxter and a Tiny Incineroar as Forthington. You fight it out on Pilot Wings, a nod to one of their major appearances where the two play badminton in the sky. That's a thing. Throwing type items spawn commonly as the two will focus on grabbing and using them. A Rhythm Heaven track plays for the duo. The Sumo Brother Spirits are represented by a duo of giant Donkey Kong. You fight it out on Arena Ferox to act like a sumo ring. Their physical attacks do a lot more damage, and earthquakes will commonly spawn. Wait, is that a fat joke because when sumos walk or stomp, the floor shakes? That doesn't seem right. The Decos will also taunt a lot, nodding to the Sumo Brothers' love of taunting while sumoing. Sumoing? Is that the word? While they sumo? Is that single? Whatever. The E Honda stage type B music plays. A nod to E Honda is a sumo fighter from the Street Fighter series. The Pig Spirit is represented by 6 pink Yoshis while fighting on Duck Hunt. Pig hails from the GameCube game Cubivore, Survival of the Fittest, and it's okay if you don't remember this game. Not many people do. But if you want it, it's like $300 on Amazon. But in the game, you play a creature that eats other creatures to mature into more powerful cubivores. This is just Cube Chows from Sonic Adventure, isn't it? Only far more terrifying. So the Yoshis, as the pig cubivores, will get more powerful as they eat, much like in the game, and will focus on eating. There'll also be an item tidal wave of food. Gourmet Race from Brawl plays, and it is quite fitting. The Alexandria Rovos Spirit is represented by fellow blonde-haired Zero Suit Samus. Alexandra is the protagonist of the psychological horror game Eternal Darkness. You appropriately fight it out on Luigi's Mansion as the screen will flip back and forth, nodding to the different effects that would happen to you while playing if your sanity meter was too high, and sometimes you would even get the blue screen of death. The main theme to Luigi's Mansion from Brawl plays. The Mappo Spirit is represented by fellow robot Rob while battling out on Woohoo Island, in particular the Wishing Fountain area. Mappo comes from the Japanese-only game Giftpia, a game where the protagonist Pakul overslept at the coming-of-age ceremony, and so the mayor of the island of Nashi, hence Woohoo Island, arrests and declares Pakul pay back the 5 million mare, their currency. This is a weird society. Where Mappo comes into play is he is assigned to watch over Pakul as she completes duties like fishing, collecting fruit, and whatnot to gain the main back to pay the mayor. Yep, sounds a lot like Animal Crossing. Your speed is reduced, a nod to towards the beginning of the game, you have a ball and chain connected to your leg, and Rob's power is buffed. It's not about winning, it's more about surviving as you must outlast the clock as Tomorrow's Passion plays, a song from Captain Rainbow, a game that Mappo makes a cameo appearance in. The Sagi Spirit is represented by Roy and Corinne, who represents Sagi's party member, Gulio. The two hail from the GameCube game Batten Kaito's Origins. You battle it out on Garo Plains, which every RPG has an open plain area so it fits well, and the timer item will commonly spawn and the duo will focus on grabbing them. This is a nod to how in their game Sagi will black out and be seemingly transported to a different time and place. Or at least that is the best guess I have on the subject. The Valedictory Elegy plays, a battle theme from the game. The Millie Spirit is represented by Lucina. Millie is another party member and future wife of Sagi from the game. Much like before, the battlefield is Garo Plain. Lucina will start the battle with the Ogre Club, a nod to Millie's weapon of choice, Twin Maces. The Valedictory Elegy plays. The Chibi Robo Spirit is represented by Tiny Me Gunner while wearing the Chibi Robo outfit to look the part. You fight it out in Living Room, a nod to the location in the first Chibi Robo game, where the entire game takes place in the Sandersons' house. The Nintendogs in the background and the random appearance of the Nintendog Assist Trophy represents the family dog Tao, who Chibi Robo interacts with. There will also be sudden damage, nod to how Chibi Robo has limited battery power and will just collapse if not monitored properly. Its energy attacks are buffed, a nod to a fully powered Chibi. Noisy Notebook plays, a track from Snipper Clips. Not exactly related, but the music seems a bit similar. The Telly Spirit is represented by a tiny Pac-Man while on Living Room. Living Room is again meant to represent the Sandersons' house, and Pac-Man was chosen as Telly as he is round and yellow, much like Pac-Man. He will also fall slower and start the battle with a rocket belt to give the feeling of the hovering like Telly does. Throwing items are common, and Pac-Man will get distracted, a nod to the game Chibi Robo Ziplash, where he hails from, as Chibi will use his plug as a whip and throw it at his enemies and environments. Like before, Noisy Notebook plays. The Drake Redcrest Spirit is represented by Captain Falcon while in Living Room, again as the Sandersons' home, and where Drake, as a toy, will patrol. Probably keeping an eye for Buzz Lightyear or something. A tiny metal Rob will also be in the battle to represent Chibi Tot, which we will learn more about in the next spirit. Although it would make more sense to make it Chibi Robo, but it was represented by a Mii fighter in a costume before, so that's where I'm getting the Chibi Tot from. But there has been inconsistencies before, so you can decide. Captain Falcon loves to taunt, a nod to Redcrest posing a lot and even showing Chibi Robo how to pose. He probably got a lot of those from the Ginyu Force. His neutral specials are buff as Rollout from the wonderful 101 plays, as Drake looks a lot like he could take part in that game. The Chibi Tot Spirit is represented by 9 metal robs while on Gamer's stage, which acts like a room from the Sandersons' home. The Chibis will have increased speed, a nod to them running away as they are collectibles for Chibi Robo and Ziplash, and you must grab them before they run away. Garage plays while you fight, which is a track from Tank Troopers. It might be more reflective of the whole robots of the Tots or something. The choice is a bit head scratching, not gonna lie, but it can work. The Akira Spirit is represented by fellow fighting game martial artist Ryu. Akira comes from the fighting game Virtual Fighter, and thus this is a stamina battle like fighting games most often are. Ryu's smash attacks are increased in power along with his physical attacks. Along with that, the Akira Assist Trophy will spawn to make this more of a nightmare. There's also high gravity, keeping you close to the ground, which is a common theme in traditional fighting games, so you are always facing your opponent. You battle it out on Coliseum, a nod to the Coliseum stage in Virtual Fighter. The theme to Cruel Smash plays, appropriate as this is a very rough battle. And I chose the GameCube as this is the first Nintendo console to have a game from the series in it, Virtual Quest.
The Satoru Spirit is represented by Shulk along with a Ridley, Bowser, and Mewtwo, who represent the different monster cards, as Satoru hails from the Japanese-only sequel to Trade and Battle Card Hero that was on the DS. The trio mentioned will come in as time goes on, a nod to playing cards each turn, and you must win by defeating Shulk as he is the player, and you must send him to the Shadow Realm. This is my last Yu-Gi-Oh! Reference. Maybe. Probably not. Your speed is also decreased as their melee attacks get a boost, which is probably a nod to card effect abilities. Worthy rival battle plays. The Ashley Robbins Spirit is represented by Isabelle while in Luigi's Mansion. Ashley hails from the DS game Trace Memories in North America, or better known as another code to memories from around the world. In it, Ashley travels through a mansion, the Edwards Mansion, to discover the truth about her parents' death when she was only a child. Along with Isabelle, a villager will be a part of the battle but will be invisible. This represents the ghost boy Daniel Edwards, who travels with Ashley as he looks into his own memories of how he died. This is a dark game! The spooky theme to Luigi's Mansion from Brawl plays to add to the atmosphere. The Dr. Kawashima Spirit is represented by Dr. Mario while in PictoChat 2. PictoChat 2 was used as it was an application on the DS to chat with other players nearby, and the Brain Age games, where he hails from, originated on the DS. The puzzles in Brain Age has a lot of white backgrounds, making it the perfect choice. Dr. Mario because he's a doctor. I mean, I don't really think he actually graduated through all the schooling he needed, but he's a doctor nonetheless.
I don't believe that man's ever been to medical school.
The Dr. Kawashima Assist Trophy will spawn and attempt to destroy you with math. Trust me, we're homeschooling my daughter and going through math again, second time in my life. It does destroy you. Brain Age, train your brain in a minute a day, plays as it comes from the game. Wait, is that really the name of the song? The Dr. Lobe Spirit is represented by Dr. Mario because, again, Doctor. There are also 2 Kirbys in the battle, and gravity will shift around during the fight, nodding to the minigame Shadow Shift, which have you identifying shapes floating around the screen. You battle it out on PictoChat 2, and is a good battlefield much like the battle before. The title theme to Big Brain Academy plays. Side note, while editing, I realized I have missaid Big Brain Academy so often that I think I would fail everything in that game. The Oedan Spirit is represented by 3 Ryus. The Ryus represent the cheer squad here as they help in the Japanese-only game, Oedan. I think that's how you pronounce it. It is a rhythm-based game, and led to the Western spiritual successor, Elite Beat Agents. The Ryu's attack power will go up after time, a nod to in the rhythm games as you do better, the higher the score, the better you do in the game. The Ryus will also favor their down special, as it is a pose-like counter move, but makes the pose seem like a rhythm and as you cheer, or as they cheer, whatever. That makes sense, right? We'll go with it. You also battle on Tamagotchi Life, a nod to the first level of the game being the house of Tushiyoshi Hanada. Filled with Hope plays, a track that comes from Steel Diver. The Oedan Cheerleaders is represented by 3 Isabelles. They too come from the Oedan game and can be used if you get to the very hard or insane mode. I'm bad at rhythm-based games, so I would never know they existed. Isabelle was chosen as her neutral air special, which she will favor is Pom Pom, much like the cheerleaders hold. Like the spirit before, the attack power will go up over time. You fight it out in Pokemon Stadium. as Ring a Ding plays, a savvy style track, but it comes from a J-pop song and is a nod to the Odin games using licensed songs in their games, I guess. The Elite Beat Agent Spirit is represented by 3 Mead sword fighters while wearing suits to mimic the look of the agents. As you can imagine, these guys come from the game Elite Beat Agents, a sequel to Odin. You battle it out on Saffron City, meant to be the city that the agents cheer you on to defeat the music-hating aliens. That is the stupidest and most amazing plot ever, and we need more games like this. I digress. The Mii sword fighters will get more powerful over time, as like we talked about before. And to top it all off, Escape from the City plays, a vocal track from Sonic Adventure 2, which is a good choice as Elite Beat agents use licensed music in their game. The Elite Beat Divas are represented by 3 Koreans while facing off on Saffron City. Again, Saffron acts like the city that you want to save, and the 3 Koreans will have rocket belts, a nod to their spirit picture where they have jetpacks. They will gain attack power over time, same reason as before, because the power of the beat. The pop-like song Pop Fashion Show plays, which fits with the theming at least. The Satoru Amatsubo spirit is represented by Shulk on Wily's castle. After a while, 3 Mega Men will appear to help Shulk. Shooting Star from Mega Man Star Force plays. Confused? Well, so am I! Information is pretty limited for the game. Project Hactor, Kasui, a Japanese-only DS game. Satoru is the main character and Shulk works fine. He fights cybercrimes and hackers with minigames. I mean, how else would you fight cybercrime? So I looked for information, frankly, for a very long time. My only assumption is Mega Man was used because you have Megaman.exe from the Battle Network series who fights cybercrimes. Shooting Star is from Star Force, and that's in the future of the Battle Network timeline, and used because there is no Battle Network music in the game, which I'm still very bitter about, not gonna lie. I mean, I wish I could dig more into the game, but there's just not much out there. And I watched a few Let's Plays online and got nothing more. So, I hope you enjoyed my rant. The Warrior Mech Goth spirit is represented by fellow robot Rob. This mech hails from the Japanese DS game Chosuji Mecha MG, a mech fighting game obviously. Rob will start the battle with a killing edge, meant to represent Goth's own magical sword, Farsis. Rob will have increased speed while fighting on Wily's castle, probably a nod to the castle-like location in the games. Mario Nation Gear plays a track from this game. The Kyle Hyde spirit is represented by Snake. Kyle comes from Hotel Dusk Room 215, a DS game, and its sequel that was only released in Japan and Europe, last window, The Secret of Cape West. The game is a point-and-click mystery game, sort of like Phoenix Wright, and you must investigate the mystery surrounding Kyle's former partner. The battlefield is covered in fog to give it an old-timey detective feel, plus the first game at least had Kyle in monochrome, so it fits well. You fight it out on Fourside, meant to represent his home in LA. Swan Lesson plays, a track from Art Academy, but works. It's somber and gives you the feeling of searching for clues a bit. The Kurikan spirit is represented by 4 tiny Pac-Men. The Kurikan comes from the Japanese-only DS game Kurikan Nano Island Story, where you as the player must collect things on the island and the Kurikan and raise them to become more powerful and battle over other bacteria on Nano Island. And I'm not kidding, this is the premise of the game. You know, Pokemon really influenced a lot of games, didn't they? So these bacteria battle in swarms, so the 4 tiny Pac-Men work perfect. The Urna item will commonly spawn to act with the spiky looks of this. You fight it out on Hanenbo while the electroplankton music plays, which has the tiny little tadpoles, so it kind of works, I guess. The Hyson spirit is represented by Luigi while fighting on a Windy Valley zone. Hyson comes from Number Battle, a DS game where you must place tiles down to gain points and topple your opponents. Windy Hill Zone was possibly used because the stage where it comes from, Sonic Lost World, Sonic and Tails travels to the Lost Hex, which looks like a bunch of tiles, so it goes with the theme. The Dr. Kawashima Assist Trophy will spawn as a nod to the numbers and the titles you use. The Yu Yuki medley plays because that's another very good question. Sometimes I think they just took a dart and had a bunch of things on a board and hey, we're going to use this music track. The Mad Kid spirit is represented by 4 Kirbys while battling out on PictoChat. Mad Kid comes from the Japanese-only DS game Slide Adventure Mad Kid, which came with this little guy on the DS slide peripheral. This allowed you to play on a flat surface and slide the DS around to move the Mad Kid in-game. The Devil Assist Trophy will spawn to act like the sliding mechanic in the game. The Kirbys will also deal damage when they dash into you, a nod to how the Mad Kid attacks in the game by gaining speed and hitting enemies, while you slide the DS on the table. Their speed is also increased. The music from PictoChat will play while you wonder how many peripherals existed for Nintendo over the years. I still think the Wii has the most. The Isia spirit is represented by Lucina. Isia hails from the Japanese-only tactical RPG called Ash, Archaic Sealed Heat. In the game, she is the last of her kingdom after a fire serpent burnt the entire kingdom down, but spared her, but she has the ability to summon her friends and allies from the ashes of their bodies. Okay. I'm not sure there's ever a conversation in the game about it, but do they talk about how painful death is and the eternal agony of being living ash form is? This is getting dark. I say that a lot. Anyways, you battle it out on the Bridge of Eldin, probably to represent the homeland of Melanir, and the Red Sunset is much like a fiery death coming upon us and its citizens. The Bomb Festival will activate to act as the firestorm that destroyed everyone. The Shovel Knight Assist trophy will also spawn, most likely to act as her surrogate father and bodyguard, Bullnick. Attack Soma Bringer plays, a high energy track perfect for this tactical RPG. The Num Diddley spirit is represented by 4 Mr. Game & Watches while in PictoChat. Num Diddley comes from the game Make 10, A Journey of Numbers, which is a puzzle logic game involving numbers, of course, which did come out in Japan, Europe, and Australia, but just not the US. So either Nintendo thought we were already really good with numbers, or too far gone and it just wasn't worth it. Probably the latter. PictoChat is the perfect choice for this DS game. The Dr. Kawashima Assist Trophy will spawn a nod to the numbers in the game, in particular how if a number adds up to 10 with the Assist Trophy, it causes a large explosion, and the game is called Make 10. The music from Menu Brain Age 2, more training in minutes a day, play appropriately, and trying to make you learn. How dare you, Nintendo? The Idea Spirit is represented by Daisy while in Reset Bomb Forest. Idea comes from the Japanese-only game, which is a trend I'm noticing, Soma Bringer, an action RPG. So the plot is crazy, so I'm not really going to go into that right now, but long story short, she has amnesia, joins the Division 7 fighters to help save the world, but is actually created weapon for a conflict against an evil ring thing in space, not that ring, and I believe Reset Bomb Forest is probably represented the many places you travel so far and wide. She gets healed while at high damage as an active her healing ability in game, slows you down at high damage as a nerf as well, and time items will spawn to act like mage abilities. This is also a stamina battle as the RPGs are, and attack Soma Bringer plays. The Weld Spirit is represented by fellow Ginger Roy. Weld also comes from Soma Bringer and is one of the main characters that fight alongside Idea. You fight it out on Gar Plains, as a large outdoor plains is common in RPGs. Your defense is lowered and it is a stamina battle to act like the RPG. Attack Soma Bringer plays. The T-Rex Spirit is represented by a giant Yoshi while battling out on Colosseum. T-Rex is from the game Fossil Fighters, where you collect fossils you dig up and bring back to life, and then battle them out like Pokemon. Colosseum is meant to act like the stadiums in which you battle it out. There's a lava floor active, as T-Rex is a fire element Vivasaur, which is also the name of dinosaurs in this game. Also, they can super evolve, so this is just Pokemon with dinosaurs, and you're absolutely correct. I played the heck out of this game. Battle Start, found Fossil Fire's Frontier plays. The Nibble Spirit is represented by Red Yoshi while on Arena Ferox, again a Colosseum type area to battle your Vivasaurs. Nibbles was introduced in the 3rd installment, Fossil Fighters Frontier, and Nibbles is a cute Vivasaur you get in your travels to go along with you, and yes, it's basically the series Pikachu. Although introducing him in the 3rd game might not have helped. You must defeat Yoshi to win, but as the battle goes on, a Charizard, Ridley, and Bowser will come to help him, acting like Vivasaurs. Pitfall items will commonly spawn to be as fossils that you're being buried in, as battles start from Fossil Fighters Frontier plays. The Glory of Heracles hero is represented by Link while on Woohoo Island, in particular the Swaying Bridge portion. Link is perfect as he is the hero of time, wind, and every other adjective we could think of, as this hero uses swords and shields, much like Link. The bridge portion of Woohoo Island is probably meant to represent the hero's travels to Mount Olympus to speak with the gods, although I can't confirm that as I checked multiple guides and I couldn't find much significance of the bridge itself. But hey, it works enough. Glory to Heracles is an RPG, so it is a stamina battle to reflect that. Link's defense will go up over time, a nod to leveling up and your stats increasing. Revolt, Striving for Hope plays, which is a very high energy RPG-like feel of music. The Heracles Spirit is represented by Simon, and honestly this guy looks like Captain N's incarnation of Simon Belmont. And all I hear is Hercule from Dragon Ball Z when I look at him too. You battle it out on Temple, probably meant to be the Temple of the Gods from his game, The Glory of Heracles. Simon will also start the battle with an Ore Club to represent his giant club he uses in battle. Like before, Revolt, Striving for Hope plays. The Chef, Personal Trainer Cooking Spirit, is represented by King Dedede. The Chef comes from, as you probably guessed it, Personal Trainer Cooking, which is basically a digital cookbook that also gives you information about the meals and such. It is neat, but seems a bit unnecessary overall. You fight it out in PictoChat 2, a DS-based game, perfect for a DS spirit. Naturally, food-type items will commonly spawn, and King Dedede will boost its stat as it eats it, and he will focus on them as well. The themed Personal Trainer Cooking plays. The Shop Assistant Spirit has you battling against Zelda. Both are female and somewhat similar hair, so sure. Shop Assistant comes from Style Savvy, a fashion game where you buy clothes and accessories, change hairstyles, and even run a shop to sell items. Who would play this type of game? Off topic, I need to play more Animal Crossing. Anyways, you battle it out on Tomodachi Life, which represents the city where you do your shopping, and homes where you can change outfits. Transforming type items will commonly spawn, and Zelda will focus on grabbing them to act as different clothes and accessories you obtain in the game. The music to Style Savvy Trendsetter plays, one of the games in the series. The Vince Spirit is represented by Mii Swordfighter while in the Vince hat and costume, as well as an Inkling. Vince comes from the DS game Art Academy, a game where you learn how to draw and create art, and Vince is your guide. Inkling was chosen as Splatoon is all about splattering ink everywhere and it fits perfectly. But you must first defeat the Inkling, the student, before facing the Mii Swordsman, the Sieger. You battle it out on PictoChat 2, as I said before, is perfect for a DS game. Plus the fact that the hazards on the stage are drawings add more to the theme. Additionally, the Vince Assist Trophy will also spawn because, well, obvious. Swan Lesson plays, a track from this game. The Luxley Spirit is represented by an Isabelle and a villager. Luxley comes from the DSi game Luxley's Lineup, a hidden picture game of sorts where you move the DSi around to show different perspectives to solve puzzles. Isabelle is Luxley, but Luxley is a bunny and Isabelle is a dog. If only there was an item to put on their head to make them look like a bunny. Villager is probably also there, as many of the levels you inspect are fairy tale based, and I assume he represents the many characters from different fairy tales. You battle it out on Paper Mario stage, which, with its paper aesthetic and the fact that Super Paper Mario you could change your perspective like in this game, makes it a great fit. Freaky Forms, your creation of live medley plays, because both are obscure games, who knows? The Prince Saruno Spirit is represented by 4 Diddy Kongs while on New Donk City. Prince Saruno comes from the Japanese-only DS title Tatsuki Uta Saruban, a game where you can create music and a band of monkeys plays it to back you up, hence the 4 Diddy Kongs. New Donk City was used as the band's musicians you can touch will play Jump Up Superstar. Banana peel items will commonly spawn to add to the monkey motif, and the fact that Prince Saruno will also eat bananas in-game. After time, their defense will increase as Performance, a track from the game Jam the Band plays, another music-based game. The Toy Poodle Spirit is represented by 3 wolves while in Living Room, the puppy's home stage. You as the player get a Duck Hunt ally. The wolves will have increased speed as the Nintendogs Assist Trophy will summon to distract you with its adorableness, it's such a good boy. The Duck Hunt ally is a nod to in the Nintendogs game your puppies can get in fights with other NPC dogs while you walk. Bath Time theme play is a track from Nintendogs. The French Bulldog Spirit is represented by Duck Hunt Dog while in the Living Room stage, Nintendogs' own stage. It's still a bit weird that the Nintendogs have their own stage. The Nintendogs Assist Trophy will also spawn as Bath Time plays. Pretty simple spirit. The Kageshina Kurabi Spirit is represented by Robin. Kageshina comes from the DSi game Nintoji. Wait, how have I not heard of this game? Oh, it's a Japanese exclusive that was only available to Club Nintendo Gold or Premium level members in 2013. In Japan. Yep, that's why I have no clue about this character. But it is a fun dungeon crawler game from what I'm gathering. Robin was used as he is also a magic user. You fight it out on Great Cave Offensive, a nod to the large dungeons you shall crawl through, and there'll be an item tidal wave nodding to the treasures you find inside the dungeons. Boss 1 Sakurai Samurai plays, a nod to both games being set in an ancient Asian setting, and are both from the same developer, Grounding Inc.
The Miyu and Mayu Amakora Spirit is represented by Peach and Daisy. Miyu and Mayu are twins, so using the 2 princesses as one is an echo of the other is a great choice.
You battle it out on Luigi's Mansion, a nod to the horror game genre Fatal Frame the twins come from. The Yuri Kozukata Assist Trophy will spawn another character from Fatal Frame. The two will avoid conflict as they are not really fighters during this time battle. On the Hunt, Gloomy Manor plays, a nod to the horror game genre. Side note, this game is really messed up. The Yuri Kozukata spirit is represented by Zelda while in Luigi's Mansion, a haunted mansion, much like the horror-themed areas in the Fatal Frame games where Yuri is from. Zelda was most likely used, as in the Wii version of Fatal Frame, made in a Blackwater, Yuri can obtain a Zelda costume. The Yuri Assist Trophy will also spawn for obvious reasons. You battle it out to the appropriately spooky theme of Luigi's Mansion. The Nick spirit is represented by Captain Falcon, which isn't a great choice for Nick, but perfect for his alter ego persona, Captain Rainbow, the hero of the Japanese-only game, Captain Rainbow. You battle it out on the Fountain of Dreams, and the Superstar items will commonly spawn, nodding to the star items that Nick collects throughout the game. The Takamura Assist Trophy will spawn, a nod to the fact that Takamura appears in Captain Rainbow. The Minor Circuit music plays from Punch-Out!, a nod to an overweight Little Mac appearing in this game as well. I'm assuming from years of inactivity. I think we're in that stage again with Punch-Out!. The Raymond Bray spirit is represented by Fox. Raymond is from the Wii game Disaster: Day of Crisis, only released in Japan, Europe, and Australia. In the game, Raymond is a former Marine who teams up with the government to stop a terrorist organization with a nuclear bomb and must deal with pretty much every natural disaster as well. Sounds like a late 80s action movie with Arnold in it. Which begs the question, why didn't this come to America? Fox was most likely used as neither actually work for their government but will help them out when needed. You battle it out on Fourside to represent the cityscape you must traverse in the game as it is getting bombarded with natural disasters. Speaking of, heavy winds and periodic earthquakes will also happen. Raymond has to deal with this throughout the game as well. Encounter, a track from Metal Gear Solid plays and no real connection but fits really well with the theme of the spirit battle and the disasters that Snake has to deal with quite commonly in his games. The Orville spirit is represented by Robin. Orville is the protagonist of the Japanese-only game Tact of Magic, a game where you use the Wiimote to draw magical spells. Being a mage, and since Orville is one as well, Robin was a great choice. Along with Robin, you will face Pit and Zelda, who represents Orville's companions Charlotte and Samuel. Charlotte is a blonde-haired spellcaster, and Samuel is a bow and arrow wielding elf. These are really on point. You battle it out on PictoChat 2, a nod to the drawing that happens on PictoChat and the Wiimote waggling you do to cast spells. Struggle Against Chaos, a track from Ever Oasis, an energetic music track that fits well. The Frey and Freya spirit is represented by Link and Robin, respectively, as Frey is a swordsman and Freya is a spellcaster. The siblings hail from the Japanese-only game Zengeki no Reigen Leave. I probably massacred that. The game is based around Norse mythology and you fight giants, and in fact you yourself will be giant to represent the giants that they battle in game. You fight it out on Reset Bomb Forest to look like the areas in the game. The two's main weapon attack and magic attacks are buffed over time, a nod to how Frey being a swordsman and Freya being a mage. Save the World Heroes, a track from Find Me 2, fits well with the theming and the tone of the music. The Ando Kensaku spirit is represented by Rob. Ando comes from the Japanese exclusive game and Kensaku, where Ando is a robotic guide, hence Rob, to mini-games, mini-connecting to Google and guess how many hits a particular word would get in a Google search. I'm sorry, what? Why was this never brought to the US? This sounds like a makeup game from the sitcom 30 Rock, but for some reason I really want it. You battle it out on PictoChat, probably to represent a chat room found online, and the floor is electrified because internets, or possibly because of some of the minigames like Bomb Survival. There will also be a Mr. Game & Watch that will focus on a side special judge, which shows off different numbers representing the minigames and guessing the results of the words. PictoChat plays, a nod to the stage used. And I'm honestly still not getting over the fact that Google and Nintendo joined forces during the Wii era and almost took over the world. And then most of the world didn't even realize it happened. The Zip spirit is represented by fellow rotund yellow fighter Pac-Man. Zip comes from the Wii game Fling Smash, powered by Wii Motion Plus. In the game, you swing your Wii remote, and then the action causes Zip to go flying across the auto-scrolling stage, hitting blocks and items to collect points. The auto-scrolling level Golden Plains is used to represent that feature. The gravity will be low after a point of time, not to Zip kinda just hovering mid-air waiting for you to hit it. That sounds far more violent than I wanted it to. The Chain Chomp Assist Trophy will spawn, represented Hydrocoil, an enemy that will attack Zip if he is not moving for a long time. Mole Patrol, a track from Donkey Kong Country Returns plays, which fits fairly well since those levels in Donkey Kong Country Returns are auto-scrolling. The Zell Spirit is represented by Simon while on Temple. Along with Simon, there will be a Lucina, who represents Zell's fellow protagonist, Callista, and love interest in the RPG Wii game The Last Story. Simon was chosen as Zell's whip weapon is much like his vampire hunter. Temple represents the courtyard of Castle Lazarus, as Callista is royalty. You'll get hit with sudden damage when they're at high damage and onto Zell's move Gathering, where Zell will take damage from opponents and then leash it right back at them. Battle Scene, final boss from Golden Sun Plays, and they're both RPGs, so it fits well. The Callista Spirit is represented by Lucina as the Royal Swordswoman and Simon as her love interest Zell. You fight it on Reset Bomb Forest, the Castle Assault Park, to represent her castle. This is a no-frills battle as final boss from Golden Sun Track Plays. The Erin Spirit is represented by Simon while in the Great Plateau Tower. Erin comes from the Wii game Pandora's Tower, which makes the Great Plateau Tower a good choice. Erin uses a sword and whip, and Simon will start with Killing Edge, so along with his Vampire Killer Whip makes the great choice for the protagonist. Simon will increase its power after eating. There will be an item tidal wave, in particular steak food items, to represent his goal in helping his partner consume the master flesh. Ew. Although, this is so she doesn't turn into a monster herself. The Valedictory Elegy Plays. The Elena Spirit is represented by Palutena while in Great Plateau Tower. Elena is also from Pandora's Tower, so still a great choice. In Pandora's Tower, Elena is cursed and is becoming a monster and must eat the hearts of 13 different monsters to stay human. Ew. Palutena will start the battle with damage, but will have up defense, a nod to her beast form. Much like before, an item tidal wave will occur with stake items to act as the master flesh that she must consume. Midna's Lament Plays, a track from The Legend of Zelda Twilight Princess, a soft, sad song that fits well with her impending fate. The Noise Spirit is represented by Mega Man. Noise comes from, again, a Japanese-only game, Kiki Trick, a game with a variety of mini-games, all auditory-based. Mega Man was used because his helmet around his ears could be thought to look like earphones? I don't know. It could also be a nod to Mega Man Star Force, where especially in Star Force 3, there's a new form called the Noise form. A stretch, but hey, it could work. I've seen things far more stretchy in these battles. You battle it out on Hanenbo, another auditory-based game, and Mega Man will start the battle with a Melonetta and a Pokeball, the Melody Pokemon, to continue with the motif. Performance Plays, a track from the game Jam in the Band, and you guessed it, another musical game. The Travis Touchdown Spirit is represented by one of two Mii Sword Fighters, one with the Captain Falcon helmet and black Smash Brothers t-shirt, or a Mii Sword Fighter with the Travis wig and shirt, if you've purchased the DLC, of course. Travis hails from the game No More Heroes. Along with the Mii, you will have a Sheik and Peach. The Peach will have a home run back to start off with, representing Charlotte Burke, a blonde who uses a baseball bat as her weapon of choice, and Sheik will start off with a Killing Edge to represent Shimovu Jacobs, a female ninja. You found it out on Big Blue, meant to represent the main setting of No More Heroes 3, which has a highway and is close to water. Live and Learn Plays, a high-energy rock music similar to what you can hear in this series. The Fu Just Baptist 4 Spirit is represented by Mewtwo, as Fu is an alien from outer space. Mewtwo will also start the battle with a Pokeball with Deoxys in it, an alien Pokemon. You fight it out on Final Destination, a nod to the boss battle with Fu in No More Heroes 3 at the top of Damon Tower. The Black Hole item will spawn, a nod to Fu's attack, Dark Energy Bomb. The Girahim Assist Trophy will spawn because all I could really find was that Fu and Girahim are similar in slender humanoid forms with white hair, cruel personalities, and can shoot projectiles. I've seen worse, and I've seen a lot better. The song Yield Dead Cells Plays. The Mallow Spirit is represented by Jigglypuff. Mallow comes from the 3DS title Pushmo, where Mallow must push blocks around to save children trapped in the structure. This cute little game got dark fast. Who trapped these kids? What's the lore behind it? Anyways, Mallow is a small, round sumo wrestler, so Jigglypuff works well. Jigglypuff will favor grabs and throws, a nod to moving around blocks, and will gain sudden final smashes as Jigglypuff's final smash, Puff Up, can push your opponent off the stage. Battle out on Paper Mario stage as the background of Pushmo feels Paper Mario-y. Welcome Center, a track from Pushmo plays. The Sakura Samurai Spirit is represented by a villager. Sakura Samurai hails from the 3DS game Sakura Samurai, Art of the Sword, and the villager will start the battle with a killing edge. You battle it out on Suzuku Castle to represent the setting of the game and how the bosses take place in castle-like arenas. The villager will also get increased jump power, which is odd, as from everything I looked through for the game, you're pretty well grounded. Boss 1 from Sakura Samurai appropriately plays. The Nikki Spirit is represented by a Mii Brawler, Mii Swordsman, and a Mii Gunner, all wearing default green clothing to look like Nikki. Nikki comes from the 3DS game Swap Note, a game where you could send messages to friends or to people with Street Pass. Wonder how many people got inappropriate messages. Probably a lot. Anyways, you battled out on PictoChat 2, a nod to both Swap Note and PictoChat being message-swapping, note-taking games and apps on Nintendo consoles. As you can expect, the Nikki Assist Trophy will also spawn to cause you more trouble. The Mii Plaza music plays, a nod to Swap Note being able to use Street Pass abilities. The Dylan Spirit is represented by Sonic. Dylan comes from the Dylan games like Rolling Western. Sonic is a perfect choice as both Sonic and Dylan will roll into a ball to attack enemies. Along with that, Sonic's special moves are buffed. You battle it out in Midgard to act like the post-apocalyptic setting of Dead Heat Beat. I would have used Gerudo Valley for more of a desert-like feel or Mushroomy Kingdom, but hey, it works. And of course, the Dylan Assist Trophy will spawn as Frontier Battles Play, a track from Dylan's Dead Heat Beat. The Russ Spirit is represented by Fox. Russ is Dylan's sidekick in his game, acting as his eyes in the sky from his little Helabike. Russ is a squirrel, but Fox is a good choice to represent him. Fox will start the battle with a rocket belt attached to be the Helabike. You battle it out on Gerudo Valley. Hey, look at that, I was right that Gerudo Valley was a good choice. As Dylan's Rolling Western, The Last Ranger plays. The Plague Knight Spirit is represented by Dr. Mario. Plague Knight comes from the Shovel Knight series and is one of the bosses Shovel Knight must vanquish in his journey. Dr. Mario was chosen as Plague Knight's name and appearance is taken from Plague Doctors. You battled out on the Nova Pokemon League, meant to represent Plague Knight's home stage of the Explodatorium, a dark alchemy lab where Shovel Knight faces off with him. Side note, Explodatorium might be one of the greatest names for a stage ever. The Babam item will commonly spawn, items will gravitate towards Dr. Mario, he will focus on grabbing them, and his fire and explosion attacks are buffed, all nods to Plague Knight using explosive potions as his main means of attacking. Flash in the Dark, Dr. Wily Stage 1 plays, a nod to the inspiration the creators of Shovel Knight took of the 8-bit era of Mega Man games, where this track comes from. The King Knight Spirit is represented by King K. Rool. You battle it out on Mushroom Kingdom U, in particular the Slide Tower portion, meaning to represent Primemore Keep, King Knight's stage from Shovel Knight. K. Rool will start the battle with a Star Rod to act as King Scepter. K. Rool will also damage you when he hits you, a nod to King Knight's dash attack. Flash in the Dark, Dr. Wily Stage 1 plays for the same reason as Plague Knight. The Spectre Knight Spirit is represented by Richter. Richter will start the battle with a Death Scythe, as Spectre Knight famously wields one as his weapon of choice. Richter has increased movement speed, a nod to Spectre's own speed in game. You battle it out on the Bridge of Eldin, meant to represent Spectre Knight's stage of the Lich Yard. Once again, Flash in the Dark, Dr. Wily Stage 1 plays. The Coldra Spirit is represented by Palutena. Coldra comes from the Cudset series, a game where, well, the best way to describe it is the fusion of Monopoly, moving around a board, and Yu-Gi-Oh! Where you battle people with cards. Okay, now I'm just thinking of the Monopoly man with a dual disc. Palutena was used as Coldra is a goddess, and so is Palutena. All fighters will have their magic and PSI abilities buffed, a nod to the magical cards used in game. You battle it out on Temple, as most deities will have one in games like this, as the track Cold Sept plays. I'm probably destroying the name of this game, and I'm very sorry to their fans. The Alan Spirit is represented by Shulk, along with a Ridley and a King K. Rool. Alan is the protagonist of the 3DS game Cold Sept Revolt. The Ridley and King K. Rool appear to represent different monster cards that Alan will summon in the game, the Volcanic Dragon and the Werebear. Along with that, the Assist Trophy item will spawn to act like Alan summoning more monsters in attack mode. You battle it out on Arena Ferox, I assume to represent the different arenas in the Revolt. You must defeat Shulk to win the battle, as you can dispose of monsters in the game, but you must go for the card player for the win, as worthy rival battle plays attract from the game. The Tempo Spirit is represented by Fox. Tempo is the protagonist of the 3DS game Harmonite, an auto-scrolling music tempo game. You fight it out on Pac-Land, an auto-scrolling level to go along with that theme. Fox was used as... I honestly have no clue. There are a few other better options, truthfully. Ness or Lucas, as they are kids. A male villager, maybe? So if you know, let me know in the comments below. Fox will start the battle with a baseball bat to represent Tempo's staff, which he uses to attack enemies and whack away projectiles. Fox will also have the Reflect ability, a nod to the boss battles where Tempo would have to knock back projectiles into the bosses. Fruit Basket's plays, a track from Rhythm Heaven, another rhythm-based game. The Eddie Spirit is represented by Squirtle. Eddie comes from the 3DS game Fluidity Spin Cycle, a sequel to the Wii game Fluidity, but the original game didn't have a cute little water droplet mascot. Squirtle was used as he is a water-type Pokemon, which fits well. In Spin Cycle, you control Eddie using motion controls to flip him around, and that is translated here with the screen flipping from time to time. You battle it out in Hanabo, a nod to both having water to do with their games, and Electroplankton, a track that goes along with Hanabo plays. The Inju Daramishi Spirit is represented by fellow canine Duck Hunt. Inju comes from the Japanese-only 3DS game Daramishi Sports Shop. Well, sort of Japanese only, as the game did come to other regions under the name Rusty's Real Deal Baseball, but Inju was replaced with Rusty, and we'll talk about him next. In the game, you will purchase baseball-centric minigames and can haggle with him to pay less, I guess. You battle it out on Saffron City to represent the city where his shop is located, while the Beast Ball item will commonly spawn, nodding to the baseball motif. Title theme, Nintendo Badge Arcade plays, a nod to both being 3DS games that utilize the Street Pass functions. The Rusty Slugger Spirit is represented by Duck Hunt. As mentioned before, Rusty comes from this version of Darashimi Sports Shop that was released outside of Japan, Rusty's Real Deal. The games are pretty much identical to each other, other than the main character being changed for, honestly, unknown reasons. This isn't like back in Super Nintendo where they really wanted to take out any Japanese thing from any American release, so I don't know. You battle it out on Forestside to represent the town where Rusty's shop is, while the home run bat will commonly spawn, nodding the whole baseball thing. The title theme to the Nintendo Badge Arcade plays. The Arcade Bunny Spirit is represented by Isabelle in a bunny hood. Arcade Bunny comes from the Nintendo Badge Arcade 3DS game, where you can collect badges and customize your 3DS menu. Hear that, Nintendo Switch 2? Customize your menu. Sorry, that's a rant for another day. You battle it out on PictoChat, a nod to both being free apps games for the DS and 3DS. Well, in the case of Nintendo Badge Arcade, free to play. The Arcade Bunny Assist Trophy will of course spawn, and the Franklin Badge will commonly spawn to act as badges from the game. The Arcade Bunny's theme plays. The QBB Spirit is represented by a team of 4 Kirbys. This is because the game QBB comes from, Box Boy, and the Kirby series are both made by HAL Laboratories. You battle it out on Wii Fit Studio, a nod to the Box Boy games being in black and white, devoid of color, and the studio is most likely used like that as well. There'll be an item tidal wave of item boxes, a nod to the boxes used to solve puzzles in their game. Ice Cream Island plays a track from Kirby, but it works well as we've mentioned all the connections between the two games. The Henry Fleming Spirit is represented by Captain Falcon. Henry comes from, well, beyond the Red Badge of Courage, the 3DS game codenamed Steam, a turn-based strategy game where you recruited people from history like Henry Fleming, led by Abe Lincoln, where you must battle an alien invasion in an alternate timeline with steampunk. You may think I'm lying, but look this game up. I couldn't lie about this and come up with a plot like this myself. Falcon will start the battle with the Rage Blaster, which represents Fleming's own weapon, the Eagle Rifle. You fight it out in Newport City, which could represent London, the location of the first level in the game. Additionally, shooting type items will commonly spawn, as those are the weapons mostly used to thwart this alien invasion. Trouble's Brewing 2, a track from codename Steam plays. The Tethu Spirit is represented by Young Link. Tethu comes from the 3DS game Ever Oasis, and Young Link as the young swordsman work well, but Tethu can use wind magic. If only there was a Young Link-esque character who was known for his ability to wake wind. A Wind Waker, if you will. Sorry, I might be a bit too subtle here. Young Link will also start with a Gust Blower item to represent Tethu's wind magic. During the battle, you'll become flowery and Deku Nuts will spawn, as this is a nod to Tethu being a seedling as his species, born from the Great Tree. You fight it out in Gerudo Valley to represent the desert areas in the game as Struggle Against Chaos plays, a track from his game. The Esna Spirit is represented by Mewtwo. Esna is the last water spirit in Ever Oasis, and along with Tethu, she travels to help destroy the evil chaos of the world. No, not that chaos. Mewtwo was used as Mega Mewtwo Y has some similarities to Esna, and to help with that, Mewtwo's final smash meter will fill up quickly. You'll become flowery and take constant damage, again probably a nod back to Tethu and him being a seedling race. You battle it out on Mushroom Kingdom 2, representing the Oasis and water for Esna in the game. Dawn of the Desert plays, a track from Ever Oasis. The Seth and Gloria Spirit are represented by Mii Sword Fighter with the Chrom wig and Dunban outfit to be Seth, and Zelda to be Gloria. The duo hails from Bravely Default 2. You battle it out on Delphina Pazza, a nod to the shores of Halcyonia. Sword items will commonly spawn, a nod to Seth being a freelancer job and a swordsman. Additionally, to go along with Gloria being a healer, they will heal at high damage and their melee blows will heal as well. Plant Destruction form from Wonderful 101 plays. No idea why, but it works well enough. Elvis and Adele Spirit is represented by a male Robin as Elvis and Sheik as Adele. Is it Adele Lee? Adele is a singer. I'm overthinking. But they too are from Bravely Default 2. Elvis is a spellcaster, much like Robin, and Adele is nimble and light on her feet, and a bodyguard for Elvis, so Sheik fits pretty well. The stage, the forest part of Reset Bomb Forest, and the music, Save the World Heroes, a nod to Elvis' homeworld of Wiswalk that is consumed by a forest during the events of the game. Robin will favor his Arc Fire move, a reference to Elvis' default job as a black mage which specializes in fire-based attacks. The attack and magic powers are buffed for them in this battle. The Wonder Blue Spirit is represented by Chrom along with 5 villagers. Chrom's blue clothing fits well with one of the main protagonists of the Wonderful 101, Wonder Blue. The villagers act as the citizens that you can recruit as temporary heroes in the levels of the game, and then use them to form giant swords, fists, and more. Hopefully they have good life insurance. To win, you must defeat Chrom, which is a nod to the fact that the citizen allies don't really get defeated, but the heroes, Wonder Blue, Wonder Red, etc. can, and if they are defeated, so are the citizens. You battle it out on New Donk City Hall, which represents Blossom City, the location of the first few missions, while your melee attacks are buffed, a nod to the fact that if you have more citizens you have as a meat shield, the more powerful your larger weapons can be formed. STO1, Roll Out Wonderful 100, plays a track from the Wonderful 101. The Rayman Spirit is represented by Sonic. Sonic was most likely used as they are both the titular characters of their franchises. There's also that wind-up punch that Sonic does, which is somewhat like Rayman's punching attacks, and that's on one of Rayman's signature moves. You battle it out on the Great Cave Offensive, a nod to the cavernous and forest-like areas Rayman levels usually are, including the first level of Rayman Origins, Gibberish Jungle. This stamina battle also gives Sonic increased melee attacks, as that is Rayman's main form of attacking. The Sukapan Assist Trophy will also spawn a nod to Rayman's floating appendages, much like Sukapan's. Sunset Heights, a track from Sonic Forces, plays, and fits well with Sonic being his puppet fighter. And that's all the spirits, and I did add Rayman, although this isn't the first system to have a Rayman game. It is the Rayman Origins PNG, honestly, so it kind of works. The Musashi Spirit is represented by a young Link. Musashi comes from the Switch and technically 3DS game Sushi Strikers. And honestly, if you've not heard the opening song for this game, please do. If you like 2000s to 2010s anime openings, you'll absolutely love this one. Anyways, young Link fits well to act as Musashi, who is the protagonist of the game, who lives in a world where sushi is regulated, and his goal is to allow it to be free and eaten by anyone. You know, as long as it's not from a gas station. Young Link will favor his boomerang, a nod to linking different dishes in the game to gain sushi combos to defeat your opponent, similar to how in the Zelda games you can target and link together a chain to throw your boomerang as well. There will be an item tidal wave of sushi items, which is self-explanatory, and heavy winds, which act as the conveyor belts that move the sushi in the game. Gourmet Race Plays from the Kirby series. A nod to the origin of the song comes from the racing between Kirby and King Dedede, trying to eat and race at the same time, and saying that out loud kind of makes me feel sick. The Clip and Snip spirit is represented by Pac-Man and Kirby. Clip and Snip comes from the Switch launch title Snipper Clips, where you can cut into these two to fit into different creative ways to solve puzzles. I know what I said didn't make a lot of sense, but if you played the game, it still doesn't make a lot of sense, but there you are. You'll start the battle with the Killing Edge, to act as the scissor mechanic to create new shapes for the puzzles. You fight it out on PictoChat 2, a stage based on an app that is about drawing and is sort of in the same lines as arts and crafty feel as Snipper Clips. Although, if that is the case, why not use the Paper Mario stage? Noisy Notebook plays a track from Snipper Clips. The Lotus Spirit is represented by Bayonetta on Frigate Orphan. The black aesthetics work well for Lotus and its game that it hails from, Warframe. Frigate Orphan represents the Kuva Fortress, both being space-bound locations with a boss battle with an enemy with the title of Queen. The Gray Fox Assist Trophy will spawn a nod to Tenno in the game, as they are both cybernetic, although Gray Fox is like cybernetics cyborg thing, I think. I still haven't played those games. Keeper of the Lake plays a track from Hey Pikmin, which is really confusing as how it all plays into this. But it gave me a small rant, and it got me to say the word Pikmin in another video, so that is a win. The Sakuna Spirit is represented by a female villager. Sakuna comes from the game Sakuna of Rice and Ruin, a simulation game, so an Animal Crossing villager works well. You battle it out on Gaur Plains to act as Hino Island and the Isle of Demons, which is the main setting of the game. There will be a food item tidal wave, a nod to the rice you harvest, and along with the villager will start with a death scythe to act as you are farming the rice. Shin Onagashi Medley plays, a nod to both games having traditional Japanese aesthetics. The Kokoroa Spirit is represented by Zelda. Kokoroa also comes from Sakuna of Rice and Ruin. She's the bad guy. What? Along with Zelda, there'll be two Robs to act as the mechanical warriors that she creates. Thought this was a simulation game about rice, but I guess we did need something to represent the ruin. Color me mildly intrigued. Zelda will also favor her down special Phantom Slash to further represent mechanical warriors. You battle it out on Sasugu Castle to represent Minashari Capital, which is located in something called the Lofty Realm. Boss 1, Sakura Samurai Art of the Sword plays, a nod to the similar traditional Japanese aesthetics in both games. The Tama Spirit is represented by two Kirbys, one to be Tama, and the other one was Clear and wielding a Killing Edge, who is Tama's sword spirit form, who appears as a floating sword. This is from Sakuna of Rice and Ruin, and after this I think I need to try this game out. The more outlandish the better, I say. You battle it out in Garden of Hope, which represents the forest on Hino Island. You fight it out to the mysterious Muramasa Castle Medley, another song from the game with more traditional aesthetics. The 13 Sentinel Pilot Spirits is represented by 13 Robs. Oh boy. The 13 Sentinels is a game that follows 13 high schoolers in 1980s Japan who are dragged into a futuristic war between mechs and kaiju. I'm sorry, what? Gundam. Love it. And different Robs will focus on different attacks to represent the different high schoolers and their mechs. Alright, let's go through all of them. 3 Robs will focus on Impact Run, representing the Sentinels piloted by, oh, and I'm sorry for the 13 massacres name coming up, Neji Ogata, Ei Setagara, and Takatoshi Hiyama, which perform tackling attacks. 3 other Robs will focus on the guided Robo Beam Final Smash, which represents the Sentinels piloted by Juro Kurabe, Ryoko Shinamo, and Lori Fushisaka, which utilize their Sentinels' laser shooting railguns. The other Robs will have Super Scopes, which represent the Sentinels piloted by Tomi Kisaragi, Natsuno Minanami, and Kirito Miura, which has their Sentinels utilizing rapid-fire mounted guns. And then the final Robs start with the Rocket Belt to represent the Sentinels piloted by Shu Amaguchi, Yuki Tamaika, Rina Gauti, and Megumi Yakushiji, which are capable of flight. You battle it out in Forsyth to represent the metropolitan city where battles take place. Don't worry, the battles take place in the same empty warehouse district like in all the Megazord battles in Power Rangers. Mario Nation Gear plays, another game that features giant fighting robots. Excuse me while I wishlist this game for future because I want it more than I thought I would. The Zagreus Spirit is represented by multiple Chroms with more and more HP. Why? Well, he hails from the roguelike game Hades, in which he will die, but when he returns, you can use resources to upgrade your stats for the next run. You fight it out on Dracula's Castle to nod to the House of Hades level. The Chroms will get sudden final smashes to represent the Stygian Blade, which performs a powerful thrust attack with a knockback effect, much like Awakening Aether. Brain Cleaner plays in this stamina battle. Why Brain Cleaner? A track from F-Zero GX, a racing game? No idea. Well, hey there, you stayed for the whole video! Or jumped ahead, but for my own ego, I'm going to say you watched the entire video and skipped no ads. But I hope you enjoyed it and will continue to watch my videos here in the future. Thank you for joining me here at the Nintendo Network. What is your favorite Spirit Battle? Let me know in the comments below. If you like this, hit that like button, subscribe, and only if you're able to, consider helping out on Patreon. This is Dustin with the Nintendo Network, signing off.